Chapter 651, Quiet, What's Wrong? Ina's hazy gaze cleared thanks to Leonel's sudden movement. It was only then that she sensed the vibration of the room, causing her to frown. There's a bell ringing outside, Leonel said after a moment. A bell? Oh, Ina seemed to have realized something. You know what it is? Leonel's gaze met Ina's. You would know too if not for... Ina's frown deepened. She had forgotten because of Leonel's advances, but she was still very unhappy about Hero Peak's actions. If Leonel didn't have the right to join a peak, then considering the talent level of this organization, no one should be able to. Ina shook her head. We can ignore it if you want. After listening to Ina's explanation, Leonel understood. Apparently, this bell was meant to call for a meeting. Depending on the tone of the bell, it could be a meeting of all sorts. Apparently, in this instance, a peak was challenging another. This challenge was usually a battle for resources outside of the annual tournament and only occurred when there was a grudge boiling between two peaks that needed to be quickly settled. However, apparently this wasn't always the case. It was also a court of sorts to expose the wrongdoings of a peak as well. Leonel frowned when he gained this information, because it was completely unhelpful to him. He had a bad feeling, but he had never joined any peaks, so it was impossible to target him through such a thing. It was all too confusing. Am I really just being paranoid? Ina didn't seem very intent on going. She wanted to spend more time with Leonel after so long apart. If it wasn't for Hephaestus, they could at least train side by side, which wouldn't leave her in such a state of longing. But at least for now, it wasn't very possible. She had already decided that when she was gathering up merit points for the right to join the competition to enter the Valiant Heart Zone, she would go together with Leonel. However, Ina could sense that there was something making Leonel uneasy right now. Leonel took a deep breath. I think I have to go. Okay, I'll go with you then. Technically, Ina knew that it was mandatory for everyone within the mountain range to be present for this meeting, but she hadn't cared. If Leonel had wanted to skip it, she would have skipped it, but since he wanted to go, she would go. The couple quickly got dressed. Do I look okay? The words fell from Ina's mouth before she even realized what she was asking, but she was indeed a bit worried. The two had been tangled up for the better part of a day and weren't exactly the neatest and cleanest at the moment. Luckily, both of their bodies were within the fourth dimension, so it took more than just a day for them to start smelling terrible. But that didn't change the fact Ina's hair was a mess at the moment. Leonel chuckled. He knew that Ina would prefer to have short hair. He really had no idea why she insisted on keeping it so long. As for Leonel's own hair, its form retention was exceptionally high due to the odd material it was made out of. It was flexible, but snapped back into place just as easily. Even he was surprised by how straight it was right now. Stop laughing. Ina all but pouted. I can't go out like this. Okay. Leonel chuckled. Taking the segmented cube from Ina, he caused a stream of cleansing water to douse her completely, just like he had done when he found her on the White City battlefield. Now that he thought about it, he definitely should have used this during the freshman trials. Before Ina could panic about being wet now, Leonel touched her shoulder, a controlled stream of fire elemental force drying her completely. With the abilities of cleansing waters, just a drizzle was hundreds of times more potent than taking a normal shower. Perfect. Leonel smiled. Let's go. Grabbing Ina's hand as she slipped on her mask, Leonel's expression turned serious. The location was Valiant Hall. As the symbol of justice for Valiant Heart Mountain, it was obvious that any grudges would be chosen to be settled in this very place. In the back of the hall, there was a large open space that would look somewhat like a football field by Leonel's estimation. But, rather than having a large grass field, there were instead massive stone platforms, each with a tall pillar on its four corners. At that moment, flocks of people were swarming in, whispering among themselves. For some odd reason, no one seemed intent on making a lot of noise. It had been many years since the last challenge between peaks was instituted. Although it wouldn't be a massive event every time, there was no doubt that most massive events were centered around it. This alone wouldn't be enough to cause such a hushed atmosphere. The truth was that the root cause lay in what standing one had to have to call such a meeting in the first place. How could a normal individual mandate the appearance of everyone in the organization? Who was able to do this was an existence the vast majority here couldn't afford to offend. After entering the arena, everyone split into 7 streams. The seats in the stands around the massive structure was also split into 7 seating sections, each separated by a wide set of steps. Each and every one of these sections represented a different peak, each with thousands of students of their own. It was at this moment that Leonel and Ina appeared amongst the stream of people hand in hand. Rather than heading toward the Hero Peak seating arrangements, Ina chose to sit on the ground floor with Leonel along with all the other freshmen. As more people streamed in, the more quiet the place seemed to become. Chapter 652, Challenge. Chapter 652, Challenge. The freshman seating arrangements were not very well thought out. Since freshmen like Leonel hadn't even been informed of the importance of the bell, it was obvious that not many were expected to appear in the first place. Usually, at sporting events, the closer one was to the ground floor, the better. But in this place, it wasn't quite the same. With the strength of vision those in the fourth dimension had, the viewing experience would hardly be any different whether they were near the bottom or near the top. Regardless, it was only a difference of a few hundred meters. Thanks to this difference in foundation, those with more strength preferred to sit higher, looking down on those beneath them. This was especially so for the seating arrangement set aside from Founding Peak, the Peak of Elders. Whereas every other peak gained a large, somewhat cone-shaped seating section, Founding Peak was the only section that didn't have a range of seats from the absolute closest to the absolute furthest. Rather, the entire bottom section of their seating arrangements were outfitted with stone slabs, leaving just a small section at the very top for sitting. As a result, Founding Peak only had 5 rows of seats as opposed to the almost 100 every other seating section had. With such a grandiose display, not many paid attention to Leonel and Ina to begin with. Even those that recognized Leonel from the posters or saw the Hero Peak emblem on the masked girl beside him didn't say a word. This wasn't the situation for them to be poking their nose into the matters of others. No one wanted to be the person who caused a scene right now. The Hero Peak stands had a haughtiness about them, the other peaks simply didn't. When one became used to standing at the top, this could only be expected. By now, the pride of the Hero Peak students had sunk into their very bones. Nearer the top of their seating section, the legroom increased and the chairs became more luxurious. On the second highest row, one could find a group of old-timers. These were peak-specific elders, and they were usually tasked with making sure the peaks themselves didn't get too out of order. But it was in this row that a middle-aged woman scrunched her brows. She kept scanning the Hero Peak section and had taken note of every student that had come, but she hadn't caught the faintest glimpse of the person she was looking for. Could it be that they had really gone off on a mission? "What are you frowning about so much, Magnaril?" Magnaril gazed toward the elder who had spoken to her, her frown not lessening. "Ina hasn't appeared in more than a day now, but she hadn't said anything to me before disappearing. Now I can't find her. I already told that girl to not go off and do any missions. What good is that brutish battle axe to such a petite young woman? She should be spending more time in the lab." The elder who had spoken, just for the sake of idle chatter, gave Magnaril a weird look. This was Valiant Heart Mountain. They weren't known for their secondary professions, if not for this. Their top force crafter would at least be tier 1 of the 5th dimension. Students came here to learn to fight, not craft or concoct. If this Ina had enough talent to make this Magnaril pull her hair out just looking for her, then if she had really wanted to pursue force pill crafting, she would have gone to any number of force pill guilds rather than being here. This was to say that for anyone sane, it was obvious that Ina would want to keep swinging her brutish battle axe, right? Plus, from what he had heard, this Ina was quite well known on Hero Peak already, and it was most definitely not for her force pill crafting. But this old man knew better than to say such words to Magnaril. Everyone knew how crazy this woman was. Plus, she controlled the highest class food Hero Peak had to offer. No one wanted to get on the bad side of their chef unless they really wanted to die. Of course, Magnaril was still aware of all of these things, but Ina was simply too talented. She had practically picked up everything she had to teach in just a month. From a novice, she could already rival a tier 7 or 8 force pill crafter in technique. It was just that her foundational knowledge was abysmal. Whenever that girl did something crazy that Magnaril thought no sane force pill crafter would ever do, not only would it seemingly always work out, when Magnaril pressed for an explanation, Ina would always say that it was just a feeling. This kind of ability, how could it be wasted on battle? Exasperated by her own rant, Magnaril scanned the crowd again only to happen to land upon a mask she found too familiar. The issue was that this mask wasn't anywhere near the Hero Peak seats at all. Finally finding her precious Ina, Magnaril sighed a breath of relief. But seeing that she was also holding the hand of a boy, she froze. Magnaril felt her heart shatter into a million pieces as though she was watching her daughter fly off to another home. Don't tell me that she disappeared all this time for a boy, and a freshman who hasn't entered a peak yet after 2 months? Magnaril felt as though she was having an aneurysm. But not only did she also not have the guts to cause a scene here despite her elder status, it was then that the stone slabs beneath the Founding Peak seating section began to shift. A hushed quiet fell over the whole arena. Soon, the rumbling movement of the stone came to a pause, revealing a platform. On this platform sat a podium that a few figures slowly walked out of the darkness to approach. Leonel's eyes narrowed. There were 2 individuals there, one of which he recognized with ease. Hephaestus. His long arms, his terrible posture, his impossibly shredded body, even down to his toothy grin. Leonel recognized it all. Hero Peak? What were they doing? The young man Leonel didn't recognize stepped forward. His height was head shorter than Hephaestus, and his looks were just ordinary. He didn't look very special in the slightest, yet Hephaestus gave way to him. The young man stepped to the podium, his gaze without a hint of emotion. Without even an introduction, his monotonous voice began to speak. "We of Hero Peak are here to issue a challenge," he said plainly and without any hurry. The seating sections tensed. Everyone looked around, trying to find the target. No one had heard about any big conflicts occurring recently, so they hoped to tell by the reaction of the individual peaks who might be the likely victim. But what no one noticed at that moment was that the reaction was the same for every peak. It was then that the plain young man spoke words that seemed to hollow out the arena. "We hereby challenge Valiant Hall for all their wrongdoings. They no longer deserve their throne as peacekeepers of Valiant Heart Mountain and should be demoted back to a peak." Chapter 653, Colder, Chapter 653, Colder. Leonel's pupils constricted. Had he heard wrong? His hand couldn't help but tighten slightly against Ina's. He still hadn't gotten an answer for his worries, but he felt as though he was inching closer to it. Leonel didn't quite understand why he cared or why he had a sinking feeling to begin with. Valiant Hall didn't mean much of anything to him. No one he really cared about was a part of it. In fact, he had only interacted with two members. One was Sale, who he had a bit of a complicated relationship with. After he dealt with their misunderstanding, he didn't hate her, but he also didn't have strong feelings toward her either. At best, they were just acquaintances who got off on the wrong foot. The other was Gerson. Though he hadn't seen him since their battle, that could be considered to be a negative relationship. This was all to say that Leonel shouldn't care about what happened to Valiant Hall in the slightest. In fact, he should care so little that if things made sense, he'd be eager enough to get back to his and Ina's alone time that he might very well leave this very second. As for whatever backlash that came with that, why would he care? All of this was only one aspect of these matters. The other aspect was something that seemed even more difficult to wrap his head around. Demoting Valiant Hall to a peak? How? If the organization was structured such that Valiant Hall was the only neutral party, the only party that could settle disputes, the only party that could maintain order, then what Hero Peak was essentially demanding was a complete restructuring of Valiant Heart Mountain. Was that even possible? Was it allowed? The only answer could be yes. Leonel didn't believe that Hero Peak would actually be stupid enough to propose something that wasn't feasible. Leonel was faintly aware that there was some competition between Hero Peak and Valiant Hall, but as a new member of their organization, he hadn't paid much attention, if any at all. It seemed that those matters hadn't been as small as he once thought. The young man continued to speak unperturbed, as though he couldn't sense the shock of the crowd. In recent years, Valiant Hall has had an unprecedented strength in controlling the outcome of matters in our organization. Despite supposedly being neutral, they seem to very clearly have their own biases and have grown corrupt to the point of believing themselves to be infallible. 2 years ago, my Hero Peak proposed a plan to bring our Valiant Heart Mountain out from the brink of despair and back toward a brighter future. But, instead of calmly analyzing this plan as they should, Valiant Hall ignored our pleas. In the past, I thought that maybe we were in the wrong. The plan we set forth was indeed ambitious, and, though our hearts were in the right place, the truth was that changing the status quo after so long would be jarring for all. However, the actions of Valiant have made my heart run cold. By now, the members of Valiant Hall had been aware of all the commotion. In order to enforce their neutral stance, usually only a few members of Valiant Hall came to organize this event. However, they wouldn't show their faces. Rather, the individuals who opened this platform for the young man to speak were the only members of the Valiant Hall present. When they heard to the words the young man was speaking, how could they not panic? They had thought, much like everyone else, that this would be targeting another peak. The likely guess was Brave Peak or maybe Honor Peak, but they had never thought that it wasn't a peak at all. This may sound odd. If Valiant Hall wasn't here in some substantial capacity, then how would these things be settled upon? The answer came in 2 layers. First, the crowd, with the only exception of freshmen who had yet to join a peak, would vote on the validity of the arguments presented. As long as there was a majority acceptance for the claims levied, the final outcome would be decided by combat. Whatever battles that occurred would be restricted to the youth as a way of maintaining the majority of the peace in the organization. But with this came a massive issue. By now, if everyone didn't know who this young man was, they'd be too foolish. This young man was a legend in his own right, the most powerful youth on Valiant Hall Mountain, a young man who would soon grow into a man that could overshadow even Valiant Hall Mountain's head. Despite his plain appearance, despite his unhurried words or his monotone delivery, even despite his relatively short stature, he was the most respected student of Valiant Heart Mountain. The hero, Raelian, finding another member of the younger generation to defeat him? Was that a joke? The moment Hero Peak stepped forward, this matter was as good as over. As long as their evidence was strong enough, Valiant Hall didn't stand a single chance. But the question was their evidence strong enough? The fact that they dared to call this meeting seemed to signal that the answer to this question was yes, and the moment Raelian began to speak on these matters was the exact moment they realized just how true this was. Raelian stretched out a hand. Understanding his meaning, Hephaestus immediately handed over a scroll. Unfurling it without much fanfare, Raelian allowed the end of the scroll to clatter against the ground. His actions seemed unhurried and without theatrics, but anyone who understood anything about human psychology could realize just how terrifying this Raelian was. Leonel didn't notice it, but Ina definitely did. His gaze only grew colder and colder, not moving from Raelian from start to finish. At that moment, it was hard to tell exactly what Leonel was thinking of. Chapter 654, Common, Chapter 654, Common. Valiant Hall uses 20% of resources allocated for students without ever participating in resource competitions. Valiant Hall has exactly 793 cases of corruption in just this past half year alone since we began to track H1 student Adriel guilty of embezzling merit points, H2025 Case 2 student Adriel guilty of embezzling merit points, Case 3 student Feynor guilty of embezzling merit points, Case 7, Student Ren, guilty of exchanging merit points for favors. Case 8, Student Encus, guilty of exchanging merit points for favors. Case 11, Student Merit points for favors. Case 11, Student Merit points in exchange for sexual favors. Like a monotonous drone, Raelian began to list all the instances of the past half year. The stories were packed with such detail that one found it difficult to believe that they were fake. Things were only made worse by the fact these individuals of Valiant Hall weren't present to defend themselves. Things only continued to become more and more oppressive the more time Raelian spent speaking. It seemed that he had done things on purpose, placing the most benign crimes ahead of the quickly worsening ones. Explanations of exploitation, theft, and even sexual assault and violence were described in vivid detail, leaving many sitting in a state of half being at a loss and another half truly uncomfortable. Case 22, Student Sailor, guilty of. Case 31, Student Cares, guilty of. Case 47, Teacher. The moment Raelian said the word teacher, the entire arena seemed to have deflated. It wasn't the kind of deflation one might experience from a waning balloon, but rather the kind that one would experience the second after a bomb dropped. The kind of deflation where the world lost its sound, color, and feel before a blinding light and a cacophonic boom assaulted the senses. Up until this point, Raelian mentioned no one but students. Though these matters were serious, especially since many of them were in high positions, it felt as though this matter could still be dealt with easily. At the very least, if it was only the young that were corrupt, things would be easier to handle. But the moment Raelian said otherwise, it felt as though the whole world came to a grinding halt. Arnla, guilty of skipping out on private tutoring and stealing the merit points of students for nothing in return. Croat, Case 48, Student Nigi, guilty of. Croat, Case 49, Student Rill, guilty of. Crotace Teacher, Ven, guilty of. Crotate, Teacher Ven, guilty of. There was no respite. The names of teachers, famous ones even, began to be named one after another. It was a relentless onslaught of detailed stories spoken in a voice that couldn't have been less lively, but that only made it all the more grating on the soul. Case 102, Teacher Luhor, guilty of. Raelian's words were endless. By the time he reached higher into the triple digits, many began to realize that some names were appearing more and more often. Whereas in the beginning one might appear just a single time, the worse the crimes became, the more it seemed as though the same people were committing them. Case 239, Student Lancerin, guilty of posting fraudulent missions for enriching himself. Case 243, Student Lancerin, guilty of. Case 331, Teacher Drin, guilty of using disciples for labor without teaching appropriately in response. Case 334, Teacher Drin, guilty of. Case 334, Teacher Drin, guilty of. Case 549, Teacher Fool. Case 539, Teacher Fool. Case 79-2, Case 79-2, Case 79, guilty of selling Valiant Hall's inventory to the merchants. His actions were learned of by one of his students, resulting in her rape and subsequent death. Quote E, Case 793, Teacher Ingsan, guilty of gross negligence. In a campaign against our sworn enemy, the Oryx tribe, his decisions led to the death of 14 geniuses of our Valiant Heart Mountain. The only survivor has been bribed into silence and has suffered through untold humiliation, say Liers. Leonel's gaze by now was boring holes into Raelian. This only became worse after he heard Sale's name. He didn't care for the woman, but that didn't mean he wanted to hear her name in this context. Even if what Raelian said was true, weaponizing the names of victims in this way was simply gross beyond recourse. Raelian calmly rolled up his scroll, taking his time as though he didn't have a care in the world. By this point, there were numerous members of Valiant Hall who had stormed into the arena, but without a place for them to sit, they could only stand on the dueling platforms, their gazes alight with fury as they stared at Raelian. Amongst them, there was a familiar figure in Sale. Her aura was so heavy that a wide space had been carved out around her. Everyone knew that if there was going to be a battle, she would be the one to fight. But at that moment, it seemed it took everything within her not to rip Raelian limb from limb at this very moment. I've listed out many names. By now, they've likely become jumbled in your minds to the point that their crimes are meaningless. Honestly, I never wanted to reveal the trials and tribulations of victims in this way, but there was one matter that pushed me over the edge. It was this exact matter that made me understand that Valiant Hall had no right to be the arbiter of justice any longer. Raelian continued to speak, completely unperturbed. 6 months ago, a brave city on a small fourth-dimensional world known as Terrain accepted 3 disciples. This seems like a story we all have been through, however, that isn't the case. There is nothing about this story to be respected or revered. Of these 3 disciples, only one actually went through the necessary trials and earned a right to stand by our sides. As for the other 2, they were let in through the back door. A murmur went through the crowd, but Raelian seemed to have not noticed. This was truly an unfortunate case. Whether out of jealousy or spite, this 3rd disciple, a man who should have become one of our brothers, was killed by one of these 2 disciples before ever getting the chance to step foot onto our mountain. The name of our lost brother is Honored Kaefir. May we mourn his loss. The crowd grew silent, a bubbling animosity brewing in their hearts. Unfortunately, this is only the beginning. The killer of our worthy brother appeared at our gates no more than 2 months ago. Intent on keeping his lofty status, he disregarded our customs and disrespected his seniors, even to the point of smearing our treasures and weapons as trash. The end result was 3 of your fellow brothers bleeding to death while hanging from a tree. And what did Valiant Hall do, you might ask? Out of fear for this person's background, the matter was swept under the rug and ignored. I wish this was the end of our story, but unfortunately it is not. In retaliation, our brothers did the only thing we could. Since we didn't dare to offend a man with such a powerful background, we could only try to smear his name. But no more than a week after our only path toward redemption was taken, Valiant Hall stepped in once again, not only allowing the destruction of King of Aura's faction, but also removing our posters and smothering our hearts. Raelian swept his gaze over the crowd, his gaze just as expressionless. However, it was this final matter that broke my final hint of hope in Valiant Hall. Rather than fighting for those it should, Valiant Hall sought to appease this man. Despite not being a part of a reputable faction, and even without the slightest hint of understanding toward crafting, this was a man who had the audacity to say that a Tier 7 treasure was nothing but garbage, was allowed to enter the Golden Exchange list at the behest of Valiant Hall. Not only was this man appeased to the extreme, but his so-called crafts led to the deaths of 7 more of our brothers. The atmosphere was silent, but seemed to simultaneously boil. By now, even Sail's momentum seemed to have lost its sails, her rage feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over it. I will not say the name of this man. Some of you know of him, some of you don't. But his name is one I feel too much disgust to speak with my own lips. I can only say that the tyranny of Valiant Hall will come to an end this day. I, Raelian Ranlith, will not stand for it. Raelian finished and stepped from the podium, his expression just as calm and unhurried. They say that the worst movements in all of history always had a common enemy. There may have never been a Nazi party had the Jewish never existed. It seemed that Raelian had decided to make Leonel exactly that. Chapter 655, A Woven Story, Chapter 655, A Woven Story El Mao. I just keep waking up later and later, so chapters are coming out later and later. I wonder if my sleeping schedule will eventually go full circle. Second chapter coming soon. It was an intricately woven story indeed. In fact, it was certain that there wasn't a hint of falsehood in his words as well. Though the truth behind its interpretation might be different, one had to hand it to Raelian. He didn't step outside of his bounds to stretch the facts even by a small measure. Yet, what these audience members didn't know was that Raelian had sacrificed 10 of his so-called brothers in order to allow his words to ring true. Those 3 floor sweeper Leonel hung from a tree? The force art he drew around them to keep people away would last a few weeks at best. Fourth-dimensional existences could easily last that long without sleep, let alone food or water. Beyond that, their injuries shouldn't have been severe enough to cause their deaths either, or else Leonel wouldn't have left them there. It was no wonder Leonel didn't hear anything about those 3 after the initial instance. Hero Peak had already decided to make them a part of this plot from the very beginning. Then, there were the 7 who supposedly died from Leonel's crafts. Leonel didn't know anything about this, but did that matter? Since when did Raelian and Hero Peak care about whether he was in the know or not? The truth was that Kayla and the others had already been panicking about this for the past more than day. However, they weren't able to contact Leonel because he had spent his time with Ina all the while. And, unlike with his Ina, he hadn't given Kayla and the others a method of contacting him. It could be said that the polished glass faction had fallen from the greatest of highs to rock bottom in the blink of an eye. Who would dare to do business with them? They had been blacklisted from the Golden Exchange list. The 7 that had died were all from Hero Peak, so normal students didn't dare to risk offending such an existence. Even if they created a perfect product next time, who would care? It had to be admitted that this plot was sinister indeed. Maybe the most infuriating part was that the target wasn't even Leonel, he just happened to be a useful catalyst. Humans tended to grow desensitized to things quickly. Hearing about millions dying across the world would never be as impactful as watching one person being murdered right in front of you. This was the truth of human psychology. Raelian didn't need Leonel's story. Without it, he would still have more than enough evidence to take Valiant Hall down and implement the changes to Valiant Heart Mountain he had always wanted to see. But the convenience of Leonel was too good to pass up. Without Leonel, there would likely still be some resistance to his plans. But, with a public enemy to point to every time, a dark example of what could have been, molding the people to his will would be much easier. At that moment, Ina was seething with rage. A bloodthirsty aura hung around her, almost forming a crimson fog dotted with blackness. However, just as she moved to stand, she found Leonel lightly pulling her back. Ina looked back, only to find Leonel looking toward her with a light smile. There was no anger on his face, no coldness. In fact, he looked toward Ina with the same loving gaze he always gave her. It was as though these matters had nothing to do with him in the slightest. Leonel wasn't a meathead who flew into a rage at every slight. If Hephaestus and the others believed this, Leonel could only say that they weren't as intelligent as he thought that they were. Anyone who believed this, for that matter, was nothing but wrong. What could make Leonel lose control were only matters related to his Ina and his mother. In fact, even if one insulted his father, he might not even get angry. It was more likely that he'd burst into a fit of laughter as opposed to anything else. With all the trauma that old man had given him in his life, he deserved some harsh words thrown at his back. By now, Leonel only used the dictionary when he absolutely had to. He kept running into his father's practical jokes. Plus, he was tired of being called Seed and hearing about how great Father Overlord was. It was a pain in the ass. But Raelian hardly mentioned Ina, likely because he couldn't afford to disparage a member of his peak at such a sensitive time, and, obviously, he hadn't mentioned his mother either. One might think that Raelian's biggest mistake was provoking Leonel and making him out to be an enemy. But this wasn't true. His biggest mistake was provoking Leonel and making him into an enemy, without first enraging him. Facing a calm Leonel with a level head, a Leonel with an amused expression in his eye rather than one of rage, it was clear that Hero Peak had no idea what they had gotten themselves into. Leonel pulled Aina down to his side, placing a palm on her thighs and squeezing gently to reassure her. "Don't worry about it," Leonel said lightly. Aina's chest heaved in her rage. Clearly, she hadn't been able to calm down just because Leonel said so, but, seeing the look in his eye, she could only sit obediently. The voting process went exactly as one would imagine. Even with attempts at refuting Raelian due to lack of evidence, Valiant Hall was still woefully unequipped to handle these matters, having never been challenged in this way before. With no suspense, Hero Peak won their suit by a landslide. As a freshman, Leonel didn't even have the right to vote, and he could only watch as the members of Valiant Hall trembled with rage. Sail balled her fists, her shoulders trembling. It felt as though everything she was trying to protect was coming crumbling down. In fact, it was the action she took that brought everything to a head. She couldn't help but be racked with guilt, embarrassment, and anger. There was only one chance she had to fix all of this. "Raelian, get down here," she roared, her aura causing whipping winds to slash across the stone platform. Chapter 656, Steel Plates. Chapter 656, Steel Plates, Big Sis. Gerson's face was filled with all sorts of complicated emotions. She could feel Sale's rage, but he also knew it was all futile. Defeating Raelian? It was impossible. Everyone knew how terrible his ability was. Even if he never trained an ounce of force in his life, he would be an undefeatable force. To ask Sale to carry this weight on her shoulders was no different from asking her to walk through a wall of fire. She might not even leave this place in one piece. Raelian looked down from the stone rising, his gaze just as expressionless. As though Sale's challenge didn't mean anything to him, he began to speak again. Now that the will of the people has been spoken, the context of the coming battle must be laid out. The crowd grew hushed once again, their emotions still boiling from the recent events. This was the most important part of every trial. After the majority agreed, the wager would be set. This wager would decide what changes would occur and what spoils would be given to the winner. Usually, this would just be a change in the percentage resource allocation. But something was telling the crowd now that this would be a much larger change. Raelian brought out another scroll and handed it to Hephaestus. With a toothy grin, Hephaestus accepted the scroll and leapt down from on high. His stride was so long that he practically did the splits in the air, plummeting down more than 20 meters and landing with a soft thud on the toes of his feet as though it was nothing. Hephaestus cracked his neck, standing amidst the ground of Valiant Hall members without a care in the world. It was as though he didn't fear them lashing out at all. "Well, aren't you all going to scram? I have a battle to fight," Hephaestus said with a wide, toothy yawn. If everyone didn't understand what was happening by now, they'd be fools. Rather than stepping forward himself, Raelian had actually sent Hephaestus to battle in his stead. This sort of nonchalance, Sale's chest was steaming pile of rage by this point, but she could only watch as the Valiant Hall crowd parted for Hephaestus to walk through them. With light toss, Hephaestus threw the scroll into a bowl. Immediately afterward, it erupted into a pillar of flames, but he didn't react much to this. It seemed that he was already prepared for this outcome. "It's been set," Hephaestus said with a grin, beginning to exaggeratedly stretch out his body. "Are you idiots still not leaving yet? There only needs to be 2 people up here." Hephaestus showed not the slightest hint of respect for the Valiant Hall members, forcing them to clear out even beneath their seething anger. "Are we really going to allow this?" Within the Founding Peak section, the elders had been watching the happenings without a word from start to finish. They had initially set up the Valiant Heart Mountain political system to allow competition between the youths, but they were certain that whatever changes Hero Peak had proposed with that scroll couldn't just be a matter of the younger generation. It would cause great rippling tides to drown whatever semblance of their old teachings that remained. If the elders of the organization couldn't tell that all of this was a farce, then who would? Still, even now, while Sale and Hephaestus faced each other in a pending duel, of them stepped forward to do anything. Even the elder who spoke had never really expected an answer to his question. For years, they had done it the traditional way. But those traditional ways were exactly what put them on the brink of destruction. Valiant Heart Mountain seemed to be at peace right now, even to a point where they could leisurely have such bouts of internal strife. But the elders knew better. They were a wilting flower, prepared to collapse at any moment. Maybe in as little as 10 years, they wouldn't be able to hold their heads up high any longer. But Raelian was a beacon of hope. Even if his methods were underhanded and cruel, which part of the dimensional verse was clean? Maybe, before it was all too late, they should try everything they could. Who knows, maybe this new system would bring about a surprise for them. Maybe, with this new system, they'd be able to rise from the ashes and become something greater. Who knows if these elders were correct or not? But What was true regardless was that an organization without courage would never get anywhere. Sale balled her fists, the air around her continuing to tremble. Hephaestus faced her with a cheeky grin, his back still bent over with terrible posture. But anyone with sharp senses could almost see the bestial aura forming around him. He looked like a beast pulling against its chain, the bars that locked him and just about to snap. It was the moment when his momentum reached its peak that he suddenly moved. His head fell toward the ground, his legs stretching out. His body seemed flexible in ways it shouldn't be, his movements far too agile to come from a human. A swirl of wind was left in his wake, an upsurge of air moving quickly as though in an attempt to fill the space he had just vacated. He appeared before Sale in the blink of an eye. Her face was still seething, her fists still balled tightly to the point her nails were outlined in a coating of dripping blood. Hephaestus's long legs whipped forward, his lanky arms tightening around his body. The sudden shift made the torque of his hips reach astonishing levels. It felt as though a viper was snapping at her head rather than a foot. It didn't seem impossible for such a strike to decapitate her entirely. It was then that Sale finally moved, her rage bubbling forth. Bang! She crossed her arms in the path of Hephaestus's foot, the torrent of raging winds causing her hair to flutter and even her cheeks to deform slightly. It sounded like two steel plates had collided, neither willing to give in to the other. Chapter 657, Vertical Slits. Chapter 657, Vertical Slits. Sale latched onto Hephaestus's leg, her eyes glowing with a dangerous light. This battle was indeed an insult to her. She, the preeminent youth of Valiant Hall, was looked down upon to the point of fighting a mere vice-leader of a peak. This kind of humiliation wasn't small. And the sinister plot behind it was even worse. She needed to win. She had to win. Sale's gaze grew bloodshot, her fury finally reaching a peak. She roared, blossoming blue tattoos of blooming flowers growing along her fair skin. Her wrists grew out with delicate blue lily petals and her hair lengthened, growing out into long, whipping vines. In what felt like an instant, the stage of the battle had been covered in these thick bluish-green vines, each blooming with large swaths of flowers. Sale's delicate exposed belly, her frail shoulders, even her lovely cheeks became covered in these tattoos. Yet, instead of ruining her appearance, it seemed to give her an exotic air. It was the kind of feeling one might have when gazing upon something alien. The feeling was only made more potent by the change in Sale's eyes. Her brown eyes became a bright blue, her irises morphing into the form of a six-petaled flower. Anyone who knew Sale knew that she was going all out. Sale's gaze glowed, her flower-petaled irises spinning one petal over. In that instant, a tattoo bloomed on Hephaestus's chest before he could put his leg away. Chuckling, Hephaestus finally pulled back, hopping through the network of vines and dodging their snapping whips as he touched the tattoo on his chest. Ho-ho, how curious. Hephaestus felt that his body was slightly sluggish, as though his force circulation had slowed. He suddenly ducked down, dodging a vine aimed for the back of his head. By the time he looked up, Sale was already before him again, her movements not affected by her obscenely long hair in the slightest. She threw out a punch, forcing Hephaestus to block with a knee. His chuckling grated on her ears. There was nothing she wanted more than to rip that smile off of his face. Ooh, big-chested beauty. Your eyes seem a little strained after that. Sale didn't respond, her fists raining down. The petals that surrounded her wrists suddenly separated, forming a hovering crown of sharp blades around her knuckles. Hephaestus's pupils constricted. His back arched backward until his palms touched the ground. The muscles of his torso flexed and writhed, his feet kicking up toward Sale's chin. Rather than meeting delicate skin, though, he found a blockade of vines in his way. Unable to dodge, his booming kick was stopped in its track. The air vibrated wildly as they clashed, but this time Hephaestus couldn't pull his leg free so easily. Vines wrapped around his ankle, lifting him up and into the air. At that moment, it was as though Sale was walking on air. The same petals that formed around her wrists formed around her ankles, anchoring her legs as they pierced into the ground. Using them to gather the momentum and foundation she needed, Sale's arms flexed, her back pulsing with strength as she sent a punch toward the dangling Hephaestus. Hee, how interesting. Hanging upside down, Hephaestus seemed as though he was still able to react perfectly. His palms flipped over, causing two daggers to appear. Each was 3/4 of a foot long, shimmering beneath the setting sun. Clang, clang, clang! The daggers in Sale's blade-like petals crossed, her fists' endless barrage being met and countered by Hephaestus instantly. At that moment, Sale's irises rotated by another petal, causing another flower tattoo to bloom on Hephaestus's body. In that small instant of time, Hephaestus's body slowed by another measure. He mistimed his block, Sale's fists shooting by his guard and ripping toward his chest. Hephaestus reacted as quickly as he could, flexing the muscle-dense tapestry that was his torso to swing himself to the side. But Sale's vines weren't stationary. Her gaze seemed to be able to counter everything, her sight seeing through Hephaestus's intentions with ease. In the instant Hephaestus wanted to swing, Sale's vines countered his weight, resulting in him staying in place. Pucky, the blue blades hovering around Sale's fists shot through Hephaestus's chest, piercing toward his heart. Her fury didn't seem to be satiated in the slightest. She wanted to watch her fists tear a hole through his body, to feel his blood running down her forearm. Valiant Heart Mountain meant too many things to Sail. She did everything she had to do, even lowering her head when she didn't want to, for the sake of watching it thrive and survive. There was little she cared more about than this. And of the few that existed, there was her master, a man she respected more than anyone else. Yet, not only was Hero Peak trying to force her dream to crumble, they were actually attacking her master in the process and dragging his name through the mud. She couldn't tolerate it, Sail roared, her fists driving forward. Her stance sunk downward, the petals around her ankles anchoring her into the ground as she pushed with all her might, the veins in her eyes practically bursting apart into a sea of red. At that moment, Hephaestus coughed, his body racked with pain. Oof, are you trying to kill me, big-chested beauty? Sail's pupils constricted. She found her petal blades were stuck, not because Hephaestus had caught her arm, but rather because she couldn't seem to slice through the bones of his ribcage. Taking advantage of Sail's shock, Hephaestus spun, rapidly slicing apart the vines around his ankle and landing nimbly to avoid the vines that covered the ground. He looked down at his chest, watching the blood trickle down the blue tattoo that now covered it. He looked back up and grinned, licking his lips. But all Sail saw were the vertical slits his pupils became. Chapter 658, Fun. Chapter 658, Fun, your ability isn't bad, big-chested beauty. Did we strike a nerve? Sail's ability wasn't one that was publicly known. It was often difficult to tell what a person's ability was unless it was far too outside the norm. Something like the combination of techniques Sail had just used were most definitely too out there to not be an ability. Her eye technique especially made Hephaestus quite serious despite the grin on his face. She had only landed 2 of those tattoos on him, but just those 2 was enough to cut his force circulation down by 20%. Whether it was his force control or output, it all took a hit. Beyond that, Hephaestus's instincts also told him that landing these tattoos also allowed Sails to see through his force circulation as well, as though she had a connection to them. While her tattoos were hindering his force circulation, she could sense this flow and predict his next action based on this. It was truly a fearsome ability, indeed worthy of coming from a top disciple of Valiant Hall. In fact, if it wasn't for the lack of destructive ability, Hephaestus would feel that this ability was even better than Raelion's. If Hephaestus was honest, Sail's ability might even be at a higher evolutionary stage than Raelion's too. But there was a difference between Sail and Raelion. Hephaestus grinned a toothy grin when Sail didn't respond. I guess it's about time I get serious. It's a shame, big-chested beauty, you would think you would have realized by now that a fancier ability doesn't necessarily make you more powerful. At that moment, the change to Hephaestus's eyes set, his eyes glowing with a radiant yellow as the sun continued to set. His muscles wiggled and writhed, seemingly intent on bursting out from Hephaestus's tanned layer of skin. If Sail's ability made her a radiant diamond, Hephaestus' ability was just a copper coin found by the roadside. Sail could use all these beautiful tattoos and flower petals. As for Hephaestus, his ability was known simply from its title, Beast Mimicry. Author's note, stay away, Kiba Hephaestus could copy the physique of any beast he consumed the meat of into a humanoid figure. It allowed him their agility, their flexibility, their strength, and their instincts all in a human form. Of course, he could do this with beasts only powerful to a certain limit. Or, rather, the more powerful the beast, the more of its meat he would need. Even a lower-level beast would need tens of carcasses for him to devour. However, even though Hephaestus could do so with any beast, he didn't. Rather, there was just one beast he liked to consume. One of the most powerful beasts of Valiant Heart Mountain, the black-patterned jaguar. Hephaestus's canines grew, his body crouching. Sail's pupils constricted. Bang! The ground beneath Hephaestus's feet cracked, the wind pressure of his sudden movement blowing the vines that had been near his feet away. In a flash, he appeared before Sail. With quick reactions, Sail countered the punch of his dagger, aiming for his head. She didn't block in the slightest. She directly pitted her determination against Hephaestus's as though she couldn't sense the blade striking toward her liver. However, Hephaestus was dauntless. Mid-flight, his shoulder dropped and his neck curled to one side. Sail immediately realized that if the trajectory of her punch were to continue, she would take a small chunk of Hephaestus's shoulder. But if she didn't pull back, her torso would be stabbed through. Sail abandoned her thoughts of countering, retreating instantly. But it was then that her irises rotated by yet another petal. This was her true goal. As long as this tattoo landed, a 30% decline wasn't something even Hephaestus's ability could bridge the gap of. However, almost instantaneously, Hephaestus's strike came to a grinding halt at the same time. As though an agile jaguar, his muscles flexed all at once, his body hopping to one side. It was then that Sail's irises stopped rotating, but there was no third tattoo that appeared on Hephaestus. Eyesight was near instantaneous. But, as expected, the flower pattern had to travel through the air to land, making it avoidable. And, if Hephaestus was correct, Sail wouldn't be able to prepare another for another few minutes. He leapt forward, his daggers raining down in a combination of feints and sharp attacks. Sail landed a heavy foot backward, the blades hovering around her feet cracking the ground. But, at that moment, rather than helping her, they were a hindrance. When Sail went to lift her foot to take another step back and reposition herself for a counter, the split moment it took for her to pull out were all Hephaestus needed. He closed the distance between them, his daggers sweeping across and causing arcs of crimson to bloom. Sail narrowly dodged, her gaze flashing with anger when she realized that Hephaestus almost ripped her chestband in two. Was he still trying to humiliate her? In the next instant she winced, feeling a deep slice run through her torso. "Sail!" Gerson roared from the sidelines. Hephaestus's attack was relentless. The moment Sail suffered her first injury, it wasn't long before she suffered a second, then a third. As though a beast cornering their prey, Hephaestus's gaze bore down. He stalked forward, her momentum increasing and his canines glistening. His body became a lethal killing machine. His close combat ability was off the charts. His reaction time, his combination attacks, his counters. Each was more furious than the last. With just his two arms, he seemed capable of battling all of Sail's vines alone with her own arms and feet simultaneously. A single one of his strikes could sever a vine and counter her blade-infused punches. A single swing of his blade could tear a cut into her delicate skin and push her further into the pits of despair. The reversal was near instantaneous, and it only occurred to a single mistake, a single lapse. But in a battle of experts, this was all it took. Sail was pushed nearer to the end of the arena, her hatred brimming forth so fiercely that unshed tears brimmed at her eyes. However, what did fall wasn't those tears, but rather the blood from her popped blood vessels as she tried again and again to use her ability, only for Hephaestus to dodge as though he could predict her action before she took them. The members of Valiant Hall clenched their fists. Many shouted for Sail to just give up, but she didn't seem to hear any of them as the blood fell from her cheeks. Hephaestus cocked his hip back, his torso flexing as his leg whipped forward. It seemed to be the same strike he started the battle with, a devastating kick to the head capable of decapitating such a frail beauty. However, compared to then, after activating his ability in full, it was more than 3 times as lethal. Sail reacted quickly, putting up her arms to block. But this action was as good as giving up her arms for the rest of the battle. She already knew what would happen. It was then the words were spoken. "I think that's enough. Valiant Hall has lost." It was impossible to tell when exactly he appeared, but Leonel grabbed at Hephaestus's leg while sweeping Sail in his other arm. Bang! Both Leonel and Sail were sent flying, skidding across the arena and almost falling over another side. Leonel whistled, looking at his hand just as he managed to steady his feet from falling over the edge. He couldn't help but smile a bit bitterly. "Seems my wrist is fractured." He looked down at Sail, who seemed to have all but collapsed from exhaustion. Shaking his head, he walked down from the arena without looking back at Hephaestus. Withstanding the furious gazes of the Valiant Hall members, he handed Sail, who had fallen unconscious, to Gerson. "Let's go," Leonel said to Ina. "Let them have their fun for now." Leonel looked over his shoulder one last time, his gaze locking onto Raelion. A small smile tugged at his lip before he left. An odd atmosphere hung over the arena. Chapter 659, Abolish Those in the Arena found it difficult to wrap their heads around what had just happened. They had all thought that some knight in shining armor was planning on swooping in, yet after saving Sail, this mysterious person hadn't done anything else. No one was sure how this person appeared, or how they even managed to stop Hephaestus's furious kick without suffering severely for it. It was as though he had simply teleported to the location. Of course, there were some who made the connection between this mysterious person and the posters that had been recently taken down. By extension, they also realized that it was this young man who was meant to be considered their public enemy at the moment. But this only made things more confusing. On the surface, it made sense. Since Valiant Hall and this young man were in cahoots from the very beginning, didn't it make sense for him to save Sail? But on a deeper level, this was pure nonsense. Raelion had painted a much different picture. The narrative he had formed wasn't one of mutual interest, but rather one of a man with a powerful background preying on the corruption of Valiant Hall. If this latter story was the truth, would the arrogant young master described ever care to save anyone useless to him? In fact, shouldn't he be raging about since his name being swept through the mud? The odd shift in the atmosphere occurred without a single word being exchanged. But what was done was done. The moment Sail was unable to battle, Hero Peak had already won, and the changes they wanted to implement to Valiant Heart Mountain would soon rule all of their lives. Yet, in the moment he should have been basking in his victory, Raelion's expressionless gaze flickered. Only the well-learned, thoughtful, and intelligent would be able to reach the second layer of analysis needed to understand the underlying oddity of Leonel's actions. The vast majority of people were not this, and still felt that Leonel had acted because he was allied with Valiant Hall. But the support of such people was meaningless to Raelion. Such fools who could be so easily swayed could just as easily be swayed in a new direction tomorrow. Even as the first to leave the arena, allowing them to walk through the empty streets of the city, Ina was still fuming. Though her enraged expression was hidden beneath her mask, Leonel still thought that it would be boundlessly adorable. "There's no need to waste your emotions on them," Leonel said with a chuckle. Still, in thanks for his efforts, he received a glare in return. Ina wasn't wrong to feel this way. Leonel always saw blood when someone poked at Ina, yet now he was telling her to not feel enraged for the vice versa. He was definitely being a hypocrite. Still, Leonel continued to chuckle. He really didn't care about this very much. In fact, he was almost happy it happened. He found this to be much more interesting. He could even see a quicker path toward curing Ina now. How could he not be happy? Seeing that Ina was still upset though, Leonel sighed. What I did at the end was really the most I could do under those circumstances. Proving my strength or displaying my force crafting ability wouldn't have been as impactful as you think. In the story he painted of me, the Raylion guy implicitly acknowledged my prowess. How can someone who is weak kill 3 Hero Peak members and destroy King of Aura's faction? What infuriated the people most was my sense of superiority, so how would proving my superiority all the more help me? It would at most be short-term satisfaction that could easily be spun on its head, especially since I had no legal pathway to participate in these matters. Ina bit her lip beneath her mask, knowing that Leonel was correct. Had Leonel been a part of Valiant Hall, things might have been different. In the worst case, he could just battle Hephaestus personally, even though he had apparently underestimated the strength of this vice leader. None of these are reasons to be smiling, Ina finally said. How could I not be smiling? They're about to give me exactly what I want the most. Leonel grinned. Ina looked up toward the side of Leonel's face in confusion. Think about it. Hero Peak has already effectively been the ruler of the peaks for a long time now. They control 20% of the resources just like Valiant Hall does, and no one can challenge their position due to their apparently undefeatable leader. With their strength, they have the power to sway the politics of Valiant Heart Mountain any way they please. And those elders have apparently already decided on Raylion being their next head, so they're allowing him to do whatever he wants. Knowing all of this, what else could Hero Peak possibly want? Where is there more power for them to grasp? What could they do to claim more strength for themselves? Ina's eyes narrowed. Weaken the other peaks. Exactly. They don't care to take over Valiant Hall's position. What would that do for them? They already control much of everything without the forced label of having to be neutral. In that case, their goal is to break the balance and weaken their opposition, and the best way to do that is to abolish the peak system entirely. Ina's pupils constricted. Just snatching away more resources for Hero Peak wouldn't work. Raylion would just end up fueling the discontent of the more common talents of Valiant Hall. In that case, he has to snatch those resources away using an above-board manner. In order to stop the laymen from realizing what's happening right under their noses, he'll abolish the peak system, opening up Valiant Heart Mountain. In the old system, Hero Peak would always be capped at 20% of the resources. But if there is no longer a Hero Peak, it becomes a free-for-all, and suddenly that hard cap becomes much larger. Ina calmed, her irises flickering. He wants a place where the law of the jungle truly rules. Exactly. You don't have enough resources? You must be too weak. Why would you blame others for your own failures? Leonel said in a steady tone. But why would I fear such an environment? At that moment, Leonel suddenly heard the sound of a sneer. You certainly talk a lot for a freshman without a peak. Chapter 660. Gloom Leonel didn't look very surprised when he looked up. There might be an ability out there that could catch his senses off guard. In fact, he had run into one during the freshman trials, but it was clear that this older woman before him didn't have one. Or maybe she just thought that her previous concealment was good enough. Magnaril appeared before the couple silently. Her graying hair was done up in an untidy bun, her appearance being somewhat eccentric. She had thought that Leonel would be shocked by her appearance, but she was quite bitterly disappointed. Little Ina, is this where you've been? You didn't even leave a word behind. Leonel curiously observed Ina. It seemed that these two knew each other. Honestly, Leonel had thought that this was an elder Valiant Heart Mountain might have sent for the sake of trying to appease him. In reality, Leonel wasn't aware of who was in the know about the affairs surrounding him. He hardly knew much about the structure of Valiant Heart Mountain, let alone understanding which elders were considered the highest echelon and which weren't. But it seemed that he was wrong. This meant one of two things. Either Valiant Heart was no longer afraid of offending him, something that was highly unlikely, or the highest echelon weren't aware that he had been dragged into this matter at all. How likely was it that the highest-ranking members of Valiant Heart, existences deep within the fifth dimension, had time to care about prank posters posted about a freshman? They might not even understand who Raylion had been referring to. Elder Magnaril, what brings you here? After a small hint of surprise, Ina politely responded just the same way one would expect someone younger to speak to a member of the older generation. How could I not come here and see who my disciple is frolicking about with? You know, the reputation of a young woman is very important. Ina's brow wrinkled. She had felt all right with leaving this woman because she had already learned everything there was to learn from her after engrossing herself in study for almost 2 months. Magnaril kept insisting that Ina become her disciple, but Ina's perspective on such things was different from Leonel. Leonel might not care very much about such a title. He had grown up on Earth, so the importance he attached to the word masters wasn't very high. In his mind, it wouldn't be much different from having another coach. However, to Ina, who was far deeper into her understanding of this world in comparison to Leonel, she knew the heaviness one placed on such a title. Ina would accept her as a teacher, but a master? Ina didn't think they were fated in such a way. Yet this woman kept calling her a disciple and was now commenting on her relationship. Leonel wasn't quite sure how to step in, even though his brows were raised at an odd slant. I'll keep Elder Magnaril's words in mind, Ina said lightly. Magnaril shook her head, feeling Ina pulling further away. Seeing that this wasn't working, she turned her attention toward Leonel. Boy, how did you get involved in these matters? What matters? Leonel blinked. Do you take me for a fool? Even if I wasn't aware before, there's most definitely a grudge between you and Hero Peak. If not, you'd have a screw loose for interfering in that battle at the moment you did. Oh, that? Leonel shrugged. Is having a few grudges with Hero Peak a big deal? Of course it is a big deal. You don't need to pretend. I know you suffered no small defeat thanks to that one attack. If you can't even withstand a single strike from Hephaestus, what makes you think you can take on Raelian? Leonel really wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at the antics of this old woman. He didn't even know what her purpose here was exactly. He found it difficult to get mad at an old lady who had to strain her head to look up at him just to meet his eyes. Rather than Leonel, it was actually Ina who didn't like Magnaril's words very much. Elder Magnaril, I think that's enough. The old lady frowned, clearly not liking the tone of Ina's voice. Don't you know that being embroiled in these things will only slow down your speed of improvement? If you have grudges with such powerful students so early on without having the strength to protect yourself, you'll be hampering your own growth. Are you willing to allow yourself to be dragged down? Ina's gaze sparked, but Leonel pulled her back. Thank you for your kind intentions, Elder Magnaril, Leonel said with a light smile. Bah, who's your elder? The biggest thank you that you could give me is leaving Ina alone. Leonel smiled and pulled Ina along to walk past Magnaril. He seemingly didn't take the words of this old lady to heart. However, Magnaril was stunned. She was an elder of Valiant Heart Mountain. Was she really being ignored like this? She was just about to snap with rage again when she suddenly heard Leonel chuckling about something. I really don't get it. Why do people think I'd be afraid of someone who didn't even dare to say my name? Magnaril stood frozen in place, her next shrill comment caught in her throat. As though Leonel's true ability was to see into the future, matters worked out exactly as he had predicted. The peak system was abolished, no longer requiring students to join specific peaks for the sake of using unique resources. Rather, everything now functioned via a merit system. Due to the distrust many had for Valiant Hall, all previously earned merit points were deemed null with the sole exception of those gained via battle missions which had easily verifiable conclusions. With Valiant Hall abolished, a new neutral party was needed to be constructed. But, rather than forming a separate existence, a council was constructed. This council, known as the Valiant Council, would be made of the most senior youths. It was hardly a surprise that the majority of this council was quickly filled with former Hero Peak members, among which was a certain King of Oris Seriath who had seemingly vanished during the past month. It was while these vast and sweeping changes were occurring that Leonel brought Ina back to Kayela's home, only to find a far gloomier atmosphere than even he was expecting. Chapter 661, Do You? Second Chapter 02, Leonel led Ina into the basement. The sudden movement caused everyone to look in his direction simultaneously, their gloominess on full display. Kayela smiled somewhat weakly when she saw Leonel. Realizing that he was holding a girl's small hand, she looked over and gave a polite nod to Ina as well. As for the fact she was wearing a mask, well, Kayela wore a lab coat everywhere, so who was she to judge? Leonel scanned their faces. He couldn't help but feel a twang of guilt seeing their downcast expressions. The truth was that Leonel wasn't very surprised to find them all here. It was clear and obvious that none of them cared to go to the arena after hearing the bells because they somewhat already knew what would happen. However, what Leonel didn't expect was, I'm sorry. After a deep breath, Kayela suddenly stood and bowed to everyone. She did so deeply that her forehead almost rebounded against her shins. It would have almost been comical had tears she had been holding back not spilled forth at that very moment. It was obvious to everyone that Kayela was only waiting for everyone to be present for her to give this apology. All her frustration and rage welled up in her eyes, flooding forth. It became obvious very quickly that she had only bowed so low in an attempt to hide the tears she could no longer hold back. It's all my fault. The moment I saw him, I should have known things wouldn't be so simple and should have pulled us all out. It's my fault. It's all my fault. She felt that she had failed as a leader. She had walked them all right into a trap and wasn't even any wiser. She knew that her former master wasn't such a nice person, and neither were his wives. Each was more evil than the last. To have trusted them was the worst mistake she could have ever made. Kayla's knees buckled, falling to the ground, but before she could lose balance, a strong arm had already propped her up. Leonel's arm had reached forward at the same time as Rum's, but his speed was much faster. It was easy for Leonel to tell that Rum wouldn't have made it in time. With a subtle wink, Leonel passed Kayla off to Rum, but the big man was just as depressed as everyone else and hardly noticed this at all. It's not our fault at all, Kayla, Lydia immediately interjected, rushing up and helping Kayla to wipe her tears. We'd never blame you for something so sinister. It was clear that we were just unlucky to be targeted. Everyone supported Leisha's words. Even the quiet filly hummed in almost silent acceptance. Leonel sighed. If there was anyone to blame, it would be him. Kayla was a convenient target, not much unlike he was. Leonel had a feeling, though, that regardless of which faction he had chosen to enter, the result would have been the same. Now, not only had their name been dragged through the mud, but all the resources they had poured into their products were considered to have been wasted too. They had no ores left, their merit points were now deemed useless, and even if by some miracle they managed to recover, who would buy from them? Realizing this, even with the comfort of everyone, Kayla couldn't hold back her stream of tears, her shoulders quaking. Years ago, she had left the safety of Valiant Hall because she believed her master wasn't looking out for her. Since then, despite having poor combat prowess as a crafter, she managed to join Brave Peak and claw her way back, gathering a group of friends and setting out to build her own faction. Unfortunately, things like this never went smoothly. Everywhere she went, it seemed that she would run into another roadblock. Whether it was the soaring price of ores, the monopoly on stores, the difficulty in completing a novel design with her lack of knowledge, it was like continuously climbing one mountain after another. Yet, when she finally reached the peak of the last, instead of finding shining sun and colorful rainbows, she found a steep drop into an endless abyss she could never climb back out from. All those years of torture and laborious work didn't break her, but this most definitely did. Ina clenched her fists watching Kayla's breakdown. She didn't know of her story, but she could still feel a shadow of something familiar when she looked at her. It almost felt like Ina was watching a possible ending for herself. The dimensional verse was a cruel world. Hard work didn't necessarily mean you would succeed. The successful like to think that they reached their level simply because they did and sacrificed more. But this was nothing but the rose-tinted glasses of the rich and privileged. Hard work guaranteed you nothing. Sacrifice guaranteed you nothing. For a long while, Leonel stood and said nothing. He crossed his arms across his chest, allowing the group to comfort each other. Watching them support their leader in her time of need made his heart warm, but one wouldn't be able to tell by the look on his face. Leonel emotionlessly watched it all from start to finish, as though engraving this moment into his mind. Every tear, every tremble, every sob, he imprinted it all. Eventually, Kayla managed to hiccup her way into a semblance of a steady breath. She felt quite embarrassed by her actions. Her plan was to apologize and then try to prepare a future path for everyone, likely without herself. But, instead of succeeding in this, she had made a bumbling fool of herself. She looked toward Leonel with a hint of shame on her face, but all she saw was a sturdy pillar, standing there as though the world couldn't impact him in the slightest. Leonel suddenly smiled, but somehow, it seemed detached, as though it was a reflex rather than a display of his genuine emotion. Now that that's out of your system, Leonel said slowly, do you want to watch Valiant Heart Mountain dance on the palm of your hands? Chapter 662, Challenge. Leonel's words seemed to come with an air of calm around them. Despite the fact he didn't explain any detailed plan, they somehow felt at ease. If others knew of this, they might find it to be quite baffling. Leonel's words effectively amounted to telling them to wait patiently and nothing else, yet they gobbled it up like naive children. But maybe this was just a product of how broken their spirits were. Any small light of hope they could get was enough to calm their hearts. It might have been, as the saying went, ignorance was bliss. Maybe by choosing to live in ignorance, they would stave off this pain for just a small bit longer. Do we really just have to wait? Kayla asked softly. Her eyes were still puffy from her tears, but she still gathered herself up for long enough to say these words. Unlike the others, she couldn't afford to just accept everything at face value. It was exactly this passiveness that she felt landed them in this situation to begin with. Leonel smiled reassuringly. We just need to wait for the honeymoon period to come to an end. It might take a week, it might take a month, but once we hit that tipping point, it'll be time to make our move. Kayla opened her mouth to respond, but she really didn't know what to say. At this point, she could only take Leonel's words at face value. Then, what do we do in the meantime? We don't have any resources, and our merit points became useless before we even got a chance to use them. All I managed to buy were some rations to fill up our empty fridge, but I didn't really expect that to last more than a month. In this new system, even something as simple as good had to be scratched and clawed for. The so-called rations Kayla bought in the past were only a result of her own quirks. She didn't like spending money, so she often bought dry rations that most only bought for the sake of missions. Most of the time, the group would rather eat at the free lunches given by the freshman quarters or the peaks, but now there would be no such thing. Even the freshmen would begin to starve unless they had the capital to trade large amounts of herbe ore. Either that, or they'd have to go hunting on their own. Basically, all freshman perks had been stripped. The only benefit they had gained was that now they were allowed to travel outside the mountain range on their own without first passing any peak exams. But that was about as good as telling them that they had the right to go and die now. Thinking of freshmen, Leonel couldn't help but be keenly aware that Radless was nowhere to be seen at the moment. However, he only spared it a fleeting thought. I sent him away since he was never really one of us to begin with, Kayla said softly as though she could read Leonel's mind. That's not a problem. He might be even more useful when he isn't here. As for food, don't worry about it. I also plan to take no small number of missions quite soon. But as for what you can do now, Leonel flipped his palm, secretly communicating with the segmented cube as he sent out one ore vein after another. How about train? Leonel grinned. He might have used up much of Camelot's high-level ores, but Leonel had a city's worth of low-level ores he had yet to use, all of which he got from the Hive during his time with the Slayer Legion. For Leonel's current needs, these low-level ores were too weak to build anything that could be useful to improving his strength. However, his strength wasn't what would need help very soon. I'm going to impart some low-level force arts to you. With your current level of skill, you should be able to grasp them quickly, and it should help solidify your foundations. After that, we'll be able to start preparing. But Lytia's twin sister Medea couldn't help but speak up in her soft voice. Though she didn't say the words, they hung at the tip of her tongue. Even without her bluntly stating it, everyone else was already aware. Though they were happy to learn new force arts, what good was it when no one would buy from them? Even if someone was willing to take the risk, who would dare to offend the members of Hero Peak? Though the peak system had been dissolved, only the naive believed that they would all be one happy family now. Toward this question, though, Leonel only smiled mysteriously, not explaining further. 3 days later, Leonel left the small abode under the shadow of Brave Peak and headed toward the former location of Valiant Hall. He walked hand in hand with Ina, not caring in the slightest for what looks he might receive. He strolled through the front doors, walking into the hustle and bustle. Compared to when he first entered Valiant Hall, it felt even rowdier. The excitement of the new changes still hadn't quite settled just yet, so everyone was still hopping around with mad joy. A few recognized Leonel and gave him hostile glances, but it wasn't exaggerated enough for everyone to stop what they were doing to look toward him. Without a care, Leonel made his way to the front counter. There were many receptionists manning the long, curved desk, but one didn't need to go through them to accomplish their goals. One would only need a receptionist upon handing in a mission. But as for accepting them, it was a simple matter. Leonel reached forward to open a catalog of missions, only for a large hand to slam onto the cover before he got a chance to open it. Leonel gazed at the hand for a while before his eyes traveled up to the face of its owner. On the end of it, he found a young man with a patchy beard he could probably do with shaving clean. Despite being a head shorter than Leonel, he had the haughtiness of someone twice his height. "Is something the matter?" Leonel asked calmly. "Obviously, you're not welcomed here, Scram." The words immediately drew far more attention than Leonel's silent appearance had. "Oh?" Leonel raised an eyebrow. "And why's that? Did you not hear me? Scram." The sneer of the young man only deepened. Interesting. Before the young man could react, Leonel tapped his identification ring onto his. A small light spread out between the two of them, immediately forming an illusory dueling stage. The only oddity was that this dueling stage was split in half by a receptionist's desk. OC challenge issued and accepted L. Leonel Morales, W. L. Halgo Warren A.N. The words hovered in the air about the two, making their names clearly visible to all who were around. Leonel reached a hand forward and caught the front outline of Halgo's hair. Bang! Halgo found his nose smashing into the catalog, a dizziness he had never experienced before, making his sight blurry. Chapter 663, His Eyes Bang. The first hit left Halgo in a complete daze, but the second made his vision go black. The last thing he felt was a rush of heat to his nose before he collapsed to the ground. As for everyone else, all they saw was a flash of light denoting the start of the duel, only for it to quickly end in a fountain of blood spraying out from Halgo's nose. Yet, not only did the blood not touch Leonel, it didn't even touch the catalog either. By some mysterious force, it shot back, splattering all over the falling Halgo's face. Leonel blinked, looking toward Ina. "Is that another cool vampire ability?" Ina pouted slightly beneath her mask. "I'm not a vampire. Are you sure about that?" Leonel grinned. Ina turned away and ignored him. How could she be a vampire? Wasn't she walking around in the sun just fine? Garlic was probably her favorite flavor to add to food. Plus, she never really craved blood, unless you counted that one instance. Leonel was just teasing her. As though the couple couldn't sense all the eyes around them, they bantered as Leonel flipped through the selection of missions. A shame. A while later, Leonel shook his head. "Seems we can only take missions allowed for black belts." In that case, Leonel took 10 missions. Truthfully, he wanted to take more despite the penalty and time constraints placed on these missions, but he decided to hold back a bit. Plus, there might just be more to do than just these missions once he stepped out. "Let's take these 10. They have relatively good rewards. Once we accumulate enough, it'll be easier to promote to white belt and open up more avenues for us. Don't you think it would be easier if we prioritized being promoted first?" Ina wasn't exactly wrong. Nibbling at these easy missions was a good way to waste time. There were a lot of things about the changes to the rules that benefited them. For example, the duel Leonel just initiated. This duel had always been a part of Valiant Heart Mountain's culture, but now it was even more important and prominent. In the past, it was only used to clear up grudges and essentially sanction battles that occurred within Valiant City. That way, one wouldn't be accused of breaking the rules like Leonel had been on his first day here. But now, thanks to the rule changes, it had essentially become a court system, not much unlike the Valiant Hall meeting that was called just 3 days ago, except on a smaller scale. Now, it wasn't just for settling grudges, but could be used to battle for resources, decide contracts, and many other similar things. In fact, the only rule policing these duels was that those of higher belts couldn't challenge their younger classmen. However, while this was a benefit, there were still many other hindrances. Black belts, while receiving these protections, were also restricted in many ways. There were certain kinds of resources that black belts couldn't touch, certain establishments within the city they couldn't enter, and, as seen here, certain missions they couldn't choose. In Ina's opinion, it would make more sense to raise their status first, even if things might get a little bit prickly for a moment. Leonel smiled. "No rush. All right, you keep being mysterious. I can be mysterious too." Ina said these words without much oddity in her tone, but she seemed to be hinting at something that made Leonel freeze. "Wait, what is that supposed to mean?" Ina gazed up at Leonel as they began to walk toward the exit together. I don't know. What does it mean? She replied. At that moment, the little mink hopped out from the segmented cube, nuzzling up against Ina. Letting go of Leonel's hand, Ina began to play with the little guy. Yes, we don't need him, right? He can go act mysterious by himself. Ina smiled sweetly beneath her mask, stroking little Blackstar's glossy fur. The little mink nodded in agreement. Yep. Leonel opened his mouth to say something, but he already felt as though he had been checkmated. All right, you win. Leonel laughed. Being a black belt is restrictive, but it's also freeing, too. There are quite a few loopholes in their new laws as well. The fact that higher-ranked belts can't challenge lower-ranked ones is just the first. For example, black belts might not be able to own ore mines or stores or even form factions of their own. But they likewise don't have to report what they gain on missions or pay taxes on their resources. You're planning on causing trouble again, aren't you? Ina shook her head. Me? Trouble? Never. You said 3 days ago that we couldn't solve things with violence, yet what was the first thing you did when you ran into a roadblock today? Leonel coughed. Extenuating circumstances. Ina giggled, ignoring Leonel's shamelessness. Just as the couple were chatting and laughing, they had made their way to the exit of the former Valiant Hall. They didn't seem to notice that most of the attention was still focused on them at all. They might as well have been in their own world. It was then, though, that a small group of 5 happened to be walking in their direction. Completely focused on Ina, Leonel's senses only noted that these people were there, but he didn't really care to identify them. That was until he noticed that they had come to a stop before them, all of their auras locked onto him simultaneously. Leonel finally looked up only to find a face that he recognized immediately. In fact, he recognized multiple. There was the jagged-toothed Cormus, the giant sword-wielding Ardrin, and even Nigmir, who seemed to have recovered quite well from a spear in the chest. As for the last 2, though, Leonel didn't recognize them at all. One was a young lady with fiery red hair that seemed to be accented with highlights of blackness, but it was the second that caught Leonel's attention the most. His eyes were dangerous. It didn't take Leonel much to understand who this person was. It was none other than the King of Ors, Seriath. Leonel's smiling expression gave way to a coldness, a heavy air forcing the surroundings into silence. Chapter 664. Hyena Seriath had a tall stature, being just 2 or 3 inches short of Leonel. From his exposed torso, he didn't seem to be very muscular. In fact, compared to the others Leonel constantly ran into, he could be considered to be average at best in terms of physique. Other than being somewhat lean, he didn't have any other standout qualities. However, it wasn't his physical stature that made those around him feel uncomfortable. It was most definitely the look in his eyes. Meeting his gaze felt like locking onto a venomous snake. He seemed capable of peering through everything, his intuition and sharpness reaching a level that most couldn't hope to ever even touch. Seriath was very used to people looking away when they saw his gaze for the first time. Even if they recovered later, that first instance would leave a mark on their soul. However, to his surprise, Leonel didn't seem to be one of these individuals. In fact, he locked onto Seriath as though he was a beast who had finally found his prey. The flood that was Leonel's aura made it feel as though the gravity in the surroundings had grown by a factor of 10. Hardly anyone dared to breathe too heavily, scared to gain the ire of this beast. I received word that there's been a disturbance here. Seriath suddenly spoke, far more quickly than anyone expected him to. Others would have assumed that this standoff would last much longer, but Seriath was far too cunning for this. Seeing that he had lost to Leonel in momentum, he immediately shifted tactics. Care to elaborate? Disturbance? I didn't see any, Leonel said plainly. Seriath didn't seem surprised by this response. He continued to speak unhurriedly. Are you aware that lying to a member of the Valiant Council is considered to be an act of rebellion? I'm well aware of all your little rules, Leonel replied. Unfortunately, though, disturbance isn't clearly defined within your bylaws, so I can only interpret your question to the best of my ability. If, though, what you meant was to ask if a battle had occurred, then the answer is yes. But this was a sanctioned battle recognized by Valiant Heart. Seriath's gaze narrowed. Oh? In that case, it seems that I've made this trip for nothing. Indeed. Leonel nodded, moving to walk by Seriath. But you also seem to have a habit of doing exactly that, no? Seriath didn't react much to these words, but Nigmir's forehead vein bulged. It seemed like he wanted to attack any moment now. How could he not tell that Leonel was referring to the matters of that day? In fact, it felt as though he was publicly mocking them. Back then, not only did Seriath come too late to do much of anything, for the sake of the bigger picture, he also had to swallow his pride and wait patiently for all the matters to be concluded. It was precisely because of Seriath that their plot went so smoothly, and it was also because of this. His path toward the Blue Belt was so easy, and why he had a place reserved for himself on the Valiant Council despite being the youngest member. Now, they could only watch as Leonel's back receded further and further away. King, we should have taught that brat a lesson. We could have easily come up with any number of fake charges if we wanted to. Unable to hold back his anger after Leonel had left, Nigmir couldn't help but growl this out in a low tone. But what he received in return was a smack to the back of the head. This smack wasn't from Seriath, but rather the red-headed beauty beside him, Anlin. Don't say such stupid things again, Aelin warned. Nigmir bit his teeth. Why? If it wasn't because he knew that this woman was Sarioth's closest confidant, he would have most definitely lashed out by now. Use your head. Why is it that that brat was effectively accused of killing 10 students, a crime punishable by death, yet is still able to walk and strut about? Nigmir froze. Now you want to use your head? Do you really think that Raelian didn't say his name because he disdained to? That was just a convenient excuse. The real reason he didn't say that kid's name is because it's obvious that the elders are hiding a secret about him that they haven't told any of us. Not saying his name is akin to leaving us a way out should anything go wrong in the future. As long as matters stay like this and everything remains above board, things can be dismissed as matters between kids. But the moment you start bending rules to suit your needs, it becomes bigger than that. Rules are agreed upon by the upper echelon. If they're ignored, it can be argued that it's by tacit agreement of the elders. In that case, this matter will blow up. He can be suppressed, he can be bullied, and even somewhat humiliated, but don't take things too far until we learn of what his background really is. Nigmir clenched his jaw so tightly that his gums almost bled. Are you trying to tell me that we should just let him strut about as he pleases because he comes from a powerful family? Are you a child? Anlin snapped. That's exactly what I'm saying. The world isn't fair. You better put that murderous intent of yours away. It's not like you can defeat him anyway. The only reason Raelian pitted himself against this Leonel so firmly was to force the elders to choose. He sees himself as the future of Valiant Heart Mountain and can't allow the elders to be swayed by the potential of outside support. None of that means that he's willing to become enemies with such a family. If you want to seek death, do it yourself. This arena we're playing in right now is a duel between those two. Read some history books if you want to find out what happens to those who stick their noses into the battle between two lions. Sarioth didn't say a word from start to finish. But his gaze told a completely different tale outside his expressionless visage. Two lions, huh? Aren't their corpses devoured by the hyena in the end regardless? Chapter 665, The Weather Problem. You aren't going to do any work? Aina sent a glance back toward Leonel, standing over a beast corpse. As opposed to Earth, which was mostly water, the world Valiant Heart Mountain resided on was mostly land. This not only made water an extremely valuable resource, but it also made controlling ownership of land just as difficult. One would think that the reason Valiant Heart Mountain was set up at its current location was because of the 7 peaks acting as a great protective barrier. But the truth was that this was only a secondary condition. The main reason that location was chosen was due to the floating islands, namely, the waterfall phenomenon on said floating islands. With the Valiant Heart world being over 90% land, and with the remaining 10% of water being mostly salt, it was no surprise that such freshwater sources were incredibly valuable. This was all to say that many of the missions Valiant Heart handed out in exchange for merit points were population control missions. Of course, not population control for people, but rather beasts. One would think that with such a low supply of water, the population of beasts would also suffer, and this line of thinking wouldn't be wrong. However, before one could reach that saturation level, Valiant Heart Mountain would likely be overrun. As one might expect then, all of the missions Leonel chose were targeted toward these matters. And, since they were freshman missions, all the beasts were also quite weak and easy to deal with. In fact, Leonel felt that the beasts that had stored the regular tags from the freshman exam were actually more powerful than their current targets, let alone the golden tag beasts. The result was Leonel watching Aina do all the work while he supposedly laid back. It was no wonder she was complaining. Leonel grinned from atop a tree. I can't enjoy watching my girlfriend fight? Your battle tactics are too mesmerizing. Aina blushed beneath her mask, but unfortunately for Leonel, he couldn't see it. Instead, all he received was a scathing reply. You have that sort of fetish? Aina blinked innocently, but there was very clearly a judgy light in her eyes. Leonel looked from Aina toward the massive axe in her hand, and then back. Thinking about how she manhandled the beast previously, he coughed. How had he gotten himself painted into such a corner? James once told him about a sex position called reverse missionary, where the female did all the pumping. Leonel remembered thinking that it was absolutely ridiculous. What kind of man allowed such a thing? But now he was being painted out to be that man. He really couldn't afford to get into a war of words with this girlfriend of his. How was he always on the losing end? Leonel coughed. A fetish for petite beauties? Of course. Aina burst into a fit of laughter, hiding her own kinks while teasing Leonel for his. Would she be a good girlfriend if she didn't do at least that? Truthfully, I'm trying to model your fighting style. Leonel hopped down from the tree. With swift movements, he cut the right paw of the massive bear off and placed it into his spatial ring. As for the rest of it, he gazed at Aina. Do you think it would make good meat? Aina took a quick look before shaking her head no. With that, the two quickly left the area, needing 7 more right paws to finish their quota. What do you mean by modeling? Aina followed after Leonel. With his senses, it was basically like a compass that always led them to the next target quickly and safely. She had no reason not to trust him. I'm working on a new ability. If it works out, it will allow me to quickly complete a prediction model for an opponent after a few exchanges in battle. But coming up with the perfect parameters is a bit difficult. Not many would understand what Leonel was saying, but considering Ina had been in Class A alongside Leonel, she of course understood. Sounds like the weather problem, Ina commented offhandedly. Predicting the weather had been the bane of all meteorologists on Earth for centuries. One would think that after the turn of the 25th century it would be easier. But, ironically, no. In fact, the Ascension Empire had an easier time forcing certain weather patterns through their terraforming technology as opposed to guessing it with 100% accuracy. The so-called weather problems Aina mentioned was actually one the pair learned about in one of their many philosophy classes. Ironically, it had very little to do with the field of meteorology. In the schooling system of the Ascension Empire, that you thought was far less important than how you thought. The weather problem essentially emphasized the importance of taking hold of the future in your own hands and not being passive. Who cared if you couldn't predict the weather if you could cause the weather? The instant Ina said those words, Leonel's feet came to a grinding halt. His actions were so abrupt that Ina, who had been running diagonally to him, crashed into the side of his shoulder and spun like a top. But, before she could fall, Leonel caught her waist and rose her into the air as though she was a baby rather than a full-grown woman. "You're a genius," Leonel happily laughed, bringing Ina down into a strong hug. I can't breathe. Sorry. Leonel grinned wildly. He would have planted a kiss on this girl had she not been wearing her mask. That was right. Creating a perfect predictive model was a tall task. It would probably require as perfect an understanding as he had for the spear for every weapon in existence, not to mention a myriad of other factors. Even if Leonel slowly built a model mid-battle, how many exchanges would it take? Would it even be worth it? Would he be defeated before the model even finished? Or would he defeat his opponent long before, thus making his efforts useless? But this could work. Just as Leonel was about to answer to Ina's questioning gaze, his head snapped in a certain direction. A powerful howl reached their ears, followed by the screams of humans. Chapter 666, Dream Model Leonel and Ina locked gazes for a moment before simultaneously jetting off in the same direction. Ina couldn't help but look toward Leonel with a hint of surprise. "When'd you get so fast?" Leonel turned toward Ina and winked. Leaping off the ground, he shot into the trees like a swallow, the faint image of an illusory pair of wings appearing to his back. Ina shook her head. "Show off." Ina's body was instantly wrapped in a thick crimson fog. Her thighs bulged to a one-size increase, causing her body to catapult forward. The couple almost instantly made it to the source of the sound. But they weren't foolish. Rather than instantly jumping into the fray, they both hid in the trees, watching what was happening below with furrowed brows. The beast could only be described as grotesque. It stalked forward on 4 legs, its jagged teeth dripping saliva that stunk of rotting flesh. It was 2.5 meters in length, not including its tail, which seemed to have had a chunk bitten out of it. Its body was covered in patchy, mustard-yellow fur with a sprinkle of black spots. Somehow, though it was clearly a 4-legged creature, its upper half was far bulkier, manifesting itself in a large hunched back that bulged with muscles that could make one's scalp tingle. The creature's claws were about the only clean thing about it. They were so polished and sharp that dirt, grime, and blood couldn't seem to get any hold on them. They almost seemed completely out of place. Though the creature's looks weren't great and it was even missing an eye, its strength was undeniable. As though its bones were formed of heavy steel, its every step made the ground quake. The rippling of its muscles bulged with energy, carrying a strength that could snap even these ancient trees, tempered in a fifth-dimensional world, right in half. Leonel could immediately tell that this creature had the strength of someone at Tier 6 at the very least, and that was only if he considered its lack of intelligence. Objectively, it had the strength equivalent to someone at Tier 7. If it wasn't for the situation, Leonel would suck in a cold breath. What kind of monster was this, and what the hell was it doing here? What made it even more baffling was that the screams from below were from black belts just like them. In fact, Leonel recognized 2 among them, Irolana and the massive Inkath. Along with Radlis, Balthorn, and of course his lovely Aina, these 2 were supposed to be the cream of the crop of this freshman batch. And, as expected, they didn't disappoint, joining a peak not even a few days after entering Valiant Heart. Due to this, Leonel hadn't seen them since that fateful day. The last time he interacted with them, they tried to draw a line between him and them so as not to offend their seniors. But Leonel didn't mind this very much. After all, they didn't owe him anything. He didn't expect everyone to be as stupid as he was. Now, though, he was in a bit of a dilemma. A fight against a beast with Tier 7 strength most definitely wouldn't be easy. Just as Leonel was fighting against his own morality, he found Ina looking at him with a blazing gaze. Within it, he saw excitement and anticipation, as well as a slight pleading. Leonel knew Ina well. She wasn't begging to save these people. In this regard, she was far more cold-blooded than he was. Rather, she wanted to battle. Leonel grinned. "All right, let's do it. Yip, sit tight, little Black Star. Yip, yes. I know you want to fight too, but I want to test something." Ina shot out of the tree that instant, leaving deep footprints in its bark. She fell like a speeding bullet, her palm flipping over to reveal an axe shimmering of gold and red as she landed heavily on the ground between the group and the creature. Leonel stood, his expression turning a jarring cold as a bow appeared in his hands. His breathing grew steady, his heartbeat slowing to a crawl. Every blade of grass seemed to be reflected in his mind. The speed of the wind, the humidity, the shade of the trees and the rays of the sunlight, all of it was perfectly formulated. The group of freshmen below were stunned. At first they were happy beyond measure, but when they noticed the black belt around Ina's waist, they fell into despair once again. "Run!" one of them yelled. It might have been nice had these words been targeted for Ina, but they very clearly weren't. The words had hardly left his lips before he turned tail. The only thing he wanted was for Ina to last just a few more seconds than the last person did before getting ripped apart. Maybe then he would be able to escape. Leonel's senses locked onto this person, but soon he wasn't the only one running. A group of what was at least 7 only had 3 left in the blink of an eye. Leonel couldn't be bothered to care anymore. This was the world of the dimensional verse. Over time, he was getting more and more used to it. Ina faced the creature as it ripped into the corpse of a freshman, one of its paws anchoring the carcass down as it used its sharp teeth to rip into the poor kid's chest. Sensing Ina, it looked up, its one eye turning hostile instantly. Leonel stood within the tree, his breathing relaxed as Ina brandished her axe, dream model. Leonel's gaze flashed, his dream force churning as the 3 stars of his ethereal glabella began to rotate faster and faster. Leonel knocked 3 arrows, releasing them all at once as Ina charged. One whizzed a centimeter from her earlobe. The second deflected slightly off the neckwear that hung from her shoulders. The last shot just beneath her elbow as she raised her axe. If anyone was looking on from afar, it would seem as though Leonel was trying his best to kill Ina, and she just so happened to subtly move enough to dodge all his attempts. Chapter 667, Thirds. As much as Ina trusted Leonel, the feeling of whipping wind slicing so close to her body couldn't help but make her freeze for a moment. It wasn't like Leonel had never supported her from the rear like this before. In fact, this was their favorite battle style whenever they fought together. The main issue was that usually Leonel's arrows would be half a foot from her at the closest. He had never towed the line like this before. Luckily, Leonel had already accounted for the chance of Ina freezing. His arrows tore past her, 2 curving toward the snout of the prowling creature and the last shooting for its last remaining eye. Distracted by the arrows, the creature couldn't take advantage of Ina's lapse, immediately finding itself targeted in some of its most sensitive regions. Pung! 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 The creature reacted quickly, swiping its paw and knocking down all 3 arrows at once. "Trust me." Leonel's voice drifted to Ina's ears. Ina had already begun to move, her axe descending from the skies with a valiant strength. Leonel's gaze flickered, several simulations layering in his mind at once. After his training, Leonel was able to split his mind into 27 ways. Originally, Leonel had been planning to rely on this to complete Dream Model. By now, Leonel was able to simulate matters of the 3rd dimension with a probability infinitely close to 100%. Even when it came to matters of the 4th dimension, he had a better than 90% accuracy. The issue came in that 90% was not good enough in battle. It worked fine when Leonel had time to complete thousands upon thousands of simulations for the sake of his crafts. But in battle, if he tried to do such a thing, he would be asking for death. At best, in battle, he would be able to use his 27 minds to complete 27 simulations in a split second. This was nowhere near enough with such a low accuracy rate. As if this wasn't bad enough, the accuracy of Leonel's simulations in a controlled environment versus one with endless variables varied wildly. It was one thing to simulate the creation of a craft in a laboratory with no outside influences, but how could it be just as easy to map out the simulation of a living, breathing being? When Leonel ran into this roadblock, he was enlightened during his time of intimacy with Ina. Rather than trying to have the perfect parameters already formed pre-battle, why not build them in the midst of battle? This would give him far more flexibility, and it would also take far less stamina. However, it was then that Leonel was met with yet another stone wall. Leonel became like a machine, his arrows raining down in an endless avalanche. Every time, they would narrowly slide past Ina, almost making it seem as though she was spontaneously dodging every time. Leonel's gaze grew fiercer and fiercer, his fire rate increasing. Ping, 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 ping! Having long since tapped in the Four Seasons realm, Leonel's endless barrage filled the surroundings with a biting cold. It felt as though a relentless hail was falling. The combination of both he and Ina made the creature constantly backtrack, its steely body becoming peppered with terrible wounds. This is it, Ina had brought enlightenment to Leonel. In battle, why should he be the one to wait for the opponent to react? Wouldn't that constantly put him in a passive state? The weather was so difficult to predict because even the smallest changes in variables could lead to large, sweeping changes. However, who cared if you could control it as you pleased? In battle, Leonel wasn't the only one that needed to counter. His opponent needed to counter as well. Just like he was trying to see through his enemy's movements, so was his enemy trying to see through his own. In that case, rather than wasting time trying to guess every possible reaction his opponent might have, why not force him to the point only a few reactions were even possible? If an enemy felt a strike coming for their head, they might be able to dodge and counter quickly. But if that same strike was coming for their knee, would it be just as easy? Most would have to block in that situation, thus delaying their counter. The only exceptions would be someone with a special ability that allowed them to circumvent this. But in that case, Leonel would only have to tweak the model. Model complete. Within Leonel's dream world, a lifelike construction of the creature appeared. It was as though he had dream-sculpted a living, breathing beast. However, there was a difference between this construct and the real one. This dream model had pulsing red points dotted across its body, almost like a location tracker. In the real world, Leonel's aura reached its peak. He grasped at air, pulling out 2 arrows from nothing. He held one between his pinky and ring finger, knocking the other one and releasing it in swift motions. Without pausing, he knocked the second, flipping it between his fingers as though it was a pen rather than a lethal weapon. The 2 arrows flew in a completely straight line, headed directly for the back of Ina's head. One would think that Leonel surely had murderous intentions. But in that instant, Ina's weight suddenly shifted. Ina's hips dropped. Swinging her axe to a side, she gathered up momentum, feeling the arrows whiz by her. Within Leonel's dream world, 27 creatures faced 27 Inas and 54 arrows. In that moment, the images all overlapped, all pointing toward a single future. Caught off guard by the sudden attack from a blind spot, the creature could react before its only good remaining eye was pierced through. Before it could even cry in agony, the second arrow arrived right behind it, tearing the butt of the first arrow in 2. The creature felt the 2 arrows spreading its eye and brain matter apart. A horrified howl finally released along with the rotting stench of its breath. But there was no recourse as Ina's axe swung down. As though by coincidence, the large blade fell over the creature's wounded eye, splitting its head into a third and a 2/3 piece. Chapter 668, Skeleton Leonel jumped down from the tree, landing heavily on the ground beside Ina. Not bad, he said with a grin. What he received in response, though, was an elbow to the side. Were you trying to get me killed? Leonel smiled sheepishly. Of course not. How could I bear to hurt you? Yip, yip. Little Black Star landed on Leonel's head, knocking him a few times on the head. It seemed this little guy would never take his side again. Leonel really didn't know who his true partner was. Was her chest really so comfortable? The moment he had this thought, Leonel grew absent-minded before he nodded. Maybe it wasn't so shocking after all. All right, fair enough. You win. At least give me an inch next time. Ina rolled her eyes, feeling that Leonel was thinking of something lewd. Leonel laughed. Nope. I understand my precious girlfriend's combat style the best. You're the only one I can do this with. How can I not take advantage? Ina was speechless. She was precious? So precious that you didn't mind almost killing her? Ina shook her head. If it was anyone else, she might refuse to the end. But since it was Leonel, well, she knew that he would never harm her. Maybe to Leonel, the barely half-centimeter of breathing room he gave her was already him being overly cautious. If he really didn't care about her life, he might leave her small cuts with his every arrow to be the most efficient. Though Ina only had this thought fleetingly, she had no idea how true it really was. To Leonel, that half a centimeter had no difference from a meter or more. Fine. Get to dissecting then. Ina spoke. Huh. Leonel blinked. This beast has some useful pieces. Leonel's expression changed. Sniffing the air and confirming that the rotting smell was indeed coming from this vile creature, his face warped. Are you sure? You're not just saying that to spite me, right? Ina didn't even respond to Leonel. Rather, she looked back toward the 3 who still couldn't believe what they had seen. Though her expression instantly turned cold when she saw them, she still felt that they were better than the 4 of their teammates who ran. Inkath and Irilana, along with a third Leonel didn't recognize, were still in shock about what they had just seen. Were these 2 really freshmen? The third individual might have been wearing a black belt, but they had already been in Valiant Heart for more than 2 years. But they had never seen such a thing before. 2 freshmen defeating a Tier 7 beast. Was this a joke? Thank you. Inkath was the first to step forward and display his gratitude. In truth, he was a bit embarrassed. Most of his team had run away, while he, himself, hadn't dared to help. Though he was sure that he would have only gotten in the way had he tried, it still didn't feel too good. He had come to this place with such high aspirations and thought he wouldn't ever have to fear anything as long as he had his 2 fists. Everything was supposed to be smooth sailing. Yet, the moment he got here, he met roadblock after roadblock. First, he failed to join Hero Peak, that honor going to the girl before him now. Then he barely passed the exam for Honor Peak, leading to a whole host of injuries he couldn't afford to cure. This eventually led to him falling behind and not getting a chance to take advantage of any resources. By the time he had slowly healed, the rules of the organization were flipped on their head. Now, even as a freshman, he had to leave and complete endless missions before he could even think of training in exchange for merit points. Now, he was seeing Leonel, the very man who he had looked down on before, casually dissect a beast he couldn't dream of beating. From his kneeling position, Leonel waved an arm toward their thank you. No problem, don't worry about it, we're fellow freshmen anyway. Inkath looked back toward his teammates, not knowing what to say to this. As for Ina, she remained completely silent. Do you need the whole thing? Leonel suddenly asked. Not the whole thing, just its kidneys. Ina replied, all right. Leonel learned his lesson from last time. This time, he wore his crafting gloves so as not to get dirty. If others knew he was using such a treasure in this fashion, it would likely start riots. But since they had no other use for him now that he crafted barehanded, he didn't really care much. Oh, this skeleton is pretty good, Leonel's brows raised. He had guessed that the creature definitely had a heavy frame, but he didn't really expect its whole skeleton to actually be made of metal. The best part was that it was tier 7 to tier 8 in sturdiness despite not having any other special abilities. Leonel smiled, making sure not to breathe as he stripped the whole beast bare of flesh. He realized during this battle that his arrows were far too fragile. He could definitely use this skeleton to form some powerful arrowheads. At that moment, the third of the group, the very one of the freshmen Leonel didn't recognize, suddenly covered his mouth in shock. Leonel's head snapped around, but he frowned when he realized there weren't any other enemies around. Now that he thought about it, how could anyone possibly sense an enemy before he did? He raised an eyebrow, his gaze landing on the young man. Is something wrong? That? The young man felt his knees going weak. That's a silver-clawed titan hyena. Leonel blinked. And? If it was poisonous, Aina would have already warned him long before this young man said anything. The lip of the freshman quivered, realizing that no one understood how important this matter was. It was only then he realized that these people had hardly been here for 2 months. Chapter 669, Oryx. We need to run. Now. The Titan hyena is the favored mount of the Oryx tribe. You don't understand how rare it is for this species to have a complete skeleton of metal. Originally, I didn't think much of it. Titan hyenas with incomplete skeletons are still rare, but it wouldn't be impossible to run into. But one with a complete skeleton is a completely different story. The full metal skeleton genes are all recessive alleles. If even one is missing, the Titan hyena will have an incomplete skeleton. There's no way the Oryx tribe would mistakenly let such a purebred Titan hyena loose without reason. The freshman was so agitated that he spoke out everything in a single breath. Leonel frowned. This Oryx tribe, it wasn't the first time he had heard of them. During Raelian's speech, many of the worst sins toward the end involved the mention of this tribe, but that was about all Leonel knew. He wasn't aware of anything else about them. A recessive allele wasn't complicated, at least not on Earth. There were only 2 types Leonel was aware of, the dominant allele and the recessive allele. When a baby is conceived, it will receive 1 allele from each parent for every gene expression it might need in the future. A dominant allele only needed one of itself present to manifest. A recessive allele, however, would need both from both parents. This essentially meant that for the Titan hyena to have a full skeleton, both of its parents would have to also share this trait. Well, that was as long as genes were expressed in the same way across worlds, something that Leonel wasn't exactly sure of. For all he knew, the process was more complicated than this for Titan hyenas. Technically, if things worked like they did on Earth, 2 parents who each had 1 dominant allele and 1 recessive allele could still come together to produce a child with 2 recessive alleles. But, from the words of the freshman, it seemed that the Titan hyena needed multiple sets of recessive alleles from multiple gene expressions rather than just 1. In that case, the luck that would be involved for the spontaneous creation of a perfect Titan hyena would be astronomical. It was no wonder this freshman was panicking. In all likelihood, a member of the Oryx tribe was definitely nearby. Or, at the very least, they were scouting in preparation for a mission and just never expected that there would be anyone in this region who was capable of taking down such a beast. Thinking it through, the likelihood of it being the latter was incredibly high. This was a region where freshmen were deployed for population control missions. Logically, there shouldn't be danger on this level here. Leonel's gaze sharpened. What an interesting opportunity. Seems Lady Luck is on my side. Leonel looked toward Aina, their gazes seeming to have come to a tacit understanding. It seemed that things were getting interesting. Leonel stood from his kneeling position by the Titan hyena's corpse, taking out a spear with a long blade. It was a weapon those of Valiant Heart Mountain would drool over, yet he seemed to always use it to dissect corpses now. With swift movements of his wrist, Leonel sliced all the flesh off. If it wasn't for the sparse droplets of blood that still remained on the corpse, one would have never guessed that the skeleton had ever been attached to any flesh at all. Have you run into other teams in this region? Leonel asked, putting the skeleton away. Well, yes, there should be quite a few, Irilana replied. Ever since freshmen began to need merit points to train, this has been one of the most popular regions. Leonel nodded. He had been focused on Aina and finding their next target, so Leonel had functionally ignored everything else. We're going to need to start getting everyone to retreat. Is there some sort of signal you all learned? Leonel was aware that until just recently, only freshmen who had joined Peaks were allowed to leave the mountain. Logically, there would probably be some life-saving measures Valiant Hall taught to decrease the casualty rate. We have flares, but they only call for help, Irilana explained. Hearing this, Leonel shook his head. He only needed to remember the reaction of those 4 who ran away to know how that would go. Even if he lit the flare under the guise that they needed help just to attract everyone over, who knew how many would come? Plus, wouldn't the signal flare also alert the Oryx tribe? The Oryx and their Titan hyenas only see in infrared and the warmer colors of visual light. They basically only see in reds and everything else blends into it. The color of the flare was chosen to easily blend into their vision and fuse with everything else. Even if we shoot it, unless the Oryx are specifically looking for it, they won't notice. Leonel paused. Considering this was likely a plot by the Oryx, it was still possible that they'd be looking out for such a flare. But this was better than nothing. Let's do it. Light up the first flare. Wait, I can't run any further. Deep within the thick forest, a group of 4 gasped for breath. You would think that as fourth-dimensional entities they would be able to run for much longer. But no matter what strength level you were at, going all out was going all out. Plus, this was a fifth-dimensional world. The fact they could even stand in this place without falling to their knees was a testament to their talent. It's not chasing us, is it? I think we got far enough away. Ooh? The others? The 3 looked toward the one who had spoke these words before, looking toward each other, a hint of guilt in their eyes. Eventually, a young man amongst them steeled his resolve. Staying would have only gotten us killed. We didn't have the strength to be of any help. What good would it have done to throw our lives away? The 3 felt somewhat better hearing this. Right. Wasn't it better that some of them survived? Would there even be a point to sacrificing themselves? What a joke. Did you guys hear that? Hear what? A slight tremor shook the ground. The 4 froze, looking in a certain direction. The trees seemed to bend out of the way, the foliage snapping and flattening under the presence of this humanoid. At first, all they saw was a simple shadow. The ground trembled once again, but this time it made their knees quake. The vibrations traveled through their feet, reverberating throughout their chests. What the 4 saw next was a sight they would never forget in their lives. Though for how long said lives would last for beyond this period, maybe that was something they knew well wouldn't be long. The figure could barely be considered to be humanoid. Its frame was incredibly wide, and its legs were inverted at the knees and covered in coarse black fur. The digitigrade legs of the figure ended in bestial feet with curling sharp claws that dug deeply into the ground. The torso of the humanoid was bare, but it bulged of muscles that seemed constructed from steel cords. Its individual muscle fibers were so clear from every minute movement that it looked as though it was flexing as hard as it could constantly. But the reality was very far from this. Even with the height of the humanoid being almost 3 meters, the eyes of the 4 weren't drawn to its fur-covered legs or its steely torso. Rather, they couldn't take their eyes off of its face. 2 tusks so long they nearly pierced into its chest hung from its mouth. Its horns were thick and rounded, almost like a sheep's, but it radiated with a light that made it look like polished steel. The humanoid had 3 eyes, 2 placed normally and a third running a vertical slit between its brows. Each was a furious shade of red that made it look as though they had been dyed in blood. Crisscrossing scars danced across the humanoid's body, its vision expressionless as it locked gazes with the 4 before it. Oryx, tribe, the 4 stuttered, but the humanoid walked by them as though it had seen and sensed nothing. If they hadn't been so racked with fear, they would have noticed that within the eyes of the Oryx, there was an absent-minded, one-track thought that had taken over its mind. The 4 stood frozen. The stench coming from the Oryx was so palpable that it made their eyes water. Yet they didn't dare to move from start to finish, even as the Oryx disappeared into the distance. The 4 held their breaths even long after the Oryx had disappeared, not daring to move a single inch. Minutes later, their heartbeats began to return to normal. Had they really survived? They looked toward each other with excitement and happiness before their expressions immediately became one of horror. Shing! Not a single one of them got the chance to speak another word. Their bodies were sliced and diced apart, their remains being minced into such fine paste that they appeared like a crimson fog. Their last thoughts were filled with grievances. Not a single one of them seemed to understand how it is they had died. Not a single one of them had noticed the massive crimson halberd on the Oryx's back move. Chapter 670, Flare, Hold On. Leonel stopped Irelana just as she was about to release the flare. Hand the flare to me. Irelana was confused, but nodded in the end. Leonel rolled the flare in his palm, scanning it from top to bottom. Let's move, Leonel said, gazing at the Titan hyena's corpse. The group quickly complied as Leonel continued to observe the flare. If the Oryx could only see in red, that would be fine. But, according to Irelana and the others, they could also see infrared. This was a problem for 2 reasons. For one, they'd be on a time crunch. Things would be fine as long as the sun was still in the sky. But, once it set, the Oryx would gain a decisive advantage. During the day, the Oryx's red sight would interfere with tracking somewhat. But, at night, an Oryx might be able to pick out a human through hundreds of meters worth of foliage just based off their body heat. The second issue was tied to this issue of heat. The signal flares Leonel was aware of were essentially controlled bursts of combustion. Even if it was masked with color, it might be an issue. Oh, so it's not the same. It works with a light prism ore. In that case, Leonel's fingers began to move at a blistering pace, leaving blurs in their wake. In the blink of an eye, he deconstructed the signal flare and put it back together. Little Black Star. Yip, yip. The little mink hopped down from Leonel's head and snatched the newly made signal flare. He vanished into thin air before suddenly appearing 100 meters up a thick tree. Quickly reaching the outer edges of the canopy, the little mink hid his body within the foliage and raised the signal flare up, his little paws swiping at the triggering mechanism. A muffled pop rang out. But the dull nature of the sound was nothing compared to the tall light that suddenly pierced into the sky. It looked as though a laser had shot into the skies, only to be swallowed by the clouds above. The most shocking part, though, was the fact it didn't disappear. It hung there like a beacon even long after the little mink hopped back down. A blue flare? Irilana was shocked. She found it hard to still call that pillar of light a flare. At most, it should have lasted 2 or 3 seconds. In addition, the color shot should have been red to blend in with the shades of red the Oryx saw in. What was going on? I don't know enough about the Oryx to guess what shades they see in. Don't you think it's much easier then to just copy the sky's color? In that case, no matter what shade they see in, it will blend in no matter what. Leonel explained offhandedly, but he had already brought out the Titan hyena skeleton. Little Tolly sprung into action, rapidly helping Leonel form arrow tip after arrow tip. Leonel didn't seem to have any idea that his simple explanation had fried the minds of the freshmen who followed him. They looked up into the skies, only now realizing that after taking their eyes off of the beacon for a moment, it took them a moment to find it again, and that was despite knowing that it was there. For anyone who knew how light prism-type ores worked, even a subtle tweak could result in a completely different color. It was easy to hone in on a large group like red or blue, but to nail down a specific shade required accuracy on the order of a fraction of a degree. How Leonel had accomplished this without measuring tools or even a proper working environment was completely beyond them. Is it really all right to make it so difficult to find? Inkath couldn't help but ask. At the moment, the three felt like lost sheep. They absent-mindedly followed Leonel without even knowing why. Maybe it was because all of his actions seemed so confident, but they couldn't really explain why themselves. Due to this, they had missed an obvious flaw. If it was so subtle even for them, was this really conducive to gathering more people? How many would actually recognize the signal for help? Not only had Leonel changed the usual color, he had changed its usual function and even made it difficult to spot. Leonel shook his head. Things will be even better this way. Even if only a few come, that's even better. Soon, we'll be setting out to find them, so even if they don't, it won't be a big deal. The pupils of the three constricted. Could it be that Leonel only casually did this so that they wouldn't be too idle while he completed his craft? Hold on, he was crafting? Watching the liquid metal run through Leonel's hand with such deftness left them in a state of shock? Ina shook her head, watching Leonel, a light smile on her face. It's more than that. She supplemented, clearly realizing that Leonel was focused on forming these arrows as quickly as possible. The fact that the flare isn't normal will help us. The first thing people will think when they see it isn't that someone is asking for help. If they thought that, very few, if any, would come, and some might even run in the opposite direction. The three blushed furiously when they heard this, still embarrassed about the actions of their teammates. But if it's like this, it will make people curious instead. They might even think that there's a hidden treasure here and that they were the only ones sharp enough to spot it. That will make many more come than what you might expect. Ina had hardly finished her words when the shuffling of grass and the soft words of a few groups reached their ears. It had hardly been 10 minutes and the first few had already come. Chapter 671, Hyper-Evolution. Huh? The first group was stunned to find that there was already a group standing in the small clearing. They immediately put their guards up, thinking that they would have to fight for the treasure before they could even lay eyes on it. However, that was when a second and a third group appeared. The tense atmosphere only grew worse. Leonel looked up. When a few saw his face, they were quite shocked. While it was a toss-up whether or not a senior would recognize Leonel's face, freshmen, especially those who had yet to join a peak before the rule changes, were a completely different story. After all, because of Leonel, many of them hadn't gotten a good night's rest for weeks. If they didn't know him, they'd be way too ignorant. The freshmen's gazes flickered with some hints of confusion and hesitancy. Unlike the seniors of Valiant Heart, they hadn't been here for long enough to understand a lot of the rage around Leonel. They simply followed the flow in most cases. Those of them that looked down on Leonel were just going along with the crowd. But while it was easy to do this when amongst their own friends and their private groups, when faced with the man himself, especially when his fingers were working on the corpse of a massive Titan hyena, they suddenly couldn't find the words to say. Moose, Leonel spoke. Explain the situation to them. You understand it all far better than I do. Ah, yes. Moose, the third freshman amongst Irilana and Inkath, began to explain things from the very beginning. As he began, Leonel put up a small silencing barrier that only allowed sound in but not out and handed the dictionary to Ina. As his fingers worked, he began to pepper the dictionary with questions about the Oryx tribe. He realized that knowledge was power a long time ago. The fact he knew nothing about the Oryx could come back to bite him very soon. Leonel wasn't arrogant enough to believe that he could take on whoever the Oryx tribe had sent. Whoever they dared to send so deep into Valiant Hall Mountains territory was definitely extraordinarily skilled. Beyond that, who said that there was just one, Leonel had a feel that this matter was far larger than he knew. So it's like this. Leonel's eyes narrowed, his fingers never stopping. By now, he had already formed over 100 arrowheads. He split one mind toward thinking of what force arts were best suited toward it, focused another on the discussion between Moose and the others, another was trained on his surroundings, and the last focused on the words of the dictionary. The more he learned about the Oryx, the more he was intrigued. It seemed that he had finally met a non-human humanoid race. Leonel quickly summarized what he had learned. The Oryx were the original race on this world. It wasn't until later that Valiant Heart was established. This was quite rare for this quadrant. No, for this entire galaxy. The Milky Way was a galaxy of humans. The population of other races and species was quite low unless one counted beasts. But even then, the beasts one could find here were decidedly less mystical than one could find in other galaxies. The Oryx were known for their superior strength, their 3 eyes, and especially the metal skeleton. The uniqueness of this world in being 90% land allowed the birth of certain special ores that triggered the evolution of the Oryx down this path. When coming to this point, Leonel couldn't help but wonder if the Morales family evolved in this way as well. He couldn't help but draw comparisons even though the Oryx were still definitely inferior in this regard. What intrigued Leonel even more than this, though, were the eyes of the Oryx. According to the dictionary, that was one line of their evolution that was rapidly progressing with each generation. Apparently, there was a special term for this. The dictionary knew it as hyperevolution. Hyperevolution appeared rarely in the history of a species. It allowed the process of evolution that usually took billions to trillions of years to complete to have massive leaps every generation. Hyperevolution usually targeted a single trait and allowed it to progress quickly. But, obviously, it wasn't helping the Oryx see a wider range of colors, so what was it building up to? Leonel shook his head. Even the dictionary couldn't predict the future, and neither could he, so there was no use in wasting time speculating. If a species entered a state of hyperevolution, they would either rise to the top in one shot or fall to the wastes of history. As a non-human species, the Oryx most definitely had a tall mountain to climb, especially since most hyperevolutions ended in failure. Is this why they're suddenly making such large movements? Leonel's gaze narrowed, dispelling the soundproof barrier around him. All of you should know about how dangerous the Oryx tribe is. We've suffered at their hands too many times despite their populations being a mere fraction of our own. A fraction? Leonel frowned. During hyperevolution, fertility is also increased for a period of time. But even the dictionary can't tell me how long they've been in hyperevolution for. It's too loose a concept. Are you trying to tell us to trust you all? Let's say the Oryx tribe is making such a big move so deep in our territory. Who are we supposed to follow exactly? Him? The young man who spoke was called Senior Lou, despite also being a black belt freshman. Maybe he was emboldened by the respect his juniors gave him, but he pointed toward Leonel, whose hands were still moving like striking lightning. At that moment, the group had already grown to almost 30 and more were still arriving. Having finished going through the entire skeleton, Leonel whipped out his quill and began to write at a blazing pace. But his actions left Senior Lou feeling stifled. Leonel continued to work, his eyes locked onto this Senior Lou. Regaining his composure after realizing that Leonel didn't dare to do anything to him here without fear of losing the support of the crowd, Senior Lou continued to speak. I'm not one to cast judgment, but I'm sure many of you were there that day when Senior Raelian gave his speech. If we follow this man, won't we just end up like cannon fodder to fuel his escape? Remember, he is the one who called us here. He needs our help. Why should we risk ourselves for the benefit of his safety? I've seen this play out way too many times. If he wants our trust despite his terrible reputation, he needs to prove himself. He should be taking up the most dangerous tasks and heading the vanguard, or else won't he just be using us? Chapter 672, Sirius. When Moose, Irilana, and Inkath heard these words, they couldn't help but panic. Even if they hadn't seen Leonel's strength today, they had still heard about what happened between him and Gerson. To take out a Valiant Hall white belt in just 2 exchanges, there wasn't a single person here who could replicate that feat. No, that wasn't true. There was one other. But she just so happened to be his girlfriend. They could only say that this Senior Lou was far too bold. Was he really not afraid of death? What Senior Lou had misunderstood was Leonel's reason for calling them all here and bringing them together. In his mind, Leonel was afraid of the Oryx and thus needed their help. Even if Leonel was enraged into leaving this group, who cared? The group had already been brought together. Would one more or one less Leonel make a massive difference? They could then look after each other's backs. This was the way of the world. Even if 2 people needed each other, the person who asked for help first would always be on the losing end, while the other would have all the leverage. As long as he understood Leonel's weakness, Senior Lou felt that manipulating this situation and finding opportunities to protect his own life would be easier. Sure, I'll take the vanguard. Leonel's response stunned even Senior Lou, let alone Irilana, Inkath, and Moose. I'm the strongest. Isn't being the vanguard obvious? Leonel's brow rose. Though his expression was quite neutral aside from the change in his eyebrow, it still made others feel like he was looking at Lou as though he was an idiot. However, Leonel's words made the freshmen feel as though their whole worlds were being flipped upside down. The strongest taking the vanguard? It sounded so obvious, but why was it that they had all simply expected Leonel to refute this? When had they ever come across a senior who didn't try to take advantage of their position? When had they ever run across someone stronger than them who didn't also treat them lesser than? The strongest taking the vanguard, that was a concept they had simply never heard before. A general who leads men from the back isn't a general, Leonel said offhandedly, his right hand flicking about quicker as he completed the last of his force arts. The freshman stared at Leonel in a state of speechlessness. A hushed silence fell over the group. Ina smiled as she looked at Leonel's side profile. He's so bad. With a final flicker, Leonel placed the final batch of arrows into his spatial ring. Taking out his bow, he strapped it to his back and smiled toward the crowd. Our goal is simple. It's only to return to the mountain pass. If there really are a troop of oryx here, it's unlikely that they'll dare to travel so closely. The freshmen looked toward each other. By now, the crowd had grown to over 50, yet not a single one of them wasn't paying attention. Even Senior Lou felt as though there was a frog in his throat. Between here and the mountain pass, there is about a 50-kilometer distance. Usually, we could cross this in just an hour or two, but I have a feeling that things won't be so easy this time around. The presence of the oryx will most definitely cause a change in the habits of the beasts around here. If not yet, then very soon. Previously, the oryx were trying to keep a low profile, but it likely already knows that its Titan hyena companion has died and will deduce that it can no longer keep itself hidden. If the oryx is only here for reconnaissance, then this is good news. In that case, we should make it back without any obstacle, and I'm being overly cautious. However, if their goal is to probe Valiant Heart's bottom line, then things won't end peacefully. We need to be ready to battle. Aina stepped forward and flipped her palm. Soon, long and narrow boxes began to appear, each housing what looked like 3 small spheres which were barely a quarter the size of a palm. These should be able to save your life at a crucial moment. Unfortunately, I don't have enough to give everyone more than 3. But a single one should be able to take out a tier 4 beast and below. The eyes of the freshmen lit up when they heard this, while Leonel's internal smile only grew wider. Raelian had made many mistakes that day, each of which Leonel planned on picking on and tearing apart one by one. But one of his biggest of them was in just how vague he had been when listing Leonel's crimes. Even when he mentioned Leonel's faulty crafts, he never explained what those crafts were, what they looked like, or what they did. Not many would instantly connect the treasures Leonel had handed out to the matters Raelian spoke of that day precisely because he had been so vague. Leonel wondered how Raelian would react when the very crafts he deemed to be faulty works were suddenly in hot demand. The best part was that this stock didn't even have to be replenished by Leonel anytime soon. He had had this in his spatial ring for a long time already, and by having Aina hand them out, a person who was still wearing Hero Peak's emblem, they were even less likely to make the connection. Yep, Little Black Star suddenly appeared to Leonel's side again, having disappeared at some unknown time. Done? Leonel whispered. Yep, Leonel nodded. To everyone else, it looked as though he was only rewarding Little Black Star with a pat on the head. By this point, Aina had finished handing everything out. All right, everyone, it's time to set out. Leonel took a deep breath, his demeanor shifting. At that moment, several howls suddenly reverberated across the forest. Whatever excitement the freshmen had had at that point was doused all the way through. Silence fell again, the trees swaying beneath a hollow wind. Leonel's expression grew serious. Chapter 673, 2 Matters. An arrow whizzed by, arching between 2 thick tree branches and splitting the skull of a prowling jaguar. The beast didn't even get a chance to roar out in pain before it collapsed, falling from its high perch and landing with a heavy thud on the forest floor. Leonel rubbed his fingers, a tingling sensation making him very much aware that the arrow had been shot by him. Ever since his body entered the 4th dimension, he hadn't needed to worry about slicing his fingers on his own bowstring again. But that didn't stop the thin, almost metallic string from digging into him. There's a lot more than I thought there'd be. The freshmen separated out into teams to Leonel's back. If they tried to move forward in a swarm through this forest, they'd be asking to suffer. Instead, Leonel and Aina took the vanguard as promised. As for the others, they split into the team they had originally come with, forming up groups of 5 to 7 as they slowly followed. By now, the group had run into several beasts, more than enough for them to realize that something was wrong. The populations shouldn't have been this dense. Only Leonel seemed to be aware of what was happening, as he had already warned them that this would occur. The oryx gave off a very strong odor. To humans, this was no different from any other foul smell, and many would choose to just hold their nose as opposed to analyzing what was wrong. But the truth was different from this. The foul smell that came off the oryx was an evolutionary quirk to scare off competition. Back when the oryx were a much weaker race, they relied on this to carve out their territory and keep themselves protected. However, over time, this smell became more potent. It was even to the point that the most talented of the oryx tended to have the most foul smells, which helped them to gain the favor of mates. As a result, the effect of the oryx's smell grew even more exaggerated. It was even capable of sending beasts into a frenzy from fear. The influx of beasts now wasn't because the oryx could control beasts, but rather because these beasts were running away from the oryx. Even with Leonel's senses leading the vanguard of the group, allowing them to dodge the most populated regions, they still ran into so many. Leonel had taken down the most beasts, but the other groups were fighting as well. Unfortunately, things weren't so convenient for all the beasts to come down toward them from just a single area. Still, Leonel's constant support had long since won the favor of many of the freshmen. Even after over half an hour, though they were still over 45 kilometers from their destination, not a single person had died yet. As the group moved along slowly and cautiously, they ran into other groups. Assimilating these groups wasn't as difficult as it had been to convince the first. This was simply human nature. It was far easier for others to accept something when many others already had. Ina walked silently by Leonel's side, brandishing her axe with both hands. In a thick forest, such a weapon should have been cumbersome, yet Ina didn't seem to have any problems with it at all. Aside from the two of them, Moose, Ironala, and Inkath followed closely behind. Since most of their team had been wiped out, it was difficult for them to split out alone with just the three of them. As such, Leonel allowed them to join up with them. The three remained on high alert, not wanting to be burdens. But it felt like every time they sensed something, Leonel would have long since acted. Even the more stealthy of beasts couldn't avoid Leonel's detection. They had a feeling that Leonel found these beasts long before. It was just that he only acted when the best opportunity presented itself. The atmosphere is too tense, Leonel thought to himself. But he wasn't sure how to alleviate it. The group walked forward in silence, the slight rustling of leaves being about the only thing one could hear. The sun was still high in the sky, though obstructed by the thick canopies. One would think that it was the dead of night considering the atmosphere. Maybe that was a part of the issue, though. With their pace, it would be impossible to make it to the mountain pass before night fell, and even if they tried to speed up, they would only be asking to get killed. Little Blackstar already finished throwing the Oryx tribe members off our trail if there is more than one. But I'm not sure how long that will last, so there's no point in telling them this to get them to relax. Maybe this tense state is the best for them. They would be more likely to be alert. Leonel had sent Little Blackstar back to spread the blood and guts of the Titan hyena in a different direction, hoping to fool the Oryx. With their love of scents, it was no surprise that they were also quite sensitive to them, so Leonel felt it would work. After a quick dip in the cleansing waters, Blackstar didn't even have any lingering smells on him. But Leonel couldn't help but wonder if it really was enough. At that moment, Leonel's pupils constricted. Holding a hand up, he brought the group to a stop. Everyone strained their ears, trying to sense what Leonel had. Some of them, with better senses, grasped onto the faint sounds of battle. In fact, it sounded as though there was a large group fighting. The group slowly moved forward as Leonel stretched his senses to their limits. He had to decide if they should attack or change course, but what he saw made him frown. Reflected in his internal sight, he saw the outline of a familiar silhouette. It was none other than the busty Balthorn. At that moment, her fleshly underboob was still just as prominent even as she fought amidst a group of more than a dozen at that very moment. Aside from her right-hand lady, Hennerin, she was unsurprisingly still surrounded by a flock of men. Some of these men were cowering, but others among them were still boldly trying to gain Balthorn's favor by battling valiantly. However, there were two matters that made Leonel pause. The first was an eyebrow raiser, but the second was something that made his own pupils constrict. The former was the fact that amongst the dozen, there was a man whose white belt was very prominent. It was clear that this senior had come here for the sake of either protecting or impressing Balthorn, likely even both. The latter, though, almost made Leonel sigh with helplessness. The creature they were battling was yet another Titan hyena. And, since Leonel knew what to look for this time, he didn't need to cut it open to know it also had a full skeleton. That confirmed it for Leonel. The likelihood that there was more than one Oryx in this forest just skyrocketed. Chapter 674, Silver Sphere's Leonel brought the group to a stop again, his senses continuing to be focused on the battle ahead. They were no more than 200 meters or so between them, but through the thick forest it was impossible to spot them with the naked eye from the distance. It was no surprise then that the group of about a dozen had yet to notice their appearance as well. Leonel steadied his breathing, slowly pulling out a silver-tipped arrow. Compared to the arrows he had been using, this one was easily twice as thick and several times heavier. Its tip was split into 4 serrated edges, a look alone that made one want to have nothing to do with such a vicious killing instrument. If one looked closely, it was possible to see a faint energy coating the arrow tip. But one who wasn't especially sensitive wouldn't notice it at all. With a calm inhalation, Leonel knocked his bowstring and pulled it back. He stood on the forest floor, aiming toward what looked like nothing but endless trees, his eyes filled with a cold, calculating light. Beads of sweat fell down Balthorn's delicate brow. After hours of battle, her long black hair had long since been soaked through, clinging to her forehead and even parts of her collarbone. Around her, what looked like silver spheres hung around. Every so often, she would make a gesture with her slender hands, causing these spheres to shoot forward and smash into the limbs of the Titan hyena. It was hard to tell if this was a telekinetic ability or something more complex. But at this moment, the men and singular woman that surrounded her were most definitely not thinking about this. To this point, they had already lost several members of their team. If it wasn't for the combination attacks of Balthorn and the White Belt Senior, ch651, far more would have fallen. This sounded like a glass-half-full type of approach, which was good. After all, it was always better to remain optimistic in this kind of situation. But it took a turn for the worse when one realized that their group of just over a dozen had been double this size not long ago. ch651 held the Titan hyena down with the help of others, his spear rotating quickly with his every attack. But even with how haughty he was, he had to admit that had it not been for Balthorn's odd ability, he would have fallen several times already. ch651 and 3 others struck forward at the same time, their blades all aiming for the snout of the Titan hyena. Their blades almost reached their target at the same time, but ch651's eyes flashed at the last instant. In a hardly perceptible action, he slowed by a measure. The Titan hyena roared, swiping a strong paw across and snapping 3 weapons at once. Its foul breath hung in the air as it lunged, plunging both sets of claws into the shoulders of another. The Titan hyena ripped downward, tearing the freshman into 6 strips. J-List was the first to retreat, his spear tip having been spared. At that moment, Belthorn reacted, sending several silver balls smashing into the torso of the Titan hyena. With it having jumped into the air, it didn't even have the chance to dodge. The Titan hyena was launched back, deep dents appearing in its side. Any other creature would have been entirely crippled, but Belthorn and the others had been through this once before. The flesh of the Titan hyena might have deformed, causing terrible bruises, but its bones were just fine. The Titan hyena latched onto a thick tree to stabilize itself, its eyes filled with fury as it locked onto Belthorn for the 3rd time in this battle already. Bang! The Titan hyena launched itself forward, causing the tree it had just been on to partially snap and begin swaying from side to side. "Form up!" J-List roared. He took a protective stance before Belthorn, or rather, it seemed like he had. Before J-List would take any sort of protective measures, the Titan hyena had soared over its head. It seemed that J-List had miscalculated the flight trajectory of the beast. Belthorn's eyes widened, watching the massive mustard yellow-furred beast falling down toward her. Biting her teeth, she mobilized what remained of her floating silver spheres. In order to launch her previous attack, she had flung the previous 5 outside of her 10-meter range of control. Usually, J-List would find a way to throw them back to her, but he had already been retreating before he could this time. Now, she only had one left, the one she had left behind for emergencies. But just this singular sphere wouldn't be able to toss the beast away like those 5 before had. She needed time to accelerate her spheres to reach that level of power. But this foul beast was already falling toward her. Even if she by some miracle managed to kill this Titan hyena, this wouldn't change. There was no way her body could survive the collapse of a beast so heavy onto it. Henoran stood beside Belthorn, seemingly not knowing what to do either. "Damn it, protect her," J-List roared. At that moment, Henoran's eyes narrowed. Belthorn roared, her final sphere shooting up. Her face was drained of all color, clearly having been overtaken by fear. If anything, her final roar was less about her confidence and much more about gathering up the courage she needed to do anything at all. The silver sphere shot upward, but it was off target. Belthorn had aimed for the beast's chest. In such a situation, aiming for the largest target was best, and it would hopefully give her better leverage to throw the beast off course. But in her agitation, she missed, aiming too high and causing the sphere to smash against the bared fangs of the Titan hyena. A splutter of bone and broken teeth flew, sending the sphere spinning off in another direction. The Titan hyena roared in pain, but as expected, its downward trajectory didn't change. In fact, it was now even more infuriated. It was exactly then that a sharp whistling sound filled their ears. It was as though someone was blowing the flute right next to them all, intent on making them all go deaf. SHU, Chapter 675, J. Ellis. A blinding silver light tore through the forest. It curved in an elegant arc, snaking past the thick trunk of several ancient trees as though a god had personally come down and drawn a line through the forest. It appeared amidst the fighting group in an instant. The number who even noticed its appearance were too few, but by the end, everyone saw the result. Peng, PCHUU. It was as though some mysterious force had ripped the Titan out of the air. The arrow was far too fast to spot. To an outside observer, it really did seem like an invisible force had torn it away from its original flight path. Bang! The Titan hyena smashed against a tree in the distance, its body hanging limply as though a stuffed animal. It hung pinned to the thick tree, its eyes steadily growing vacant amidst its whimpers. At that moment, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked by the sudden change. Balthorn, who thought her life was forfeit, brought a hand to her chest, her heart beating so erratically that it sent ripples throughout her ample breasts. J-List was maybe the most stunned outside of Balthorn. That Titan hyena was a bit weaker than the one Leonel and Ina battled previously, capping out at tier 6 in strength. But it still wasn't something they were able to casually face. Not long after his surprise faded, it was filled with rage. What fool did this? Does he not know the consequences of killing a silver-clawed Titan hyena? J-List clenched his fists. Fuck, the smell. I need to leave this place quickly. J-List hesitated, gritting his teeth. Though he couldn't defeat the Titan hyena, he hadn't been looking to in the first place. From the very beginning, he was looking for a covert way to slip away without exposing himself. He was a sly man. Even if there was a small chance things would come back to bite him, he wouldn't take the risk. If not for fear that these brats would survive, he would have run away more blatantly. It turned out that he was right to be cautious. Had he run away, this bastard would have still interfered in the end. By then, his name would have been dragged through the mud. Still, calmly analyzing the situation, J. Ellis realized that whoever this bowman was, he was an expert marksman. That strike only carried the strength of a tier 5 existence going all out. In fact, it might have been just tier 4 while infinitely close to tier 5. But this person's marksmanship, not to mention the quality of their arrows, made up for this weakness. The instant the arrow shot through the Titan hyena's eye, J-Ellis sensed that its brain had been turned into minced meat. J-Ellis had a sensory ability as well. It was just that his family's lineage factor also gave him a strong body, so he wielded the spear to make use of it. but he was much more fond of using his ability. There's more than one of them? Jaehalis took a deep breath, turning toward a certain direction. At that moment, Leonel and Ina, followed by Irilana, Moose, and Inkath entered the small clearing. Seeing Leonel, and especially noting the bow in his hand, Balthorn's eyes lit up with surprise. However, not long later, everyone was shocked because there were actually more than 50 individuals following behind them. Leonel looked at the carnage. He felt a bit of guilt looking toward the freshman who had been sliced into 6, but had he acted too soon, things wouldn't have ended so simply. Things became more and more complex the more people he had to take care of. With that came many more variables. That said, Leonel turned his attention toward Jaehalis, ignoring Balthorn. At that moment, Jaehalis felt as though he was being locked onto by a beast. Even the stare of the Titan hyena hadn't nearly been this uncomfortable. According to Leonel's original simulation, the 3 freshmen plus Jaehalis would have struck at the snout of the Titan hyena. Following this, the Titan hyena would chase after Jaehalis since he was the strongest, and Leonel would then shoot at the perfect time to save him. Yet, Jaehalis pulled back at the last moment, which eventually led to a death Leonel couldn't stop because he had to recalculate everything at that instant. If Jaehalis hadn't pulled back, they wouldn't have suffered any more deaths in the slightest. How could Leonel not be infuriated? But at this moment, Leonel knew that it was impossible to convey this matter properly. Jaehalis' actions were so subtle and well calculated that Leonel was sure that he was the only one who noticed the change at all. If Leonel tried to call him out now, the fragile trust he had built to now would crumble. He would come off as a man who wanted to get rid of a potential rival rather than someone indignant, rightly so, about the death of a fellow student. Controlling his emotions, Leonel pulled his gaze from Jaehalis and scanned everyone else. His look hadn't lasted more than a split second. But, for a sensory type like Jaehalis, it felt like an eternity. I'm sure you all are aware of what's happening by now. The Oryx seemed to be making a move and could be coming down at us any time now. As Leonel spoke, he had already walked to the pinned corpse, stripping it clean. He doused the tree bark and surroundings in cleansing waters, then sent Little Blackstar off with the remains again. We'll follow you. Balthorn spoke before Leonel could even ask. Leonel nodded. All right, we're still about 40 kilometers away, so let's work together. Balthorn was the reason so many of these freshmen had come together in the first place, so it wasn't much of a surprise that they all agreed. The only one who was hesitant was Jaehalis. Unlike Leonel, he didn't seem intent on being the vanguard in the slightest. At this moment, he just wanted to look out for himself. In the end, though, he decided to follow along. As much as he trusted his senses, he knew he wasn't infallible. In the case, wouldn't it be more convenient to escape if there were others blocking the way? Jaehalis made his decision. An unknown distance away, a familiar large humanoid figure reached thick, dirty fingers forward. The Oryx's nails looked as though they had been bitten down to size before being caked in the foulest dirt. However, a moment later, the Oryx's fingers were coated in a thick crimson. It looked around, but soon realized it had come to the end of the trail. It seemed that he had been following a false path. The Oryx stood to his full height, wiping the line of crimson across his chest. He rose his nose to the sky, taking a deep whiff. But after a while, he couldn't seem to sense anything. In the end, he looked into the sky, watching the sun that was slowly setting. This didn't matter much. Once night descended, they wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Chapter 676, Era of War and Expansion. Back on Earth, the matters of the war were only just beginning to be settled. It was no surprise that even after the death of the Puppet Master, Terrain was still able to put up a great fight. After all, they still had Honored's father, City Lord Keifer, and the mighty City Lord Black. However, a great fight was all they were capable of. After Honored's death, much of the hope had already crumbled. His existence was simply too important to the core plans of Terrain. Now that he was gone, even if they did win, it held no merit. With their pitiful talent, holding on to Earth until they could begin to birth fifth-generation children who could take over for them was nothing more than a pipe dream. In the end, the City Lords of Terrain all committed suicide in hopes in that the innocent citizens they had brought along would be spared. Maybe then, in some small way, Terrain would become a part of Earth and live on in another form. Not unexpectedly, Camelot became among the greatest contributors of the war. Their sudden appearance after the second fall of White City had turned the battle for the capital on its head. In thanks to them, the desperate last struggles of the cities didn't cause many waves at all. The war finally came to a close and a time of reform began. However, this didn't mean that every place on Earth was experiencing this kind of peace. You knew, didn't you? James stood before his father, his fists clenched. He tried his best to keep his expression even, but he had never been as good as Leonel at doing this no matter how hard he tried to copy his former best friend. James simply wasn't that kind of person. He wasn't good at hiding his emotions and often wore them out openly. It was precisely because of this that he called Leonel a hypocrite that day. Not just any hypocrite, but a psychopath as well. Of all the people who knew Leonel, maybe other than his own father, James knew him best. He knew more than enough to know that the charisma that seemed to be the foundation of Leonel's personality was nothing more than a thin veneer hiding his true depths. But that didn't change the fact that James had always seen Leonel as his best friend. Yet now, the pressure from his father had split them apart. How could he choose between his best friend and his family? But this was exactly the choice his father forced him to make more and more frequently nowadays. Did I know what? James's father responded without even looking up from his documents. Hearing such words, James snapped. You told me to go to Conrad's family and tell them that it was Leonel and not Ina Brasinger who killed their trash of a son. I'm asking you if you knew that Leonel was a prince back then. James's voice came out in a roar. He had never raised his voice against his father before, but right now he felt as though his world was spinning. By now, who on earth didn't know of Leonel's true identity, let alone his name? Even his picture had been broadcasted through the skies. If James didn't know by now, how much of a fool would he be? James's father paused, looking up. His gaze was sharp, seemingly drilling holes into his son with each passing second. At that moment, James seemed to realize that he had actually yelled at his father. An uncontrollable fear hooked into him, causing his knees to tremble and collapse under him. He sat on the floor, staring at the tiles before him with a blank look. His father hadn't even said a word, but he still felt all his willpower collapse in the blink of an eye. James's father looked back toward his document, not saying a word to his collapsed son for a long while. Yet, James himself didn't dare to move. I can only say that it's a shame about the Siegfried family. They were the only ones not present when the Emperor revealed his connection with Leonel that day, so it presented a great opportunity. I can only say that it's unfortunate. James shivered. So that really was what it was. His father wanted to use the Siegfried's family's ignorance to target Leonel, believing that all the Emperor's nonsense about going out to kill his grandson was just nonsense. Was there really a grandfather who wouldn't take action when their grandson was killed? One only needed to look at what happened to those Shield Cross Stars members to understand. Setbacks like this are an inevitable part of aspiring for lofty ideals. If not for this, wouldn't everyone succeed? James's father rose. Soon, Earth will be opening up diplomatic channels. The worlds whose people got wrapped up in this war due to Terrain's abrupt action will use this as an excuse to reach their fingers toward this place. When this happens, the nobles have decided to send you youth out to experience the world, and there are a few organizations you can choose from. James's father paused, looking toward his kneeling son. Your ability underwent a great evolution after Earth evolved, correct? James's lip trembled, but he couldn't seem to form any words. Good then, his father continued without a care. You'll go with the others and train yourself properly. This is an age of war and expansion. I don't believe that this most recent Code Black will be the last. We took great advantage of it this time, but we have yet to reclaim the former glory of the Bennett family. Soon, though, our time will come. Across worlds and through several folds of reality, Leonel had no idea that such a talk was occurring between James and his father, nor did he know that many were about to set out to the wider galaxy not much unlike he and Ina had. However, even if he did know, he would be hard-pressed to spare it any attention at this point. The sun in the sky seemed to be sinking faster and faster. The usually quiet surroundings filled with the labored breathing of the freshman Leonel was dragging along. There were still more than 35 kilometers that separated them and the mountain pass. Chapter 677, Don't Disappoint. Leonel's breathing held steady. Ever since his magic and body became interconnected, it wasn't just his speed that gained a great boost, but also his recoverability. This was only to be expected. After all, his light elemental force had awakened its healing branch, and now it was one with his body. Even though his current healing branch was almost like a glass cannon, providing one massive heal in exchange for months of dormancy, it had gained a somewhat passive state as well thanks to Camelot's magic system. The only shame was that Leonel had been so busy recently that he hadn't had the time to research more of this magic system. He felt that he definitely had to find this time in the future. Leonel had already simulated the best path for him, and he felt that that was fusing his magic and spearmanship into one. As things stood now, he always either used one or the other, but that was almost like crippling himself. He would definitely have to do some more experiments. It'll be night soon. Leonel sighed. Nearer to dusk, the pace of the group had slowed considerably. This wasn't just due to the poor lighting, but also because of Leonel's orders. In the afternoon, they had focused on speed, killing every beast they came across while dodging large dens. However, when the lights began to dim, Leonel became more cautious. Every time a beast was killed, they would go out of their way to clean the scene and move the corpse elsewhere to throw the oryx off course. In fact, Leonel had even gotten a few freshmen with ice abilities to chill the corpses ahead of time as well, so they would be even more difficult for the oryx to find. All of this caution led to their pace slowing down even further. Though many understood why Leonel had chosen to do this, there were other anxious individuals who would have much rather focused on their speed. If they had, they might have already been halfway there and just another 4 or 5 hours away. But Leonel had chosen to take the opposite approach, something J.L.S. was greatly unsatisfied with. Logically, this was the best approach to limit casualties and help the most people survive. But why should he care about the survival of some mere freshman? The darker the skies grew, the more antsy J.L.S. became. He really began weighing his options for whether he should split off on his own or not. What he was more surprised about, though, was that he had already tried to sway the group's opinion earlier in the day. He had thought that with his white belt status, many would listen to him, and, in truth, a few did. Among them, there was no surprise that the silent Senior Lu had also taken his side. But, to their surprise, the vast majority still took Leonel's side. They weren't fools. If they could come to valiant heart, they definitely had some intelligence of their own. Though Leonel's approach was a bit overly cautious, there was nothing fundamentally wrong with it. Like this, Jaehalus's small stint at rebellion had fallen flat. He looked toward Leonel's back at that moment, only to find that the latter didn't seem to be paying attention to him in the slightest. He didn't seem to realize that Leonel's internal sight was observing every single one of his actions from start to finish. But how could he? As far as Jaehalus knew, internal sight was easily detectable. When had he ever run into one as subtly controlled as Leonel's? I guess it's about time, Leonel thought. All right, everyone, there should be a mine network up ahead. As long as we have metals interfering with their sight, it will be even more difficult for the Oryx to find us. We can hide away here until the morning. When Leonel's voice silently reached all their ears, everyone perked up. So it seemed that Leonel really did have a plan. This was great. Of course, if they all knew that the mine network Leonel was speaking of was one from the map he had memorized on the day he launched an attack at the ores market, who knew how they would react? Aina looked toward Leonel's side profile. He's getting more and more bad every day. Her lip couldn't help but curl. This had been Leonel's plan from the beginning. He knew they couldn't make it, so he had laid a map of their progress atop of a map of Sariath's mine network within his dream world. Then, he picked out a suitable location they would reach just before the sun officially set. Soon, the group found a small rock field. Sparse grass sputtered through every so often, but the minor 20 or so meter wide space were mostly made of grays. Near its center, a cave mouth hung open, dipping into the ground quite quickly. But what was especially eye-catching was the fact that there were 4 white-belted seniors playing a game of cards by the cave entrance. The 4 sat at a table together, taking swings of what looked like liquor and happily laughing amongst themselves. It was clear that they had no idea of the looming threat hanging over their heads. At that moment, the 4 suddenly went on high alert, their eyes widening when they saw a group that now numbered over 100 walking toward them. Had they really been so out of it? How had they not sensed these people approaching? Of course, they had no idea that Leonel had set up several sound blockades around the large group. Who are you? This is the territory of King of Or's faction. Turn away unless you want trouble. The moment the 4 saw that this was nothing more than a group of freshmen, they relaxed. When had the fresh meat become so trash? They completed such simple missions in groups of 100 now? How pathetic could they get? Leonel's lip inwardly curled. Well, isn't this just perfect? Raelian had no idea that Leonel's trap was slowly closing in on him. Clearing his throat, Leonel stepped forward. Respected seniors, we're here to ask for shelter. Our group has run into evidence of Oryx activity. It's too dangerous to stay in the forest after the sun sets. We only want to hide within the mines until morning comes. Leonel's expression looked sincere, but he already knew what the response to him would be. Come on, King of Or's faction, don't disappoint me now. Chapter 678, Scram. The 4 seniors were stunned when they heard Leonel's words. Mention of the Oryx was guaranteed to cause such a reaction. After all, there were very few who could reach White Belt without having heard at least one horrific story about that race of people. It was safe to say that they wanted absolutely nothing to do with this matter. After the initial surprise, though, one of them frowned. What proof do you have of this? Why haven't we heard anything? The question made sense. After all, they were about 35 or so kilometers from the mountain pass. That region had a strong concentration of valiant Heart Mountain elites, so it was relatively safe. In fact, it was due to this that Oryx tribe attacks so close to the heart of their organization were so rare. They usually wouldn't dare travel this close. Though the scuffles at the border between their territories was growing by the day, normally those were trouble only blue belts and above had to deal with. Even white belts like them weren't even qualified to worry about those matters. So, how could they so easily believe Leonel's words? Now that they thought about it, they felt ridiculous for the way they acted and were even somewhat embarrassed. Leonel hesitated when he heard these words. Proof? He didn't have any. He had turned the skeleton of both Titan hyenas into hundreds of arrowheads. As for their bodies, their stench had been distributed in directions opposing to their own thanks to the help of Little Blackstar, so they obviously didn't have any pieces of it remaining. Leonel decided to quickly explain all of this. So, the only thing we have left that might be of some proof are the kidneys of the Titan hyenas. Those are the only parts of them that I kept for myself. The 4 white belts looked at the large hand-sized kidney in Leonel's hands, then looked at him as though he was an idiot. So what you're saying is that you have no proof whatsoever. But somehow you expect us to believe that the Oryx tribe is stupid enough to attack so close to the mountain pass? Do you take us for fools? Leonel frowned. Listen, no, you listen. Do you think we can't recognize you? This is the last chance we'll give you to scram, or else don't blame us for being impolite. If you think you can overwhelm us with numbers, think again. Not to mention the fact that we'd never lose to a pack of trash like you freshmen. Do you really think that there's only the 4 of us here? The 4 card-playing seniors stood. Leonel inwardly shook his head. It seemed that these 4 had no idea what happened to Nigmir and the others. But this was fine too. In fact, this was even better. If it's about me, then fine, Leonel said resolutely. I won't enter the mine, but can you at least allow them to? Leonel, Incath was the first to step forward. Incath had already done too many things he was ashamed of himself for. The guilt of what his teammates had done still lingered over his head even to this very moment. Hearing Leonel want to make such a sacrifice, he couldn't stand idly by anymore. Leonel smiled lightly and patted Incath's shoulder. Even though the two of them were about the same height, at that moment, Incath somehow still felt that he was looking up at Leonel. Leonel was actually quite confident that he could survive alone, not that this was what he was aiming for right now. He was quite certain by the display these four seniors had put up to this point that they wouldn't disappoint him. And indeed, we're not here to negotiate with you, since we said to scram. Seeing Leonel's willingness to take a step back, instead of compromising, the four seniors only became bolder. This was the true way of the world. Sympathy was something reserved for the strong, and, oftentimes, the strong wouldn't bother to hold on to such a virtue. The more they thought about it, the more they realized they had to chase these bunch of freshmen away. By now, they didn't believe that Leonel could really be lying. Considering his status, convincing 100 freshmen without proof of what had happened was impossible. Most of them wouldn't want anything to do with him for fear of offending those they couldn't afford to offend. But even in the case that they weren't lying, they still needed to be chased away. There was a reason only the strong factions could hold on to mines. This wasn't only because they had to defend them from other factions, but also because mines weren't exactly safe. There were all sorts of creatures that lived in the underground networks. As a result of this, there were only a few safe regions that could be used to hide away in. But even all these regions added up together couldn't possibly house all these freshmen along with all the seniors that were currently already at work below, whether that be in mining or in clearing new paths to be mined. The short of it was that they had to thank these freshmen for giving them such a warning, but if they actually expected to get any help out of them, well, they could wake up from their pitiful dreaming right now. Hearing such words, Leonel hid smile behind a cold mask. You really want to turn us away? His voice was frosty, even to the point the seniors didn't even respond immediately. But this didn't last long. It wasn't even a moment later their expressions were overtaken with rage. Are we not speaking in a language you can understand? Leonel's gaze narrowed, his palm flipping over to reveal 3 arrows as he slid his bow off his back. The 4 seniors were stunned. He actually dared to attack? How could they not be infuriated? Wait. The sudden voice stopped the sequence of events. Leonel frowned, watching J.L.S. and Senior Lou push their way through the crowd. Chapter 679, Condition. At this point, Leonel was really curious about what exactly these two wanted to do. How would stepping out now help them exactly? The reason Leonel was so confident that these 4 would turn him away was because he knew that whether or not he was telling the truth didn't matter. But he was certain that J.L.S. and Senior Lou believed that as long as they could prove themselves to be trustworthy, they would be allowed in. Leonel found this to be particularly amusing. They thought that they were being clever, when the truth was that they were simply dancing clowns. It was still possible for the seniors to allow them in, but Leonel could guarantee that they wouldn't allow all over 100 of them to do the same. The reason for this was simple. This wasn't the first of King of Or's mine they had run across. In fact, it wasn't even the easiest to get to. Leonel had made a slight detour to choose this one in specific. With Leonel's ore expertise, he was capable of guessing which ores could grow where simply depending on the environment. From his understanding, the ores in this place were among the most valuable assets King of Or's faction had. Of course, this was restricted to those mines that Seriath had actually shown on his map. This was to say that this place had the tightest security along with some of the highest priority for the faction. There was no way that Seriath, with his character, would place fools here. That definitely meant that they had already guessed he was telling the truth, yet couldn't allow them in for other reasons. Seeing that J.L.S. was wearing a white belt, Leonel's internal smile only grew brighter despite the fact his face told a completely different story. In fact, now he quite hoped J.L.S. was allowed in. What are you two trying to do? Leonel asked with a frown. Senior Lou swept Leonel a sneering gaze before completely ignoring his question. Esteemed seniors, Lou bowed slightly. I know that it's difficult to trust us, but there really is solid proof of the Oryx tribe's movement. I've heard a lot about some of the issues your King of Or's faction has had with this Leonel, but we implore you to not punish us all simply for his mistakes. We are willing to denounce him completely. Though Senior Lou hadn't come outright and said it, many began to remember at that moment that the King of Or's faction seemed to have a great rivalry with Leonel. Could it be that this was the true reason they were being turned away? Moose, Incath, and Irilana frowned deeply. It could be said that many of them had only survived so long because of Leonel. Even if it turned out that their worries about the Oryx were unwarranted, what they had all seen personally was the change in the beasts. On their way here, they had noticed the increased attack rate and violence the beasts displayed. Even if there was no Oryx, this alone was enough to say that Leonel had saved them all. For Senior Lou to do this now was nothing short of abhorrent. Yet, when they looked toward Leonel, he had paused. His 3 arrows remained nestled in his fingers, but he didn't seem like he was about to knock them anytime soon. The 4 seniors frowned when they heard this. Damn it, couldn't these fools get a clue? They didn't want any of them here. J.L.S.'s expression flickered. He seemed to have understood something as well. It seemed they had misread the situation. But he smiled inwardly. After all, he wasn't the one to speak. Didn't you? One of the seniors seemed to be about to snap when he was stopped. They began to whisper amongst each other. What did you stop me for? Hush, lower your voice, idiot. The four huddled together, believing their voices couldn't be heard by anyone but themselves, and in fact, they weren't wrong. Leonel indeed couldn't hear them at this moment. It seemed that one of them had quite the special ability. Think about it. Don't you think this is a good opportunity? For what? We can't afford to let them in. There's no space. Use your head for once, Yako. King gained a lot of benefits from allowing the hero to use our faction's name, but at the same time, our prestige took a hit because of it. King had no choice but to swallow this insult. After all, our rise was too abrupt. King managed to become a blue belt in just a couple years. How could he not be seen as a threat? It isn't yet time for us to go against those behemoths. But this is a good chance for us to recover some of the prestige we lost by losing to a freshman. If we humiliate him like this and the news spreads, we'll be able to get in the good books of King, don't you think? The four were suddenly enlightened. You're not bad, Mia, even though your name is a bit girly. Mia slapped Yako on the head, snarling, but his lip curled into a sneer not long after. Mia stepped out of their group, his arms crossed over his chest. His gaze swept over the group, his demeanor looking like that of a commander in charge. Seeing the apprehension on the faces of them all, he couldn't help but take a breath of satisfaction. The feeling of having the lives of so many in the palm of his hands made him feel intoxicated. We've come to a compromise, Mia said calmly. We still have no way of telling if you're telling the truth or if you're here to sabotage our minds. So we will allow some of you in. As for the majority, you will camp out in the surroundings. If the Oryx really attacks, our detection systems will find it long in advance and will allow you into the mine. If not, you all will stay out here for the night. The freshmen felt a light of hope when they heard these words, naively trusting in the words of these seniors and in their so-called detection system. Mia's lip curled. He had truly found a group of useful idiots. Allow them into the mine? If an Oryx came, they'd execute one of Sarioth's contingency plans and collapse the mine entrance and run away through the tunnels before waiting for morning. As for the lives of these freshmen, who cared? However, we have one condition. Mia's gaze turned toward Leonel, locking onto him. If he's here, all of you can scram. I don't want to see his face. It's displeasing to my eyes. Chapter 680, mine woke up with a splitting migraine this morning, so that Y chapters are even later than usual. Really not sure if I'll be able to write a third and a fourth today. Anyway, here's at least two to enjoy. Leonel's gaze flashed with something that looked like rage. However, this only made Mia feel emboldened, his chest spilling over with a sense of satisfaction. Leonel took a deep and steady breath, looking over the crowd of freshmen that had followed him to this point. But not a single one seemed to want to meet his gaze. Without fail, they all looked away. Senior Lou's sneer deepened when he saw such a scene. What are you trying to do right now exactly? Didn't you say the strong should take the vanguard? Since you're so bold, why are you trying to pressure the group of us who are so much weaker than you? The heads of many of the freshmen remained lowered. But after hearing Senior Lou's words, a small number of them regained enough courage to look up and meet Leonel's eyes. That was right. Since Leonel had said that the strong should sacrifice, why wasn't he sacrificing now? Leonel's hand trembled, but he slowly retracted his bow, putting his arrows away. Without a word, he turned toward the forest and began to walk into it. Seeing such a scene, Mia and the three were stunned for a moment before they erupted into an uproarious laughter. They really didn't think that things would end so easily. To think that he was actually such an idiot. That's right, scuttle away, little doggy. I almost feel a bit bad. Look at how pitiful he looks. Yako laughed so hard he could barely breathe. Mia's lip curled. But his smile froze not long after. Among the freshmen, Aina didn't hesitate to follow after Leonel. It would have been fine if it was just one, but outside of even Leonel's expectations, Inkath, Irilana, and Moose clenched their fists tightly, turning away with stiff steps and following Leonel as well. Balthorn's expression warped. It looked like she too wanted to follow, but before she could, a slender hand chopped at the back of her head. She couldn't even understand what happened before she collapsed into darkness. Heinerin caught Balthorn's body, yet, by some oddity, no one blinked an eye. It was as though it had never happened at all. Mia soon recovered as their figures disappeared into the forest. Who cares if a few chose to follow him? A mere 4 out of over 100, such a ratio was pitiful. Senior Lou smiled ingratiatingly after Leonel was gone. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet, but one could already hear his fawning. Esteemed seniors, how will we decide who can enter the mines, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, that. It was only now that Mia remembered that he had indeed promised such a thing. What a hassle. Now that Leonel had been thoroughly humiliated and his life was even on the line now, he didn't really care what happened to these freshmen. But after some thought, he realized that there was really no point in humiliating Leonel if no one could spread the tale later. So he had to make sure that at least some of them survived in the end. In that case, Mia scanned the crowd, his gaze lighting up when it landed on Jaelis. How could he not be drawn to the only white belt in the crowd? This was perfect. Freshmen were nothing but dead weight, but it was a different matter entirely if there was someone who could actually be of help here. Let the strongest among you decide, Mia said after some thought. No more than 5 can enter. Senior Lou's expression twisted, but he still looked toward Jaelis almost immediately, a pleading look in his eye. Almost like a ghost, Heinerin appeared with Balthorn in her arms, standing beside Jaelis as though she had always been there. Even to this point, no one seemed to realize that Balthorn was knocked out. Or maybe they simply didn't care about the details in this sort of situation. ch651 swept a gaze over. I'll just take them. With that, ch651 walked toward the mine, not bothering to pick out 2 more to fill in the 5-number cap. Senior Lu's expression was ugly to behold. He sent a pleading gaze toward Mia, but the latter had clearly cleansed his hands of the matter. He wanted nothing to do with it. He truly couldn't be bothered to care. Without a choice, the freshman began to silently set up camp, quietly vying for position closer to the cave's mouth. Senior Lu clenched his fists, a hint of despair marking his brow. The complicated looks he received from the other freshmen only made it all worse. While 2 seniors guarded the entrance to maintain order, Mia and Yako led ch651 and the 2 women into the mine. One would have expected the tunnels to be dark, especially so nearing the night, and possibly lit by torches, but this was far from the truth. The walls of the cave seemed to sparkle with their own pale light. The visibility wasn't as bright as day, but it wasn't as poor as dusk either. It was a nice, gentle in-between that was easy on the eyes. After a while of silence, ch651 suddenly spoke. Tell me the truth, you don't actually intend on allowing the others in, right? Mia's steps paused for a moment before a sneer spread across his face. Of course not. Good, ch651 said casually. Not long later, Mia led them down a few diverting paths before they made it to a medium-sized opening. It seemed capable of fitting about 50 or so people. This is our safe house. Any further and we'll have to deal with stone beasts. Mia, who the hell did you bring here? A voice that almost sounded more like a bark sounded out, snapping at their ears. Mia smiled bitterly before quickly explaining the situation. The Oryx? The expression of the King of Or's members working the mine changed. If this was true, they were in no small amount of trouble. It was at that moment the ground quaked. The setting sun had finally disappeared over the horizon. Chapter 681, whiz, several minutes ago. Leonel's rage disappeared like the wind after he entered the forest. He almost couldn't stop himself from laughing. He really hadn't expected things to work out even better than he had thought they would. He felt like this was what people called digging their own graves. Aina shook her head and rolled her eyes. Unlike the others, she could clearly see that mischievous light in Leonel's eye. The Leonel she knew wasn't very good at controlling his emotions in the slightest. If he was truly enraged, he would have just attacked and thought of the consequences later. The fact he never attacked meant that he wasn't angry to begin with. The only thing Leonel really didn't expect, though, was for Inkath, Irilana, and Moose to actually follow him. As for his lovely girlfriend, wasn't that already a given? If Leonel had to be honest, their following made his task a bit more difficult than it would otherwise be. Their strength was definitely not up to par with him and Aina, but Leonel definitely wouldn't turn them away. In fact, he would remember this well. Taking a deep breath, Leonel turned to the 3. Unlike Aina, they didn't understand Leonel very well, so they had been just as fooled by his previous act. Seeing the solemn expression on Leonel's face, they felt their hearts seize again. After a while, Leonel smiled. It was quite true that the world couldn't be painted in black and white. The very same Inkath and Irilana who had drawn a line between them just months ago had actually chosen to side with him today. The human psyche was quite a fascinating thing. All right, everyone, take these. Leonel handed out another few packages of grenades. These are the grenades, Moose asked softly. Moose and the others weren't very surprised that Leonel had more, even though he had said that he didn't previously. But Leonel's next words stunned them. These aren't the same. The others could only injure a Tier 4 existence and kill anyone below that. This one can even kill anyone below Tier 6. The 3 youths trembled fiercely when they heard this. Every step forward in the 4th dimension was considered to be massive. By the time one got to the difference between Tier 4, 5, and 6, you were talking massive gulfs one could waste a lifetime to cross. Tier 7 to Valiant Heart Mountain was considered to be the absolute cream of the crop. Only blue belts touched upon such a level, yet these 3 could only lower their heads if they came across a mere white belt. The idea that they could injure a Tier 6 with just one of these was baffling, yet Leonel had given them 10 each. How could their hearts not beat wildly? Be careful when you use them, Leonel advised. Whether it's the Titan Hyena or the Oryx, I have a strong feeling that they won't work in the slightest, so don't even bother to throw them in their direction. You'll only be bringing down their attention toward you. The 3 nodded solemnly, but Irilana soon raised a question. In that case, how do we use them? To survive, Leonel spoke bluntly. Not long from now, the Oryx will definitely track us to this location. Trying to escape through the forest will be impossible, so we will be using the mines. If I'm correct, the King of Aura's faction will definitely do their best to seal off the mine from new entries, so we'll need to work fast. These grenades will be useful to you within the mine tunnels themselves. There will also be beasts that enter a frenzy down there. Use the weaker grenades on them, they won't be able to harm the structural integrity of the tunnel. If you feel that an Oryx is closing in on you, a strategic use of the stronger grenades can collapse a tunnel they would have otherwise used to pursue you. The 3 gulped hard when they heard Leonel. He made it sound like the Oryx were already right on their trail. But didn't night just fall? Wait, night? The 3 looked up into the sky, their legs growing weak when they noticed there wasn't a hint of the sun left. At that moment, the ground began to quake, the trees swaying from side to side as though they were juvenile rather than the thick ancestral beings they actually were. Get ready, Leonel said solemnly. Senior Lou bit into his cheek, his expression jittery. He had managed to take advantage of his seniority to build a campsite as near to the cave mouth as he could. Unfortunately, in order to succeed in this, he had to be more aggressive than he usually was, causing many to feel off-put by his presence. To make matters worse, he wasn't even that close to the cave mouth. Under the order of the White Belts, he had to be at least 10 meters away. The clearing was already only 20 meters wide to begin with. As a result, most were pushed into the camping in the forest. Though this was more comfortable than setting up camp on the hard rock, in terms of security, they felt as though they had none. The freshmen found themselves feeling empty. Their minds were filled with such a perpetual fear that they couldn't even find it in themselves to relax. They realized then that their current state was a far cry from how at ease they had been during the day. Though they were tired and spent from their trek here, at the very least, none of them felt as though their lives were on the line. Even without the appearance of the oryx, this suffocating feeling alone made them realize just how much they had relied on Leonel. Unfortunately, it was already too late to hold back anymore. Fuck this. One of the freshmen rose from their small sleeping bag. What's there to be afraid of? Would one person really make a difference? How ridiculous. No one responded to the freshman's grumbling. He stood, going a distance away to find a tree to take a whiz behind. He sighed as a steady stream began to drizzle. He had been so scared before that he had truly held this in for too long. The more relaxed he became, the more assured in himself that he also became. Just blame yourself. Who asked you to piss off the King of Or's faction as a freshman? The young man continued to mumble before his nose caught the whiff of something terrible. Fucking gross. Who the hell is taking a shit here? Couldn't you choose another place? The young man suddenly froze. It was night, so it was of course dark. But, had it always been so dark? His neck slowly cranked backward, only to find a massive silhouette looming behind him. The young man opened his mouth to scream, but all that came out was a gurgle, his head sliding off his shoulders and plopping to the ground. Chapter 682, Let Us In. A shrill scream shook the campsite, smells of blood and carnage hanging in the air. The oryx hadn't even tried to hide himself. Facing a group of such weaklings, why would it have to? Such things were meaningless in the face of true power. However, had the 4 deserters who had died earlier in the day been present, they would have realized that something seemed to be wrong. The oryx they had seen had a massive crimson halberd strapped to his back, but this one had a massive great sword almost as thick as its burly body on its back. Unless this oryx had for some reason chosen to change weapons, it was all but confirmed at this point. There was more than just one oryx bearing down on them. Senior Lou felt his heart seize. He couldn't believe that his worst fears were already coming to fruition. It's just 10 meters. Just 10 meters. It's the blink of an eye. I can make it. The distance that separated them and the cave mouth was practically negligible. Senior Lou didn't care if he had to trample over the corpses of his fellow freshmen. He just had to make it. As long as he did, he would be safe. He would live another day. Without a care for the materials strewn around him, Senior Lou scrambled to his feet, not even looking back to the forest. He scratched and clawed to all fours before leaping up to his feet. He bolted for the cave mouth with all the speed he could muster. For some reason, despite the fact his destination was right in front of him, despite the fact it should have only taken him 2 large leaps to make it, he felt as though it was a world away. At that moment, his worst fears were realized. Again, the 2 seniors had already leapt to their feet. What the hell? Already? It was clear that they were caught completely off guard. They knew that the oryx story Leonel had told was likely to be true, but shouldn't it still have taken some time to find this place? At this point, they didn't care to confirm the appearance of the oryx. Hurry up, I'm on it already. You go do your damn job, nagging bastard. The senior who spoke last stood with a ferocity, his feet stamping into the ground. The clearing of rock and gravel quaked for a moment, trembling beneath his force. Senior, please, Senior Lou called out, panic clear on his face. But at that moment, a strong wall of force sent him flying backward. Horror painted his face as he watched a wall rise up from the ground. In an instant, a 10-meter-tall makeshift fortress surrounded the cave mouth. Senior Lou scrambled to his feet, launching himself onto the wall and trying his best to climb it. Once again, it was just 10 meters. It was a distance that was harder to climb than run across, but he was still a 4th-dimensional existence. Even if he couldn't jump that high in a 5th-dimensional world, he could still climb it. The makeshift walls were coarse and unkempt. There were more than enough dips and crevices for him to latch onto, but he had barely begun when a spike of earth suddenly jetted out for his chest. Senior Lou twisted to avoid it, displaying his small bit of talent. But the result was still the flesh near his hip being ripped through. If he had been just a bit slower, his hip bone would have been shattered to oblivion. Senior Lou fell back to the ground, being thrown away from the wall. Let me in! Let me in! I helped you all! The more Senior Lou screamed, the more careless he got with his words. Who cared about offending seniors if he couldn't even live to reap the benefits of it? Soon he began cursing, even insulting their mothers, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. By that point, many of the freshmen had long since caught up with Senior Lou. Some had tried banging against the wall, but those not as strong as Lou found themselves skewered. It was hard to tell if more freshmen had died at the hands of the oryx who had seemingly yet to make an appearance or their so-called seniors. On the other side of the wall, the senior who put up the rock wall, Hallis, sneered, his hand pressed flush against the wall as he sensed what was happening. Seath, are you done yet? Don't hurry me, bastard, just hold the wall. Oryx aren't that intelligent anyway. As long as they had prey on the other side, they won't bother with us anyway. Why the hell is it taking so long? Do you know how hard it is to set up a controlled explosion? I'm trying to destroy the entrance well enough that it can't be dug through easily, but not bad enough that it takes the whole tunnel with it. Plus, I have to put it on a delay. Whatever. Keep your nerd speak to yourself. Just hurry up. Can't believe those bastards left us with this job, damn it. Though Hallis said this, considering their abilities, they were the only two that could be left with such a task. Seath with his explosion ability, and him with his control abilities. Seath continuously drew force arts around the cave entrance. He had started on this a while ago, but he had never expected the Oryx to get here before he could even finish. Unfortunately, in order to hide things from the freshman, he had to be too subtle before, slowing him down considerably. But now that the cat was out of the bag, there was no need to take things slow any longer. Let us in! In a desperate attempt, many no longer cared about the earthen spikes, rushing at the wall in an attempt to overwhelm it with numbers. It was then, though, that an Oryx finally stalked its way out of the forest, its large figure pushing thick trees out of its way. His massive great sword rested on his shoulder, the claws of his pawed feet digging into the coarse ground. The Oryx was caked in blood. It splashed across his furred legs and clumped the hairs together. The result was a smell even more foul than usual. The freshmen felt as though their souls had fled their bodies. Chapter 683, Ability or Lineage Factor? Senior Lou slowly looked back, his head tilting up to see the massive, looming figure that had appeared. Just its weapon was larger than any one of them, let alone the Oryx itself. Those that had been in Valiant Heart for a few years had all heard their fair share of Oryx tribe horror stories. But no freshman had ever seen an Oryx personally, or, more accurately, no freshman had ever survived such an encounter to tell the tale. Senior Lou's knees went weak. He fell to the ground, his eyes turning almost vacant as he looked up. At that moment, he along with every freshman felt no different from those beasts who lost their minds to fear. The foul smell of the Oryx was seared into their souls. It was the kind of memory they would never forget in their lifetimes. At that moment, though, the Oryx looked into the skies. As though none of them even existed, he focused all three of his eyes into the clouds, training his gaze on something that seemed to be flying. Leonel looked down from his surfboard, his gaze twinkling. What a monster! This was Leonel's conclusion after just a single glance. Compared to humans, if the measure was pure combat ability, the Oryx were superior in every way. Their digitigrade legs made them faster than any human of similar stature could hope to be. Their muscle structure stored more than 10 times more energy. Their bones were more than 10-fold sturdier. And their eyes, there was something deeply unsettling about them. As though this wasn't bad enough, those of Valiant Heart seemed to think that the Oryx weren't intelligent, but Leonel's dictionary hadn't said a word about their poor intelligence. Just looking at the eyes of the Oryx before him, Leonel didn't even need his dictionary to know that these Oryx were no less intelligent than any human. Leonel held Ina in one arm, the three freshmen standing in a row to his back. It was difficult for the surfboard to fit all of them on, but they just managed it. Okay, I'm going now, Ina said softly. With a leap, she plunged onto the other side of the wall, falling down heavily between Hallis and our fire. The two seniors were stunned. A flying treasure? Maybe it was only at that moment that everyone realized that Leonel had never been worried about his survival from the very beginning. Had he used his flying treasure from the start, he could have already made it back to the mountain pass. The freshmen who realized this felt a second wave of guilt assault their souls. Leonel pulled out his bow, knocking 2 arrows. However, he didn't raise it. How about it, Mr. Oryx? Why don't we both take a step back? The Oryx continued to stare at Leonel without saying a word, but it was at that moment that a translation he could comprehend drifted to his ears. The Oryx's expression changed, his tusks vibrating slightly. However, it was just for the briefest of moment. By this point, Ina had an axe at Hallis's throat. Senior? Since when did a mere white belt pose a challenge to her? At that moment, though, Leonel wasn't feeling relaxed in the slightest. An intelligent creature like the Oryx would know that at Leonel's current vantage point, it was at a great disadvantage. Even someone as powerful as this Oryx wouldn't like to be used for live target practice. But that was exactly what would happen if it couldn't find a way to deal with Leonel in the skies. However, at that moment, though it was hard to tell, Leonel was certain this Oryx was smiling, the blood on its body slowly trickling to the ground beneath it. At that instant, Leonel's pupils constricted. Hold on. With barely a warning, Leonel rolled the surfboard to the side as a beam of red shot into the skies. It continued for so long that it seemed intent on penetrating the canopy of the world. Inkath and Irilana barely managed to hold on, but Moose slipped, he hand only just managing to grasp at the side of the surfboard. Unfortunately, before Moose could get a solid grip, Leonel was forced to swerve violently again, causing Moose to lose whatever hold he had left. In fact, even Inkath and Irilana couldn't hold on any longer. The vertical eye of the Oryx pulsed, red veins popping across it as it released its second beam. It even seemed to be preparing a third. Little Black Star. Yip. The little mink flashed, strong surges of black-green swirling around his body. An upswing of wind slowed the descent of the three, allowing them to fall into the wall. Hallis formed unharmed. The situation instantly became more complicated. Leonel's eyes narrowed. He felt that if he let that beam hit him, he would be finished. What good was a metal body if it was melted into scrap? The strong, destructive character of the blast sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, even now, he had no idea if this was a unique ability of the Oryx, or if all Oryx had access to this. If it was the latter, the surrounding forest began to shift and rustle again. The freshmen below could hardly hold in their horror as another Oryx appeared. Two Oryx, one from the south and the other from the north, pincering the freshmen from both sides. This second Oryx wielded a crimson halberd, its stature no less imposing. Yet Leonel was certain that he felt more pressure from it. At that instant, Leonel suddenly felt like the space around him had been locked. The first Oryx reacted immediately, its third eye pulsing as yet another beam was sent in Leonel's direction. Leonel's pupils constricted into pinholes. One's eye pulsed and locked him in place. The other's eye released a devastating attack. What the hell kind of species were these Oryx? How could they possibly be so powerful? If this was the case, Valiant Heart was not in just a little bit of trouble. Forget Valiant Heart, even he was facing quite a tall mountain right now. The crimson beam tore through the skies, bearing down with every intention of splitting Leonel's skill in two. Chapter 684, Rush Leonel let out a roar. In a blink, his body was covered in a sparkling black light. The sound of a shattering barrier resounded as he snapped his neck to one side, feeling the searing pain of the crimson beam flying just by his ear. Leonel breathed heavily, a hint of fear causing his heart to palpitate. If it wasn't for the fact he had built the space element into his magic core, allowing him to coat his body in the force element and forcefully shatter the Oryx's bind on him, he really might have died just then. Leonel realized at that moment that these two Oryxes alone were far beyond his means to battle. Hoping to stall them with his terrain advantage was nothing more than a pipe dream. If he wasn't careful, it would be him who would be played with to death. Whether it was a lineage factor or an ability didn't even matter right now. All that did matter was that they could and would kill him if he was the slightest bit careless. Leonel didn't wait for the Oryx to be surprised that he had managed to break out of their pincer attack. With swift movements, he knocked the two arrows he had pulled out earlier. He rose into the skies, aiming downward and releasing. The two arrows spiraled out of each other's path before slamming into one another. Sparks flew, their trajectories snapping toward completely separate directions, both of which happened to be headed for one of the Oryx each. The Oryx didn't seem flustered by this in the slightest. One raised their halberd, the other raising their great sword. With swift, unhurried movements, they slashed outward. However, right then, bang, the arrows exploded. It felt as though two red suns had suddenly appeared in the midst of the battlefield. For a moment, the world was dyed in crimson. The two Oryx roared, all three of their eyes shutting under the assault. Leonel quickly landed on the top of the rock wall, his feet stamping down. In the blink of an eye, 4 passageways appeared all around the wall. "Hurry up!" Leonel shouted. The freshman recovered, scrambling to enter the wall. Leonel brandished his bow. Taking advantage of the temporary blindness of the two Oryx, Leonel began to rain down arrows. The fur on their lower half provides a large boost to their defense. Their skin can be vulnerable. Aiming toward patches of skin without bone directly underneath is the most effective. Leonel managed to send 5 arrows toward each Oryx, learning more and more with each strike. But after a while, he noticed that after being hit by his third arrow, the Oryx quickly adapted. Even with their eyes closed, they began to dodge and block. Internal sight, Leonel sucked in a cold breath. He had to stop treating these Oryx as though they were beasts. Not only did they have intelligence, but they seemed to have access to all the same network of abilities humans did. Leonel's own bias was thwarting his judgment. He had never interacted with other races of people before, but this should be enough to tell him the universe didn't play favorites. If anything, with how unlucky the Oryx had been in having their homeworld taken over by humans, the universe would favor them just a touch more. How ironic. Leonel had just finished repelling an invasion of his own world, just to participate in the invasion of another. What kind of sick place was this dimensional verse exactly? They're already recovering, 7 seconds exactly. I'd be lucky to get even 3 if I managed to catch them off guard again. Leonel swept his senses over the youth. Though they were weak, if they couldn't cross a mere 10 meters with 7 seconds, a feat that even an injured mortal could manage, they would have never been admitted to Valiant Heart Mountain. Even with the jostling and fighting that was inevitable, the freshmen still all managed to cross the barrier in that time. Leonel shot another arrow, but this one flew right towards Seath. It landed right at the senior's feet, causing him to jump in a panic. "Let them in," Leonel said coldly, not even looking back. Seeing the over 70 freshmen who still remained and glancing toward Hallis, who still had Ina's blade to his neck, Seath realized that it was a futile effort. Before anyone could react, he turned tail and ran into the tunnel. Leonel had said to let everyone in, but that didn't mean he was just going to stand there and accept his fate. From the way it looked, Leonel would be those two Oryx's first target when they fully recovered. Maybe that would give him enough time to escape through the network of tunnels. He had to hurry. The freshman didn't have the time to mind it all, rushing into the tunnel after Seath. The only difference between this time and the last was that some actually looked back toward Leonel. This was already the second time Leonel had saved them all. If they couldn't at least realize this, they'd be subhuman. The dimensional verse may seem like an endlessly cruel place, but in some small corners there would always be kindness. If not, how could people have survived so long against the elements this world always threw at them? The freshman threw a look back toward Leonel and dashed into the tunnels, the image of him raining down arrows searing into their minds. Leonel's jaw remained clenched, his eyes growing colder and colder as he rained his arrows down, doing his best to distract the two. They haven't used their abilities ever since their eyes closed. It seems that they're reliant on their third eye being open. But if I can predict when it will open and react first, Leonel's heartbeat grew steadier and steadier, his breathing and his release of his arrows sinking into one. Ina sent a worried glance up toward Leonel. Then, gritting her teeth, she too rushed into the tunnel. Chapter 685, I'm Not Leonel's feet stamped down hard again. The wall thickened by a factor and closed tight. He was limited in how far he could control Earth away from himself, so this was about the best he could do. But this much should be enough. Leonel leapt backward. Reading his intention, little black star appeared on Leonel's head just as he casted float. As expected, in a fifth-dimensional world, the act was even more difficult. Unfortunately, Leonel didn't get a boost because he hadn't added wind to his magic core. So, the best he could do was try to slow his fall by a large measure as he continued to fire arrows. Eventually, Leonel was no longer high enough in the air to fire his shots directly. Aiming into the sky, Leonel mooned several shots in a single volley. Pulling out another set of 6 arrows, he nestled 2 between every finger, sniping his moon shots down from the air. The 12 arrows rebounded off of each other, one set of 6 soaring higher into the air, and another set of 6 plunging down like meteors. Those who could still see Leonel's marksmanship from within the tunnel felt as though they were seeing the work of a magician. It felt like Leonel's marksmanship wasn't limited by anything but his imagination. Was there nothing he couldn't do with a bow? Ping, 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 ping. The oryx blocked the first rain, only to find that the arrows that had soared further into the skies had arched back down to aim right for them. It was as though they were being controlled like puppets on the ends of Leonel's fingers. Leonel landed on the ground, sliding back to the cave entrance. His pupils moved rapidly, scanning the force art Seath had left behind. It took him no more than a split second to understand it and point out several flaws. But he simply didn't have the time to make it perfect. Bang, the walls began to quake. Despite being reinforced by Leonel, just a single strike from both oryx from completely opposing sides caused a gale of cracks to sweep through the whole structure. It looked as though it was a wall of partially cracked eggs rather than one of rock, stone, and earth. Leonel didn't even look back. He flipped his palm over, retrieving his favorite spear for these tasks. After all, it wasn't just useful for dissecting animal carcasses. Leonel felt it was unfortunate that the cave entrance itself was too sturdy for an elite grenade to work on it, or else he wouldn't have to do all of this. Bang, the wall collapsed. If Leonel deemed to look back at this very moment, he would see that the gaze of the great sword-wielding oryx had a straight line of sight to his back. But, as though he couldn't sense a thing, Leonel's arm finished the last of the force art at warp speed. At that moment, Leonel abruptly spun back, shooting another arrow aimed right for the oryx's eye. Enjoy being blinded again. The words reached the oryx's ears secretly. The moment he understood, his expression changed, his eyes closing and his great sword coming out to block. Leonel grinned and jumped into the open pit. Boom, boom, boom! By the time the oryx realized it was just a normal arrow, the cave entrance had collapsed completely. Leonel sprinted down, a rain of rock and rubble collapsing around him and threatening his life. While Seath had been cautious to not put too much power into the force art so as not to destroy the tunnel, Leonel did no such thing. In fact, he put enough power in to collapse at least half of this entire tunnel. His reasoning was simple. He couldn't allow the oryx to dig through with too much ease. With how simple it had been for them to break down his reinforced wall, digging through some rubble was child's play. Leonel didn't want to stop them. That was impossible. He just needed to delay them for 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes would be enough. Leonel shot down the tunnel, leaving a trail of gold in his wake. Little Black Star flashed to the side, skipping through the tunnel even faster than Leonel himself. Much further within the underground network, Seath burst into the small clearing that could house about 50. Compared to the freshman who had followed after him, especially since he had a few seconds of a head start, it was no surprise that he had gotten here so much sooner. Not only was he the only one of them familiar with the network, but he was a white belt. Plus, his explosive ability helped him with far more than just attack. He could also apply it to his internal force and his legs, boosting his speed to inhuman levels. Seath? Shut up, Seath snapped, wheezing. That Leonel bastard came back after the oryx came. I don't know if the tunnel has collapsed by now or not, but we need to go. There's a bunch of freshmen on the way here. Mia, Yako, and the others frowned deeply. I left them all far behind, but that masked girl took Hallis hostage. They'll find their way here even without my guidance. The expressions of everyone changed. This was bad. They really hadn't expected things to develop this quickly. Their original intention was to leave more than just Seath and Hallis behind, but who would have thought that the oryx would come so quickly? Mia and Yako had barely gotten here to drop Jaelis and the others off when the commotion began. What should they do? In the tunnels, Senior Lou was running as fast as he could, but the injury to his hip caused him to be far slower than he usually was. He had gone from being among the best of the freshmen to lagging behind even the worst. Though his bone hadn't been injured, the skin and muscles had been. The fact he was moving his leg at all was a testament to just how much he wanted to live. At that moment, his thoughts weren't even filled with gratitude, and unlike most, he hadn't spared a single look back to Leonel. He just wanted to live. Senior Lou stumbled and fell, a strong wince coming from him as he struggled to pull himself up, running forward again. But not long later, he fell once more. This time, however, it wasn't a coincidence. Senior Lou struggled to look up, only to find a masked and petite young lady standing over him with Hallis's neck being squeezed between her fingers. "He's too nice to kill you over just a few words, especially since he's using you anyway." "But I'm not," Ina said plainly. "No, please, I'm so—" Ina's foot stamped down hard, squashing Senior Lou's head into meat paste. Lou's fingers twitched, his body seemingly not believing he had fallen even after death. Chapter 686, Ring. Ina turned away from the corpse, not making any attempts to hide it. Rather, she walked away and shook Hallis awake. Even though she didn't care much about killing, she knew that even in its current state, Valiant Heart Mountain had rules against murdering fellow students. Since she still needed Hallis and couldn't kill him as well, it was better if he didn't see anything, lest it be used against Leonel in the future. Ina was well aware that she was Leonel's only weakness in this place. If she thought about it, maybe the way Leonel had handled things up until now would have been completely different had she not been there, and maybe they wouldn't have been pushed into a corner. If Leonel heard Ina's thoughts, he would probably laugh. He had terrible luck with organizations. In his opinion, this would happen regardless of whether she was here or not. After all, she hadn't even been with him during his adventures with the Slayer Legion or Camelot. Thankfully, Camelot was now a good ally of Leonel's, but the Slayer Legion remained in a gray zone, while even Leonel didn't know whether he would be friends or enemies with Valiant Heart in the future. Sometimes, Leonel felt that his falling out with organizations was inevitable. When someone as talented as him joined an organization seemingly from nowhere, without the same foundations as the geniuses that they homegrew, maybe his existence itself became contentious. Talus was shocked awake, feeling his throat being clamped down upon. He tried to gasp, but only managed to suck in half the air he would normally. The sudden change made him feel as though he was suffocating. He looked down in horror, only to find that it was a petite young woman, a half-head shorter than him, who held him up like this. The fact that she was a freshman only made the feelings of humiliation all the worse. Hollis, though, had no choice but to swallow his pride. It only took Ina a single sentence for him to throw away any thoughts of subterfuge. "I hope you remember that the Oryx are coming after us right now, so, if you don't lead well, I can guarantee that you'll be the first to die." If Ina had used petty tricks to subdue Hollis, he might be willing to pull some tricks anyway to find a means to escape. But cold shivers traveled up his spine every time he remembered that bloody axe. He could only obediently do as he was told. It took Ina only a moment to catch up to the freshmen who were rushing down the tunnels aimlessly. Shaking her head, she shouted a few words about following her. As for those who went down wrong tunnels and would have to backtrack, they were on their own. If they were quick enough, they might still stand a chance. If not, it had nothing to do with Ina. She wasn't 100% certain on Leonel's plan, but what she did know was that as long as half of them survived, it would be fine. She wouldn't go out of her way for such two-faced people. Leonel dashed down the tunnels. Despite seeing all the diverging paths, he didn't seem to hesitate in the slightest between which he chose. At that moment, though, he came to a grinding halt and sighed. "You left this here on purpose, didn't you?" Leonel shook his head. Reaching out a palm, he sent a blaze of fire downward, incinerating Senior Lou's corpse to ash. After forming his mage core, all of Leonel's elements fused with his body. A happy byproduct of this was the fire element Leonel could cast, gaining a very small Scarlet Starforce character. Something like incinerating a fourth-dimensional entity's body to ash like this would have been impossible for him in the past without using his Scarlet Starforce. But now, it was just a casual wave of his palm. If Leonel's mage core progressed enough and his body became a better vessel for flames, he might even be able to make use of his innate force node far ahead of time. Leonel was about to walk away when he suddenly found a ring lying on the ground. By its placement, Leonel deduced that it had likely been hanging around Senior Lou's neck. It shouldn't be surprising that a piece of refined metal survived an incineration, but Leonel had purposely put enough strength into his flame that this shouldn't have been possible. Even a Tier 6 treasure should have been melted completely through, even if it wasn't turned to ash. Leonel bent down and picked up the ring, rolling it between his fingers. Surprisingly, it didn't seem to be a spatial ring. At the very least, Leonel's probes didn't find a hidden space within. However, what his internal sight did find were countless small etchings he couldn't perceive with his eyes nor his touch. The instant Leonel noticed this, he was reminded of his basement. His father had placed such small etchings on the door handle as a small test before he entered. This was only the second time Leonel was seeing such a method. Was it just a coincidence? Or was this ring on the level of what his father would find fascinating? Leonel definitely decided that he should ask the dictionary about this, but now obviously wasn't the time. He didn't think that this Senior Lou would ever have something so interesting on him. At that moment, the very face-off the seniors had wanted to avoid was occurring. Ina stood with an unconscious Hallis in one arm and her axe in the other. To her back, there were over 20 freshmen, and the number was still steadily growing. On the other side, the few seniors who had still not been able to decide what they should do stood. However, their numbers weren't small either. The four watching the cave entrance were just the tip of the iceberg. In the mining tunnels themselves, they had numbers approaching 30, and that didn't even include the addition of J. Ellis, Henoran, and Balthorn, who had seemingly finally woken up. It was during this very face-off that Leonel finally caught up. His appearance, though, only made the seniors' expressions turn even more sour. While for the freshmen, it was the exact opposite. Chapter 687, enough Leonel's lip twitched when he saw Hallis being treated like a strung-up chicken in Ina's hand. It took all the willpower he could muster not to laugh. It really was too much seeing a grown man being treated like this. However, with how serious the situation was, he still managed to keep his calm. What he was surprised about, though, was the fact that these so-called seniors had actually not left already. The underground network of mines of this world were impossibly vast. From Leonel's understanding, there were even some mine tunnels that could be followed from one end of the world to another. This was considered to be the special quirk of this world that was more than 90% land. The vast majority of mine tunnels, though, had a span of a few tens of kilometers. But this was more than enough for an escape, especially since the Oryx saw an infrared. Infrared couldn't see through polished, shining, and cool surfaces. So what better place would there be to hide if not a mine of ores? It could be said that as soon as they made it here, they had a better than 70% probability of surviving until morning and making it to the mountain pass. This was why the actions of the seniors were just that much more selfish. Though it was true that more people would leave more traces and leave a longer trail to be followed, and more people would also make hiding far more difficult should it become necessary. Even with all of that factored in, there was a still better than 60% probability that they would survive to the end of this. Still, this only made the fact that these seniors hadn't left yet all the more surprising. How did they get caught up here? Seeing the looks on their faces, though, Leonel concluded that they definitely didn't mean for this to happen. They had been caught off guard by the timing and speed of everything. To make matters worse, they were still arguing about which path they should be taking and how best to handle the situation. Some of them thought that hiding was still best. The creatures in these tunnels were no joke and only became worse the further you traveled. Something like trying to find another exit was something they had never tried before and would obviously require traveling quite far into this danger zone. The opposing side was against hiding. As dangerous as these creatures were, could they be more dangerous than the Oryx? Waiting like sitting ducks and hoping they wouldn't be found was ridiculous, especially since it wasn't like the Oryx would just give up in the morning. These tunnels were a disadvantage to the Oryx in the night, but in the morning, it ironically became an advantage to them. It was far better for their hunt to take place in the dim lights of the tunnels as opposed to the bright lights of the sky. Unfortunately, before they could settle their argument, Ina's speed had caught them completely off guard. It should have taken a normal freshman 2 or 3 minutes to get here, even if they went all out. Yet, Ina had gotten here barely a minute after Seath, and that was even including the time she spent killing Senior Lou. Leonel grasped the entire situation with a look. Seeing that a stalemate was suddenly at hand, he saw that another opportunity had fallen right into his lap. His expression darkened. "Why haven't you all left? It can't be that you still plan to deal with us, and you call yourselves seniors?" Leonel's words placed the freshmen even more on guard. If they planned on using the freshmen as bait to lure the Oryx away, it would be too difficult for them to resist. If not for Leonel and Ina, even if they outnumbered the seniors, they really didn't stand a chance. Mia and the others frowned. However, they soon sneered, feeling that they had nothing to fear. Even if Ina and Leonel could beat them one-on-one, they outnumbered the two of them, and the other freshmen were nothing but cannon fodder. "If you dare to follow us, don't blame us for being rude," Mia said coldly. Leonel's gaze narrowed. Even those who had sided with hiding knew that it was impossible now. With all these freshmen here, their only chance at survival was to run. But the freshmen seemed to take things the hardest. Even up until this point, their so-called seniors still refused to raise a single helping hand. In fact, they would be fools if they didn't realize that the earlier words they had spoken about letting them into the mine was nothing but garbage. They always meant to let them all die from the very beginning. I think that's about enough for now, Leonel thought to himself. Ina threw Hallis over to them, not flinching as he tumbled to the floor. A clear line of division was drawn between the freshmen and seniors, the atmosphere not vanishing even after the white belts had disappeared down their own path. Though the seniors had gone, though, there was no sense of relief amongst the freshmen. The seniors knew everything about the tunnels, but they knew next to nothing. Wouldn't they end up walking around aimlessly until they were found by the Oryx and died? Leonel let the atmosphere stew for a while, keeping a pensive expression on his face. "How did you catch up to us so fast?" The sudden voice made Leonel smile. He couldn't help but grab onto Ina's small hand and squeeze it a bit. "How?" "I just followed the smell of apple." Ina was speechless. "Are you a dog or something?" Leonel grinned, but didn't respond. He had learned long ago that internal sight was just an extension of his senses. Whether it be sight, touch, or hearing, he could do it all. In the past, he refused to do this because he had been traumatized by some terrible smells. The potency of smelling with your nose versus your internal sight were on two completely different levels. But luckily, his Aina smelled quite pleasant. Leonel saw the festering atmosphere of the freshmen and finally felt that it was time. It's been about 4.5 minutes since the tunnel collapsed. The Oryx should almost be through. Now is the best time. All right, everyone, I will lead you out. Leonel said confidently. What no one expected was for Leonel to actually succeed. Just a few hours later, the group found themselves above ground again. But this time, right before them all, there was a mountain pass they had been thinking of even in their dreams. Leonel's gaze flashed with a dangerous light. No one seemed to know how much he had accomplished in just his first mission outing but himself and Aina. He would quite enjoy watching Hero Peak and its allies crumble bit by bit. Chapter 688 How? The freshmen who followed behind Leonel felt as though they were walking into a paradise. After so long without seeing the sky, they realized how much they had taken something so simple for granted. Still, what they were the most shocked about was the fact that they had actually made it out at all. After the seniors left, many of them had been thrown into the pits of despair. Though Leonel had managed to lead them to the mine itself, following underground tunnels was a completely different animal, and there were even many times they thought it was all over. Yet, Leonel had actually succeeded. And, to make matters even more shocking, despite running into several enemies below, the grenades Leonel had given them were just strong enough to kill them without also bringing the tunnels crumbling down around them. By this point, many looked toward Leonel's back with hints of worship, even Inkath and Irilana were no exception. Hey, you lot, what the hell are you doing here? Leonel inwardly smiled, thinking that yet another group of King of Aura's guards were going to get in their way. What the group of freshmen following behind Leonel didn't know was that he had been confident in leading them out because he had seen Sariath's network of mines. Though that map hadn't had the underground tunnels marked on them, Leonel was able to deduce which might be connected based on the ores they produced and their proximity. From the very beginning, Leonel knew he would be able to find a path out even if it took some trial and error. However, for the first time, Leonel was surprised to find that his deduction was wrong. What he found weren't the guards of the King of Aura's faction, but rather a group of blue belts who still had their former Peak emblems on their person. From Leonel's understanding, they were from Loyal Peak. But after scanning the situation, he realized that it didn't matter much. The group was now so close to the mountain pass that it was within eyeshot. But, compared to the past, when there might have been just a few groups traveling up and down the path, it was now flooded with activity. In truth, the number of people here now was so large that it was surprising that their group was noticed at all. It could only be said that these patrolling seniors were on high alert. Recovering quickly, Leonel explained the situation. We were on a mission when we ran into a pair of Titan hyenas and their Oryx partners. We were lucky to escape through the mine tunnels and make it here. As expected, the Blue Belts didn't seem surprised by the mention of the Oryx. Rather, they were surprised that a group of freshmen actually managed to make it so far. This alone made the reason for the hustle and bustle of the mountain pass obvious. It seemed that the news of Oryx activity had finally made it back to the organization. The reason the seniors were shocked was because many had already signed off all the freshmen in the area to death after receiving reports of where the Oryx had targeted. Never did they imagine that not only would some survive, but that there would actually be so many of them. The Blue Belt at the helm took a deep breath. Since that's the case, it will likely be necessary for you to answer some questions about your experiences. Leonel nodded. Understood. My name is Garlando. I'll take you all to be processed. We've got some new procedures now, so bear with it, please. Leonel looked back at the group and nodded. Garlando was a bit surprised to find that every single one of these freshmen was looking toward Leonel as though to seek approval. Was his word as a senior not enough? What was going on here exactly? Shaking his head, Garlando didn't have the time to mind this. These freshmen were the first to come back after having contact with the Oryx. If not for this, how could he be so polite to a group of black belts? Even as Garlando shrank to his own thoughts, Leonel had also done the same. There's definitely more security issues to deal with in an era of abilities. Their caution makes sense. Who knows if one of the Oryx awakened a disguising ability or not? The group was quickly led away, having no idea the kind of commotion their returns would cause. Leonel was separated from the group. In fact, they all were. It wouldn't be much of an interrogation if they were all kept together. Still, Leonel wasn't very worried. He sat silently, a light smile on his face as the dim lights of the interrogation tent flickered. His mind, finally free from having to account for the safety of over 70 individuals, began to work on other matters. As far as he was concerned, they could take their time. Leonel's mind focused on his mage core. If it wasn't for you, I'd probably be dead right now, man. Leonel shook his head. That close call with death was still fresh in his mind. Sometimes his infallible memory was a good thing, but in regards to things like this, it definitely wasn't. What if the Oryx's ability was like Little Nana's and not space-based? Would he still have been able to escape? Leonel really didn't want to think about it, but with his speed of thought, he always seemed to circle back to it. This was the first time in a long time Leonel had felt this way. He gained so much strength day by day, improving in hours what it would take others months to accomplish, so the fear of death had been slowly washed away. But this wasn't because he had become braver. It was rather just a confidence in his own strength. This, however, was most definitely a rude awakening. Hours later, the flaps of the tent finally moved as 3 figures walked in. One was an elder Leonel recognized, that old man who oversaw the freshman exam, the one Hephaestus called Elder Tobus. As for the other two old men, Leonel didn't recognize them, but they both wore red belts just like Tobus did. The three sat down across from Leonel without a word of introduction and got right to it. How did you survive? Chapter 689, Almost Forgot. Leonel smiled. Luck? Though Leonel had said this lightly, the elders didn't seem to find it very funny. Even Elder Tobus, one of the few Leonel had seen that weren't so uptight, wasn't very moved, but this only made sense. Valiant Heart Mountain was already in a terrible situation even long before the Oryx made such a move. Now they felt as though they were being pincered from all sides. For these elders, it must have felt like watching their legacies crumble before them all in real time. How could they be in the mood for jokes? As much as these elders wanted to believe that so many freshmen could survive, they had already prepared themselves to be wiped out completely. But now, instead of being pleasantly surprised, they were just skeptical. And, after interrogating all of the freshmen about what happened, it all seemed to revolve around this one young man. Leonel sighed when he saw such a scene. I'm a force crafter who has a high affinity for metal and whose ability happens to be a sensory type. Finding mines and navigating them is probably what I'm best at. Leonel's reply was straight to the point. The elders looked toward one another. This matched up with pretty much everything they knew. The elder who sat to Tobus's right scanned Leonel up and down, his eyes blazing with a peculiar light. Your explanation sounds perfect, but I still have some questions. Leonel met this elder's gaze. What happened with your seniors? My seniors? Leonel sneered. If you can even call them that. They were directly responsible for several deaths and separated from us after we entered the mine tunnels. In order to avoid the breakout of another fight, we had no choice but to not follow them as they asked. So your seniors abandoned you in a crisis, yet you were still able to leave before them, despite having to protect more than 70 other freshmen? Does that make sense even to you? Oh, then what do you think happened? It wouldn't be the first time someone took credit for something they had no hand in. The elder replied plainly. It also wouldn't be the first time some with less than optimal motives used outside help to become more storied and hallowed than they should be. I see. Well, you're entitled to your opinion, I guess, Leonel replied. It would probably be up to you, then, to prove that I colluded with the Oryx to leave safely. If that's all, I'll be leaving now. Leonel stood and stretched his back, feeling a satisfying crack. Did we say you could leave? Nope, you didn't. Leonel waved goodbye and walked out of the tent. That snot-nosed brat, Heinle grit his teeth. All right. Elder Tobus stopped the elder before he could blow his top. We have certain rules we need to follow too, Heinle. Tobus could tell that Leonel lost patience almost as soon as the line of questioning began. The truth was that Heinle had an excellent interrogation ability. But, in order to hide this truth, he often asked questions he didn't need to. Somehow, Leonel had seen right through this and knew that the main bulk of the interrogation was complete. This alone proved two things. One, that Leonel's ability was indeed sensory, and two, that it was even powerful enough to see through elders on their level. After that point, Leonel truly didn't have anything left to prove. Though his leaving was a bit rude, wasn't treating him like a traitor when they mostly confirmed that he wasn't also rude? Especially since Leonel had to put his life on the line to gain the results he had? Fine, these brats are getting worse and worse every generation. I can't stand any of them, Heinle snapped. Despite his words, he didn't seem intent on going to make trouble for Leonel. Tobus smiled bitterly. We're getting old. It's best that we just let the younger generation take over now. That Raylion brat is too full of himself, and now it's getting contagious. He didn't even care for the opinions of any of us old-timers before he flipped years of foundations on its head. Now look at the fucking result. At any other time, would there have been so many freshmen out doing missions? If it wasn't for the rule changes, they wouldn't have been in the line of danger at all. Fuck, we should interrogate that Raylion little brat too and see if he's the one colluding with those foul-smelling bastards. The third elder, who had remained silent until now, chuckled. All right. We should be happy that he cut things short. There's something far more important to turn our attention to. The elders all became serious at once. That's right. Tobus's gaze sharpened. Of the more than 30 freshmen who died on their journey here, half of them were actually killed by their fellow seniors. The punishment must be swift and harsh. In these times, if we aren't united, we are finished. The two elders remained silent. Clearly, they were all in agreement. At that moment, the flaps opened to reveal a familiar blue belt youth. Elders, there's movement. The seniors you were looking for just entered the mountain pass. But, of the more than 30 of them there were, only about 10 remain. Elder Heinle practically growled out his next words. Arrest them all. Leonel stepped onto the mountain pass to find a sight that left him pleasantly surprised. At first, he had thought that only Aina would be waiting for him after so long. But, to his surprise, all more than 70 of the freshmen were also waiting. The moment the youths laid eyes on Leonel, they sighed a collective breath of relief. Though they didn't say anything, the gratitude in their eyes was clear. Leonel couldn't help but smile. It had been a long time since he felt such a feeling. He had almost forgotten how good it was. I've begun to commission artwork for DD on my Instagram. Just posted one of the oryx. Check it out at Awespec on Instagram, mind the underscore, chapter 690. Zoo animal Valiant Heart Mountain was on high alert. The sudden attack of the oryx turned out to not just be restricted to their secret deployment into the deep regions of the organization. Not only had they done this, but the Oryx tribe simultaneously launched an all-out offensive on the front lines, reaping even the lives of some Blue Belt seniors. The territory between Valiant Heart and the Oryx tribe had always been a contentious region, making it one of the most dangerous places to accept a mission, though it likewise had the best rewards. However, it hadn't been this bad in a very long time. According to the experts of Valiant Heart, it seemed that the Oryx had sensed their weak and vulnerable position and began to counter. At least that was what they believed. However, Leonel was of a differing opinion. He believed that even if Valiant Heart was in its peak state, this would still happen. The Oryx had been gathering up momentum for a long time, and their period of hyper-evolution was finally reaching a tipping point. It could only be said that Valiant Heart had terrible luck. Not long after separating with the freshmen, Leonel and Ina headed toward Valiant Hall to hand in their missions. With his planning, Leonel wouldn't allow such a small speed bump to disrupt his goals. Over the course of the next year or so, he had to be perfect, not giving outsiders any angle of attack. With this meant that even if he was being hunted down by Oryx, he still had to complete all the missions he had accepted. Surprisingly, at least in this case, it was easier than it seemed to be. With the frenzied nature of the beasts, clearing them out became easier only because they were also easier to find in such a state. Thanks to this, the couple managed to hit their quotas with ease. There was no surprise that the students working as receptionists for the revamped Valiant Hall were in shock, but without a choice, they could only hand over the merits Leonel had earned. All that work for just 2,000 merits. Leonel sighed. Though it had taken him a month of work to earn just over 1,000 merits before, whereas this was just a matter of 3 days, one had to consider that Leonel had yet to sell all of the crafts he made during that month. Had he would have been drowning in merits by now, but he had Raelian to thank for the reason he wasn't. Ina smiled and shook her head. Leonel was acting even now, and she found it very amusing. She hadn't known that he could get so engrossed in a role like this. Even after crippling King of Or's faction like he just had, and even having them arrested to be tried and punished, he still had the cheek to complain. He was definitely becoming more and more of an evil villain. Look at you, Leonel pouted, laughing at my pain. Where's the moral support? You can find it the same place you picked up this shamelessness. Yip, yip, Little Blackstar called out in agreement. Leonel burst into a fit of laughter. He really was in a good mood. He wondered what kind of face Serioth would have when he realized what happened. It took everything in him not to walk around with a grin as wide as the gap between his ears. Since that's out of the way, what say we become white belts? I'm a bit tired of this color, don't you think? It's lacking in fashion. Aina rolled her eyes. She would never understand Leonel's fascination with cool clothing. If it was up to her, she'd wear the same military uniform every day. She didn't like Valiant Heart's uniform very much at all. It left her feeling too exposed. Okay. Still, she agreed. If not for Leonel, she would have promoted long ago. But after seeing the haul he got from his patients, she couldn't be too mad at it. The couple made their way deeper into Valiant Hall. In the past, white belt exams would take place in one's individual peaks. However, with the advent of the new system, it all took place with Valiant Hall as a central hub. Now, the peaks were basically just training centers one had to exchange merits to use. Unsurprisingly, Hero Peak had the most expensive training facilities. But Leonel didn't expect anything different from them. Hello, we'd like to take the white belt exam. The exams took place on the second floor of Valiant Hall, so it hadn't taken the couple long to reach this place. There were a sparse few black belts hanging around, seemingly waiting for their exams as well. A man with a dead look in his eyes looked upward. All right, he replied blandly. The exam will begin in 10 minutes. Leonel and Ina accepted their plaques and registered themselves. The man with the dead look gave them a weird expression when he noticed that they had been here for less than 2 months. Were they only here to get humiliated? Please note that it is only possible to take the white belt exam once every 6 months. If you fail now, you have no choice but to wait. Leonel and Ina nodded, not taking this advice very seriously. Toward this, the man could only shake his head and go back to staring into space. He had already said more than he usually did in a whole week. Ina? The voice interrupted the couple before they could even find a place to sit. Leonel looked up to find a group of 4 walking before them, 3 of which were men, and the last of which was a woman. The woman especially caught Leonel's attention not because she was beautiful, but rather because she had an odd nose-shaped contraption over her own. It didn't take long for Leonel to notice that their belts still held the Hero Peak emblem. By then, it was easy for him to deduce how they might have known Ina. But he really couldn't understand why they were looking at him like he was some sort of zoo animal. He was only holding his girlfriend's hand. Did he do anything worth such a reaction? Chapter 691, New Rules. What Leonel didn't know was that his action of holding Ina's hand alone was more than enough to be looked at in this way. During her time on Hero Peak, Ina hadn't just been learning a new profession. She spent just as much time training her body as she always did. She completely engrossed herself in improving, which was why she actually didn't notice how much time had passed until she realized she had missed a call from Leonel. In the span of that time, Aina broke no small number of freshman records. Even those Raelian had held had been obliterated. If it wasn't for the fact Hero Peak was such a closed-off community of elites, Aina would have caused an uproar that swept through the entirety of Valiant Heart. That said, an uproar did happen. It was just that this commotion was concentrated between the walls of Hero Peak. The main issue was that Aina seemed to be completely closed off from everyone else, especially men. There were rumors that she had come to Valiant Heart with a boyfriend, but after observing her for a while, many of them had concluded that that was bullshit. Now though, running into Aina after she had disappeared for more than a week, only to find her holding the hand of a man they didn't even recognize, how could they not be shocked? It seemed that Hero Peak was even more closed off than they knew. Even as freshmen, they actually had no idea about Leo the Cuck. But if one knew anything about the culture of ultra-elite circles, this made sense. In the past, white belt exams had to be taken within one's peak. One can easily guess then that different peaks had different standards. Becoming a white belt from Hero Peak was far more difficult. Due to this, an intense competitive environment was brewed. Most freshmen of Hero Peak spent years keeping their head buried in their training before they could burst out with all their potential at once. The freshmen of Hero Peak were much like the elders of Valiant Heart in that way, having no idea about such petty squabbles. Leonel smiled and looked toward Aina. Are these your friends? Aina opened her mouth to respond, but didn't quite know how to. Friends? They were at most acquaintances. The young woman with the odd nose contraption hopped forward and grabbed Aina's arm between her hands and breasts. Aina, why didn't you tell me you had a boyfriend? Are you hiding all the good men to yourself? This is too unfair. Aina was speechless. She couldn't even think of a response before the young lady continued. You wouldn't mind sharing, right? The young lady fluttered her lashes, taking long, sweeping glances at Leonel. You can't keep such a boy toy to yourself. Leonel didn't know whether he should laugh or not. Clearly, these few had misunderstood their relationship. But, in their minds, this was the only thing that made sense. A member of Hero Peak picking someone who hadn't even joined a peak yet was quite ridiculous. What else could Leonel be if not a boy toy to relieve some stress? Though there was a stigma around it, there were no shortage of women who simply didn't care about the opinions of others. And this was especially so if these women were very strong. Aina happened to have both the uncaring personality and the strength, so this seemed like the logical conclusion. Unfortunately, yes, I mind. Aina said coldly, slipping out of the young lady's embrace and grabbing Leonel's hand to walk away. The group was stunned for a moment before one of the boys burst out into a fit of laughter. Greta, it seems you won't be getting a taste. Greta's expression warped. She hadn't really wanted a taste of Leonel. She cared too much about her reputation. In truth, she only wanted to ingratiate herself with Aina a bit. Who wouldn't want a relationship with such a genius? But she hadn't expected it to backfire like this. Whatever. I would much rather focus on my strength than whoring myself out. She ground her teeth in spite. It seems like he's taking the white belt exam too, one of the boys said curiously. Upon hearing this, they froze for a moment. They had never heard of someone taking the white belt exam before even joining a peak. At that moment, a light ding noise sounded. The exam will begin now. All those who have registered, please proceed to room 2A. Among the group of 4, the young man who originally called out to Aina remained silent, his eyes never leaving Leonel's back. Edmorn, snap out of it. If we're late, it'll count as a fail and we'll have to wait another 6 months. The young man seemed to awaken at these words. Right, soon the group had entered the spacious room. Looking around, aside from the 6 of them, there were about 10 others, leaving the total number of participants at just under 20. The room was bland. The floors, walls, and ceiling were all covered by large 1 by 1 meter black-gray tiles. There didn't seem to be anything special about it to a layman, but to one with sharp senses, it was possible to feel a subtle and unique flow of energy. The exam requirements are more stringent than they have been in the past. A lazy voice suddenly played and completely filled their surroundings. Now, more than ever, what is most important is your strength. In addition, the requirements for passing are no longer summarized into a single line. Rather, you will be graded on a curve. Of the 18 of you here, only 4 will be allowed to pass regardless of your performance. The crowd was stunned. What Leonel and Aina didn't know was that they had happened to stumble into just the 3rd white belt exam that had taken place. These new rules had thus yet to become public knowledge. It seemed that Valiant Heart was doing its best to increase the quality of its students. Now, we will begin the first round. Chapter 692, Reflexes. In the past, in order to become a white belt, one needed to reach a Tier 4 standard. But, judging by the words of the lazy, omnipresent voice, there was no longer such a clear dividing line. If they wanted to become white belts, they would have to place in the top 4 overall by the end of these rounds, or else they would have to wait for another half year. The first round will be a test of reflexes. Begin. The youths looked around in confusion. They had heard of this test of reflexes before, well, assuming it was still the same considering this generic name. But from what they knew, this test should have taken place one at a time. Why was it that the voice didn't pick out who should be going? Before any of them could figure out what was going on, the large gray tiles that made up the room pulsed with a dull ray of white light. They didn't have time to understand what this meant before several illusory balls appeared in the air, slowly growing solid. A 3-2-2-2-2. A 3-2-2-2-2. A 30-2-2. A 30-2. A 30-2-2-T-2-T-T. A 30-T. A 30-T. Everyone's pupils constricted at once. The now solid balls shot in every which direction. Two of the freshmen couldn't even react before these solid balls shot through their bodies. Their expressions changed. In that moment, it felt as though a large chunk of their force was suddenly ripped out of their bodies. The good news was that they weren't injured, but the bad news was that their stamina had suddenly been sapped away. Leonel took a casual step forward as a ball whizzed by his head. So this was what they meant by a test of reflexes, huh? Not only did they have to deal with these balls shooting toward them, but they would definitely have to keep an eye out for their fellow student as well. It was definitely not just out of the kindness of their hearts that lazy voice had made it clear that only 4 would pass. From the very beginning, they were pitted against each other. Leonel raised his foot. A solid ball shot beneath his sole, rebounding off of the ground and crashing toward the wall behind him. The room is a 20 by 20 by 20 meter cube. There are 18 of us in here, and there are 100 moving balls the size of a head. They didn't set a timer, and being hit doesn't seem to eliminate you, so I wonder what the grading criteria is. Leonel sent a gaze toward Ina. The control she had over her body was immaculate. Even though compared to Leonel, the time she was having was harder, it was still of incomparable ease if she was measured up against everyone else. There were only about 4 others who seemed to be taking this exam in stride. The weird nose contraption wearing Greta, the young man who had called out to Ina, Edmorn, and 2 other young men, one of which had a sword strapped to his back and the last of which insisted on dodging around with his hands in his pockets. Whether he wanted to look cool or if this was just his style, Leonel didn't particularly care. Unlike the others, Leonel hardly moved from his spot. The balls could only be obstructed by each other and the wall. Even when they ran through an examinee, they simply turned illusory for a moment while continuing at the same speed. Quite frankly, this exam was too easy for Leonel. With his ability, he could map out the trajectory for all 100 balls over the next several minutes. Then he could directly ignore the ones that wouldn't cross his path and mark out the ones that would. After that, it was a simple matter of knowing how the ball would attack him and dodging accordingly. However, it was then that the walls flashed again. The change was subtle, but Leonel's eyes narrowed. They increased the speed by 1%. My calculations are off. Leonel adjusted his simulations almost instantly. He took a step forward, sidestepped to the right, then went diagonally back to the left. In just a few breaths, he had dodged 5 balls and was back to standing exactly where he had been from the very beginning. It was only a subtle increase to Leonel, but when these balls had already been traveling at over 100 kilometers an hour, a 1% change was steep. A 4th-dimensional existence would only be able to reach such speeds in a 3rd-dimensional world. In a 5th-dimensional world, however, even speed aces would struggle to touch such a level unless they were absolute geniuses. As a result, everyone in this room had to read and react long before the ball reached them, or else they would have no chance whatsoever. This 1% change caused enough of a shift that those that had been doing all right previously suddenly found themselves backed into a corner. The more they got hit, the greater the sap to their stamina was. Beads of sweat fell from their brows, their faces paling. As expected, once again, it was only those 4, aside from Leonel and Ina, that seemed to be just fine with these changes. It was clear that Hero Peak was having an elite showing. At that moment, a youth who felt he was on his last legs roared in despair. Shooting forward, he tackled another youth that was nearby, tumbling onto the floor with him. In that instant, the youth and poor guy he tackled were run through by several of the balls, sapping all of their strength completely. The expressions of everyone changed. They had all known in the back of their minds that such a thing would happen eventually, but no one had known who the first person to act would be. Everyone looked around at each other warily, not wanting to be the next victim. But this split consciousness caused some to lose the focus that had kept them in it to this point. It was then that the lazy voice suddenly appeared once again. Round 1 completed. Round 2 commencing. Chapter 693, Speed Leonel's brow raised. It was over, just like that. There didn't seem to be any rhyme or reason. The balls only increased their speed just once. In addition, Leonel had started paying attention to who was getting hit and who was dodging after a while, but everyone other than the 6 of them seemed to have gotten hit at least 2 or 3 times. That meant, so it's based on elimination. Leonel looked toward the 2 youths too tired to even stand up. Their force had been completely run dry. The young man who had been tackled wanted to vent out his rage and unwillingness, but he couldn't do anything but glare and breathe heavily. Eventually, a flash of light sent both out of the room. As expected, they really were eliminated. This likely meant that these rounds would continue until there were just 4 remaining. If that's the case, depending on this next round, we can just end things early. This next round will test your strength. Begin. The walls flashed and all the balls suddenly vanished. With another subtle glow, numerous lights coalesced. This time, however, instead of forming balls, they began to form humanoid puppets. Leonel found that his soles were stuck to the tiles beneath his feet. He tried to lift his leg and found that it was an enormous task. Gravity? Magnetism? Leonel couldn't decide what it was. He didn't think it was gravity because though moving his legs was hard, the other parts of his body didn't feel heavy. As for magnetism, he might have been a man of metal, but everyone else seemed to be experiencing the same thing. It couldn't be that they were all metal men and women too, right? How could there be such a coincidence? What a weird phenomenon. Leonel found the balls that could sap energy to be quite fascinating. He could imagine how overpowered such a thing could be if it was an ability. But as broken as that ability seemed, if someone could make you suddenly magnetic to the ground beneath your feet mid-battle without any warning, how devastating would that be? Leonel couldn't help but wonder how these things worked. It made him realize that he should definitely be more eager to use Valiant Heart's training rooms. The puppet before Leonel suddenly threw out a punch. Reacting quickly, Leonel too threw out a punch, obliterating the puppet before him into motes of light. Leonel felt the magnetism at his feet disappear. But, before he could be confused, another puppet began to form. This time, he felt as though all the air in his surroundings had vanished, not allowing him to breathe in the slightest. The sudden change caught Leonel off guard, but it still took him just a single punch to eliminate the puppet before him. On the third, he felt like his skin was being seared in a vat of lava. On the fourth, he felt a chill down to his very bone. Is this a strength test or an adaptation test? Leonel was so wowed by the changes that he completely forgot to end the exam early like he had wanted to. How this testing arena managed to cause so many changes in such a fine area was beyond Leonel. It was all the more shocking because Leonel knew how poor this organization's standard of force crafting was. It was impossible for them to create something like this. Second round concluded. Third round commencing. Huh? Leonel was caught off guard. Only then did he realize that he had gotten completely lost in his analysis. Maybe he liked force crafting for more than just defeating his father one day. He didn't even realize how ingrained it had become to his very being. 2 more youths who couldn't survive the round were suddenly teleported out. No, it wasn't 2, it was actually 6. Leonel raised his brows. It seemed that they had all fallen at the same stage, so they were taken out together. Some of them were convulsing, obviously still stuck in whatever harsh environment they had been feeling. Just like that, only 10 remained. This round will test your speed. Begin. Leonel's eyes flashed, his body instantly flickering to the side. A sharp silver dagger whizzed by him. Another dodging test? Leonel raised an eyebrow, but he had hardly finished the thought when the dagger suddenly stopped midair, flipped backward, and headed for him again. Oh, Leonel rolled out of the way, narrowly dodging the dagger again. But some others weren't lucky. This time, not only did they feel a piercing pain, freezing their nervous system for a moment, but their stamina and force was snatched away once again. The corners the dagger took to stab toward Leonel grew sharper and sharper. Eventually, it reacted so fast that Leonel didn't even have the option to stay in the same place. He swiftly dodged backward, the dagger bearing down on the tip of his nose. Leonel almost became cross-eyed, trying to keep his gaze locked onto it. What a test. They want us to display this level of speed in a 20 by 20 meter room with 9 other competitors amongst us. The worst part is that they didn't even make any effort to separate out allies from one another, so there are most definitely people who will work together. Unless, if this was done on purpose, Leonel could see it having a potentially good effect. Teamwork was good for the sake of building the foundation of an organization. But Leonel felt it would be better to promote this teamwork against their enemies, not their fellow students. The more Leonel thought about it, the more likely he felt it wasn't a coincidence that Hero Peak had sent exactly 4 to participate in this test, and it was most definitely not a coincidence that they had all come together at the very last minute, even later than he and Ina. Leonel sent a gaze over toward Ina. Considering her speed, he wasn't worried about her. What he was worried about, though, was Leonel's eyes narrowed. Even without turning, he could feel that someone had targeted him from the back. Chapter 694, Most Logical. To Leonel's back, a lanky youth ran with all his might. He most definitely hadn't expected for the speed round to start at such a level. If things were like this, what would he do if the speed increased again like it had during the first round? It was already impressive enough for a 4th-dimensional existence like him to be able to walk around and run in a 5th-dimensional world like this one. But now they were most definitely asking for too much. I can't wait 6 months. I can't wait. The more pressure Valiant Heart was under, the more resources and opportunities they brought out for everyone. Leonel and Ina weren't aware of this yet since they had just come back, but even the tournament for entry into the Valiant Heart Zone had moved up. Not only this, but they were allowing far more students in now than they ever had in the past. But the minimum requirement for entry into this tournament was to have a white belt. If he failed this time, there was no way he'd be able to join because by then, the tournament would have already passed. Due to all this mental pressure, the moment this youth saw Leonel's back flying toward him, a mad light radiated from his eyes. He didn't just need to survive. It was fine as long as he just outlasted everyone else. How could he pass up a chance to attack at someone's back? Unfortunately for this young man, Leonel's feet suddenly became wrapped in a beautiful golden sheen, causing his speed to grow explosively. In the blink of an eye, the dagger that had been at the tip of his nose was over a meter away from him. Leonel, as though he had eyes at the back of his head, flipped into the air, soaring over the head of the examinee, aiming for his back. The young man suddenly found himself pincered from both sides. His own dagger was still chasing him from behind, while Leonel's own dagger bore down on him from the front. It was too late to dodge. The youth felt a sharp pain rip through his chest, causing his speed to falter. Just that small split moment allowed his own dagger to slice through his back, leaving him completely paralyzed. The twin spikes of pain left his body trembling. Even after the daggers became illusory and flew out of his body, he had still collapsed to the ground, only to be pierced through again by his own dagger as Leonel's chased after him. That third strike was the final straw, laying him out completely. His vision went dark, his dreams fading along with it. Leonel shot a glance over toward Ina. She seemed to have been targeted as well, but dealt with her pursuer much more straightforwardly. Unfortunately for the poor young man who targeted her, he was probably the only one to take on a true injury since the start of this competition, and just like that, there were 8 remaining. But the round didn't stop, the walls flashed. 1% increase in speed. Leonel slowed down his own speed. After activating his lineage factor, even this 1% increase couldn't make a difference to him. It was also more convenient for future moves if his dagger was closer to him. It would allow this farce to end quicker. He's still here? Greta frowned. When the exam began, Greta and the other 4 had completely focused on themselves. Though they had entered together and planned to pass together, they knew that the entry of Ina had thrown a wrench into their plans. Because of this, the 4 became slightly wary of one another, knowing that one of them would likely have to be sacrificed so that Ina could pass. But, obviously, none of them wanted to take the fall. As a result, an exam that should have been easy left them walking on the tips of their toes, bringing out everything they had to be among the final 4. In such a situation, they didn't even care to pay attention to exactly who had survived as long as they weren't being targeted. It wasn't until yet another fell, leaving just 7 remaining, that Greta realized that Leonel, who she thought would have already fallen long ago, was still here. In fact, he seemed to be having an easy time as well. If this was an exam where it was possible for Ina to help him, she would be more accepting of this. But this was obviously impossible. Even though they took all the tests together, everything had been pretty individual. Without a certain level of strength you could call your own, it would have been impossible to make it to this stage. Greta's frown deepened. Just one Ina was already enough of a headache, making their carefully planned alliance crumble before it could even start. But who the hell was this guy? Greta swept a glance toward her 3 partners turned ambiguous enemies. At that moment, the young man who always had his hands in his pockets, Arnid, swept a kick toward the 7th participant. Bang! The youth slammed against the large tiled wall. With his head spinning and his body practically pinned by the force, the slight acceleration he received from Arnid didn't help him to escape his dagger for long. Just like that, there were 6. Ina and Leonel stood on opposite sides of the room, each focused on escaping their daggers. As though they couldn't sense the subtle change in the atmosphere, they remained stuck in their own worlds, not showing any sign of trying to come together. The 4 Hero Peak members sent a gaze toward one another. Sparks flew, a silent communication whizzing through the air. In a split moment, they all came to the same conclusion. If they wanted to give themselves a chance, there was only one logical path to take. Arnid, Greta, Edmorn, and the last, Fox, stamped their feet down in unison, sending a resounding boom throughout the room as they shot toward Leonel as one. Their plan was obvious. Take down Leonel first and as quickly as possible. Then take down Ina. Chapter 695, Next Step. Leonel's lip curled into a smile. Dream Model. Leonel's gaze radiated a blinding light. He had been mapping out simulations of this room for the past 3 rounds. How could he not have accumulated data on the other participants? The truth was that he had no need to use Dream Model on these enemies. Not only were they much weaker than him, they had no single attribute that surpassed him. Whether it was in speed, strength, dexterity, agility, he blew them out of the water. However, in that moment, Leonel halved his physical attributes. Then, still thinking it wasn't enough, he halved them again. He just barely maintained enough speed to stay ahead of his dagger. Anrid was the first to make it to Leonel, his leg raising high into the air and slamming down for a vicious axe kick. Leonel's eyes suddenly dimmed down, becoming cold and calculating. The 4 felt as though a beast had locked onto them all. Anrid's kick missed Leonel's shoulder by a hair, causing his eyes to widen. He had missed? How? He didn't even see Leonel dodge, and he had already accounted for his trajectory. At that moment, Leonel slipped by Anrid, only to find Greta having morphed into a bird with an almost 2-meter wingspan. The odd nose contraption she always wore suddenly became a sharp blade at the end of her beak. With a single flap, her speed increased explosively. Dream Model. Leonel shifted and rebuilt his model for Greta. His subtle action caused Fox's sword to just barely miss him. He slipped through the pincer of 3, only to find the silent Ermund waiting with a fist he put his all into. His strength is beyond these 3, but he still chose to attack me. Seems he's really afraid of my lovely girlfriend. Unfortunately for Ermund, Leonel slipped by his strike just as quickly and with just as much ease. Leonel was like the wind, weaving in and out of their attacks as though he was taking a stroll. Oftentimes, the youths couldn't even see how he dodged, not knowing that he had planned out his steps several moments ago to slip by their predicted attacks. To them, it didn't look like he dodged, but that was only because he already knew where they would attack and chose not to be there. Leonel's dagger followed him around like a ghost, but couldn't even touch his shadow. At that moment, the walls flashed again. Another 1%. Perfect. Leonel lithely dodged another round of attacks. When I begin to build up my metal body after this, I'll need to make sure I don't lose my flexibility. I feel a bit stiff. Leonel absent-mindedly noted something he should have noticed long ago, seeming not realizing that he had been backed into a corner. With a shocking call, Greta swept down from above, looking to pierce him through the head. The three remaining youths shot toward him, a fist, a leg, and a sword, all sweeping toward him with perfect precision, not to mention. There really was no place left to dodge. Leonel's cold eyes regained their light, a smile spreading across his face. It's been fun, I guess. Leonel took a step forward, his body sliding to the side. In a perfectly timed movement, he slipped between Anrid's leg and Ermin's fist. Pucky, round 3 has concluded. End of exam. You couldn't lend me a helping hand? Leonel had a hurt expression on his face. With the handicaps he placed on himself, it took him 3 minutes of dodging to defeat those 4 without attacking. Yet, his Ina hadn't even tried to help. How cruel. You know I'm still in the 3rd dimension. Just one hit from those daggers would have sucked me dry. Then what would you have done? Ina shook her head and ignored Leonel's nonsense. If anything, she should have helped those 4. They probably didn't know how they lost even near the end. By all rights, Leonel should have been down and out. Even Ina almost made a move in that final moment. The couple made their way to the receptionist of the 2nd floor again to find the same man with a dead look. However, at that moment, the men seemed to be completely focused on the screen before him, looking intently toward something. From their angle, Leonel could just barely see the last moments of his battle, how he slipped through and caused each of the 4 to be attacked by another's dagger. Even Ermin, who managed to dodge, was somehow assaulted by Leonel's dagger near the end, just as the latter slipped by his fist. Just like that, all 4 were eliminated at the same time, causing this round to only have 2 passers. Leonel cleared his throat slightly. The man slowly looked up and gazed deeply at Leonel before throwing a white belt over to the both of them. He didn't seem intent on saying anything else after this, just going back to what he was watching on the screen as though Leonel and Ina couldn't see him. The couple looked toward one another and could only leave in the end. Leonel suddenly grinned as they left Valiant Hall. Want to go piss off a few seniors? Ina rolled her eyes. I still have to train, you know. All I've been doing is following you around. I haven't even gotten a challenge in the past few days. That's not true. What about the Titan Hyena? Leonel rebutted. Not enough, Ina replied straightforwardly. Fine, fine. You go off and leave me all alone again for another few months. Ina's eyes flashed with a hint of guilt. I'll come see you at least once a week. Good, Leonel nodded. Don't cause too much trouble, Ina said sternly. And you can always come to Hero Peak, you know. How can you ask me not to cause trouble, then say that? Ina giggled. Well, Valiant Hall's training facilities aren't any worse than Hero Peak's. Use them. Leonel nodded, seeing Ina off. After watching her disappear into the distance, Leonel turned his gaze toward the distant freshman quarters. It seemed he would have to piss off some seniors on his own. For the next step of his plan, he would need a store. Then he'd really be able to take advantage of his hall, courtesy of the King of Ores. Chapter 696. Bear Rose Leonel pushed the broken doors aside, walking into the familiar dilapidated bar with a smile on his face. When the white-belted senior saw Leonel, he froze. He had only planned to give a casual look over to see who had come. But what he hadn't expected was for this demon to suddenly appear again. Hey, Leonel grinned, sitting at the bar. Long time no see. The freshman bar was quite full at the moment. Usually, most would be out on missions right now with the new rules that had been implemented. However, with the sudden danger of the Oryx now being common knowledge, few freshmen still dared to venture out. Without a thing to do, and with even the most common of training centers now requiring merit points to operate, the freshmen only really had 3 options: risk their lives, go sleep in their dorms, or hang out here. It was unsurprising, then, that most chose to come here. By now, news of Leonel had spread amongst the freshmen, and though many couldn't pick him out by his looks, there were still a good few that could. As such, it was no surprise then that his appearance caught no small amount of attention. The bartender shivered under Leonel's gaze, but did his best to regain his composure. Seeing how innocent Leonel looked now and comparing him to the monster he had seen before, it was really like night and day. He really had no idea who the true Leonel was. What's your name? Leonel asked politely. I'm called Murnick. Leonel nodded. Murnick, I'm about to do something that will probably cause you a lot of trouble. But in return, I'm willing to extend you protection should you need it. In addition, if you don't mind, I wouldn't have a problem if you continue to work here. Murnick gulped down hard, his pupils trembling. At that moment, he had a hard time maintaining eye contact with Leonel. What do you want to do? Leonel sighed. He really did feel a bit bad. But he also needed this place. This store, I need it. I'm officially issuing a challenge. Your boss can come here to defend this place, or I'll take it for myself. Murnick really wanted to shed tears at this moment. Why would a white belt come be a bartender at this place filled with freshmen? The answer was obvious. It was him who was tasked with maintaining order and rebuffing these challenges. The owner of this store only casually used it to make some passive income, but it was still a store that had been passed down through several generations of their family. It might be shabby, but enough ants could even kill an elephant. The freshmen didn't spend a lot in this place. But there were so many freshmen and so few places for them to gather that this place made quite a sum, even though it wasn't comparable to the best bars and restaurants Valiant City had to offer. Murnick, thanks to his position, was able to greatly benefit from this. But with these benefits came harsh requirements as well. With his strength, Murnick was actually above average amongst white belts. But when compared to Leonel, he felt like a frog at the bottom of a well, and that was over a month ago. The current Leonel felt even sharper and more powerful, despite the fact he wasn't enraged like he had been last time. All right. Murnick didn't even raise his hand to battle. His palm flipped over, revealing a plaque. With a pained look on his face, he erased a force mark and handed it over to Leonel. Leonel raised his brows, grabbing onto the plaque. After a quick sweep of his senses, he realized it was an ownership plaque that seemed to have the unique ability of reading one's force signature. Interesting concept. Leonel nodded and chose to use his star force to leave behind a mark, using the unique pulses of his 3-star constitution that had yet to display its true might. In that moment, a hidden formation beneath the store rumbled. Dong, dong! A pillar of light shot into the air, forming a beautiful pink-red emblem. The light formed a budding rose with 2 horns crossed in the back. It was quite an elegant emblem, and even seemed somewhat feminine. Or, rather, it would if not for the roaring black bear that took up its background. Leonel raised his brows. So much fanfare for such a small shop? Murnick's lip twitched. Did this person not do any research before he chose to take this action? Were all strong people like this, acting first, then thinking later? This shop might look run down, but that was a testament to its age, not its quality. The past few owners of this shop just couldn't bother to take care of it. But even then, it took hundreds of years for its state to become like this. This spot was one of the oldest in Valiant City, and also happened to have been in the hands of a senior whose family had one of the longest tenures in shop ownership as well. Due to this, the union this shop was under wasn't a small one either. In fact, this union was under the jurisdiction of one of Valiant Heart Mountain's 3 most powerful factions, the Bear Rose faction. In terms of most powerful factions on Valiant Heart, there were 3. One was Raelian's Hero faction, practically taking the entirety of Hero Peak as its stomping grounds. The second was the Severed Heart faction, which was headed by one of the few geniuses outside of Hero Peak that could stand amongst Hephaestus and Raelian. And the third was the Bear Rose faction, formed by the preeminent genius of Honor Peak. It was the existence of Severed Heart and Bear Rose that made many think that Raelian was levying a challenge toward either Honor or Brave Peak when he called for his meeting. But at this moment, Leonel had just done something that hadn't occurred in over a century. He dared to snatch a store under the protection of a union and had kicked a bee's nest. In the skies above, the emblem of the Bear Rose faction crumbled into motes of light, leaving nothing but a pillar of white. Chapter 697, Fallen Tunnels. So it's like that? Leonel smiled. No big deal. Leonel turned back toward the freshmen who were sitting in a bit of an awkward situation. They weren't sure if they should all be leaving now or not. After all, this shop was no longer under the ownership of its original owner. No worries, everyone. Drink and chat to your heart's content. Everything is on me tonight. Tomorrow, I'll close this place down for some renovations and we'll open it back up the day after, so you'll only miss out on a day. After that, it will be business as usual, plus some added perks. The freshmen were stunned for a moment before they cheered. Free drinks and food? Which of them wouldn't be excited about such a thing? Plus, this place was actually finally getting some renovations. Who knows how long they had been waiting for such a thing? Their only worry was that prices might go up along with them. Give me something mild, Murnick. I'm not a big drinker, Leonel said. Leonel had never really understood the fascination with alcohol. Though he had been underage on Earth, considering his track record, there were plenty of ways for him to break the law. The issue was that alcohol wasn't something he found worthwhile to break the law for. It was gross and harsh on the throat. Plus, Leonel could never seem to get drunk in the past, so there wasn't even a reward or buzz at the end waiting for him. By now, Leonel knew that that was likely because of the vomit brew his dad had fed him for years. But he had already missed his window to join the cool kids. At this moment, he was content with sipping on something a middle-aged wine mom would love the taste of. He could almost hear his teammates jeering him in the back. Even Murnick was giving him weird looks. But, as far as Leonel was concerned, this was only to pass the time until the inevitable storm came. Murnick diligently cleaned Leonel's glass, spending more time on it than he ever had before. He might have been caught in a struggle between behemoths, but now his only option was to rely on Leonel's protection. Without it, he was finished. So, he could only make Leonel as happy as possible. Valiant City was in an uproar. The sign of a shop falling hadn't been seen in a decade, let alone one that carried the Bear Rose emblem. It was safe to say that this news spread quickly. But, due to another mind-blowing event happening nearly in conjunction, it didn't grab the attention of the people as sharply as one might expect. Just before the Bear Rose events began, news of the King of Or's faction and their being responsible in the deaths of almost 20 freshmen spread like wildfire. But this news wasn't even nearly as big as the fact that the culprits would be put on trial for their crimes. Of them, the prime culprit, Hallis, a young man with the Earth ability that ended all of these lives freshmen, would be tried for expulsion and even the death penalty. The news was shocking enough to rock Valiant Heart to its core. Punishment on this level had not been levied in a very long while and showed everyone just how serious Valiant Heart was about maintaining unity. Almost immediately, the whispers began to grow more fervent. There was such swift and exact punishment for this, but what about those 7 youths who died at the hands of that unnamed man? What about those 3 seniors before them? It was clear that someone was still trying to control the overarching narrative, bending it so that the focus of the people would change. But, unfortunately for these individuals, there was a difference this time. Almost just as swiftly as these whispers began to be spread, it was snuffed out by the heartwarming story of a freshman leading his fellow freshmen to safety even under the oppression of his seniors. In the blink of an eye, the half-constructed narrative crumbled while Leonel continued to sip at his fruity drink. Bang, bang, bang! Explain this shit to me. Where are the tunnels? Where are the ores? Why can't I see shit down here anymore? Nigmir roared, venting his rage on the new crew that had come to rotate in place of Mia, Hallis, and the others. However, before they could even get to work on their shift, they almost immediately sent word back to the faction that there was something wrong. The instant Nigmir got the report, he felt a sinking feeling in his gut. This network of mines was among their most important. No, it was the most important. If there was one thing the Valiant Heart world had, it was an endless supply of ores, especially ores within the 4th dimension. However, among these, there were definitely differences in strength and weaknesses among them. This ore network, on top of being relatively close to the mountain pass and thus much easier to defend compared to others, it carried 2 of these precious ores. The first was twice refined diamond. This ore was known for its hardness just like normal diamond. But its chemical structure was several times more robust to the point where only someone with strength nearing the 5th dimension could use it in metalwork. Mining this ore was important for 2 reasons. First, to keep it out of the hands of the Oryx who loved to use this heavy and hard ore in their armors, and second to sell to large metalworking merchants and organizations for a hefty profit. The second ore was twice refined steel. If twice refined diamond made the perfect armor for those on the stronger side of spectrum, twice refined steel was perfect for the formation of heavy weapons. However, it was also good for forming the foundation of exceptionally heavy machinery and fortifications. Both of these ores were favorites of the Oryx and important to keep away from them. But they were simultaneously among the most lucrative. How lucky had they been to find a network of tunnels that connected both such resources? Yet now, it was all over. It was all gone. The tunnels that they could reach had all been cleaned out to the point where the walls didn't even shine anymore, leaving the underground space completely dark. And, to make matters worse, the other paths were completely blocked by collapsed tunnels. Without several months of work, maybe even years, it would be impossible to clear them all. This mine had suddenly become useless to them, slashing down the King of Or's faction earning potential by more than half. Who else could they blame if not the Oryx? Even if they wanted to suspect Leonel, he was allowed to keep all the profit he made to himself as a black-belted freshman. But would they even have the mind to suspect him? That was all fine, though. He planned to make it quite obvious very soon. Chapter 698, Cruel Leonel sat silently, sipping at a sweet drink. In his fingers, he rolled what looked like a silver ring, sliding it between his digits with a deft flexibility. His hands seemed capable of performing tasks that would otherwise be impossible. This ring, what is it? Leonel found it hard to believe that someone like Senior Lou could be holding on to something so valuable. But when it came to random events of the universe, who was Leonel to say that he could perfectly understand them all? Leonel had already been trying to dream sculpt this ring for the better part of the last half an hour, but he was still only half of the way there. To put this matter into perspective, after Leonel reached the peak of the 5th dimension with his calculative mind ability, completing a dream sculpt for even one of his quasi-bronze spears would take a few minutes at worst, and that was a treasure at the very peak of the 4th dimension. Leonel had never tried to dream sculpt his quasi-silver spear before, but he really wasn't sure if even it would take so long. If he had to guess, the times would be fairly close. If Leonel used this to deduce the value of the ring, it would at least be of the 5th dimension. Once he broke things down like this, it wasn't impossible to believe that Lou could get his hands on such a thing. After all, as a student of Valiant Heart, he had the potential to one day become a 5th-dimensional existence even though the probability was smaller than running into this ring in the first place. Intuition told Leonel that maybe even Lou didn't know what this ring was, but he kept it close understanding that it had to be special. Considering the sly nature of that Senior Lou, this did indeed sound like something he would do. Leonel sighed. He couldn't help but think of nights Lou probably stayed up dreaming of what kind of treasure this ring would bring him to, hoping that he would shoot into the stars in one sweep the moment he learned of its secret. And yet now, those dreams had been stamped out and the final light of his hopes was now rolling between Leonel's fingers so casually. This world is a cruel place, Leonel thought to himself. Ultimately, Leonel decided that he would need to ask the dictionary about this, but before that he would need to find a quiet place. Bang! The small shop suddenly shook, a violent force flinging the doors from their handles. A few shrieks sounded amidst the freshmen as they scurried out of the way, but, with their talent, such a flimsy, half-rotten door couldn't cause any severe harm to even the weakest of them. What could cause harm, though, was the force that had sent it flying. Who was it? Which bastard dares provoke Bear Rose? The members of Bear Rose had come here with fires in their bellies. No matter how they thought of it, they were certain that Hero Peak had begun making their move again. What bullshit abolition of the Peak system? Anyone with half a brain knew that Peaks still existed, they just hid behind the label of factions all the more now. This rule change only gave Hero Peak more freedom to snatch resources. However, the cohort of Hero Peak dogs they expected to find here weren't here at all. Rather, a singular young man walked out from the now broken doorway, standing before them all. Bear Rose had come prepared for an all-out war. Not knowing that they had been challenged by a brat who had barely been here for 2 months, they brought a full entourage of several white belts and even sent a blue belt to lead them all. Their lineup consisted of one of their most talented upper mid-level teams and totaled 9. They almost opened their mouths to tell Leonel to get the hell out of the way until they all froze seeing the plaque in his hands. Leonel scanned the 9 before him. 8 white belts and 1 blue belt. Each of them wore the emblem of Bear Rose on the belt fabric that hung between their legs, making their affiliations quite clear. This shop. Leonel pointed over his shoulder. I'm taking ownership of it. The members of Bear Rose were stunned. The spectators who had come here for a good show, hoping to see a clash between Bear Rose and Hero, were also stunned. By this point, Leonel hadn't even switched off his black belt for his white belt yet. But, even if he had, the reaction wouldn't be any less speechless. It only made it all worse that Leonel was wearing no emblems to speak of. The blue belt who led the group narrowed his eyes. His arms crossed over his broad chest, pressing down the dense patches of hair that covered his torso almost like coarse fur. Even with his arms crossed, he still held 2 massive hammers connected by a single thick chain. He looked toward Leonel deeply, his spine tingling. This young man before him was too calm. You, a freshman, decided to challenge my Bear Rose faction? Well, I didn't choose to challenge you specifically. I just happen to need this store, Leonel replied. Are you aware of who owns this store? I am not. The frown of the blue belt grew deeper and deeper. Frill, Bane, take him down. Losing his patience, the commander coolly commanded. Since this freshman didn't know what was good for him, it was best that they deal with this quickly. The more time they spent here, the longer Bear Rose's name would be dragged through the mud. Even Hero didn't dare to provoke them so casually. Without a word, 2 white belts shot forward. As though by prior agreement, they weaved in and out of each other's paths, appearing before Leonel in a flash. Their legs whipped out like vipers, each aiming for a side of Leonel's head. Chapter 699, Heavy Leonel's eyes never left the blue belt. Up to now, he had only fought the most elite of white belts, but he was truly curious to see how big the gap between a white belt and a blue belt was. As far as he knew, the process for becoming a blue belt was far more complex. In fact, part of the reason he even got involved with Seraph in the first place was because the latter was trying to complete his requirements to be promoted. I guess I'll find out today, Leonel hopped back, feeling the wind pressure of their kicks send his hair flying. A golden light enveloped his legs, explosively increasing his speed. In the blink of an eye, he managed to close the distance he had created again, slamming a fist into the chest of Bane. Frill reacted quickly, trying to use the opening of Leonel's attack to counter. But he found his leg slipping through air again. His planted foot suddenly felt a sharp pain at the joint of his knees. He could only intake a sharp breath, his vision spinning under the unholy amount of agony. His knee bent backward under the pressure of Leonel's soul. The worst part was that Leonel didn't even seem to be applying much pressure. He simply stood there, his head just under the range of Frill's attack and his foot resting on the latter's kneecap. In the blink of an eye, 2 white belts fell to the ground, leaving Leonel practically unscathed. Even after a few moments, it was difficult for the youths around Leonel to put into words what they had just seen. It almost felt like they were watching 2 men trying their best to harm themselves. They practically walked into their injuries. A sensory type? The blue belt spoke evenly. Leonel was quite surprised when he heard this. This was the first time someone had ever guessed his ability. Most thought it was one of his lineage factors. However, the combat experience of a blue belt couldn't compare to those Leonel had battled in the past. They had seen too much. Rather than being flustered by Leonel's display, this blue belt only came to the only logical conclusion. It was simple deduction, but this only made Leonel more curious. With a grin, Leonel flipped his palm, causing a massive spear to appear. Bang! The spearhead crashed into the ground, its weight so great that a wild array of cobweb-like cracks spread in every direction. Back away, the blue belt said coolly. But, Captain, he's mine. The blue belt stepped forward, his heavy step causing the ground to quake almost as much as Leonel's heavy spear. He stretched out his 2 massive hammers to his sides, holding them out as though to display the strength of his arms. The chain that hung between the hammers jingled and sparkled, glistening with cracked and dried blood. Leonel rose his heavy spear from the ground, pointing it forward in a feat of strength that was no less impressive. The massive 3-dimensional head of the spear was double the size of his head, probably carrying at least 60% of the spear's entire weight. Yet, the polearm didn't so much as bend the slightest bit while being held this way. My name is Arte. My name is Leonel. Bang! The 2 shot forward, appearing before one another in a blink. Leonel's body embodied the spirit of his spear. His figure became larger than life, his every movement imposing and grandiose. For just a moment, he seemed to even dwarf Arte in size, despite them being about the same height. Arte didn't seem phased. His hammers swung down simultaneously, his back flexing madly beneath the carpet of hair they hid under. Leonel swung his spear out to the side, slashing in a wide arc upward and toward Arte's head. Arte smashed his hammers downward as one, looking to shatter Leonel's spear into countless little pieces. Bang! Bang! A shockwave of wind shot in every direction. As though walking through hurricane-force winds, several spectators covered their eyes with their forearms, leaning forward to not be blown back. The freshmen within the bar to Leonel's back especially found themselves in a precarious situation. The front wall of the shop bent and wheezed, seemingly about to cave in at any moment. Leonel's arm creaked. He felt a pressure the likes of which he had never experienced before, even despite using the Four Seasons realm to support his spear. Arte felt his shoulders about to collapse, the resonating ring of metal colliding against metal shaking his body to its core. But maybe the most shocking thing was that there wasn't a single scratch on Leonel's spear. In fact, Arte faintly felt his own hammers giving way, cracking as though they might collapse into a pile of ash at any moment. Arte was in shock. His two hammers were both Tier 6 treasures. It took him decades of saving every penny to finally be able to commission them to his specifications. But now they couldn't even last a single blow? Arte's expression changed. He realized that going head-on with Leonel would only result in him losing his precious babies. He couldn't let this continue. Arte shot backward. Deep inside, he felt embarrassed. He knew the moment Leonel took out such a heavy spear that he had met a fellow man who wanted to fight a battle of strength. But he couldn't afford to do this now. With deft movements, Arte's style completely changed. Leonel almost took a step forward to pursue, but his instincts suddenly flashed with danger warnings. Arte's chains sprung to life. Leonel could see a subtle fluctuation of force coursing through them with a level of control he rarely, if ever, saw. Before Leonel could react, Arte whipped his hammers across his body. At that moment, Leonel found a chain loop closing in around his neck. At that level of force, he just might lose his head even with his metal body. Chapter 700, Arte Leonel's eyes flashed. With quick movements, his heavy spear disappeared, replaced by a twin set of spears he immediately speared into the ground on either side of himself. Clang. The chains rang out, clashing against the polearm of the spears. Leonel leapt into the air, balancing the tips of his toes on both spears and pushing against them to stop the chains from closing in any more. Arte felt a strong repulsive force, stopping him from tightening the chains any further. He was shocked by Leonel's response, but his lip couldn't help but twitch when he saw the quality of the spears Leonel was using as footrests. Where the hell was this freshman getting all of these weapons from? Unfortunately for Arte, Leonel's unconventional response had a purpose. Leonel's palm flipped over, revealing a tall, sleek black bow. In the blink of an eye, he had released 3 arrows. They streaked across the slowly setting sky of dusk, reflecting the gorgeous, violent, and deep red hues of the sun above. Arte reacted quickly, releasing his grip on one hammer and pulling back on the other hard. The chains were finally free. A hammer shot out like a cannonball. Arte pulled back so hard that Leonel felt his footing quake. Sparks flew as the chains slid across the polearm of the 2 spears. The hammer wrapped around one edge, changing trajectory and shooting for Leonel's head as though it had a mind of its own. At that same instant, Arte roared. He raised his remaining hammer, continuously pulling back to give the other more and more speed. When he reached his peak, his arm flexed, swinging downward with all his might. Bang! 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 At the exact moment, Arte countered Leonel's 3 arrows, sliding back further and further with every strike. The hammer had accelerated toward Leonel's head, having every intention of decapitating him. How clever, Leonel's eyes flashed. His own attack ended up giving Arte even more momentum. As he pulled back further, the hammer, linked to the chain, shot toward Leonel even faster. Leonel's gaze suddenly glowed with something other than coldness or surprise. It was excitement. He felt his blood boil. The whistling wind of the hammer shooting toward him, making his nerves scream. Calculations ran through Leonel's mind at a speed that was inconceivable to most. As clever as Arte's attack was, it had one fatal flaw. Leonel's feet shifted. The spears he bounced upon shook, pulling against the chains still sparking against them. The trajectory of the hammer shifted, flying over Leonel's head by barely an inch at the very last instant. It wrapped around the 2 spears, shooting back toward Arte. However, it was then that Leonel suddenly grabbed at the flying hammer. At that moment, it was flying at several hundred kilometers an hour, being just shy of the speed of sound. Trying to grab onto such a thing at that moment, even if you succeed, felt no different from courting death. And if you failed, the best that you could hope for was a lost hand. However, as though it was the most normal thing, Leonel completed it all in a single motion. Runes flickered to life across his skin. A surge of bronze violet hanging around him as a halo manifested above his head. He looked like a Roman god, his eyes filled with a confidence that could topple worlds. At that moment, his image was imprinted into the minds of all those present. The instant Leonel grabbed onto the hammer, his body shot forward. His reached out his free hand, causing one of the spears to shoot out of the ground and slam into his palm. Arte's expression changed, suddenly finding Leonel flying toward him at impossible speeds. Give up his hammers? That was impossible. Control it as he had been previously to change Leonel's trajectory? That seemed like the best choice, but at that moment Arte found that his weapon wasn't responding to him. All the force he tried to pour into it was blocked, countered by an opposing force that could have only come from Leonel. Arte's eyes widened, unable to wrap his brain around what was happening, but Leonel didn't allow him to think for very long. The spear he grabbed didn't remain with him for a long while. Using his momentum, Leonel's arm became like a cannon, shooting his spear out like a harpoon. It flew toward Arte as though a star streaking across the skies. Arte's eyes lit with panic. The distance was too close and his hammer wasn't responding to him. Even if it was, considering the quality of Leonel's weapons, could he even block such a thing safely? Arte roared. Absolute control. His force erupted, his hand stretching outward. He poured all his strength into his free hand, reaching out for the spear streaking through the skies. Bang! Arte's arm ripped backward at an awkward angle, his shoulder popping out of its socket. He grimaced, his face turning pale. However, it was at that moment that Leonel reached him. A heavy spear appeared in Leonel's hand again, but at that moment Arte felt like falling to his knees. A heavy air suddenly wrapped around him, making it feel as though his own weight had multiplied by several times over. One arm held onto Leonel's spear, unable to produce any strength after its dislocation. The other was prepared to raise his hammer up and stop Leonel's charge. But now it felt heavier than ever, as though the weight of the world had fallen onto him. His timing was thrown completely off. He couldn't even counter when Leonel reached his range. Leonel shifted the blade of his heavy spear. Streaking through the skies, he slammed the flat of it against Arte's chest. Arte felt his ribs cave in, all the air in his lungs shooting out at once. He shot backward like an arrow from a bowstring, crashing over 100 meters away, unable to stand. Chapter 701, Mouthfuls of Blood. Bang! Leonel landed on the ground with a heavy thud, only to be surrounded by a wall of silence. Honestly, even he, himself, was somewhat surprised by the conclusion. The slight change in his mentality, courtesy of his lovely girlfriend, had actually caused such a great change to his combat prowess, even without any fundamental upgrade to his strength. It had to be remembered that just a month ago, Leonel had to put in quite some effort to defeat Nigmir. Of course, his life was never in danger, nor did it seem difficult, but the reality was that if he didn't have a perfect counterthink to his wind domain spear, that battle wouldn't have ended so quickly. Yet Nigmir was just a white belt. Of course, he was a white belt on the edge of becoming a blue belt, and could be considered to be an absolute elite amongst them, but he was a white belt nonetheless. Despite this, Leonel was just able to defeat a blue belt in just a few exchanges, and he almost made it look easy. The moment he stabbed his spears into the ground, Leonel felt that the battle was over, and that was the hard truth. His counter to Arte's chains made the latter believe that the best option was to use the spears as anchor points to directly attack Leonel. As a result of this, Leonel was able to make use of Arte's own momentum and strength against him in his counter, thus ending the battle far quicker. If not for this, it would have been impossible for Leonel to put enough strength into a throw to dislocate Arte's arm, and thus it would have been impossible for him to land such a clean hit on Arte's chest. It was just a single, simple move, yet it was like a masterstroke that decided the battle almost immediately. Why guess your opponent's next movement if you can choose that movement for them? Leonel didn't know it now, but this philosophy would be one of the most important changes to his psychology. Only second to what would occur just a few months from now, Leonel put his heavy spear away, reaching out a palm and causing the final spear to shoot out from the ground and into his hand. With slow movements, he put it away as well. Now that Leonel's earth affinity had been ingrained into his very body, something like causing a metal spear to fly toward him was as easy as breathing. He hardly needed to think about it in the slightest. Leonel swept a gaze through his surroundings, and his eyes landed on Arte, who was coughing up blood in the distance. But before he could start to walk to him, he found his path blocked by 6 shivering white belts. Though the fear was evident in their expressions, they seemed to have no intention of taking a step back. They had no idea that Arte's strength actually surpassed Leonel's. After all, Arte was a Tier 6 existence. For a Leonel who had yet to refine his metal body past the Tier 1 stage, and whose force was still in the 3rd dimension, it was too large a gap. It was just that none of it mattered because Leonel's ability made up for the gap in spades. However, whatever the details were, all they saw was a young man who could easily defeat their captain. They refused to let him get close again. Leonel sighed and shook his head. What do you think I'm going to do? Kill him? His entire chest is caved in. If someone doesn't do something, he really might die. Plus, I need my spear. I will heal him. One of the white belts said coldly. Leonel shrugged. It made sense for a team like theirs to have at least one person with a healing ability. It seemed he stuck his nose in something it didn't belong in. It wasn't like he hated Arte. They just happened to be on opposing sides this time. He didn't even know the guy. With a wave of his hand, the spear that had been in Arte's hand shot out, weaving through the 6 and snapping into his palm. Even though Leonel had countless spears of this caliber, that didn't mean he would just leave them lying around so casually. Plus, if someone who wasn't acknowledged by spear domain held onto the spear for too long, it would shatter into ash just like every spear that wasn't acknowledged by it. You can take him away. If you have any problems with my ownership of this shop, well, you know where to find me. With that, Leonel turned to walk toward the bar under the gazes of many. Oh, and Leonel suddenly stopped and looked back. Tell your captain that if he wants his hammers repaired, he can come here the day after tomorrow. News of what happened spread like wildfire. The fact that Bear Rose had lost was enough to cause an uproar to begin with, but for it to be at the hands of a supposed freshman, it was even more worth it. The idea of a freshman defeating a blue belt was enough to overturn all the understandings they had. However, what was released next somehow surpassed even that. According to reports, this Leonel was actually now a white belt. This should have made the news easier to accept rather than causing another uproar, but what really shook everyone to their core was the fact that this Leonel was part of the most recent batch of freshmen. He had been here for barely 2 months. The current Leonel, though, had no idea that he had caused such a commotion. If he had known, a wide grin would most definitely spread across his face. The more people who knew that he owned this store, the better. By now, Leonel had shut the bar down and spread out his internal sight to memorize every nook and cranny. It took him just under 10 minutes to perfectly dream sculpt the entire structure. Though it was large, there wasn't anything special about it other than the array which was drawn into its foundation. If not for this array, it would only have taken him a few seconds at most. Leonel took a deep breath. He had never attempted to apply his force crafting to an entire building before. He grinned. This should be fun. With a thought, numerous heavy metals began to clang to the ground one after another. If a member of King of Or's faction had been there, Leonel would even think of taking bets on how many mouthfuls of blood they'd cough up. Chapter 702, Blackstar. Among the many blueprints Leonel's father had left behind, there were even a few buildings among them. To this point, Leonel had mostly ignored them, focusing on the designs that could hone his skill in armor crafting. That said, this didn't mean that he had never looked over them. In fact, he had memorized them all already. They were able to give Leonel a basic understanding of construction and the physics that went behind it. Most of it was quite simple in Leonel's estimation, just understanding forces like tension, compression, shearing, and the like. He had already learned about all these things in high school. Plus, even if he hadn't, he could just test his design plans within his dream world. If he did things like that, he would hardly need to think at all. After a few minutes of thought, an amount that was likely equivalent to several hours for even other sensory types, and probably several days for normal individuals, Leonel had settled on everything. The first thing he did was completely shroud the small shop in a light elemental illusion, making it look like nothing but a blank space from the outside. Then, he burnt everything down to ashes. Let's reconstruct this foundation. Oh? Leonel chuckled. The formation that made up the foundation of the small shop had a few functions. The first was to mark the owner, the second was to mark which union the owner was a part of, and the third was very clearly a monitoring function. Of course, this was only clear to Leonel. At most, this formation was on the level of a Tier 4 force art. It wasn't anywhere near complex enough to throw Leonel off any scent. The only reason it took him so long to dream sculpt was because of its size. Leonel immediately began rearranging the formation. An emblem? Let's go with some spears, maybe a bow, a touch of silver, and we need a mascot. Let's give that honor to Little Blackstar and give him some wings made out of Little Tolly. Leonel chuckled to himself. With his ability, though he wouldn't call himself an artist, he was most definitely able to perfectly replicate anything in his mind. Something like drawing an image he had in mind was as easy as breathing. He ended up creating an emblem that was one part valiant and another part adorable. How else would one describe a graveyard of spears with a little mink flying overhead with its little wings, pulling back the string of a bow? Leonel encased it all in an elaborate silver border that made it look particularly royal and put the finishing touches on the formation. I guess we can call it the Blackstar faction. Why not? You should be happy, little guy, even though you left me behind for softer pastures. After Leonel was finished with amusing himself, he truly got to work. We'll do just 2 levels, no need to get too wild. The first will sell goods, the second will deal with repairs. The structure needs to be eye-popping, but what could be more eye-popping than using twice refined steel and diamond on a small shop? Leonel grinned like a madman, not caring in the slightest that he was wasting what amounted to millions of kilograms of herby ore. In fact, he relished in it. If he was going to make a bang, he was going to go all out. Leonel built up the frame of the small shop with twice refined steel. This ore was exceptionally good at forming heavy weapons. Not only did it have quite some heft to it, but it was also quite ductile while simultaneously being very sturdy. Let alone a 2-story building, it would easily be able to form the framework for a building several kilometers tall even in a 5th-dimensional world. Working with large beams of metal wasn't as difficult as Leonel had thought it would be, but the precision required was just as important. Thanks to Leonel's metal affinity, though, he had senses almost too strong for this kind of matter. Even when he was moving around several tons of metal around, he hardly broke a sweat. Once Leonel was finished with this, he began to work with twice-refined diamond. The material itself looked quite like the diamond of Earth. The main difference was that it radiated a gentle sky blue that could become a pale white depending on how you looked at it. Leonel had a plan. Building a shop of this material would almost make it tacky. As cool as it sounded to have bricks of diamond, it might look more ridiculous than anything else by the end of it all. But what if he made use of the formation below? The transparency and high refraction index of the diamond made it very sensitive to light, especially when introduced at a certain angle. Yes, this could work if I shift the design a bit and tweak the formation. Leonel got to work. His fingers were a blur as he practically fused with little Tolly. He cut the twice-refined diamond into perfect pieces. Sometimes they would be prisms. At other times they would be perfect bricks, and there were even some others that had irregular shapes. Leonel mapped out exactly how all of these shapes would fit together. When it all came together, the outside of the building would almost look like a kaleidoscope of shapes. And then, when Leonel activated the formation and the black and silver lights shone through it, the hours began to tick by. On the outside, all anyone saw was a vast blank space. They weren't foolish enough to believe the shop had actually disappeared, but they were shocked that such a formation could actually be laid without issue. It was then, on the morning of the second day, that the light illusion force art finally began to fade. What people saw, though, left them completely stunned to the point that many came to a grinding halt. The Black Star emblem hung in the skies, showing no signs of dissipating. It was so clear that it could be seen from every point within the city. Then the doors opened. Chapter 703, Black Star. It should have been impossible for a two-story shop to be so imposing. Yet that was exactly what it felt like. Its outer surface was formed of what looked like shards of glass. A deep, black light shimmered throughout it all, giving it an almost sinister outlook that had a sort of demonic beauty to it. Up above, its emblem slowly turned, radiating out with black-silver lights. The graveyard of spears contrasted by the flying, bow-wielding little mink should have been jarring. But somehow, it felt just right. The shop had no windows. It didn't even seem to have a single door either. It made one wonder if this was just here for looks, or if others would actually be able to use it. At that moment, lights coalesced near the second floor, soon forming a line of curved words. BLACAS-TAR. Unable to withhold their curiosity, many approached the building. It was no surprise that quite a few had been observing this location ever since the battle that occurred 2 days ago ended. Some came with neutral intentions, some just wanted to watch the world burn, while others came to see if there was anything they could take advantage of. However, right when the first person approached, a somewhat disjointed voice began to speak. Please choose which floor you would like to endorse. A. First floor, Shop A, ES second floor, repairs and sales. The youths that had come forward out of curiosity blinked in shock. They had never seen such a thing before. Out of curiosity, some chose the first floor option, only to find that a strong spatial force suddenly latched onto them. Panicking, many who felt such a thing immediately resisted, causing the teleportation to fail. Their hearts almost beat out of their chest, perspiration falling from their brows. Spatial abilities were very rare. Even those who had such abilities in Valiant Heart usually had them in small doses, making their strength somewhat neutered. But that didn't change the fact that being forcibly teleported was maybe one of the most hair-raising experiences one could ever suffer through. After calming down, though, they seemed to have finally come to an understanding. First of all, the spatial tug on them had been very small. In fact, now that they thought about it, it didn't take much effort at all to snap. That likely meant that whatever forced teleportation there was, it wasn't out of malicious intent. And, now that they had thought this far, they realized that this force only appeared after they chose which floor to enter. So it's like that, many began to mutter to themselves. They prompted the message again, and this time they didn't resist. Their sight blurred for just a moment before they suddenly found themselves in what felt like an all-new world. The walls shimmered like black diamond, filling the room with soft, dim light. The first floor was separated into a few corners. One seemed to sell armor, a few sold weapons of various kinds, separating them into types, and the last seemed to be consumable items. The floors beneath their feet, the walls, and the ceiling all made it feel like they were hovering in the depths of space. It was an ethereal feeling that filled them all with wonder. Those are tier 5 weapons. Wait, look at that. Those are tier 6. Those at the center there? Aren't those tier 7? The youths felt like fainting. Many of them were just white belts. They wouldn't even normally be in the freshman quarters if not for all the commotion Leonel had caused. But seeing such weapons they would usually have to scratch and claw to even catch the sight of being displayed so grandly, many eyes lit up with fervor and greed. They rushed toward the counters, scanning through the prices. Why do these damn freshmen get a discount on weapons at and below the tier 4 level? Where are our discounts? Warning. Proximity alarms triggered. Display appropriate merit points required for exchange. The sudden warning blared through the first floor, making many snap out of their greed-induced states. But when they looked around, they found that there were really no workers in sight. Not to mention the fact there wasn't a single blue belt to manage such a place. There wasn't even a white belt. Realizing this, the greed in the eyes of many lit up once again. A warning. Second infraction detected, no merit points exchanged. If there is a third, you will be expelled and banned from Black Star. Some hesitated when they heard this, but when they remembered just how weak the forced teleportation had been on the outside, their sneers returned even deeper than before. They couldn't even fathom how this shop owner could be so stupid. Jumping forward, many grabbed at the lofty Tier 7 treasures on display. Get out of my way! Are you trying to die? See if I don't break your legs. At that moment, before they could even truly become rowdy, they all froze. Feeling a strong spatial force envelop them, they all snorted. They all erupted with their own force in unison, expecting to break out of the hold just as easily as before. But, in the blink of an eye, they felt as though their force had fallen into an endlessly vast ocean. Before they could even realize what had happened, they had all been booted. When their vision cleared, they were right back on the outside. Access deniedest ABAJBN reason, attempted theft AJD length, indefinite. Many instantly tried to re-enter, only to be stonewalled with this volley of messages. Their eyes widened. No, let us in! Damn it, let us in! Their insides twisted with regret. They couldn't wrap their heads around what had just happened. There had just been so much wealth at the tip of their fingers. Those watching on who had yet to enter were shocked by their fervor. Just what was inside? You think a damn wall can stop me? A particularly fiery-tempered man stomped on the ground. He had seen a Tier 7 battle axe in there he had to have. He practically salivated when he laid eyes on it. He had to have it. He had to have it. He stepped forward, flipping his palm over to reveal his own battle axe and swinging forward with all the strength he could muster. His arms flexed, his back practically splintering as he swung. Bang! The man paused for a moment before he was sent flying back like a meteor. A cry of horror left the man's lips before he collapsed in a pile of his own flesh and blood. Women who laid eyes on him shrieked in horror. The man's arms had become nothing but a mesh of blood and gore. It was then everyone realized a shocking fact. The entire shop exterior was formed of twice-refined diamond. Chapter 704, Repair. The realization shocked everyone to their core. How could a person be so extravagant? They finally understood why it was that this place had no doors and not even a single window. How could anyone hope to deal with this fortress? Let alone claiming this plot of land back, one might not even be able to find the shop plaque to snatch back in the first place. One of the only quirks of shops was that their plaques couldn't leave the immediate vicinity of their territory. This rule was implemented to stop shop owners from simply running away with the plaque so that their stores couldn't be claimed by others. Of course, all the rules meant to promote competition were eventually rendered useless by the existence of things like unions and the like. But, obviously, Leonel didn't have any intention of letting such things control him in the slightest. And the result? It was yet another uproar. News of Tier 5, 6, and even 7 weapons being sold spread like wildfire. In the face of such things, the vague descriptions of Leonel that Raelian had made were akin to trying to envelop a fire within a thin sheet of paper. This was the second mistake Raelian committed. If Leonel was a mere Tier 3 or 4 crafter like his grenades and mending armor seemed to show, then his words then would have been more than enough. But an attempt to suppress a crafter who could forge quasi-bronze crafts with nothing more than unsubstantiated words, well, how well would that work out for you? This was simply what happened when a youth from a mere fifth-dimensional world tried to apply the common sense of his limited scope towards something far beyond his means of understanding. On the second floor of BLA Steastar, Leonel lay on a luxurious cushion. His hands were behind his head and his legs were crossed one over the other. Every so often, he would lightly snore, making a somewhat adorable expression. At the moment, he most definitely didn't have the face of the man who had flipped Valiant Heart on its head once again. The members of Polished Glass, even after having already been here for a few hours, couldn't help but look toward him from time to time, still unable to wrap their heads around exactly what they were experiencing. When Leonel called them here, their first reaction was to panic. They had never thought that the one who had claimed this shop and caused all the commotion was actually Leonel himself. But whatever panic they were feeling was immediately drowned out by even more of the same. How had Leonel gotten his hands on so much twice-refined diamond? They knew well that this ore was among Valiant Heart's most valuable exports. For him to gain so much, Kayla couldn't help but think back to the moment Leonel dug through the rubble to take King of Ores' map. As much as they were panicking, though, their minds were completely overwhelmed by other thoughts not long after. They knew what level of skill it took to work with such a high-quality ore. Yet, Leonel had not only worked with it, he had formed an entire building of it. Not only did his craft come out almost perfect, but it also looked like a glistening work of art. Even now, they felt like they were floating amidst the stars, making it difficult for them to continue on with their work. ORLLLLLLLL. Ding. At that moment, the group was snapped out of their thoughts. That sound meant that someone had chosen to teleport to the second floor. After they made this choice, they would appear within a small waiting lobby where they would send in the specifications of their order to be accepted by one of them. Up until now, there had yet to be a single order placed despite the fact they had heard this sound several times already. It was obvious that in the beginning stages, everyone was just curious about everything, so it wasn't a surprise for many to teleport to the second floor just to check things out. The group thought that it would be more of the same again, but surprisingly, this time, an order actually went through. But when they saw what it was for, their expressions changed. In E-order submitted, in E-requester, Arte Bluebelte. E-request for, Tier 6 twin hammers, E-request charges, A base tier 6 repair fee, 1000 merit points, damage multiplier, x2s weight multiplier, x2s weight multiplier, x2 best west final price, 8000 merit points, 8000 merit points. There was a slight pause, but not long later, a figure manifested within the crafting room. It was none other than Artie, the member of Bear Rose Leonel had defeated just a day ago. To think that he would truly come to repair his weapons. In truth, Arte hadn't planned to, but after all the commotion began, his team members mentioned Leonel's words from that day. Even then, Arte decided against it, until he realized just how expensive it would be to repair his hammers normally. He had come here hoping that since this was Leonel's first day of business, there would be some discounts. But what he didn't expect was for the price to actually be so low. A single merit point was worth 10 kilograms of herbe ore. It had cost Arte almost 100 merit points just to buy his hammers, the equivalent of nearly 1,000,000 kilograms of fourth-dimensional herbe ore. This was how expensive such a weapon was. Even for a repair, many crafters had asked Arte for at least half of the price of his weapon, making his insides turn green. Yet, even after a supposed multiplier for being a blue belt, Leonel's price was still a fraction of the cost. It almost made him sway side to side with happiness. But in the end, he managed to control himself. He had heard all about the weapons on the first floor, but he had also fought Leonel personally. In his estimation, Leonel was a rich tycoon from a prominent family from the way he pulled out so many high-level spears to battle with. For all Arte knew, Leonel was just pulling out some of his wealth to show off. There were no small number of rumors about this young man from a family so powerful, even the elders of Valiant Heart didn't dare to do anything to him. This was all to say that displaying weapons was one thing, but actually repairing them? This was a completely different matter entirely. Steeling himself for disappointment, Arte stepped forward and cleared his throat, his gaze landing on the sleeping Leonel. Chapter 705, Beautiful Little Shop. Leonel's eyes fluttered open, a hint of fatigue hidden within them. He could usually go several days to even weeks without sleep now, especially with his ability, but building this shop had really taken a lot out of him. Of course, this wasn't because of the materials itself, nor did it have anything to do with the physical structure of the shop. As for what the true reason was, well, only Leonel knew that. "Oh, you're here," Leonel said. Arte shifted somewhat uncomfortably, clearly very nervous about what state his hammers would be in after all of this. If they were completely ruined, the price he would have to pay to fix them would be even several times worse. When he thought of this, he hesitated again, but unfortunately it was already too late to back out. In order to stand here, he had to have paid the appropriate price already. Even for him, he couldn't just casually give up 8,000 merit points just like that. If it wasn't for the sheer volume of missions Leonel had accepted all at once, he would have never made 2,000 in a single outing. Plus, without his sensory ability coupled with the frenzy those beasts had entered, he wouldn't have completed it all in just 3 days either. This was all to say that it took a unique set of circumstances for Leonel, a man with combat prowess rivaling a blue belt, to reach 2,000 merit points. So, it was no wonder Arte still felt a small ache even though the price was much cheaper than what he had been expecting. Of course, accumulating points through crafting was much easier. "Alright," Leonel sat up, his torso flexing. "You can bring them over here." "Yes." Arte walked forward somewhat stiffly, causing Leonel to chuckle. He could tell what Arte was worried about, but clearly the latter didn't know just yet that if there was one person in the whole of Valiant Heart he could trust, it was most definitely him. Since the others couldn't deal with tier 6 weapons, Leonel took it upon himself. It wasn't even 5 minutes in before Arte began to shed real tears. Leonel had actually melted down his hammers completely. It was all over for him. Bang, 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 furious roars shook the King of Or's faction. Nigmir flew into a rage, his violent wind elemental force tearing whipping marks across the floors, walls, and ceilings. He seemed completely intent on dicing the building into minced pieces. That bastard, his fury was practically eating him from the inside out. It felt as though he was going to explode if he didn't vent. This time, Anlin, Sarieth's right-hand woman, didn't try to stop him. She too was furious, but there was nothing she could do. They had already thought of reporting Leonel for misappropriation of resources. But Sarieth had told them not to waste their time. Leonel had most definitely taken these resources while he was still a black belt. As such, he didn't need to report them. This was just a small and normally useless benefit freshmen got. After all, they were so weak, what goods could they possibly get for themselves? Yet now, this small, seemingly insignificant rule had crippled their faction entirely. Their best bet was to wait for Bear Rose to take action. But if Leonel holed himself up in a structure formed of twice refined diamond, was it even possible to get to him? The worst part was that he wasn't violating any of the rules in this regard either. Better yet, the main force of many of the powerful factions were occupied. The war at the border between Valiant Heart and the Oryx tribe was continuously heating up. Many blue belts, including the owner of the shop location Leonel had taken for himself, weren't even present. As though all of this wasn't terrible enough, there was an upswell of dissatisfaction recently. It was unknown where exactly it originated from, but freshmen especially seemed to be enraged by getting the short end of the stick. They had hardly gotten to benefit from Valiant Heart at all, yet it seemed like they had to scratch and claw for everything. Now even many of their own were losing their lives even to the simplest of missions. How could they not be enraged? Of course, this was easily dealt with by Anlin's estimation. Who cared what a group of freshmen thought? They would be put in their place like they always were. Anlin shook her head. It feels like we're being walked into a corner. But I can't even see who we're playing against. Is it the Oryx? Or have those other fifth-dimensional organizations amped up their underhanded schemes? Valiant Heart had been getting suppressed by these other organizations for a long time already. This was the main reason Valiant Heart had been in such a troubled situation recently, making the timing of the Oryx all the more terrible. It only made sense. The upper echelon of those organizations had been eyeing their Valiant Heart zone for tens of thousands of years already. Now that they sensed a chink in their armor, they believed they finally had a chance to pounce upon. But even now, they were still apprehensive about certain things. Now, though, they were getting impatient. Forget it, King has already left to the meeting. I'm sure he will be back with a solution. As though by design, the even footsteps of a familiar figure cut Nigmir's rampaging tirade short. Seriath entered with an expression just as calm as always. From beginning to end, he had never shown the slightest hint of a change. It's all been dealt with, he said indifferently. There should be a conclusion soon. At that moment, outside of Blackstar, 3 figures approached. When the youths who were hanging around outside saw this, they were shocked. Those red belts, those were elders. Had Leonel been paying attention, he would have recognized these 3 almost immediately. It was none other than Kaela's former master and his 2 wives. Jacques Benalla smiled with his usual warm smile. What a beautiful little shop. Chapter 706, What Difference? Jacques observed the shop with a smile, his eyes scanning it from top to bottom. The youths who were standing around, some of whom had already been banned, could only watch on. In all their time on Valiant Heart, this was the first time they had ever heard of an elder taking the initiative to come to a student's shop like this. Those who recognized Jack as the top force crafter of their organization, though, were even more shocked. Someone of Jack's status was only a step below the true powerhouses of the organization. In truth, a crafter would usually have even more power than Jack did. The only issue was that Jack couldn't craft bronze weapons. As such, most of the strongest warriors of Valiant Heart went to outside sources to get what they needed. This meant that Benalla's power wasn't as great as it could otherwise be had he been a bronze crafter. That said, Jacques still had quite a bit of power within the lower echelon of elders and among the elite students. It was he who created their weapons and did maintenance for them. As such, he had a great hold on the middle tier of Valiant Heart. Still, Jacques' greatest aspiration in life was to break through and enter the bronze ranks. In order to succeed, he needed resources, more than even he could gain by normal means. He needed special natural treasures to temper his fingers and help them reach a higher designation. He needed more materials so that he could practice creating bronze treasures to stabilize his realm. And, most importantly, he needed the astronomical funds that would be required to buy bronze force arts. No matter which it was, it all required an impossible mountain of resources. When faced with such an impossible-to-complete task, for the sake of his ambitions, which man wouldn't bend a little? Even if it meant listening to some of the suggestions of those he deemed to be his juniors. Though all of these things were flowing through Jack's mind, his smile never faded. Let's go, he said to his wives. With that, they walked into the range of teleportation. Ding, 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 ding. Please note that only one can enter at a time. Sorry for any inconvenience this might cause. At that moment, the boxy, fabricated voice faded away to reveal a recorded message left behind by Leonel. Apologies, esteemed elders. I am honored that you would come to my little shop. However, it should be noted that Blackstar only has weapons suitable for those of the 4th dimension. If you understand this and would still like to take a look around, feel free. Unfortunately, due to my inadequate skill, only one of your level of status can enter at a time. Should you still choose to enter, welcome. Leonel's voice was warm, inviting, and carried several layers of humility. It was actually quite soothing to listen to and gave many the illusion of a junior dutifully greeting his grandparents and their close friends. However, for some reason, when it registered to Jacques, he felt it was particularly grating on the ears, as though there was a hidden mocking tone he couldn't quite pick up on even with his senses. Jacques looked toward his 2 wives. They had a slight frown on their faces as well. But when they thought about it, did any of this really make a difference? If Leonel's voice had said that his pitiful skills didn't allow him to teleport any 5th-dimensional entity in, then there was nothing they could do other than maybe try to slander him. But he had actually said that he could allow one in? What was the difference between 1 and 3? Regardless, a brat in the 3rd dimension wouldn't be able to do a thing. I will go then, Jack said with a smile. With such a courteous junior, I can't possibly keep him waiting, right? Jack's 2 wives watched their husband disappear before sending a glance toward one another. They had been looking for some kind of relief, but all they saw in each other's eyes was a hint of discomfort. Arte was at a complete loss. Watching Leonel work felt like he was watching a deity gingerly constructing a new race of being. His hands oscillated with such speed that they left a blur in the air. From time to time, small popping noises would shake Arte to his core. He knew instantly that this was actually a product of Leonel's fingers blasting through the sound barrier in small bursts. He could hardly comprehend how mere fingers could reach such a level, not to even mention the fact that this was a fifth-dimensional world where something like breaching the sound barrier was several times more difficult. The truth was that Leonel didn't need to go so far for a mere Tier 6 weapon. It was just that he just received a message that told him that he just might want to hurry up a small bit. With a flick of his wrist, a black feathered quill appeared. With nimble movements, he quickly wrote several force arts, their every line precise to an extreme. Leonel expelled a heated breath. He swept a glance over his fingers, only to find that they carried no small amount of heat. Your hammers should be good now, Leonel said plainly, tossing the chain-connected twin hammers over. Force should flow through them even better than before. Just as Arte was eager to test them, a sudden sound interrupted them. Ding! This time, though, there was no prompt to commission a work. Leonel had thought that this might happen, so he had designed the teleportation arrays to send any elders that might come right to this place. On cue, Jacques' vision cleared, only for him to see the expansive space of the second floor. From his vantage point, it was difficult even to tell where the walls started and the floor and ceiling ended. It really did feel like he was standing in the middle of the vast expanse of space. When Kayla laid eyes on who had come, she clenched her fists hard, her teeth grinding against one another. The atmosphere grew heavy. Chapter 707, It's a Good Thing, then. Leonel looked up, seemingly having no intention of standing from his location. Ah, Elder Bainala, what brings you here? Leonel smiled lightly. Arte stood in the middle, at a bit of a loss in what to do. He could feel that there was something off about the current atmosphere, but he had no way of understanding why that was, and, for some reason, he also found it much too awkward to try and leave at the moment. In fact, he didn't quite know how to leave. There wasn't exactly a door. He assumed that Leonel would have to send him out, but he was clearly occupied at the moment. The room was split into several workstations and had a very open atmosphere. Usually, one would be able to choose whoever they wanted to work on their treasure, but, obviously, Jacques didn't have such a thing. Jacques snapped out of his stupor, finding Leonel smiling back at him. Though he as an elder smiled back, he still felt somewhat stifled. After being allowed in, Jacques thought that he would be able to directly enter the shop's first floor and view the items. Yet, instead of that, he was sent here. Any thought he had of saying a few casual words to sow some doubt was thrown out of the window immediately. Ah, Leonel, is it right? Leonel smiled. I'm honored that you would remember my name. Yes, I am Leonel. Good, good, Jack chuckled. I was very much looking forward to seeing your shop, but have you brought me here to see repairs instead? Ah, yes, you actually came at a good time. I just finished a repair for Arte here. He was just about to test it out. Leonel turned his gaze toward Arte, but by now the latter was drenched in cold sweat. After years on a battlefield, he felt that he was somehow in the heat of another one despite the fact no one had drawn a blade. On one side, there was a fifth-dimensional entity he couldn't hope to defeat. Even if Benalla was a crafter, there was no doubt he could crush him with a finger. Worse yet, he was Valiant Heart's best force crafter. On the other side, there was an existence that might not have been in the fifth dimension, but he was just as impossible to defeat for Arte. He felt that Leonel was an insurmountable mountain he couldn't see through in the slightest, and, to make matters worse, he was the only affordable crafter in Valiant Heart. He didn't know what was going on here, but he knew that he didn't want to get involved. I was going to head out to test it a bit. After all, I wouldn't want to break anything here. Arte chuckled a bit awkwardly. There's no issue, Leonel said with a beaming smile. This entire shop is constructed of twice-refined diamond. Even if a fifth-dimensional existence wanted to cause some damage here, they would have to go all out. Arte's lip twitched, trying to look toward Jacques out of the corner of his eye. Wasn't that a very clear provocation? A sturdy construction indeed, Jacques said with a smile, seemingly not having picked up on any sort of threat. I say, how did you manage to accumulate so much? Oh, the twice-refined diamond? It was just a bit of luck. Leonel chuckled. 2 days ago, a group of freshmen, including myself, found ourselves being hunted down by a group of oryx and ended up escaping through some mine tunnels. I ended up taking advantage of the situation and making a small bit of profit. Luckily, Valiant Heart is good to us freshmen in some ways despite shafting us in most others, so I was able to keep my profit without reporting. Leonel had nothing to hide, so he laid everything bare. I see, Jack stroked his chin. But, as though a light bulb had gone off in his head, his eyes widened before his expression suddenly turned to one of worry and concern. You say that all of this happened within the span of a day? Leonel's eyes narrowed into meaningful slits, his smile becoming almost demonic. Yup, he replied cheerily. Just a day was enough. Luckily, the shop was quite small. If not for these limitations, I might have added a third floor. Jacques sighed. Leonel, oh, Leonel. Jacques shook his head as though lamenting something terrible. What is it, Elder? Is something wrong? Leonel asked with concern. Jacques looked up toward Leonel and sighed again. You might not know this because you are just a freshman, but there are certain rules that come with owning shops. One of these rules is that outside resources cannot be used regardless of the circumstance. Whether it be the shop's construction, maintenance, management, or its merchandise, it all must be the product of the student's own hand and created from the resources of Valiant Heart Mountain. The shops were created to promote competition among students, not the families that back them. Jacques sighed again. He pulled off his concerned elder face very well. However, Leonel didn't miss his emphasis on the word merchandise. It seemed that among other things, Jock seemed to believe that the Tier 7 weapons below were brought in by Leonel from outside sources. Oh, really? Leonel said, somewhat stunned. Yes. Jock shook his head. I can help you by not reporting this, but it will be necessary for you to take all these things down. If you donate these ores and weapons to the elders of Foundation Peak to be repurposed into Valiant Heart strength, this can easily be swept under the rug. That's good then, Leonel continued. Considering I did all of this on my own, there shouldn't be a problem. Elder doesn't have to worry. Jacques' smile froze before he forced out a laugh. Don't joke around, Leonel. I am trying to help you. Even I couldn't accomplish so many things in just a single day. It's a good thing, then, that I'm better than you are. Leonel replied plainly, his smile fading. Chapter 7A8, Craftsman Duel 1. Jacques' laughter came to a grinding halt when he heard Leonel's words. For a moment, he thought he had heard wrong, but seeing the cold expression on the latter's face, he thought he had been sent to some parallel universe. A fourth? No, this brat was actually in the third dimension and actually dared to talk to him in this way. It felt like he must have been living in some sort of matrix, or this was possibly some sort of great practical joke. But where were the cameras? He was stunned for a good long while, not knowing what to say in the slightest. It wasn't just him. Even Kayla and the others forgot to breathe. Although they all had a tacit understanding that it was Benalla who had screwed them all over, none of them actually dared to say anything. Even when Kayla was wronged by Benalla for so many years, she hadn't dared to do anything other than leave. But even that took great courage. As for Arte, he felt like he was about to faint. Who knew how arrogant higher-dimensional beings were? They practically looked at those within lower states of being like they were ants, and they weren't wrong to. Every dimension was a great watershed. Even though Leonel had experienced this with his body and mind, he couldn't be truly considered to have. In the simplest terms, Biennala, who was in the fifth dimension, should have been like a god to them. Yet Leonel actually dared to say such words. What did you just say? I don't think my words were unclear, Benalla. Others might see your smiling face and feel forced to ignore the atrocities you've committed, but I feel no need to. I don't have to kiss at your feet because in my eyes what you can provide to me is worthless. My calling you an elder is nothing more than respect for your being born earlier than I was. According to my understanding, due to your haughtiness, you've never truly joined Valiant Heart. Instead, you a contracted representative brought over from a crafting guild. This only makes your coming here to try and enforce rules on behalf of the organization laughable. However, since I still have some accounts to settle with you, I will play along. This is already the second time you've slandered my crafts. I promise you, there won't be a third. Leonel's temper flared. Rage he had been holding down for several weeks already boiled over. He gripped the quill in his hand. With swift movements, he removed his crafter gloves from his spatial ring and threw them to the ground at Benalla's feet. Jacques looked on stunned. Of course, he understood the meaning of this gesture. He had never thought he would see such a thing here. Memories of years gone by swirled through his mind, his expression twisting to the point it became dark beyond recognition. A duel of crafters looked eerily similar to one of gentlemen. The issue was that the crafting gloves were meant to represent the blood, sweat, and tears of the crafter. But the last time Leonel had used these gloves, he had been dissecting a beast's corpse. For trash like Biennala, he didn't deserve this kind of respect. Elder Biennala suddenly began to laugh. He threw his head back, his amiable smile fading to one of near madness. Who knew what kind of memory Leonel's actions had forced to resurface, but what was clear was that he was wholly infuriated. Good, good, good. An ant of the third dimension dares to challenge me. I, Jacques Biennala, accept. Jacques pulled out a shimmering badge from his spatial ring, slamming it toward the ground by Leonel's glove. The pressure of a fifth-dimensional existence swept through the room. Without quarter to fight back, Arte fell to his knees, his face smashing against the ground not long after. As for the other youths who had already been sitting, their bodies crumpled. Leonel, however, stood. His foot lightly tapped against the ground, causing a subtle flash of light. In the next instant, Jacques felt as though his pressure had fallen into an endless ocean. After a small rumble, the building stabilized, cracks spread out from the outside, catching those watching off guard. But what shocked them even more was that the Black Star emblem faded to reveal two men, one young and one old, facing off against one another. Set the rules, Biennala. Leonel's voice coldly projected outward. At that moment, on the outside, Jack's wives were caught off guard. Seeing the badge and gloves on the ground, their expression changed wildly, their faces warped. A craftsman duel. How had this happened? There was no way Biennala challenged Leonel, so that only left one other option. But if that was the case, the expressions of the two wives became uglier. They were observing this from an outsider's perspective, so they were less hot-blooded than Jacques and could thus calmly analyze the situation. Strictly speaking, a craftsman duel wasn't a common thing. In fact, it was strictly uncommon. That was because it was an extremely old relic of the craftsman community and was usually a tradition only carried out by the oldest of families and organizations. To even be aware of its existence was evidence of having a certain level of standing. For all these things to be true, and for Leonel to challenge Benalla regardless of the circumstances, meant that this matter wouldn't be so simple. The competition was overseen by Benalla's crafter's badge. Even if Leonel didn't have one, just one being present was enough. If Leonel stated that the reason for this duel was Jack's slander of his craft and even won, the consequences would be disastrous. Even losing his crafter's badge wouldn't be an impossible outcome. How could they not know why Jacques had rashly accepted such a thing? He was probably seeing red at the moment. If not for a challenge just like this one, how could he be in such a place without any hope of entering the bronze grade? For a child to dare challenge him like this, how could he not be infuriated? It was hard to tell if Benalla was even aware that his image was being projected out like this. Chapter 709, Craftsman Duel 2. Jacques' face was livid, veins bulging through his forehead like coiled snakes. I won't bully a brat like you. We'll complete a one-ore weapon medley. The ore will also be something a brat like you can deal with. In fact, how about we choose something that you're very familiar with? Polished glass. At that moment, Leonel was slightly surprised. This wasn't because Jack was being unfair, but rather because of the exact opposite. In fact, he was being almost too fair. Polished glass was just a tier 6 ore. If Leonel was claiming to have forged tier 7 weapons, this was more than reasonable. In fact, Jacques had taken into account that it might have been difficult for Leonel to complete tier 7 weapons and even chose to take it a step down so that Leonel would have no excuses. Even beyond that, Jacques knew that Leonel was a part of the polished glass faction. Polished glass was an inherently difficult ore to work with if you were unfamiliar with it, but after a certain point it could be handled with ease. However, for Jacques, who might not have made a weapon with polished glass in years, he was purposely giving Leonel the leg up, knowing full well that not long ago Leonel had completed several crafts with exactly this ore. As though that wasn't enough, the one-ore weapon medley especially was a shock to Leonel. A medley, in terms of a craftsman duel, was a gauntlet in which a craftsman would create a series of crafts. As such, there was no surprise that there were many different types of medleys. A one-ore medley locked a crafter into using just one ore. This might sound simple, but when having to complete differing crafts having varying kinds of uses, being locked into the use of just one particular ore was akin to tying a crafter's hands and feet. By extension, there were obvious 2-ore, 3-ore, or even 100-ore medleys where crafters were forced to use every kind of chosen ore in each one of their crafts. These sort of medleys followed a bell curve in difficulty. Usually, the lowest number of one would be among the most difficult to complete. Numbers around 3 or 4 ores were slightly easier and were pretty good from novices. Numbers entering the dozens to hundreds very quickly became more difficult than even 1-ore medleys were. As such, it could be said that Jack's choice was once again in the middle. It was difficult, but not obscenely so. In Leonel's estimation, this was once again very fair. That only left then the talk of weapon medleys. A weapon medley was once again a specific type of medley, but this one focused in on the crafting of weapons. As such, one might imagine that there could be armor medleys, consumable medleys, movement treasure medleys, escape treasure medleys, so on and so forth. A weapon medley also came in several shapes and sizes, but, since Benalla didn't specify, this meant he was referring to the most commonly used weapon medley, the 9-core weapon medley. The knife, sword, saber, battle axe, staff, spear, glaive, halberd, and bow. In this exact order, one could find the least to most difficult weapons to craft. During a 9-core weapon medley, a crafter would start at the easiest and work their way up. In this case, they would only be able to use a single ore to complete each one of these crafts. Of course, there was only one problem with all of them. If Leonel tried to make a spear, it would most definitely combust into a pile of ashes, and, according to the rules of the medley, he wasn't allowed to continue to the next weapon unless he finished the one that came before it. This only left Leonel with one choice. If he didn't sweep the first 5 weapons of the medley, he would lose. When Leonel heard Jacques' choice for their duel, his opinion of the Elder had already somewhat changed. Even if it might have been because Jacques didn't believe he needed any underhanded tricks to defeat Leonel, Leonel still altered his opinion somewhat and even believed that Benalla might have been a more skilled crafter than he gave him credit for. This realization placed a faint pressure on Leonel. After all, it wasn't as though he could forge a quasi-bronze treasure with a tier 6 ore. He would be limited in this regard. As such, he had to surpass Benalla with quality. At that moment, Leonel grinned, a stifling aura rushing from his body. All right, Elder Benalla, let's do this. Jacques' expression flickered when he noticed Leonel had gone back to politely calling him Elder, but his mind was still too furious to linger on this for very long. Kaella, we still have a large store of polished glass, right? Ah, yes, yes. Kaella, who was still trying not to shiver, weakly called out, Good, bring it all here. Leonel's words were full of confidence, his momentum rushing through the room. For a moment, he didn't lose out to Benalla in the slightest, despite no longer relying on the force arts of his shop. As Kayla rushed away, news of what was happening in Black Star spread as though a nuke had fallen in Valiant City. It wasn't long before the news had been sent back to the King of Or's faction. At that moment, they were all looking towards Sarioth for an explanation of what to do. Sarioth frowned. It was only a subtle shift in his demeanor, but the members of the King of Or's faction felt as though their breaths had been taken away. In these 3 years, not once had they ever seen Sarioth's face display anything but indifference. Just what was going on. We will go, Sarioth said coolly, his frown smoothing out. It had been a long time since anyone had seen the remnants of Valiant Hall. It seemed that after they had all been humiliated, they had completely disappeared. However, somehow, news of these matters reached their ears as well. Sale sat within a training room all alone, beads of sweat falling down her body like a rain. In fact, as though she had known her clothes wouldn't be able to take it, she was completely naked, her lovely curves partially obscured by countless floral tattoos that covered her. Again, she rose up, causing numerous fighter puppets to appear. With a light roar, she charged out. Chapter 710, History. Jacques' expression solidified, a coldness rarely seen on him manifesting. His gaze leaving Leonel, he slowly slid on a pair of white crafter gloves, diligently ensuring that each of his fingers reached the very tip before strapping it around his wrist tightly. With a clap of his hands, a crafter table appeared before him. Its size was about the same as Leonel's. However, the materials it was constructed of were easily seen through by Leonel, whereas he was unable to replicate that same feat with his own. Leonel was aware that a crafter's workbench should be as inseparable from himself as his crafter gloves, force art quill, and his familiar. But, to this point, at least while following his father's training regimen, Leonel hadn't had to rely heavily on his workbench. At the moment, it was just a convenient place for him to sit at. For the current Leonel, whether he had a table to sit at or if he was crafting mid-air, he could do both just as efficiently and without a single issue. Working at his own pace without a care in the world, Jacques carefully wiped down his workbench, cleaning every nook and cranny as though he was trying to please a lover. Despite this, his expression only seemed to be growing colder, his hands grew more steady and unhurried. Eventually, he reached a state where he seemed to forget all that there was. Leonel silently observed, displaying at least this modicum of etiquette. When it came to other matters of the dimensional verse, he might have been clueless about a lot of things. But when it came to force crafting, there was rarely, if anything, he could come across without understanding. This sort of ritual might have seemed useless, but almost every force crafter had one. It helped them to settle their minds and center their focus. Those that completed this meditation ritual would always perform better than they otherwise would. Leonel's father had suggested he get himself such a ritual, formerly known as a crafter's meditation, to help himself as well. But Leonel had never bothered. When it came to losing himself and becoming absolutely focused, there was likely no one better at it than Leonel. Still, Leonel found it to be oddly therapeutic watching Jacques like this, and his tone of seriousness was raised another notch. For a man who thought so little of Leonel, for him to still go so far as to complete his meditation so seriously, it could only be said that Biennala, despite being a vile man, at least took his crafting as a matter close to his heart. Jacques slapped his hands together in a sudden and abrupt movement. In that moment, a flurry of flames shot from out of his palms, dancing about in small spheres of fire like miniature spirits. Leonel's eyes lit up when he saw this, a gentle smile spreading across his face. This was the very first spirit he had ever seen aside from little Tali. No, this wasn't a true spirit, it was a spirit embryo. Spirit embryos were much more common than true spirits and could be considered to be the second best choice for those that couldn't afford true spirits. Spirit embryos essentially gave a crafter all the same freedom a true spirit did, but with a few limitations. For one, a true spirit could grow indefinitely, but a spirit embryo had a very stringent ceiling. Secondly, true spirits had intelligence and life while spirit embryos did not. And, finally, true spirits were much more fluid in their usage, whereas spirit embryos were more difficult to control and guide. A later training regimen Leonel's dad suggested was using a spirit embryos should his crafting ever reach a bottleneck. The increased difficulty would give him more room to improve within his realm. Leonel couldn't help but be fascinated. In fact, so was little Tali, who peeked out from his wrist. If Jack hadn't been so focused on his craft, he would have definitely been shocked out of his wits seeing a true spirit. However, by now, he had already blocked out all distractions. I guess it's time we start, little Tali? Blop bloop, what did you say? I heard that Leonel challenged Elder Benalla to a duel amongst crafters. There's already a large crowd gathering around Black Star, and it seemed like Elder Benalla is going all out. Sale listened to the voice through the intercom of her training room, her expression flickering. Ever since she was defeated by Hephaestus, she realized just how much she was lacking. She had spent so much time worrying about trying to keep Valiant Heart together that she neglected her own strength. Ultimately, it ended up being her own weakness that led to the downfall of Valiant Heart. The words Leonel had spoken that day continuously rang in her mind like two hammers smashing continuously against her skull and pulling at the strings of her heart. They were truly quite pathetic, were they not? They wanted Leonel's help, but were too cowardly to ask for it. They wanted to keep the status quo, but weren't brave enough to fight for it. They wanted Valiant Heart to survive into the future, but they were actively allowing it to rot right before their eyes. Sale realized after all of this introspection that she didn't even hate Raylion as much as she should. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact he slandered her master and dragged his name through the mud, she might not hate him at all. Unlike her, he was willing to do something, to fight for something. Even if the end goal was to fulfill his own ambition, ultimately his ambition was to rule over Valiant Heart. Would he want to take on a crumbling faction? Of course not. In his own way, Raylion was trying to force Valiant Heart to rise up again, just like she was. It was just that while she was passive, he was willing to fight. For Sale, this was a complete shift in her mentality. It was also why even after awaking from her injuries, she never went to seek out Leonel. Still, now suddenly hearing about all of this, Sale was suddenly left feeling somewhat expectant. If there was anything that represented the old order of Valiant Heart, it was most definitely Bainala. He hoarded so many resources and so much knowledge for himself, working the students under him to the bone even if they had talent. He was the product of a system that was fundamentally rotting from the inside out. Then there was Leonel. He always seemed to tiptoe the line of rule-breaker and law-abiding student, testing the limits as he pleased without a worry in the world. He was the budding talent of their Valiant Heart, trying to push through the oppressive rule of those who got here before him. Sale felt like she couldn't miss this. She rushed to a corner of her training room, turning on a blisteringly cold shower head and getting rid of every ounce of sweat on her lovely body. The tattoos that covered her faded back to fair, delicate skin, her wet hair clinging to the curve of her breasts. Not long later, she shot out of the training room in her uniform, her hair still dripping wet. Without a word, she grabbed onto Gerson's wrist and shot out. "Let's go! History's being made." Gerson couldn't hope to resist against this senior sister of his and could only be dragged along. The crowd grew larger and larger, yet the silence seemed to only become more deafening. Many present couldn't even understand the intricacies of crafting and craftsmen, yet for some reason they all held their breaths. In a distance restaurant, in a glass-walled room tall enough to see Black Star from its vantage point, a familiar young man sat. Before him, a massive plate of over a meter in length and at least half that in width sat. Despite being so large, though, the meat that sat on it still hung off its side, dripping aromatic juices. All signs pointed toward this young man being barbarian of sorts, but he was the exact opposite. He had a plain-looking, but cleanly shaven face. He wasn't very tall, being only about 5'8" if he stood from his position, and he was quite normal in stature, neither being too lean nor too fat. He dug into the carcass of meat before him, not with ferocity, but with a noble air. It seemed almost odd having such a large piece of meat being eaten with fork and knife as though a normal steak. The young man turned his gaze toward the projection in the distance from time to time, a contemplative look deep within his eye. Who else could this young man be, if not the hero, Raylion? On the ground floor beneath Black Star, yet another group stood. This one was of two more familiar figures, Honoran and the busty Valthorn. Somehow, despite the fact all the others had been arrested a few days ago after exiting the tunnels along with Hallis, these two stood here just fine. Balthorn sighed. Why'd you have to choose Big Brother's shop of all of them? Chapter 711, Centrifugal Oscillation. In that moment, as though a ball had dropped, the movement of Jacques and Leonel's hands became blinding. Anyone who might have thought that their skill would be too far apart immediately felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dropped over their heads. In fact, none of them were fools, and many of them had eyes sharp enough to see through to the truth. Leonel's hand motion was slower than Jack's, but his finger speed and dexterity was more than just a single level beyond. By this point, Leonel had long since moved on from the beginner-level techniques he used when he first started as a force crafter. His every action carried an air of sophistication and purpose he hadn't had before. Years of simulations layered themselves in his every action, creating the image of an expert amongst experts. Leonel's fingers rapidly oscillated, little Tolly following the rhythm of his digits. The polished glass in his hands vibrated, its impurities being brought to the surface to be systematically cut off one after another. When Leonel first began, he didn't have the skill to do this. As such, he could only use little Tolly like a glorified flame spirit, using the little guy's ability to agitate the chemical structure of ores to raise its temperature. It was a simple concept. Heat actually reflected itself in the activity of atoms. By using this principle, Leonel was able to heat his ores to incredibly precise levels, making use of sometimes even 1 or 2 degree differences in melting point to separate out impurities. Though this level of control over heat was far beyond what a flame spirit wielder could hope to match, it was still considered a crude technique to Leonel's father. This alone was able to make the value of a metal spirit clear. A flame spirit wielder would only be able to gradually heat an entire ore. Little Tolly, however, as long as the ore was within a reasonable size, a size that was steadily growing as the little guy continued to evolve under Leonel's constant nurturing, could cause the same change to occur through the ore simultaneously. Being able to control the temperature of an entire ore to incredibly precise levels, well, it didn't need to be explained anymore just how useful this would be. Still, there were many downfalls to the use of this technique. Ultimately, the heating and cooling of an ore would inevitably cause changes. One of the most useful techniques in changing the strength and structure of a chemical bond is the clever usage of heating and cooling. Even if the purpose of the original heating would be to remove impurities, this wouldn't stop the ore from being affected in other ways. These subtle changes wouldn't be a big deal to a beginner. However, to an expert, every introduced variable was a tick away from the perfect product they sought. This problem, though, was only one for those who didn't have special spirits. This technique was called centrifugal oscillation, and was considered to be a technique only silver crafters could use. But at that moment, Leonel brought it out with all the confidence of the world. He first used little Tali to separate the several ores of the polished glass before him into several head-sized pieces. One after another, he picked them up. For a moment, it would seem to hang in the air, suspended upon nothing. Then, in the next instant, it would begin to vibrate. This technique required delicate control. Vibration, especially at these high levels, could also cause a transfer of heat. However, this was where the special properties of the metal spirit came into play. A unique push and pull effect was created. Little Tali placed the ores in a half-digested state, giving the metal a level of fluidity it would never have in its natural state, almost making it like metallic liquid. The result was a fluid far thicker than oil, even faintly beyond the consistency of peanut butter or molasses. However, this fluid state resulted in two things. First, the metal's ability to retain heat plummeted and its specific heat skyrocketed. The changes caused by vibrations were negligible. Secondly, the consistency of the pure metal and its impurities would have varying changes. As long as Leonel locked onto a particular frequency, he would use a combination of vibration and centrifugal force impurities to the surface. The best part about this technique is that it put all ores in an inert state. Even the usually violent polished glass became like a docile kitten between Leonel's fingers. It was only at that moment that the members of Polish Glass realized how casually Leonel had taken his previous time with them. He had most definitely not used this technique with them before. But there was a very obvious reason for this. Little Tali was still an infant and functioned on his instincts most of the time. Even up to now, Little Tali's intelligence was still far beneath that of Little Blackstar. Using this technique for the little guy was akin to bringing a foodie to the best restaurant in the world, then telling them that they could only taste the food but not swallow. Now imagine trying to control the impulses of a toddler to do the same. It was a tremendous strain on Leonel's focus to do this. However, he had already decided to go all out. In just 10 minutes, several tons of polished glass had been purified to the point they shimmered of white. In fact, if one looked closely, it would even be possible to find flecks of gold hidden within. That was it. The perfect refinement stage. Despite the hint of fatigue between his brows, a grin was spread across his face. His smile beamed, leaving many in a daze. Even as Benalla was still working on his first few refinements, Leonel had already moved on. His target? The knife. On the outside, the crowd was left completely stunned, especially the force crafters among them. For a layman, what they saw was enough to be shocked. However, for them, it felt like they were watching the work of a deity. Is that a metal spirit? Chapter 712, 5 weapons. Benalla's two wives, especially, were shaken to their core. They had already decided that Leonel must be of an elite class family just for knowing of the existence of the craftsman duel. However, the scene before them made them realize just how true this had to be. They didn't have enough knowledge to know whether what Leonel wielded was a true metal spirit or a metal spirit embryo, but regardless, an embryonic metal spirit was worth more than even many true spirits. Still, after some were shocked that Leonel was actually ahead of Benalla, many realized that he seemed to be quite tired. Did he overextend himself trying to show off? On the top of a distant building, Sale frowned. However, when she saw Leonel's grin, something about it made her brain switch off. It was as though it said, "I've won." Jacques was completely lost in his own world. He had no idea about Leonel's progress, nor did he care to know. He carefully rolled the polished glass between his fingers, making sure that there was an even distribution of heat. Then, with practiced movements, he began to roll the metal within the many wells of his workbench. This allowed him to press the metal out, forcing a new surface to the top. Whenever he spotted a new impurity, he would target it with his embryonic flame spirit, burning it to ash and separating it out. His hands were a blur. Compared to Kayla, who had to sweat every single step, Jacques was a master of his craft, plowing through the refinement stage with a deft pace. If it wasn't for the fact Leonel was contrasting him, his speed would have definitely been a point of shock. 20 minutes after Leonel, Jacques managed to finish, moving on to his first craft. The knife and the short sword had a thin line of separation between them. However, what was most important for either was their light weight, their sharp edges, and, most importantly, their balance. Thinking through this, Jacques believed he had decided on a perfect path. By now, though, Leonel had long since begun and was only putting the finishing touches. Despite the fatigue between his brows, his speed didn't seem to slow in the slightest. In fact, it even seemed to faintly increase. Leonel knew, much like Benalla, that the knife category also encompassed short swords. Without hesitation, he began to make a 1.5 foot long blade. Polished glass was the best for its edges and sharpness. Leonel believed that a short sword could more easily take advantage of this. However, the striking differences between his actions and that of Jacques once again left the crowd in silence. Jacques had to melt his refined metal down, delicately picking out molds and using the wells of his workbench to fine-tune the final product down to his specifications. But Leonel? All he had to do was send a perfect image of what he wanted to little Tolly through his dream world. In the blink of an eye, little Tolly would envelop the appropriate amount of refined metal, and by the time the little guy released, a perfect mold would be left behind. To the eyes of a layman, it looked like Leonel was cheating. Only the force crafters in the audience, who were well aware of how difficult it was to control metal spirits, stood in awe, their hands trembling. Leonel, however, couldn't be bothered to consider the thoughts of those on the outside. Whether they believed he cheated or not didn't matter to him. What was most important was that they knew Black Star existed, and that they knew if he could cheat, then how could he possibly have made a faulty product? I'll add a force art to help its swiftness. If I modify this force art like this, it'll be able to gather the wind's momentum behind it with each successive combo it lands, effectively giving it a small wind domain, 19, 9999, 99, 19, 99, 99, 99, 99. This sword has an incredibly thin blade, but polished glass is too brittle in such large quantities. I'll give it a heat treatment and space out some force arts to make it more ductile. Most importantly, I'll add an impact dispersal. Force art, I should probably use this dispersal art on the rest as well. Number A saber is heavier than a sword. It'll be more difficult to forge out of polished glass. I'll add a strong curve to it. With that, the force on the blade will be applied in increments rather than all at once. I'll modify the dispersal art. The battle axe is actually much easier than the saber in this rare case. The blade of a battle axe would be just as large as a saber, but it has a more defined structure to support it. If I make the blade especially thin as the edge and widen it very gradually, there will be a natural force dispersal. It will slice through anything thanks to its weight and sharpness long before the structure fails. Just to be cautious though, I'll add, polished glass has none of the flexibility a staff needs. I need something more than just dispersal. Arts for this, I need to change the whole structure. Alright, I'll hollow out the center and weave a double helix structure down its middle and fuse it to the inner wall of the staff. I'll add dispersal. Arts at all the joints of the double helix, making the structure even stronger. Leonel worked one miracle after another, his smile becoming brighter and brighter. If others didn't know better, they would think that he was actually recovering the longer he worked, but that was exactly what was happening. Compared to using a technique reserved for silver crafters, this was like a walk in the park for Leonel. His dream force was recovering far faster than he was using it at this moment, so how could he not be getting better and better? The moment Leonel finished his staff, he rose it high with a triumphant pride. He swung it down with all his force. Under the astonished eyes of all the crafters present, the staff bowed under his strength. Yet the brittle polished glass showed not a single sign of snapping. Leonel grinned, satisfied. The double helix structure could be seen through the transparent casing of polished glass. It gave those watching on the feeling of watching a work of art rather than a weapon. Then Leonel sat with his 5 weapons before him, a calm smile on his face. However, those who knew the rules of the one-or weapon medley suddenly had warped expressions. Why did he stop? Wasn't this too arrogant? Chapter 713 Boy. Jack had not a single clue that Leonel had finished. His hands continued to move at their same steady and quick pace, his expression unhurried and his brows focused. However, it wasn't long before everyone began to realize that something was wrong, even those who were completely uninformed on matters of force crafting. Everyone had expected things to come to a conclusion after Jack completed his staff, but, rather than doing this, Jack continued on to diligently and calmly complete a spear, then a glaive, then he even completed a halberd before he came to a stop. His brows furrowed in thought for at least a half hour before he shook his head. He couldn't think of any way to complete a bow with just a single oar. He might be able to apply some principles he used to forge his flexible pole arms to make the main body of the bow. But, not only did he feel like it would be no good, he couldn't even begin to think of a method to forge the bowstring out of polished glass. Any attempt he made would end in failure, that he was certain of. Realizing this, Jacques finally allowed his gaze to regain focus. He stretched his body, feeling only a slight tinge of fatigue. But, if he needed to, even doing this 10 more times wouldn't be much of an issue. After all, he was a 5th-dimensional existence, while this was nothing more than a few Tier 6 treasures. Jacques looked up for the first time to find Leonel sitting in silent meditation. His lip twitched. Had this brat really finished before him? But, when he saw the mere 5 weapons before Leonel, his brows raised. His first thought was that Leonel had been stumped when it was time to form his spear, much like he had been stumped at the forming of a bow. After all, Leonel was just a kid. It didn't make much sense for him to be proficient in so many weapons. Compared to the sword, the spear was a much rarer weapon in terms of how many used it. The learning curve needed to learn it was far more difficult. However, when Jacques' gaze landed on Leonel's staff, he froze. A moment later, fury lit his features, a wild force whipping out from his body. Leonel, who had been in meditation, frowned and opened his eyes. Though he seemed to be mostly able to ignore Jacques' pressure, he still didn't like the feeling. It made him feel as though a bucket of honey was being dropped over his head. The stickiness and discomfort was about the same. You're finished, Leonel said plainly. Are you trying to humiliate me? Do you think that I'm so simple to handle? Leonel's frown deepened. If you want to take it that way, I can't stop you from doing so. Jacques' chest bellowed, heaving up and down. It might have been a nice side had he been a woman, but unfortunately he was just an old man who had lost himself to his rage. If before Leonel wasn't already certain that Jacques had some terrible memories surrounding craftsman duels, he was certain now. This man was usually much too good at hiding his intentions to be acting like this due to what he thought was a single slight. However, Jack thought he had a reason to be infuriated. The spear was indeed more complex than the staff, but the principles behind their creation was almost identical. The main difference was in the blade and in ensuring that the spear was properly balanced even with such an addition. Seeing that design of Leonel's staff, Jack's immediate thought was, genius. For several seconds, the equivalent to an eternity for a person with his power, he couldn't take his eyes off of it. At that moment, he understood that Leonel was looking down on him. For him to complete exactly 5 weapons, just enough to claim victory in a medley with 9 rounds, it was nothing short of abject humiliation. How could he not be furious? Leonel could only sigh. This sort of disrespect was something he would never do, especially when Jacques was giving him a high level of respect back. The 2 most important pillars of Leonel's life were respect and persistence, concepts his father had long since ingrained into his very being. How, then, could he slap Jacques' face when it wasn't warranted? He would always return the same energy he was given. Unfortunately, though, this time, there was really nothing Leonel could do. Creating a weapon meant embodying its spirit at every step. If there was a way Leonel could circumvent this, he would. But, for a spearmaster like himself to create a spear, it was impossible for his spear force to not take center stage. The moment this happened, whatever he was working on would shatter no matter what step of the process he was at. Trying to force this not to happen would be akin to trying to use the silver grade technique on a much higher level than he was currently. Such a thing would drain him completely. Even if he did succeed, the product would be faulty since he didn't put his heart into it. And, beyond that, his stamina would have been completely drained in the attempt, meaning he wouldn't be able to continue to make more anyway. No matter how he looked at it, it simply wasn't worth it. Bring out your knife. Jack restrained his voice, reining in his emotions. Since this brat wanted to play, he would play. He would make sure he was crushed so thoroughly that he could never raise his head again. Leonel reached out a hand, causing the short sword to zip into his palm. He swung it lightly, causing the wind in the surroundings to sing. Before the first round even began, just looking at this scene, Jack's expression sunk. At that moment, his heart trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 714, overestimated Jack's face turned completely ashen. The crowd on the outside hadn't even gotten to say a thing when they noticed his uncontrollable trembling. However, the process had already begun. Elder Benala's badge, which was still on the ground beside Leonel's force-crafting glove, suddenly began to glow. With a subtle sweep, a gentle energy rose Leonel's short sword up to meet Jack's knife. Jack gripped his fists, calming his breathing. Polished glass was used to refine edges of blades normally. As a result, it was known for its sharpness, but lacked in other important qualities like ductility. Due to this, it could become extremely brittle when used in large quantities. As an expert crafter, Jacques, of course, knew this, so he tried his best to limit the size of his crafts. When he saw that Leonel had made a short sword, he almost snorted in contempt. In fact, he would have had he not instantly been shocked by Leonel's staff, but at this moment he couldn't find the heart to sneer. The gentle energy exuding from the badge rose up both short sword and knife. Soon, both weapons began to tremble. The weapons medley tests all came in 2 parts. The first testing the structural integrity of the craft, while the second tested its strength. This trembling was a part of the first test. Different frequencies of energy would be poured into the 2 weapons at varying speeds. Gentle and long streams of force, fast and choppy, large and abrupt, the integrity of the blades would be put through a gauntlet. However, this gauntlet was only a preliminary test. The threshold that needed to be met would be decided by the level of the badge of the craftsman. As such, both Leonel and Jacques were being tested by the standard of a Tier 9 crafter. Unfortunately for Jacques, this round was nothing short of torture because he knew that the true test was only coming. In that moment, the trembling finally came to a stop. Jacques felt his heart was in his throat as the 2 weapons were raised against one another. Then, they collided. Clang, crip, tsss, ding, silence felt as half a blade clattered to the ground. Jacques watched on with a vacant expression as his knife was sliced through. It felt as though his soul had left his body. Kaela and the others were at a loss for words. Let alone them, every member of the audience looked like they had seen a ghost. Many had to pinch themselves to make certain that they were still awake. Leonel opened his palm, allowing his short sword to fly back to his hand. Bloop blip, Leonel chuckled. Yes, you did good. DHF the HF the HF the HF was unlike his wives. Not only was he personally here in the flesh, he had more knowledge. There was not a single doubt in his mind what he was looking at. All sorts of emotions shot through his body. Astonishment, shock, despair, greed. This metal spirit, just how much was it worth? If he had it and sold it, let alone enough resources to enter the bronze grade, he might not have to worry for a thing well into the silver grade. Of course, Benalla was being delusional. Whether or not he still had the talent to become a silver-grade existence was still unknown, yet he was counting his chickens before they hatched. Before he could do much of anything, though, their two swords rose out as one. They began to tremble just like the others, but soon stopped to be set against each other. Clang, clang, quang, crip, TSSS, ding. Jacques' sword only lasted 2 strikes. Ding, his saber only lasted 1. Ding, his battle axe managed to last 3. 2 staffs rose into the air. On one side, there was Leonel's double helix encased structure. On the other, there was Jacques' cut-out spine design. Much like each of the clashes before, Jacques' weapon was only a fraction the weight of Leonel's, and it showed. After a single strike, Jacques already heard his spine structure crack. The sound was so jarring that he felt for a moment as though it was his own back that had snapped. The second strike bent Jacques' staff out of shape. If it wasn't for his spine structure, the weapon itself would have already long since collapsed. But this only meant that it didn't stand a chance on the third strike. 5 weapons, 5 losses. Jack was so shell-shocked that he wasn't even sure how to react. Shouldn't it have been close? Shouldn't there have been some suspense, some intrigue, some small bit of face left for him? This must be the power of a metal spirit. It must. Jacques' pupils flickered between greed, rage, and another emotion. He might not have recognized it himself, but his wives most certainly had. It was sadness. Seems I overestimated him a bit. Leonel couldn't help but think this to himself. This was the first time he had seen the standard of a supposed expert that was meant to be on his level. Though Leonel was close to the skill of a bronze crafter, he had still yet to actually craft one, so it could be said that he and Benalla were at about the same level. If he had known the gap was so large, he wouldn't have wasted time using a silver-grade technique that took so much out of him. "Are you convinced?" Leonel asked. Jack, however, didn't seem capable of responding. He stared blankly at Leonel. The silence of the crowd was palpable. From the very beginning, most never breathed a word, watching this all play out in complete silence. The freshmen, and even many white belts and blue belts watching on, felt as though something had clicked in their minds. Something about their demeanor shifted. Though it was subtle, it was there. However, before they could fully grasp onto that feeling, Jacques finally spoke again, his eyes almost reddened with a tinge of madness. "Your metal spirit, give it to me now." Chapter 715, The Difference. Kayla's expression changed, a strong worry taking over her heart. Yet, at that moment, Jacques' aura was so stifling that she couldn't speak even if she wanted to. For Arte, who had been caught up in the mess since the very beginning, he could only smile bitterly. Was this really how things were going to end? Leonel would have had a better chance if he didn't allow Jacques in at all. At least in that case, he might be able to argue that his shop was razed to the ground and get himself some compensation. However, even with all this worrying around him, Leonel didn't seem to react much to Jacques' demand nor his fiery gaze. "This seems to be a running theme with those of you who hold power in this place," Leonel replied. "You all believe that you can just do anything you want." Jacques took a step forward. If it wasn't for his own workbench blocking his way, his hand would already be on Leonel's throat. But this sort of small obstacle wouldn't hold him back for very long, if at all. The only reason Jacques was still showing a modicum of restraint was because he was well aware of how dangerous true spirits were, especially metal spirits. Though he could protect himself with his force, he also knew that this wouldn't last long. What would ultimately happen is that the metal spirit would eat through him and enter its overeating phase. If that sort of frenzy happened here, it would be a wonder if anyone could stop it. He needed Leonel to hand it over willingly and without a choice, making the little spirit believe that this was just another part of its tasks. After that, brainwashing and making the metal spirit forget Leonel was just a matter of time. With how gluttonous such spirits were, it would only require a large amount of food. As for the idea that Leonel wouldn't hand it over, Jacques didn't even think of such a thing. Did a third-dimensional ant have the right to resist him? Unfortunately, Jacques had no idea that on the outside of the shop, the faces of his 2 wives were growing uglier and uglier by the second. At this point, the 2 didn't even dare to look around for fear of meeting a gaze they didn't dare to match. The silence of the audience was just the same, but the atmosphere was completely different. Maybe in the past, many wouldn't react like this seeing someone powerful assert their dominance. But for some reason, many in the crowd felt a discomfort down to their very bones at that moment, as though something fundamental about their ideologies was shifting. "Give me the metal spirit, boy." Jacques practically growled. Leonel indifferently remained in his seated position. "Do you think the reason I defeated you is because of my metal spirit? Don't you think your actions right now are a bit sad? Even an elder can't take their loss in stride?" Leonel's words seemed to hit Jacques' sore spot. However, this time, Benalla didn't answer. He took another step forward, even sliding his own workbench out of the way. Leonel sighed and shook his head. Jack's footsteps suddenly froze. An image of what was being projected to the outside, alongside an image of the crowd, appeared above him, causing his face to twist and distort. He suddenly realized now why Leonel felt so calm. How could he actually not notice that he was being recorded? How long had this been going on for? How much had they seen? When Jacques locked onto the faces of his wives, he realized that the situation wasn't good. However, wasn't it already too late? Since these people had already seen his true face, who cared anymore? What was a position in Valiant Heart worth in comparison to a metal spirit? Just a single metal spirit could probably buy out this entire world. Give it to me, Jack growled. His patience had run this. A swirl of endless emotions threatened to erupt outward as he took another step toward Leonel. But it was exactly this step that made him freeze once again. He didn't even manage to take a second at all. He felt his aura disperse as a strong spatial force locked onto him. He realized in that moment that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move a single inch. Leonel continued to sit with an indifferent look on his face, as though he always knew Jacques wouldn't be able to take those final steps. You should be embarrassed to call yourself an elder. Leonel continued coldly. Since you don't seem to be convinced, I'll make you convinced, little Tolly. Blop bloop. Leonel snatched a refined piece of polished glass. His fingers began to move, gradually picking up steam as though they were doing nothing but warming up. In what felt like not even 10 minutes, the arc of a bow appeared before all their eyes. It curved along an elegant path and stood at 2 meters tall. In addition, it had the very same double helix pattern Leonel had used for his staff, sparkling and reflecting the gentle blacks of the second floor. You must have felt that it was possible to make the bow's body, but its string is what you couldn't figure out how to do, correct? Leonel seemed to be asking a question. But, judging by the fact his hands never stopped, it seemed he didn't care to receive an answer at all. Jacques clenched his jaw, his eyes reddening. But, even to this point, he couldn't move a single inch. Here's the difference between you and I. Leonel took what remained of the refined ore and separated them out in small fingernail-sized balls in the blink of an eye. Snatching one, he had one of little Tolly's many parts envelope it completely. Pinching his fingers, Leonel began to oscillate them back and forth, slowly pulling his hands apart as the ball quickly became a long string so thin it could hardly be seen. Leonel repeated this exact process over 100 times. His precision was so perfect that each and every thin string of polished was exactly 5 atoms wide, but they were simultaneously as brittle as glass. Just a single touch could make any one of them snap. Just what was he thinking? Chapter 716, Itching Little Tolly split into over 100 small pieces, coating each and every one of the fragile pieces. For a moment, it looked as though Leonel had 100 long lines of silver stacked before him. Then, with a thought, they began to twist relative to one another. First they combined in groups of 5, twisting into a thicker line. Then, those groups of 5 combined with 3 others like them to form groups of 4. Finally, those full bundles of 20 came together, forming a final line. All the while, Leonel's quill moved like lightning. His movements were so controlled and precise that he didn't have to pause little Tolly's actions even a single time. He was absolutely perfect. When little Tolly finally slipped out from and revealed the final product, Jacques felt as though his eyes were about to bulge. However, as though he didn't notice, Leonel calmly attached the newly made bowstring to its body and lightly pulled. The twang of a bowstring seemed to pluck at the hearts of all those who saw it. Bloop blop. Little Tolly's many parts came together as one and happily landed on Leonel's hands, snaking around his fingers until it snuggled around his wrist. It was only at that moment that Jacques realized that Leonel hadn't used his force crafting gloves from beginning to end. He clenched his jaw, but still couldn't move an inch. I'm not one to be bullied in silence, Leonel said. Seniors like you can't be considered my senior. Who knows whether it was by design or coincidence. But Leonel didn't call Biennala elder this time. His message couldn't have been more clear. I was lucky this time because my force crafting saved me. But it's impossible to tell what would happen if I was on the outside. I can only hope that there's a swift and justified punishment. Leonel's plain words were like hammers to Jacques' heart. Unfortunately for the latter, he was soon forcefully teleported out. Jacques appeared on the outside, finally regaining control of his body. His first instinct was to blast all the energy he had been holding in toward the shop. But before he got a chance to, he felt like several eyes had landed on him. Jacques' aura completely deflated. His rage had nowhere to vent itself, and his embarrassment seemed to have only increased by several times over. Without a word, he turned and sliced through the crowd on his way out just as the picture above Blackstar reverted back to its silver and black emblem. The crowd all watched silently as Biennala, followed by his 2 wives, departed. Though none of them said a word, somehow, the silent condemnation was even worse than receiving a verbal barrage. On a distant rooftop, Sael watched on in silence. She didn't even notice when her eyes had begun to brim with tears. What are you crying about? Gerson frowned, looking at Sael as though she had lost her mind. What was wrong with this senior sister of his? Gerson didn't like Leonel very much to begin with for obvious reasons. Plus, he also didn't know much about force crafting. He just barely knew enough to know that it was impressive for Leonel to defeat Biennala, but he didn't quite know how impressive. What he felt, though, was even if this was a pinnacle achievement, it definitely shouldn't be anything worth crying like this over, right? The only thing that truly shocked Gerson was the fact Leonel was actually able to send a 5th-dimensional existence packing without lifting a single finger. Sael wiped her eyes with a forearm and smiled, not bothering to explain in too much depth. Gerson didn't quite get it because he was one of the few who would have fought for his rights against his seniors regardless. Even when he found out Leonel had a great background, he disdained him more than respected him. In the mind of a talent like Gerson, he could already fight for everything he wanted, so Leonel's words made no difference to him. However, if everyone was like Gerson, the organization would have never fallen to this point to begin with. By now, it had little to do with him and everything to do with those below. She didn't know what Leonel had done, and she had a strong feeling that this was definitely not the first time he had planted such seeds, but the result was something she was seeing right before her eyes now. He's doing all of this just for revenge toward a person who didn't even dare to say his name. How good would it be if he was doing all of this for less petty reasons? What result would there be if he did it because he loved Valiant Heart? In another distant building, Raelian finished the last of his meat, leaving behind nothing but an exceptionally clean plate of bone. These petty tricks are meaningless if you don't have the strength to back them up. As quickly as you can light a fire in their bellies, they can just as quickly be extinguished. Leonel collapsed to the ground the moment the images disappeared. Compared to his previous appearance, his current look was pitiful. In fact, he looked as though he had placed a step into a long-since prepared coffin. He had really outdone himself this time. He could have just sent Jacques out right after locking him down, but he had insisted on making his bow first. If it wasn't for the fact that Jacques had been so focused on his craft and forgot to struggle with all his might, Leonel really would have collapsed first. Leonel was able to rely on a combination of his divine armor and his prepared force arts to barely deal with a single weak fifth-dimensional existence in a prepared environment. But in order not to reveal his divine armor too early, he put even greater strain on himself than he needed to. Now, the world around him was completely blurry. Even as Leonel's consciousness faded, his lips still curled. He could consider Phase 1 over. Now came the fun part. His fists were really itching. Chapter 717, Regimen. If there was ever such a thing as rolling in merit points, Leonel had definitely reached the epitome. The sales his shop reached day in and day out could make even some elders bleed. Of course, much of these merit points went toward buying more materials to sell even more. However, even with this being the case, the profits alone were astronomical. There was simply no other place in Valiant City where they could get such cheap high-level weapons. It could be said that Leonel single-handedly raised the strength of all black and white belts by at least a level. As for blue belts, due to the fact he never sold weapons above the Tier 7 level, their strength remained about the same. When Blackstar truly began to pick up steam, the ore factions made their move, each signing contracts with Leonel. Like this, Leonel didn't even have to worry about acquiring ores himself. Every week he would receive a large supply of his own. It was no surprise, then, that the ones who suffered the most were the King of Ori's faction. Not only had Leonel used their foundation to build the impenetrable Blackstar, but they obviously couldn't sign a contract with Leonel, who was now effectively holding what amounted to about a 10-20% share of the ore market. This didn't seem large, but when it was considered that most of the customers the ore factions had came from merchants of the Milky Way, the fact Leonel managed to swallow up such a large share was enough to make anyone mad with greed. All of this said, there was only so large such a small shop could grow. Even setting aside the fact that 70% of all the sold weapons, armors, and consumables were crafted by Leonel personally, Valiant Heart was only so large and there were only so many students. Of course, the consumable and repair market kept the merit points flowing in droves, but even with this accounted for, there was a cap. This cap, however, wasn't a bad thing. In fact, Leonel had accounted for its existence. What Leonel wanted the most out of this place was a method to cure Ina. That was his main goal. His so-called revenge against Raelian and Hephaestus was nothing more than a blip on his radar. He hardly took them seriously. In order to do this, he needed to bring the segmented cube to Phase 3. If the shop kept growing to infinity, it would be difficult for him to find time to do any of this. Up to now, the cube had been slowly absorbing the fifth-dimensional force in the atmosphere. However, at this pace, it would still take several years to finish. If it wasn't for Leonel running into a force eruption, the segmented cube might very well still be in Phase 1. There were two methods that Leonel could think to accomplish this. The first were force crystals. It had to be remembered that the cause of the force eruption Leonel faced was a force crystal mine. Each force crystal presented a high concentration of force. This might speed up the process. The issue with this, though, was that Valiant Heart Mountain keeps a tight lid on all fifth-dimensional resources. Whether it was ores, herbs, or anything of the like, students like Leonel would never have a chance to lay hands on them. And this made sense from Valiant Heart's perspective. After all, what would fourth-dimensional brats do with such resources? They'd probably end up selling them off to their enemies. To the elders of Founding Peak, fifth-dimensional resources were all strategic. It was they that decided how strong or weak their Valiant Heart would be. They couldn't possibly be allowed to reach the hands of others. Of course, it wasn't necessarily impossible for Leonel to lay hands on a fifth-dimensional force crystal. He was certain that Valiant Heart had at least one vault of such treasures. In order to access them, he just had to become a bronze crafter. He didn't believe he couldn't exchange fifth-dimensional weapons for these resources. In fact, the elders of Valiant Heart might fight over him just like their students were. However, there was another issue with this. In order to practice with bronze crafting, Leonel needed fifth-dimensional ores. Theoretically, thanks to his ability, he could dream sculpt such ores and practice in his dream world. But, to do that, he would need to actually lay eyes on them first. By now, the problem was obvious. Leonel had a workaround, though. If he dream sculpted the bronze spears in his spear domain, then broke them down to the ores that made them up, he could then practice enough in his dream world to break through. But the logistics of that were more difficult than they seemed. Luckily, there was another option. The more Leonel learned about the Valiant Heart Zone, the more intrigued he became. According to Kayla, the training rooms that Valiant Heart were so proud of, even the one Leonel took his white belt exam in, were all products of treasures taken from the zone. The rewards for bringing such things out were most definitely not stingy. Knowing this, Leonel was already certain in his choice to enter the Valiant Heart Zone. Who knew, maybe he would find something to directly boost the segmented cube to Phase 3 without having to trade anything in. Blackstar already ensured that Leonel would reach the merit point minimum for entry into the tournament. This tournament would have spots of entry on the line. So, Leonel's only task at this moment was to make sure he was strong enough to snag these spots. Though Leonel had won his battle with Arte, it also taught him that he was still beneath the blue belts in raw strength. With something like Ina's life, he would never let the shave be so close. With those thoughts swirling in his mind, Leonel prepared a training regimen for himself, consulting with the dictionary. His first step was to raise his metal body to its next bottleneck. And now, he finally had access to more ores than he knew what to do with to accomplish exactly that. Chapter 718, Tier 4 Leonel sat in a private room, looking at piles of ores that dwarfed his body in size. He had long since finished his work for the day, so he was focused entirely on himself. Of course, with Leonel's level of skill, he could complete even a Tier 7 weapon in barely 10 minutes. As for weapons below that level, he was even faster. Considering how few could actually afford a Tier 7 weapon, he only needed to make a small number a day. So, after about 3 to 4 hours, he had already wrapped up. My metal body is at the lowest Tier 1 right now. The meaning behind this was simple. Leonel's body, when his runes were activated, was as tough as a Tier 1 fourth-dimensional ore. Since his foundation was built upon Urbi ore, the strength of his body scaled along with it. Normally, it would be very difficult to raise his body beyond this. However, Leonel had the Puppet Master to thank for why this was not the case for him. After absorbing the Puppet Master's force and healing his body, Leonel's senses picked up on the changes to his body. Though there was no great change to his strength, the bottlenecks he would have experienced all the way up to the Tier 4 level were completely cleared. All Leonel had been missing to improve were the ores themselves, and now he had them. What Leonel had left was a choice of how to progress his metal body. Ultimately, all metal bodies were excellent at defense. How could they not be? Metals and their ores were among the toughest materials in all of existence. However, this didn't mean that there weren't certain choices to be made. It had to be remembered that from this point on, Leonel could give himself affinities through his metal body and his divine armor. His divine armor could be considered to be a temporary boost until he switched to a new one. However, his metal body was permanent and had to be slowly grown over time. But, in this way, much of Leonel's choice had already been made for him. Without a doubt, Leonel's strongest asset was his innate force node and his Scarlet Star Force. However, he couldn't even use it without burning himself from the inside out. The best way to deal with this was obvious. Leonel needed to refine his body with star, light, and fire elemental ores until his body could withstand his own strength without imploding. After consulting with the dictionary and using some of his own deductions and speculations, Leonel came to a decision. Ores that carried 3 elemental characteristics were too rare and often wouldn't appear in lower dimensions. As such, he could only choose 3 separate ores. The first was Blazing Night Ore. Right from the very beginning, if others knew that Leonel actually wanted to absorb such a thing into his body, they believed him to be a maniac. The ore looked like a crystal with a dancing red-black flame within. Just gazing upon it made one feel as though a shiver was crawling up their spine. Blazing Night Ore was a fuel-type ore. Much like how ancient Earth used coal and crude oil, Black Night Ore could fall within such a category of combustible energy as well. It was a favorite of force crafters and force pill crafters who might need an extra boost of heat during crucial moments. The method of using this ore was quite special. Rather than actually combusting them, they would be rubbed against an abrasive material until the ore began to give off fine dust particles. These fine dust particles could then be added to a flame in intervals to explosively increase its destructive capability and its heat. Though a flame seemed to be dancing within the crystal-like exterior, it was nothing more than an illusion. The danger wasn't hidden within, it was the entire ore itself. If it came into contact with any heat source, boom. Yet, Leonel had an entire pile of them stacked up in front of him in what could only be said to be far from a controlled environment. The second ore might be even more dangerous than the last. It was known as refractive gold. Living up to its name, refractive gold was an exceptionally beautiful ore. Beneath the dark blacks and silvers of Leonel's private room, it seemed to dazzle all the more. But even Leonel didn't dare to bring it out into the sunlight casually. Refractive gold looked like one might imagine a golden crystal to look like. Much like the previous ore, it too looked a bit transparent. But, whereas Blazing Night Ore's danger was an illusion of the eye, Refractive Gold's danger was completely invisible until it wasn't. There was no dancing fire within it, but Refractive Gold had a special structure that could turn even the most benign of light sources into a laser beam capable of obliterating a Tier 4 existence. If a light was trapped by the ore just right, it would bounce around its inner mirrors, before concentrating into a beam that would rival even the best of lasers, even the current Earth had to offer. It was safe to say that whoever pioneered the use of this ore as the vessel-type ore had to be a powerful individual unafraid of such things. Finally, there was the final ore. This one was the rarest of the bunch, and though it was nowhere near as dangerous, it was definitely by far the hardest for Leonel to get his hands on despite also being a fourth-dimensional ore, technically. This ore was known as Star Core ore, and, like Irby ore, it was not only a foundational type ore that could form the base of any craft, it also had the same name regardless of its stage of evolution. This ore was produced at the core of any dying star at and above the fourth dimension. As one might expect, it could be found in large quantities. But even still, due to the difficulty of mining this ore, its price was still sky high. This fourth-dimensional Star Core ore would be the foundation of Leonel's metal body. He would absorb 3 parts Star Core, 2 parts Refractive Gold, and 1 part Blazing Night and shoot to Tier 4 in one sweep. Chapter 719, Synergy Leonel began to absorb the ores one after another without a care for how dangerous they were. No matter how volatile they were to others, to Leonel, they only represented strength. In that way, he was much more like Little Tolly than maybe even he knew. What Leonel most looked forward to, though, wasn't just the strengthening of his body, but rather the synergy his metal body had with his mage core. Under normal circumstances, the absorption of these ores would result in the following changes. Taking in Blazing Night ore would increase Leonel's ability to suppress the volatility of his Scarlet Star Force. The ore itself had an uncanny ability to remain inert without the presence of flames. When this essence was taken in by Leonel, he too would gain this ability to suppress. Taking in the Refractive Gold would give Leonel the ability to better control and concentrate. Finally, Star Core was known for its heaviness. It was a foundational type ore well known for increasing the weight of a weapon far beyond its proportional size. At the same time, this added weight would both stabilize and increase structural integrity. It could be said that by absorbing Star Core, Leonel was heavily increasing the density of his body and also its defense. This would offset the volatility of Black Knight perfectly and stabilize Refractive Gold to give him even more control. However, this was only if Leonel hadn't grasped Camelot's magic system for himself. When Leonel formed his mage core, his variant Earth affinity did not appear as one of the petals despite the fact space. His weakest affinity, should he not use his divine armor, had a flickering black-silver petal for itself. The reason for this was simple. Leonel had made his variant Earth affinity the stem and roots of his mage core. This didn't seem like a big deal and even seemed to make sense. After all, what better stabilizing element was there outside of Earth? This was only more so for its metallic variant. However, when Leonel's metal body is taken into consideration, the fundamental nature of this choice comes with implications far more than something so simple. A mage core is the representation of a mage's magic. In Camelot's magic system, it roots a connection between body and spirit, allowing magic to be controlled more like the extension of one's body rather than requiring the use of a force art every time. This was why, after the formation of his mage core, Leonel was able to wield the elements and bend them to his will even without evoking any spells or mage arts. And it was also why even the most basic of spells had gotten a massive boost even without Leonel modifying them. This would be the same for anyone who formed a mage core as long as their affinities were high enough. So what was the difference with Leonel? The core lay in his metal body. Due to the characteristics of his lineage factor, Leonel's mage core and metal body formed a symbiotic relationship where one could feed off the other in an endless feedback loop. This was the fundamental change that occurred when Leonel made his metal variant affinity his root and stem. This meant that whenever Leonel absorbed ores, the changes would occur not just in his body, but in his magic too. To put things as simply as possible, while Leonel's body gained all the aforementioned boosts, his magic subtly changed as well. Or maybe the changes weren't so subtle at all. First, Leonel's flames gained an explosive characteristic thanks to Blazing Night. If before they could just emit heat, now they wrought destruction. Even a simple fireball spell from a Tier 4 Leonel would manifest like a nuke being dropped from the skies. Maybe not quite so much in strength, but most definitely in feel. The second change to Leonel's magic would be his ability to concentrate his mage arts into incredibly fine beams. This would be especially so for his light elemental magic. Though this effect would be less prominent than the explosive characteristic he would gain, if used properly, it could be even more dangerous than the first change. The third change would be in thanks to Leonel's Star Core. Though Leonel had yet to learn any star elemental mage arts, not having had the time to research just yet, this wouldn't change the fact that he could still bend the element to his will with just his body alone. He could effectively add an impossible amount of weight behind his every strike with a thought. Yet, as amazing as these changes were, none of them touched upon the most fundamental and most drastic change. And this is where the prowess of this synergy began to show itself. With just a thought, Leonel would be able to cast Earth Elemental Force arts that manifested the character of any one of these ores he was currently absorbing. In fact, if he wanted, he could even form any one of these ores from thin air no differently from how he might have formed an earthen arrow from a mage art in the past. In the past, Leonel's variant Earth affinity would add a slight metal sheen to his mage arts. This change would increase the strength of his casts by a measure to be beyond that of a normal Earth mage. However, the effect of this was limited. It would strengthen an offensive attack like Earthen Spear or a defensive art like Grand Bell Construct. However, when it came to other more unique Earth Elemental arts, it would be useless and even sometimes become a hindrance. However, now Leonel had more control over exactly what variations would occur because he could now evoke specific ores, bringing his earth magic to an entirely new level. With his metal body as his foundation and his mage core as an equal partner, Leonel believed that should he ever learn how to perfectly integrate his spear force with his magic, he would be undefeatable even amongst those several levels higher than himself. Chapter 720, Ring Leonel felt his strength soar. Beneath his closed eyelids, his eyes flickered with all sorts of colors, and even his hair began to dance with a mysterious light. Leonel's skin shimmered like polished metal even beneath the dim lights of his private room. When his eyes opened, though, his gaze was surprisingly calm, albeit far deeper. Looking at the emptiness in front of him, Leonel sighed. Improving his metal body was definitely not cheap. And even though now he could probably swipe at the air and make more ores, that obviously took stamina. How foolish would it be for him to sap his energy just to gain more energy, though it might be useful in battle to heal himself. But even then, it would be better if he just carried around a store of these ores for those kind of situations. The cost-effectiveness of creating these ores wasn't worth it. However, if it was a matter of using them in a strong attack or defense, that was a different matter entirely. The new mage arts Leonel wanted to create would be centered around these ores. This was why he hadn't gone out of his way to start formulating new mage arts on the level of the fourth dimension just yet. Only this way would he be able to maximize his strength. It seems that now is a perfect time to take Ina's advice and visit the Valiant Hall training rooms. Maybe I can finally get something out of this organization then. But first, Leonel took out a familiar ring, but he was instantly surprised by the feeling he had when he rolled it in his palm. It feels different. Leonel was certain that this ring hadn't changed at all. His dream sculpt made sure that he wouldn't make such a mistake, and he had long since stored this mysterious ring into his dreamscape. So, the difference was definitely not due to a change in the ring itself, but most definitely a change in Leonel. So it's like this. Leonel's eyes glowed. The moment he touched the ring, he pinpointed many things. First, it was made of fifth-dimensional ores. Second, it was formed of 7 different types of ores on this level. Third, he was able to pick out the exact ores used with a simple touch. Fourth, he was even able to see through some of the smelting and crafting processes the ring had undergone. Leonel felt like if he were to dream sculpt the ring now, it would take him a fraction of the time it did before. What was shocking about this change wasn't the information, because Leonel's dream sculpt had long since informed him of all of this. What was shocking about it was that the information had been transmitted to him in a completely new way. Leonel was certain his Earth affinity had taken a massive leap forward. He had neglected such a simple thing. As Leonel refined his metal body, it seemed that his Earth affinity would also increase. But this increase was far more than what Leonel was expecting. The only explanation, then, was the synergy between his metal body and his mage core. At this moment, Leonel felt that he had the equivalent Earth affinity to a Morales family genius who had stepped into Tier 9 of their fourth-dimensional metal body. And the feeling was like standing high up on the clouds. Before, Leonel could only control a 10-meter range of space in this fifth-dimensional world. But now, he felt that controlling even 100 meters wouldn't pose much of an issue. Leonel took a deep breath and cleared his mind. Now wasn't the time to get engrossed in such things. "What is this ring?" Leonel finally asked. Ping replying to Seed, "It is a key." Leonel raised his eyebrows. "A key to what?" The dictionary didn't respond. Leonel had experienced this once before in the Camelot Zone. It seemed that the dictionary didn't know the answer to this. Though the dictionary somehow knew about the Oryx and their hyper-evolution, but not about this, Leonel wasn't too surprised. From Leonel's understanding, the dictionary didn't know anything like one might expect a database to. In fact, Leonel was certain that the only data within the dictionary were the messages left by his father and his lesson plans. Aside from this, everything else the dictionary knew was based on deductions and scans. If it couldn't scan something to understand it, then it wouldn't have an answer. Leonel was quite astonished when he came to this conclusion because it meant that his father managed to create a device that was even better than his ability at doing what his ability was meant to do. Shaking his head, Leonel recollected himself. Where are the engravings from? Ping engravings are from a language not yet evolved. Leonel's pupils constricted. At that moment, he understood. A language not yet evolved? That meant that this language already existed, but it had not gained the dialects or quirks of the engravings placed on the ring. The ring deduced that there was a language similar enough to these engravings, but not similar enough that they could be called the same, almost like a comparison between English and Old English. That could only mean one thing. This ring was from the future. It sounded absolutely ridiculous when Leonel put the only logical deduction into tangible thought. But oftentimes, the things that less intelligent people couldn't accept were things that those who were could easily. How difficult the concept was to accept didn't matter. All that mattered was that it was the only logical conclusion. As long as this was true, Leonel didn't care even if the dictionary told him that this ring was his son. He would accept it. What he needed to focus on was not how ridiculous the conclusion was, but rather on how to make it make sense. This was what separated the layman from the experts, and for that, Leonel already had an answer. In fact, he thought of it almost instantly to the point it made the original premise far easier to accept. This ring. It was from a variant zone. The only questions that were remaining was if this ring was from the Valiant Heart variant zone or another, and how the hell had Senior Lou of all people gotten his hands on it. Chapter 721, Rising Sun Leonel didn't have an answer to his question. And, unsurprisingly, neither did the dictionary. But Leonel didn't mind. Even if this ring led to a dead end, he could still accept it. Leonel knew that variant zones only appeared when a world was on the verge of collapse. According to Kayela, Valiant Heart managed to use a treasure they earned participating in the Morales family's air wars to maintain this zone and continuously benefit from it. Other than these facts, everything else was too variable to make any conclusions on. So, Leonel didn't waste any brainpower on things he knew he didn't have enough knowledge to reach a logical conclusion with. Instead, Leonel stood and began to make his way to Valiant Hall. "Hello, I'd like to take a look at the training rooms you have available." Leonel soon found himself on the second floor of Valiant Hall once again. In fact, he could even see some black belts getting ready to take their own exams, and the receptionist he spoke to was the very same dead-eyed man whose disposition hadn't changed a single bit. Without a word, the man pushed a booklet to Leonel. With a quick look, Leonel realized that the training rooms of Valiant Hall were different from the ones you might find on Hero Peak. Rather than having specialized rooms, Valiant Hall had their training rooms separated into grades. The grades decided the intensity of the setting within the room, or, more accurately, the range the settings could be used within. Though Valiant Hall was less specialized and also more expensive to use, it made up for it in convenience. For the current Leonel, they were actually quite perfect. "I'll take the S-grade training room then," Leonel decided. There were 3 grades below this, and unfortunately the grades above this all require Elder or equivalent status, so this was the best Leonel could do. The receptionist looked at Leonel. The prices were very detailed, so he didn't believe that Leonel hadn't seen them. A single day cost 1,000 merit points, and that was only if you used the simplest functions of the room like weight training or target practice. If you planned on using anything more special than that, the points would quickly rack up, yet Leonel hadn't hesitated. It seemed that this receptionist with a dead look was quite the recluse. There were very few who didn't know of Leonel's wealth by now. It was almost amusing that he was surprised. Leonel took a deep breath, standing at the very center of a spacious room. The S-grade training room looked almost identical to the exam room. It, too, was constructed of large meter-long and wide tiles, each of which was a perfect in-between for white and black. And it also happened to be in the shape of a perfect cube. The only difference aesthetically was that the S-grade training room was 100 cubic meters large, while the exam room was only 20. Leonel waved his hand forward in a command gesture. Without much lag, a hovering control panel appeared before him, filling his eyes with fascinated lights. He was once again certain that this level of force crafting was beyond Valiant Heart, but now that he knew that these things came from the variant zone, it was all easier to accept. First things first, I need to work on my body's flexibility. Let's see, Leonel had already decided on this long ago. Having a metal body was great, but he had noticed during his run-in with the Oryx that his body movements were growing stiff. If things continued like this, his lineage factors would end up restraining one another rather than complementing each other. His Snowy Star Owl lineage factor should have given him great speed. But if his joints became a rate-limiting factor, then what good would that do him? The good news was that there should be a solution to this. The Morales clan's metal body, a lineage factor they relied upon to reach the top of the dimensional verse, wouldn't have such a glaring weakness. At least not so early, anyway. The bad news, though, was that while Leonel's father had left him any and all techniques he would ever need with regard to force crafting, when it came to matters of actual combat, he abandoned his son completely. Leonel could almost imagine his father cackling somewhere far off in the universe, his feet up on a table and a grin on his face, watching his only son struggle. Why his father had done this, Leonel had no idea. But if there was anything his father was good at, it was being really stubborn about arbitrarily drawn lines. If he wasn't like that, Leonel probably wouldn't have spent his whole life thinking that his mother had abandoned them. Leonel still had a shred of luck left, though. At the very least, the dictionary didn't leave him hanging this time. Dealing with the stiffness of his body was all about taking a preemptive approach. The immediate aftermath of a breakthrough in metal body would leave the metal essence he had absorbed in a very malleable state. While it was like this, it was the best time to lay the foundation for a more flexible body. Thankfully, Leonel realized this issue early on, or else he might have great problems to deal with later down the line. Not wasting any more time, Leonel opened the technique library. This was a second benefit of using a training room in Valiant Hall. Members of Valiant Hall had access to the techniques of all peaks as long as they paid for it with merit points. Though the price here was more expensive than if Leonel went to each individual peak, it was once again matchless in convenience. Leonel soon found what he was looking for, and, not long later, he used the help of the dictionary to decide what the best choice was. However, his face couldn't help but twist when he realized what it was. He really wanted to cry tears but had none to shed. His hand hovered above the screen, twitching. 28 Rising Suns e-description. Use supplementary yoga techniques for 36 setting suns. It is advised that these techniques be practiced by the moon partner so as to avoid possible injury. Only in this way will you maximize your sun partner's rise. Chapter 722, Path Ahead. Leonel closed his eyes as he pressed the accept prompt. He felt as though he was losing a portion of his innocence forever. No matter what, he couldn't let Ina know about this or he wouldn't ever be able to live it down. Everything only got worse after the technique was projected to Leonel. As one might expect, 108 rising suns had exactly 108 positions, all curated to ensure that a sun did indeed rise. The issue with all of this was that Leonel would have to be the one to complete all of them. Fuck it, it's not like there's anyone here to see this anyway. So, Leonel began. With the help of the training room, not only was the technique projected to him, but there was even a live model to follow. At the very least, watching the model going into such poses was far better than watching Leonel himself do it. The poses began innocent enough. The first few were nothing but normal stretches. What was special about them would be the fashion by which force was circulated and used to supplement these positions. Due to this special use of force, Leonel found himself sweating just by trying to touch his toes or twist his back. Things only got progressively worse from there. By the end of it, Leonel was folded into a pretzel, his ass sticking up high into the air and his face flushed completely red, soaked through completely with sweat. The good news was that by the time he got to pose 108, he was far too tired to even consider how embarrassing his poses were. The bad news, however, was more of the same. He might have to kill anyone who saw him like this. Leonel collapsed into a starfish position, his lungs gasping for breath. How could he have ever thought that an exercise created for the sake of sex would be so grueling? Was sex this demanding? Leonel shivered. At that moment, Leonel realized something quite uncomfortable. He looked below only to see that a certain rod was standing completely at attention. Damn it. It seemed that the use of force wasn't so innocent after all. This damned exercise was meant to stimulate him like this? Leonel looked up at the ceiling, his dick throbbing and no Ina in sight. It was then that he realized, according to the dictionary, he had to do this twice a day for at least a month to get the lasting results he wanted. In fact, he would have to maintain this regimen for as long as he was in the fourth dimension, as he would likely have to find another for the fifth. Is this what they meant by absolute power corrupts absolutely? I haven't even gotten to absolute power yet, though. Several dozen minutes later, Leonel's loins finally managed to calm their fire. Of course, a harsh and cold shower helped volumes with this. Luckily, this training room also had this available. After Leonel was finished, he ordered a meal and practically inhaled it all before getting back to his training. Now that this flexibility nonsense is out of the way for now, we can focus on what really matters. Leonel was quite excited for this. He felt that his body was lighter and more powerful and explosive than it had ever been, and that was just after one round of 108 Rising Suns. Now, he was ready to put it into use. There were a few things Leonel wanted to do. For one, his spearmanship was far too basic. As of now, all of Leonel's attacks were of the simplest variety that might be taught to a child who had just entered a dojo. The only spears technique he had was Call of the Wind, but that was technically a modified archery technique. Ironically, he never used it with his bow. By now, Call of the Wind was too weak for Leonel to use in battle, so he never did. It was more worth it to use simple and straightforward attacks. But now, he finally had the time and the funds to use real techniques. The truth was that Call of the Wind wasn't weak. It had be a C-grade reward, which made it about a tier 3 or 4 technique. Leonel could use it effectively even now. The main issue was that after modifying it into a spear technique, it became even weaker than that. And Leonel had a poor wind elemental affinity without Little Blackstar by his side, so he found it to be more of a hindrance than anything to his marksmanship. What Leonel wanted to do now was clear then. He wanted to look for a few spear techniques that would suit him and give him more powerful explosive strength. After he did this, he definitely needed to find a few bow techniques that suited him as well. As of now, he was only using the things he learned from Merlin's trial, and, though they were good and quite many in number, they ultimately lacked the one-hit strength Leonel was looking for. If not for this, he wouldn't have been forced to run from the Oryx. Beyond this, Leonel would throw his focus into creating new mage arts around his metal body and mage core synergy. As for things like movement techniques, Leonel already had one he was very fond of and suited him perfectly. Even up to now, he still hadn't unearthed all of its potential. The final things Leonel thought he might as well look into would be styles, and, maybe most importantly of all, Leonel wanted to see if Valiant Heart had any more resources that might help him understand how to utilize his Dreamforce just that much better. As much as he seemed to despise Valiant Heart, if not for them, he would still be using normal soul force as opposed to the much more powerful dream force. Leonel felt it was about time he see through to the true potential of his dream force. With that thought, Leonel opened up a panel of spear techniques. Chapter 723, Spear Techniques. Leonel soon realized that these techniques got very expensive very quickly. The yoga technique he had just bought only cost a few hundred merit points, but these tier 7 and higher spear techniques Leonel was looking through all cost several thousand at the cheapest. There also weren't a small number that could only be counted in the tens of thousands. However, if others could afford it, for Leonel it was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. In fact, the only reason he was thinking of the expense now was because of Ina. She had never spoken about how expensive these places were to use, and Leonel was pretty certain that he had a good grasp on her merit point situation. I guess I'll just have to give her a bunch next time I see her. Leonel shook his head and began to focus. He not only needed a technique, or maybe techniques that could fit in well with his affinities, but he also needed them to not clash while being used with a potentially two-headed spear. Leonel's most powerful weapon was his quasi-silver double-headed spear. It would be a shame if he was in a tough enough battle to be forced to bring it out, only to find out that he couldn't use it to its greatest potential. Immediately, Leonel eliminated all spear techniques that didn't align with his affinities. From what Leonel could see after this, there were many spear techniques usable by those with fire elemental affinities, almost too many. In contrast, there were only a handful that could be used with his light elemental affinities, and only 3 he found had star elemental affinities as their root. This made sense. After all, the rarer the affinity, the less likely one would be to find techniques for it, especially when you were looking for the use of a specific weapon. Not only this, but they also became many times more expensive. However, what was odd was that Leonel didn't find even one earth elemental technique. To put that into perspective, he did manage to find one space elemental spear technique. Is it difficult to make an earth elemental technique with the spear in mind? Out of curiosity, Leonel checked through all the earth elemental techniques Valiant Heart had, only to find that it wasn't just rare for the spear, but for weapons in general. It seemed that it was difficult to translate the earth elemental into combat techniques if a weapon was involved. I see, Leonel made a mental note of this and moved on. The earth element wasn't known for its attack prowess to begin with, so Leonel had never expected to choose a technique with it in mind. The moment he had laid eyes on the space elemental spear technique, he knew he had to have it. Even though it cost 90 W00 merit points, an amount that wasn't small even to him, it didn't matter. Leonel knew that it was the perfect technique for his double-sided spear. If used in conjunction with his divine armor, he could truly be undefeatable, especially on a battlefield. Without hesitation, Leonel snatched it, adding Vanishing Blade to his arsenal. Then, he turned his attention to the light, fire, and star elemental techniques. From the light, he chose a technique worth 3000 merit points called Harmonic Spear. From the fire, he chose 2 techniques worth 1700 merit points combined called Infernal Cyclone and Meteoric Impact. As for star elemental techniques, Leonel decided that of those available, none suited his style very well. He believed that Meteoric Impact, Infernal Cyclone, Harmonic Spear, and Vanishing Blade would all synergize very well and flow immaculately in battle. However, the star elemental techniques were all focused on heft and weight. In Leonel's opinion, the star element was about more than just its weight. However, these techniques were rather crude, despite how expensive they were. If Leonel ever wanted a star elemental spear technique, he would either have to make one of his own, or join an organization with better spear techniques than Valiant Heart. Leonel took a deep breath. With a thought, a gorgeous silver spear appeared in his palms. The moment it did, it was as though it wanted to fight against Leonel, causing him to grin. You're quite arrogant for a spear, but you fighting against me like this is exactly the training I need right now. Keep going. The double-headed spear was 3 meters long, dwarfing Leonel in size. Though at the moment it was impossible to see with the naked eye, Leonel knew well from just a touch that it had the capability to split into 3 segments. Let's begin with the foundation, Meteoric Impact. Leonel held the trembling silver spear out with one arm, watching the motions of the live model with an intent gaze. There wasn't a single twitch of the muscle or shift of force that he missed. Without leaving out a single detail, he reflected it in his dream world. Leonel split his mind 30 ways, having had even more improvement recently. He assigned each to a crucial point of his body, having it entirely focus on reflecting the technique to absolute perfection. Then, using his infallible memory, he etched the feeling into his very being. Meteoric Impact was split into 4 stages of mastery. The first was the large rock stage. The second was the small rock stage. The third was the sand stage. And the final was the ash stage. This technique was all about focusing explosive firepower into the very tip of one's spear. By following this unique flow and making use of perfect timing, one would be able to unleash an explosive assault capable of doing devastating harm. Without Leonel having to say anything, the training room understood his need and manifested the forms of several large rocks. With an explosive step, Leonel erupted forward, his spear streaking forward like a piercing meteor. On its tip, a whistling shield of flames flickered. Bang! The spear tip collided with the massive rock before him. In one moment, the rock trembled, and in the next, it shattered, exploding outside into numerous tiny shards. In his first attempt, with a spear that didn't want to listen to him, Leonel immediately crossed the large rock stage and entered the small rock stage in a Tier 7 technique. Chapter 724, Spear Techniques 2, You Really Don't Want to Listen, huh? Leonel chuckled as he looked down at the spear in his hand. If the elders of Valiant Heart knew he had such a treasure, who knows how they'd react? They'd probably, rightfully, get a bunch of satisfaction out of the fact Leonel couldn't control it very well. By Leonel's estimation, if not for his spear fighting back against him, he would have been at the sand stage at worst, destroying the rock into fine dust particles. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to reach that threshold. But Leonel was fine with this. Mastering these techniques posed little to no difficulty for him. He hardly had to try, he just needed to perfectly copy what he saw before him and use his ability to replicate it. If he wanted, it would take no more than 2 or 3 strikes to reach the Ash stage. Without his spear fighting back, it would almost be too easy. Of course, Leonel had this training room to thank for this. At the same time, he got the idea for a new ability. Just then, he had decided to split his mind across his body on a whim, just trying to make sure the technique was fine-tuned. But he hadn't expected the feeling of absolute control it gave him. In that moment, Leonel felt that even if he wanted to control how fast his heart beat, he could do it. I'll store this at the back of my mind. I'm sure there are many potential applications. Though Leonel thought this nonchalantly. What if there was one day he could split his mind trillions upon trillions of ways, allowing him to fine-tune every cell of his body? Of course, Leonel didn't even know if such a thing was possible. He was already at the peak of the 4th dimension with his mind, and though he was still incrementally becoming stronger in this aspect even without breaking through, there couldn't be much more room for growth, right? Leonel shook his head and focused once again. A wheel of fire whistled through the room. Leonel's hands passed over one another, his twin-bladed spear shifting from side to side as it spun at impossible speeds. Sweat beaded down Leonel's face, but the cold look in his seemed to freeze the air. Shoo-shoo-shoo! Rolling wheels of fire shot out from Leonel's spear, rolling along the ground like death traps bearing down on an enemy. They smashed everything in their path to the ground, exploding them into fine dust upon contact. Leonel spun his spear around his waist, the speed of its spin accelerating as an arc of fire shot through the air. It looked as though a wheel of flame followed every spin, encasing Leonel in a gyroscope of endless red-black flames. Explode, explode, explode. Every rock Leonel came up against was immediately blasted apart, sending bits and pieces pelting around the room. The strength of Infernal Cyclone was undeniable, and it was more relentless than Meteoric Impact, albeit much more difficult to control. But this was to be expected for a Tier 8 black treasure. Infernal Cyclone was built on the back of this wide, sweeping and spinning spear technique. It only became more potent when 2 blades as opposed to just 1 were involved, making it perfect. Of course, it was much better when there were multiple enemies to face, but this was exactly why Leonel hadn't chosen it as his only technique. In terms of stages, Infernal Cyclone didn't have any. Rather, it had move stances. These were broken down into the forward spin and reverse spin, which could be broken down into many iterations that didn't need to be explained. What was important, though, was that when mastered to a certain degree, these wheels of flames could jet out from the spear, leaving devastation in their wake. This was considered to be the ultimate form of mastery for Infernal Cyclone, and one Leonel was still having trouble controlling. His accuracy was a bit off, and the wheels weren't as compact and powerful as he would like, but he felt like he would grasp it soon. Leonel took deep, heavy breaths. A strong golden light resonated around him, making him seem particularly holy as his hair danced about. Leonel swept his spear forward. His actions seemed to be particularly slow. Yet, somehow, his spear left after images in its wake. These after images were so clear that they almost appeared to be the real thing. Leonel shifted his feet, sweeping his spear backward and using its second blade to pierce forward. The images layered atop of one another, making it seem as though Leonel's blade was twice as long as it truly was. This was the harmonic spear technique. It emphasized 2 things, speed and trickery. The after images were so clear because Leonel was using his light elemental force to reflect perfect images of his spear. At this level of mastery, they became so clear that they were almost indistinguishable from the real blade. When this illusion was layered with the speed of the technique, it made Leonel look as though he was moving slower than he really was. In battle, this trick of the eye would prove to be deadly. While one might think that Leonel was still a meter from them, bang, another rock shattered. But this time, the result was so devastating that the dust didn't settle quickly. Rather, what looked like black snowflakes slowly drifted to the ground, making it look like some eerie winter wonderland. When supplemented with light elemental force, Leonel felt that his spearmanship was more than twice as fast as usual, more than 3 times in fact. With Harmonic Spear, he felt like a god amongst men. Harmonic Spear was also formed into stages, but unlike the others, it didn't have a cap. It was entirely dependent on the number of after images you could sustain at once. Though Leonel felt like sustaining dozens wasn't a problem for him, he felt that it wouldn't be useful. 9 was about optimal for the opponents he would be calling enemy very soon. Once he managed to integrate these 3 spear techniques into one, and then layered Vanishing Blade on top of them, even Leonel anticipated the kind of strength he would be able to display. Chapter 725, Ability Index. An arrow streaked across the training room. Exploding pockets of air hovered like a halo around it for just a moment before it shot by. If one looked closely, though, this arrow seemed to be far too large to have been shot out of the bow of a normal human. It was encased in a force that made its weight and substance far more substantial. The moment it impacted against the opposite wall, tearing a path through several prepared stones, the training room shook and quaked. Leonel slowly put his bow away. He had put this room through a lot in the past several days. He was surprised it hadn't collapsed yet. Of course, he had no intention of holding back. After everything Valiant Heart had put him through, maybe destroying a few training rooms would be the best way for him to get some payback. Shaking his head, Leonel began his second round of yoga for the day. Leonel was very surprised by how much these yoga poses were helping him. Without exaggeration, if he had to pick the single best technique he had learned during this partial seclusion, it would be 108 Rising Suns. It wasn't the most powerful, obviously, and it couldn't be applied directly in battle, but the benefits it gave to Leonel as a whole couldn't be understated. Leonel felt that his coordination was through the roof. At the same time, his speed and even his strength had taken a tick up. The more limber his body became, the less work Leonel had to put in to fight against its limitations, and thus the more direct and efficient strength he could apply. From Leonel's estimation, a small tick-up in flexibility caused sweeping changes through his body, especially since Leonel was a person with high levels of coordination to begin with. All of this should have made Leonel very happy. But the reality was the opposite of this. Of course, this unhappiness had nothing to do with the embarrassment of the poses. Leonel had long since gotten over that. Rather, much more seriously, it put a big problem of Leonel's into perspective. This time, Leonel had been able to pick out a facet he could improve in and fix it. However, what about next time? Leonel wasn't Ina, who had an intuition about how to best train her body. Leonel had to deduce and often guess at everything. Never in his wildest dreams did Leonel believe just adding some flexibility to his body would cause such wide, sweeping changes. This led to Leonel being stifled by a fear of missing out. What if there was some other simple method he hadn't quite grasped just yet? What if there was some important training method he should be starting now to set a foundation for the future he was completely unaware of? Towards such a thing, Leonel could only sigh. Dedicating one of his split minds to always pay attention to his body's state was about the best he could do in the regard. Finishing up his exercises, Leonel took another cold shower and engulfed an entire family's worth of food before turning his attention back to the control panel. At this point, Leonel was quite satisfied with his gains. He had learned 4 spear techniques, 1 excellent bow technique, and he even had the framework for several new mage arts being configured and tested in his dream world even right now. For now, Leonel decided against choosing a style. After looking through all of them, Leonel didn't find any that were truly worth it. Though those styles seemed extremely powerful when he first learned of them in Brave City, months removed, Leonel realized that they weren't much different from parlor tricks. Leonel found that shifting his state of mind to use these styles was a hindrance to his optimal battle state, and splitting his mind to maintain them would still, likewise, be hindering his best self. Leonel was a cold and calculating warrior. He meticulously broke down his movements and that of his opponents into countless numbers a very rare few could understand. However, none of these styles were quite like that, and those that were seemed like cheap knockoffs of something Leonel could do on his own better. So, Leonel ignored styles for now, deeming them to be a waste of time. Instead, he turned his attention to everything Valiant Heart had on Dreamforce, his eyes lighting with excitement. If this went well, he might very well be able to bring his ability to a new level. What was unique about Dreamforce that set it apart from every other force type was in the fact every living thing with a consciousness had it. It might have appeared in very small quantities in most people, but that didn't change this fact. What made those with Dreamforce affinity special was that they were able to use this unique force in large quantities. These individuals could be considered to be hyper-aware. They had minds that worked on a different level than everyone else. When Leonel began to delve into the world, he truly began to learn something new. Within the dimensional verse, abilities weren't as random as Leonel once thought. Though there were always instances of unique, uncharted abilities popping up here and there, most abilities could be separated into defined categories and graded in very specific ways. This grading system was known as the Ability Index, and it was widely accepted. It was likely due to a comprehension of the Ability Index that Arte was so easily able to decipher that Leonel had a sensory-type ability. For example, take for instance the Ability Index of telekinetic individuals. These people were separated into 4 categories based on the strength of their ability. The first level was called Control. The second level was called Strength. The third level was called Amplification. And the fourth and last level was known as Sublimation. There were countless individuals born with telekinetic abilities, but most of them fell into the weakest Control category. As one might expect then, those with Dreamforce-related abilities also had their own Ability Index, and were likewise separated by Strength. Chapter 726, Monster Leonel's eyes brightened. This sort of systematic categorization was exactly what he was missing. Leonel had long since abandoned his stat reading habit because it would often throw him off in the midst of battle. Without understanding a person's lineage factor or ability, doing something like reading their stats would only handicap himself. But this ability index was a completely different story. If he could grasp an understanding of it, Leonel smiled, making a decision to memorize the entire ability index when he had the time. But first, he would have to focus on himself. Leonel turned his attention to Dreamforce. The first level, opening. The second level, awakening. The third level, visualization. The fourth level, control. The fifth level, manifestation. The fifth level in particular had a red underline, causing Leonel to sigh. The reason this ability index existed was obvious, but it was also a guide to follow on how to improve one's ability and what path to follow. In a lot of ways, Leonel wished he had known about this ability index long ago. The issue was, according to the legend, this red underline meant that this evolution was impossible to reach unless one was directly born with it. It was an ability almost exclusively awakened by savants and no one else. Obviously, Leonel wasn't even close to touching this fifth level, and he never would. That said, he could remember a certain savant who had done exactly that. Leonel shook his head. The first level, opening, was a subtle awakening of Dreamforce. This gave one added thinking capacity, greater memory, faster thinking speed, and higher intellect. This was considered to be the lowest level. The second level, known as Awakening, was a level where the user was more aware of the existence of their Dreamforce. This allowed them everything gained on the first level but with an added sensory perception. This was also the minimum requirement necessary to absorb and utilize Dreamforce actively. The third level, Visualization, allowed one to utilize Dreamforce to recreate objects in one's mind and simulate reality. This was where consciousness became almost tangible and real, allowing one to control vivid dreams to insanely high levels of detail. The fourth level, Control, went beyond this. At the lowest level, it allowed one to control one's mind and sensory perception, raising it and dulling it as one pleased. At the highest level, one could take hold of their consciousness to manipulate every aspect of their body, even to the smallest level. The fifth level, of course, didn't need to be explained. Within each of these levels, one could be given 3 grades of proficiency. If Leonel had to grade himself, he believed himself to be at 3rd grade of the visualization level. In fact, he believed that he had taken a half step into the control level. This ability index really put things into perspective. There were always those out there who were better. Leonel seemed to be running through all the talents no matter where he landed. But wasn't that only natural? This was a mere 5th-dimensional world, whereas his father, at the very least, was from a 7th-dimensional world. If Leonel really wanted to see where he measured up, he would need to first face geniuses from those high-level worlds. If he came out unscathed, only then would he be able to hold his head up high. As of now, Leonel was just bullying those who had a much lower starting platform than he did. The ability index is adjusted depending on where you can display your optimal strength. Obviously, any 7th-dimensional existence would be able to display their ability's highest level on a 4th-dimensional world. But whether they could do the same on a 7th-dimensional world was a completely different matter. Right now, Leonel's ability was considered to be in the peak of the 5th dimension. However, it was only being fueled by 4th-dimensional Dreamforce and his 3rd-dimensional existence. Oh, the deeper Leonel read, the more he realized that it seemed he had underestimated himself. Leonel had mistakenly believed that since his ability was in the 5th dimension, it was thus already at a 5th-dimensional standard. As such, the fact he could visualize 5th-dimensional matters was normal. However, he was wrong. Very wrong. The foundation for everything was which dimension you were in. By still being in the 3rd dimension, Leonel was handicapping his own ability by unfathomable levels. This was a difficult concept to understand. After all, Leonel's mind and body were both in the 4th dimension. His ability was even in the 5th dimension, while the Dreamforce he used was in the 4th dimension. So, what exactly was the issue? The difference here was that crossing into dimensions wasn't a power-up. It was a fundamental change of a person on a molecular level. The simplest and boldest way to put it was that you were ascending into godhood. Quite literally, to those in a lower dimension than yourself, you were nothing less than a god. Leonel was unable to undergo this complete transformation until he stepped out of the 3rd dimension. Unfortunately, he couldn't without the later portion of Dimensional Cleanse. The truth was that the only reason Leonel was able to step into higher dimensions in other facets was as a result of his talent. His potential was much higher than his current level, so the bottlenecks that would have existed for someone else simply didn't exist for him. But none of this changed the fact that his overall abilities were all weighed down by a massive 3rd-dimensional anchor. This was all to say one thing. The fact that Leonel could exhibit the 4th level, Control, in his current state, even while being in the 5th-dimensional world that should have suppressed him, made him nothing short of a monster. I see, Leonel came to a realization. This was why his split minds kept increasing. He had never reached a cap to begin with. And maybe the only reason he was struggling so much with simulating his enemies was because of this same reason. Leonel's understanding of his own ability took a massive leap forward. In that case, what information do you have on using and manipulating Dreamforce? Chapter 727, Idiot Leonel began to very seriously go through all the information Valiant Heart had on Dreamforce. To his surprise, there was quite some amount of it. But Leonel quickly realized how. Among all the abilities one could run into in battle, and as devastating as many could be, maybe the most feared one were all related to Dreamforce. Matters related to consciousness were among the most enigmatic in all of existence. To face someone who could seemingly control it was daunting. As such, the amount of information here had less to do with Valiant Heart's prowess and was more reflective of the dimensional versus focus as a whole. This much made sense, though. The ability index Leonel attached to himself was the sensory Dreamforce type, however, there were still many others. For these others, all of them ended with the very same red underlined manifestation level, but the first 4 and something 3 or 2 levels greatly differed. For example, there was an illusion Dreamforce type. These individuals were excellent at using tricks of the mind and thrusting others into their fabricated worlds. It was safe to say that no one wanted to run into such a person in battle. Even among the very first things Leonel learned, he was floored. Dreamforce is a type of soul force. Yet, all this time I've been treating it just like any other force. Leonel almost felt like kicking himself. It was such a simple shift in ideology, but it was important enough to flip the table of his understanding. What was the difference between force and soul force? Well, the simplest difference was intangibility. Force could apply change into one's surroundings at a whim. For example, Leonel could directly strengthen his body with his force. Likewise, his force-strengthening deviations could be directly applied to the environment as well. When Leonel used his light elemental force, his legs were directly enveloped by it. When he used his Scarlet Star Force, his organs were charred by it. When Leonel activated his metal body, his body was directly strengthened by it. These were all abilities that encompassed force. What about soul force, though? If Leonel wanted to make use of soul force, usually he needed a medium. This medium usually came in the form of a force art, just like the mages of Camelot. In Camelot, one needed to use their spirit pressure to execute their mage arts. This so-called spirit pressure was exactly the same soul force being mentioned of here. It didn't become possible for me to use mage abilities with any sort of fluidity in the absence of mage arts until Leonel's body froze. He almost couldn't stop himself from trembling all over. The current Leonel could bend the elements to his will with nothing more than a single thought. His body itself had become a perfect medium for this. However, the only reason it was possible was because he had formed his mage core. In the past, Leonel could still forcefully manipulate the elements without his mage core, but the strength he could display then wasn't even a tenth of what he could now. And even then, his magic was still the most powerful only when he used mage arts in conjunction with his mage core. It all suddenly hit Leonel like a ton of bricks. All this time, he had been applying his dream force just like any other force. But what he had been doing was the equivalent of manipulating the elements without mage arts and without a mage core. Leonel really didn't know what to say to his own stupidity. Not only was he handicapping his dream force, but he was handicapping his magic as well. Right now, Leonel had 3 stars rotating within his ethereal Glabella's world. These 3 stars continuously purified normal force for him. However, what it converted it into wasn't dream force, but rather normal soul force. Leonel had been subconsciously splitting this soul force into 2 streams. One remained intact for the sake of casting his spells, manipulating his mage core and bending the elements to his will. The second portion was sent to his dream world and was then catalyzed into dream force by himself. All this time, he had been treating dream force like just another element he could conjure up with his soul force. Idiot, I can't let Dad know about this or else I'll never hear the end of it. Leonel felt like he was doing a math proof for 1 + 1 2. But the first line he started with was already 1 + 1 2. He went through all those laborsome steps just to prove nothing. It was mildly infuriating. Without hesitation, Leonel suddenly took a massive step. He flooded all of his dream force toward his 3 stars. Bang! Leonel's mind went blank. It felt as though an explosion had gone off in his mind, ripping his consciousness to shreds. However, oddly enough, he felt not a single ounce of pain. It wouldn't be until long later that Leonel realized the true strength of the 3-star constitution. However, what he knew for sure now was that Star Force wasn't only exceptionally heavy, it was also very good at using this weight of its to purify. All this time, silently churning away at the atmosphere's force to turn it into Leonel's soul force, it never stopped, it never deviated, it never slowed. At this moment, though, suddenly being flooded with dream force that rapidly catalyzed its very core into the highest level of soul force in existence, it finally evolved. The slight diamond blue color of the 3 stars became more prominent. Its pure white was peeled back to reveal a heart-tingling blue that sparkled like the most gorgeous of crystals. The mist that hung around Leonel's ethereal glabella gained this gentle blue hue as well. It especially enveloped the roots of the mage core, causing its small budding form to suddenly grow. From a size of just over 6 inches, the mage core shot up, soon soaring to over 2 meters in height. Its petals gently swayed in the turbulence, now being several feet across each. Chapter 728, complicated Leonel's eyes shot open, his body leaping upward out of his control. Blinding golden lights enveloped him completely, almost as though light elemental force couldn't stop itself from flooding toward him. Bang! Leonel crashed against the ceiling, his face distorting and his nose nearly being flattened. With nothing to grab onto, Leonel fell back toward the ground. He tried to flip over to land on his feet, but he overcorrected, causing his body to spin more than 10 times even though he had been aiming for just once. It was safe to say that he completely screwed up the timing, resulting in him landing face first and his face being smashed into a flat patty once again. What the hell? At this point, Leonel was far too scared to move, so he remained deathly still until he could understand what happened. It took a moment, but after simulating everything with his infallible memory that had seemingly gotten even sharper, he finally understood. Since Leonel was still in the third dimension, his body's strength was still lacking, especially in comparison to the white and blue belts he had to fight. Though his mind could keep up, his body often couldn't. In order to compensate, Leonel almost always had his speed branch lineage factor activated, just to different degrees depending on the situation. This allowed him to make up for his weaknesses. His speed branch allowed him to make use of light elemental force in his surroundings to boost his speed exponentially. This benefit only became greater after forming his mage core. But, just now, way too much light elemental force had come, causing him to overcorrect by a larger margin than he was ready for. The reason was simple enough, but the cause of it, this was what was truly baffling. With just a sweep of his body, Leonel realized many changes. His 3 stars now produced dream force directly and seemed to have grown tenfold. To account for their explosive increase, the space within Leonel's ethereal glabella had also expanded massively. My internal sight's range has gone from a few hundred meters to over 10 kilometers, even in a 5th-dimensional world. My mage core grew by more than 10 times, my mind can split more than 60 ways now, my magic is easily 10 times more powerful. Leonel was at a complete loss. Just a week ago, he had been worried about this exact thing. He had almost missed out on the benefits flexibility could have brought him. And, right here, there was a more than 10-fold increase to his strength that had been sitting here untouched all this time. As the purest and highest form of soul force there was, Dream Force was ideal for the usage of Camelot's magic system. The force arts Leonel drew with it, even without changing a single symbol, were immediately several times more powerful. At this point, Leonel felt confident in healing his coach back to full health right this moment. If it wasn't because he wasn't certain of how to send the old man back to Earth, he would have already. Leonel finally managed to get a comprehensive understanding of his strength, and sat up without being blown toward the ceiling. He looked down at his hands, shaking his head. How many more things was he missing out on? Just from a slight shift in philosophy, he had gained so much strength. How many other thoughts of his was wrong? In the end, Leonel's frown vanished, his gaze sharpening. Lamenting over this was a waste of time. He wasn't that kind of person. Since he realized how valuable knowledge was in this world, he would just have to swallow up as much of it as he could. He would strip Valiant Heart of all the information he had before he inevitably left this place. The days continued to tick by. As promised, Ina did indeed come to visit Leonel once a week. But this only made her feel more at a loss. Ina was very sensitive to Leonel's increase in strength. He seemed to be like a fish in water whenever it came to matters of training. She had only left him for a week, but he had grown so powerful so suddenly that she couldn't see where his limits lay. It was difficult for her to wrap her head around it. The feelings she had were quite conflicting, though. That day in the Jones Zone, when she said she didn't want Leonel to change, she meant it. Maybe this was just how the complex mind of a woman worked. On one hand, she had been berating Leonel for being too adverse to killing and too lenient with his enemies. But, on the other hand, that cheerful boy who always had a smile on his face wasn't a version of Leonel she wanted to lose. She had lost too many people already. She hardly wanted to open up to Leonel at all in the beginning, and this was a large reason why. And, maybe, it was still a reason. She didn't know what she would do if she ever had to lose Leonel too. Seeing Leonel grow by leaps and bounds, the hooks of the dimensional verse sinking further and further in, Ina didn't know how she should feel. Should she feel happy that her boyfriend was growing more powerful? Or should she try to shelter him away as much as possible, hiding him from this cruel world? The emotions tugged and pulled at her from every direction. But, without an answer, she could only bury it deep, not much unlike she always did. She smiled as she watched Leonel happily eat away at her food, keeping those complicated emotions locked away. On this day, the day of the selection had finally come. Having been moved up by several months due to the times of turmoil, it held much less fanfare than it once had in the past. The other organizations that would often come to keep an eye on the next generation of Valiant Heart were somewhat strikingly missing, leaving only internal members. It was under this half-festive, half-somber atmosphere that Leonel and Ina arrived. Chapter 729, Unexpected Leonel held onto Ina's small hand as they walked forward. This was the second time that Leonel had been to this open arena. The first time he had been forced to step in to save Sail. This time, however, he would take center stage. The participating members were mostly white belts and blue belts. Though there were some black belts that wanted to try their luck, they were mostly here for experience and nothing else. The members of Polish Glass weren't too keen on joining. They weren't confident in their combat prowess and were focused on their crafting. With all the knowledge Leonel had taught them over the past several weeks, they felt like they had enough to study for a lifetime. None of this was too surprising by Leonel's estimation. What was, though, was the fact that Radlis was among these participating black belts. The pale-skinned and lanky jokester had disappeared from polished glass for a long while, but, at this moment, Leonel could see him up ahead, registering himself for the selection. The result made Leonel's brows arch upward. It had to be known that much like Ina and Leonel, Radlis had only been here for about 3 months. A part of Leonel wanted to dismiss this as Radlis being like the other black belts, simply looking to gain experience. But, for some reason, Leonel didn't feel this way. In order to join the selection, one needed to accumulate a certain amount of merits. Though the black belts that had been here for years could just barely scrap together such an amount, what about Radlis, who had only been here for such a short time? Interesting, Radlis, seemingly sensing Leonel's gaze, turned his neck and gave him a wide grin before walking off with his registration plaque. Not long later, it was Leonel and Ina's turn. To their surprise, though, the one handling these registration affairs was a familiar old lady. "Hello, Elder Magnaril," Leonel said with a warm smile. The old lady snorted, clearly still not liking the shape of Leonel's face. The fact he was smiling now only made her feel even worse, and he just had to still be holding her precious student's hand in public like this, right in front of her no less. Over the past month, Ina hadn't come to the lab even a single time. Magnaril knew that she had done nothing but train and train. Seeing such a talent waste away their potential like this truly made her intestines feel as though they were being twisted. At this point, though, Magnaril could only obediently register the couple. "Break a leg," she said while giving Leonel a fake smile. "Sure. But it won't be mine." Leonel's casual response made Magnaril freeze. In the end, she just sneered. She had no idea where this brat got his confidence from. Magnaril frowned. She had hardly finished her thought when she realized something. Was he wearing white? Leonel and Ina found a seat amongst the competitors. Ironically, this was the same place Leonel had been forced to sit as a freshman before. This time, though, sitting on the ground floor, he felt as though his vision was far wider. "Are you nervous?" Leonel asked. "Nervous?" Ina was stunned by the question. Leonel laughed, seeing how baffled she was. "I guess the answer to that is no." Ina shook her head, realizing that Leonel was just trying to tease her. Was she nervous? Of course not. If there was anything she was feeling, it was a hope that these battles wouldn't be too easy, or else there wouldn't be much of a point. Unfortunately, though, there were many seeded participants who already had their entries locked in. The rest of them were essentially fighting for the remaining 4 spots. Leonel was probably the most disappointed by this, though. He had waited long enough to teach Hephaestus a lesson, only to find out that the latter didn't even have to participate. In fact, he was probably not even in attendance today. Still, these seated positions hadn't been monopolized by Hero Peak. Even they couldn't get away with something like that. From Leonel's understanding, there were 8 spots already taken. 2 for the Hero faction. 2 for the Bear Rose faction. 2 for the Severed Heart faction. The last 2 were listed as miscellaneous, but considering one of them was Sale, Leonel assumed that these 2 were reserved for the former Valiant Hall members. Compared to the idle chatter of the 2, the atmosphere hovering around the rest was quite heavy. The time continued to tick by until the final individual was registered and the elders convened a small meeting. Finally, Magnaril stepped forward to explain, standing on the very podium Raelian had used to flip Valiant Heart Mountain on its head. However, the message she disseminated was simpler and far less contentious, at least in the beginning. The rules for this selection will be simple and straightforward. Today, we will open up 4 battle platforms. The selection will begin when the sun officially rises and will end when the sun officially sets. Whichever 4 manage to hold on to the very end will be given the 4 remaining spots to enter the Valiant Heart Zone. Each participant will have unlimited challenges. However, this comes with its own set of rules. First, you cannot challenge a platform defender more than once unless said defender loses and reclaims their spot. Only then can you challenge this individual a second time. Second, you can only challenge once every half hour. Third, a defender is allowed 10 minutes of rest between every challenge. Fourth, a defender that has failed to defend 3 times will no longer be allowed to challenge. Now, the rules of challenges aside, this selection will be unlike the past. Valiant Heart is currently in the midst of struggle, and what we need are warriors, not cowards. In the past, there was a prohibition on crippling. This has been removed. There was a prohibition on killing. This has been removed. Those who join but fail to issue at least 1 challenge or defend a platform at least once will be expelled from Valiant Heart. Those who want to withdraw, do so now or bear the consequences later. Many of the participants turned a deathly shade of pale. What was going on? When had the selection become like this? There was no surprise that many of the black belts that had come to test their luck immediately stood up and withdrew. In fact, from numbering in the hundreds, there were even 200 participants left after Magnaril's words fell. The elders remained expressionless as they watched this scene. At this point, seeing the lack of backbone many of these students had, they felt that maybe Raelian had been correct. There were no shortage of elders dissatisfied with Raelian's approach, but seeing how much they were rotting from the inside out, it was hard to continue to fuel hatred for his methods. If things continued like this for too long, and they continued to weaken with each successive generation, very soon there wouldn't be any Valiant Heart Mountain left to be spoken of. Long before their enemies got to them, they would crumble from the inside. Magnaril waited patiently until just about 180 were left. Finally, when it seemed like no one else was intent on leaving, Magneral nodded. Even though 180 was less than she had hoped for, it still wasn't to the point that they had no good seedlings left. Though she was certain that many of those who remained believed they could just concede quickly enough to not be harmed, this was still good enough for now. Maybe with Raylion's methods, they'd soon breed even more warriors. On the ground below, Leonel didn't really feel much about the sudden allowance of killing. He had already deduced this much. He could see through Raylion's plan quite well. What he was surprised about, though, was that, once again, Radlis didn't show any signs of backing down. It was quite baffling indeed. Now we will begin, Magneral said coldly. 4 defenders, come forward. For every 10 minutes 4 defenders haven't been chosen. The quota for entry remaining will be sliced by 1. If you deem to waste all 40 minutes, not only will there be no spots remaining for the lot of you, but you will all be expelled. Everyone knew one would be at a disadvantage being amongst the first defenders and challengers, especially since everyone only got 3 chances to defend. However, if everyone wanted to hold back from taking a small loss, then everyone would lose. Surprisingly, though, there was a couple that looked toward each other with knowing smiles. In a flash, Leonel and Ina shot forward. Before anyone could react, they had already taken 1 platform each, their auras steady and even somewhat overbearing. No one had expected for the first 2 defenders to appear to be a pair of white belts. And they definitely wouldn't have expected them to be white belts who had only just joined Valiant Heart. Chapter 730, Suggestion. Leonel took a deep breath. The subtle movement seemed to make force from the surroundings swarm toward him, making it seem as though his skin was twinkling with a subtle radiance. Ina silently held out her battle axe, her expression hidden behind her mask. She didn't seem to prepare anything, but her aura was as steady and unmoving as a mountain. It was safe to say that no small amount of individuals were shocked by what they were witnessing. Though, eventually, it would be the white belts that would be forced forward by their seniors, no one had ever thought that it would be done willingly. Among the crowd of youths that remained, there were no doubt members of Bear Rose who locked on to Leonel immediately. Not only were there individuals from Bear Rose, but there were no small number of King of Or's faction members, including Seriath, within the crowd. For a moment, the youths weren't entirely certain of what to do. The fact 2 had gone up willingly made them all feel as though the momentum had been snatched. If they continued to lay back and force others up, it might not be as beneficial to them as they had once thought. It was then that the ground quaked. One would have thought that such a thing was caused by an earthquake or maybe a huge explosion in the distance, but when their gazes swung over to the source, all that was found was a massive bear of a man slowly walking forward. The man stood at 2.5 meters tall. From top to bottom, he was covered in a thick rose gold plate armor. The chest plate of this armor had the image of a roaring bear on it that reminded Leonel a lot of King Arthur's White Lion armor. The detail on the armor was so intricately laid that it looked far more like a display piece than a battle armor. It was hard to fathom that someone would take such a gorgeous craft to war. What was maybe most astonishing about this armor, though, was that far more than just one individual wore it. In fact, there were exactly 12, all of whom were wearing this elaborate art piece and completely concealing the organization's uniform. The design wasn't subtle in the slightest. To Leonel, it couldn't have been more obvious that these people were from Bear Rose. However, it was also very clear that this massive bear of a man wasn't walking forward for the sake of becoming a defender. His target was clear. As though to confirm this, just as the massive man was about to walk through the final line of waiting participants, his hands snatched outward with a surprising deftness and speed. Before anyone could react, the massive man had already taken 2 necks into his large palms. Then, with one swift motion, he threw them in an arc through the air. The dull sound of bone and flesh meeting stone resounded alongside groans of pain and confusion. But, unfortunately for these 2 randomly picked white belts, they already found themselves on the stage against their will. They looked around in dismay, even sending a glance back toward Elder Magneral for some help. But all they received in response was an indifferent glance and an icy cold sentence. Stepping down will forfeit one of your rights to defend. This simple string of words was like a bucket of ice water being poured over the heads of the both of them. The massive bear of a man continued to walk forward as though nothing had happened. He, much like anyone else who was relatively astute, was quite clear on the shift the elders in Valiant Heart were experiencing now. As important as strength and hierarchy was in the past, it had only become more so now. Who cared about small petty rules or the inconvenience of a few? As long as your fist was big enough, you could do as you pleased. Things were this simple and would only become simpler. Bang! With a small hop, the rose-gold armor-wearing giant landed heavily onto Leonel's platform. Even now, his face was obscured by a heavy helmet and visor. Despite the somewhat feminine color of his armor, it didn't seem to take away from his bloodthirsty aura in the slightest. Never did I think that the brat who dared to slap the face of my Bear Rose faction would choose to appear so soon. But this is good. This will be a memory impossible for others to forget. The hero faction isn't the only faction not to be trifled with. Leonel's lip twitched when he heard this. The hero faction was not meant to be trifled with? Did he think that Leonel had a bias for one against the other? If anything, the things Leonel had done to the hero faction were far worse. But, clearly, these Bear Rose faction members had only just come back from the frontline battle against the Oryx. They knew little of what happened in Valiant City during their absence. It made one wonder. With so many out on the front lines, why did it seem like Raylion and Hephaestus were always here? Of course, that might just be an illusion. After all, it wasn't like Leonel could bother to keep an eye on them all the time. It wasn't long before Leonel had removed all distracting thoughts in his mind. He stood just 20 or so meters away from the massive bear of a man, his expression placid. As things were now, this was the only challenge that had been issued. It was as though the entirety of the arena had fallen silent for the sake of observing this one battle. If you want to stand a chance, I advise you to take your armor off, Leonel said evenly. If not, this battle will end before you get a chance to do anything. The massive man snorted. My name is Dune. I'll be sure to engrave it onto your gravestone after you die so you don't forget what happened to you even on the other side. Bang! Dune launched himself forward, the stones beneath his feet cracking with fine lines. Chapter 731, Wanted to Leonel shook his head, his gaze still indifferent. Just when Dune had reached his range, bearing down on him with a fist that sent a fiery blaze crackling through the air, Leonel took a subtle step forward. His one movement threw Dune's fist off course, causing it to whistle by his ear. Golden lights coated Leonel's body, his every movement being followed by a fluid arch of radiance that left a beautiful pattern in the air. Just by following it, one could see the subtle bobs and weaves of Leonel's figure, capturing the immaculate elegance of his simple movements. Leonel's hip sunk down. Enveloped by Dune's body, it seemed as though he would be swallowed whole by the giant. Yet his fist twisted forward, a delicate spiral of light whistling in its path. Dune felt a heavy thud resonate through his rose-gold armor, but he sneered. Was that why Leonel was so confident? His speed? What good was speed when you couldn't break past his defense? However, it was then an audible crunch filled Dune's ears, causing his expression to change. He explosively retreated, his gaze, the only visible part of his face through his visor, contracting. Dune looked down at his armor, his face warping when he noticed the sheared metal on his torso. Not only had it distorted a portion of the bear's roaring face, but had it been just a bit deeper, it would have dug into his flesh, ripping past his chainmail and leaving him with severe injuries. What just happened? Wasn't it a simple punch? Dune had felt a subtle shift in Leonel's fist that let him know that Leonel was actually able to call upon the Four Seasons realm for his fist technique. But, with Leonel's tight control, it was difficult to tell what level he was at. Still, what was clear to Dune was that the power behind Leonel's punch still shouldn't have been enough to cause such a thing. Still don't want to take it off? Leonel asked evenly once again. Dune's expression warped as the crowd suddenly realized what had happened. In the first exchange, Leonel won? Everyone knew that though these armor-wearing Bear Rose members weren't in their uniforms, each and every one of them was a blue belt. Not only were they blue belts, they were elites among blue belts that had years of experience, decades even, in fighting the Oryx. In Leonel's estimation, the fact that Dune actually managed to come out unscathed from that exchange, outside of his distorted armor, of course, was enough to prove just how powerful he was. No normal blue belt would have come out without a hole blasted through their stomach. However, Leonel's words of kindness and his polite reminders seemed to only infuriate Dune further. At this point, if he truly took off his armor, wasn't he just conceding defeat? Dune began to laugh. The movement of his diaphragm and the displacement of his lungs were so exaggerated that his bellows seemed to cause claps in the air. Bang! Dune slammed his fists together, fiery crackles lighting the air and dancing like embers. I'm going to enjoy pummeling you into the ground. In that moment, the image of a harsh sun appeared above Dune's head, an expanse of endless sandy dunes appearing around him. The temperature of the surroundings seemed to skyrocket, beams of sunlight bouncing off Dune's reflective rose-gold armor. The expressions of the crowd changed. They all understood in an instant this was Summer of the Four Seasons realm. Not only that, but it seemed more powerful than just that. There were no small number of people who chose to focus on just one of the seasons, priming and prepping it to a level that surpassed even some who had grasped all four. In some ways, these individuals also forged their own path, making their Four Seasons realm comprehension no weaker than one that had comprehended it all on their own. Of course, such individuals would always be a tick below a complete Four Seasons realm master. But they were not to be trifled with, especially when Leonel already had to make use of the Four Seasons realm to close the gap between the fourth dimension and himself. Dune shot forward again. This time, he was truly like a cannonball soaring through the air, fiery streaks of red leaving devastation in his path. He seemed to be unstoppable, an untouchable mass of fury. Leonel's cold, indifferent eyes met Dune's fiery rage. He took another well-timed step forward, his movements as fluid as water. In fact, the light element that rippled around him seemed to respond exactly like waves in the ocean, his every movement sending a wave of changes within it. This time, though, Dune was ready. His first fist was nothing more than a feint. His second was already prepared, hooking forward to smash toward the side of Leonel's head. Leonel didn't seem to be off-put by this. His fist and rolled shoulder protected the side of his face, a subtle shift in his footwork causing the blazing punch to barely glance off him. This glance should have been enough to char Leonel's body into ash, but the flames tickled off his skin, dancing about as though a fire spreading across glass. Standing within Dune's range, a blinding golden light enveloped Leonel's body. His fists exploded forward, a barrage of punches shooting through the air. Shoulder joint, visor, hip joint, elbow. Leonel's speed was so quick that Dune couldn't react. There was a lull in all the noise for just a moment before a consecutive flood of air-exploding fists seemed to land at once, leaving Dune's armor looking like the surface of a cratered moon. The sturdy rose-gold armor was twisted apart and shattered, piercing into the flesh beneath and ripping Dune's bone apart. Maybe if it wasn't for being a battle-hardened veteran, Dune would be crying out in pain. But, due to the regions Leonel had targeted, Dune couldn't even see the battlefield or his opponent. On top of that, he couldn't move his arms without a slicing pain shooting through his spine. He was finished. Leonel shook his head inwardly. First you wear a full armor of metal, then you use the element I fear the least. It's like you wanted to lose. Chapter 732, Shifted World. Leonel looked up. He was still in range of Dune's attack, but he was also very much aware that there was no way this big guy was moving. Every one of Leonel's punches had torn a rotating hole into his armor, sending bits of shrapnel into his body. The worst part about this shrapnel, though, was that it was still connected to the rose-gold armor, making the situation even worse than it would otherwise be. If Dune wanted to move, he would not only be slicing apart his own limbs, but he would also have to fight against the sturdiness of his own armor. It could be said that fighting against Leonel while wearing a full suit of metal was probably the dumbest thing you could do. The use of the fire element wasn't even half as egregious as this alone. Leonel didn't know if the Morales family had any enemies, though he could guess that they probably did. No matter how powerful an organization was, it would always have its contenders. However, what Leonel didn't have to guess was that whoever these enemies were, there was no way they wore armor like this. Either they wouldn't wear metal armor at all, or they'd find a way to enchant the armor to stop those with metal synergy from manipulating it. Facing metal weapons was a different matter. Oftentimes, there would be force poured into it, disrupting Leonel's control, and the weapon would often be moving too fast for Leonel to deal with before he was harmed. But an armor like this was practically a stationary target. Simply put, Dune was asking to lose. Leonel reached forward, touching the now distorted bear on Dune's chest. He sighed, shaking his head. By all rights, he should kill Dune. It was obvious that the latter wouldn't have shown him any mercy had he been on the other end. Was killing really a necessary extreme? All he had done was take a shop, right? He hadn't even killed any of their members. This dimensional verse was really too ridiculous. Leonel shoved his palm forward, deforming the rose-gold bear until its original form could no longer be seen. Blood leaked out from Dune's helmet. From start to finish, he didn't say a word, not even for the sake of begging for mercy. Leonel could sense the rage-fueled gazes from the 11 remaining rose-gold armor-wearers, but none of them said a word either. It was clear that each of them were warriors that had seen a lot. Since they dared to act, they also dared to die. Maybe Valiant Heart isn't completely rotten yet, Leonel thought absent-mindedly. Leonel's palm squeezed into a fist. As though scrap aluminum, the chest plate on Dune crumpled. Leonel ripped downward, tearing the armor away from Dune's body. With a kick, he sent Dune's half-dead body out of the arena. Dune sputtered and coughed, looking up at the sky with hints of unwillingness. This wasn't because he was dying, but rather because he knew he would have had Leonel not just helped him take his armor off. Somehow, he had ended up being shown mercy, but it only filled him with a sense of endless humiliation. At that moment, many felt their minds going numb. If this was what Leonel could do to armor they were wearing, what were they supposed to do? Leonel looked down at the large piece of rose gold in his hand and tossed it to the side. Dune slowly rose on his own despite the state of his body, knowing that no one would come to get him. In fact, he didn't want anyone to. Without looking back, he dragged his body away, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. From start to finish, the remaining 11 didn't spare Dune a glance, each one of them staring down Leonel with murderous intentions. It was clear that all of them were waiting for the 10-minute timer to come to an end, each of them wanting nothing more than to rip him limb from limb. Within the silent crowd, Nigmir trembled hard. He, who had fought Leonel once before, knew for a fact that he wasn't this powerful before. Any thoughts he had of defeating him seemed to have gone out the window, his body drenched in a cold sweat. The members of the King of Or's faction watched on with clenched jaws. With such strength, were their plans of wearing Leonel down even viable? Nigmir's gaze flickered with rage, his eyes shifting from Leonel to Aina. He would get his revenge. He needed to get his revenge, no matter what. Nigmir's body flashed, a strong assault of wind whipping through the surroundings and catching many off guard. No small number of people were still trying to wrap their minds around what had just happened. No one thought that someone else would levy a challenge at this exact moment. Nigmir's body crossed over Leonel's platform as though in blatant provocation before landing heavily on Aina's. His mind was twisted with fury, causing the wind elemental force around him to respond in kind. Leonel frowned, his fingers twitching. A suffocating aura exuded from him. If it wasn't for the rules, he would have already attacked Nigmir right then and there. If it was a normal challenge against Aina, it wouldn't be a problem. But this was very clearly not that. Nigmir's body shook under Leonel's oppression, but he grit his teeth, his rage taking over his rational mind. He laughed into the skies. You just stand right there and watch. Nigmir shot forward, his speeds reaching mind-numbing levels. The wind enveloped him, an ivory armor manifesting and a 4-meter-long lance appearing in his hand. Die! Nigmir saw something flash by him. In that moment, he felt as though the world had shifted, one side sliding up while the other slid downward. He couldn't wrap his mind around what happened until he plopped to the ground, his body split in 2 halves right down the middle. Another silence fell over the crowd as droplets of blood fell around a masked beauty with fluttering hair. Chapter 733, If Not For, Aina stood with her back to Nigmir's fallen body. Though one couldn't see her face, the cold look one could see through the slits in her mask were enough to send shivers down one's spine. The contrast between Leonel and Aina was too drastic. There was no mercy, no hesitation, there wasn't even a small chance. The moment Nigmir showed such signs to her, she cut him down where he stood. At that moment, Aina was pissed. She wasn't only pissed at the members of Bear Rose, she was pissed at Leonel too. He might think it was fine to forgive your enemies like this, but how was she supposed to react when a boorish brute who just tried to kill her man was let off so easily? It was always easiest for the victim to forgive, but what about those who cared for the victim? Was she supposed to let things go too? Aina felt that she was maybe too agitated, but the feeling was stifling. She didn't know how many times she had to tell Leonel to stop showing mercy like this. She didn't know when he'd finally realize that a hint of mercy shown today could easily come back to bite him the next. It was infuriating to the point she didn't even want to look at him right now. If it wasn't for Nigmir coming in a timely fashion to give her something to vent on, she might have exploded already. The volatile feelings in her chest rampaged around, and now she had to wait 10 minutes for the next victim. Aina herself hated that she reacted so violently. She found it harder and harder to keep her cool when things were related to Leonel, a problem he ironically had the same issue with, though toward her. But, compared to Leonel who only wanted to protect her, Aina found some of Leonel's actions deeply frustrating sometimes. She was fine with them saving all those freshmen because she knew it was a part of Leonel's larger scheme, a scheme that was working out perfectly now. But what was the point in sparing Senior Lou back then? And what about this Dune character? How much longer would he be like this? Damn it. Aina's amber eyes tinged with red. She reached out a hand and made a snatching motion toward Nigmir's corpse. What happened next left the crowd shivering. The 2 halves of Nigmir's corpse convulsed. In the next moment, all the blood that had been pooling shot toward a single point, forming into a ball of crimson that left Nigmir's corpse looking like nothing more than a mummified figure. But even that didn't last long. Soon after, what remained of Nigmir's body dispelled into the wind like ash, floating away like meaningless motes of dust. It was the kind of scene one would never forget in their lifetimes. The blood continued to float by Aina as though it had a mind of its own, hovering there and reflecting the now high sunlight. It acted as a silent reminder of the scene they had all just witnessed. Leonel's frown deepened. But in the end, he could only sigh. As intense as his feelings were for Aina, he had yet to tell her that he loved her. Maybe it was because he didn't know what those words meant, or maybe it was because he still wasn't sure if he did. Up to now, their relationship had managed to jump over many hurdles. But the one that had yet to be cleared was ironically the very first one they faced. That day, the image of Aina's delicate, small hand piercing through the heart of another human being was forever imprinted into his very soul. He knew why she had done it. She was telling him that this was the person she was, the person that she had always been. The gentle, graceful young woman he had known in school was nothing but a mask she wore, both figuratively and literally. She killed Conrad that day not only to protect her friends, but to show him that the girl he thought he liked wasn't her at all. She took this action even though she knew it would alienate not only him, but her own close sisters as well. And it had worked. It sent him into a tailspin, one that he hadn't recovered from even now. Maybe he had only gotten better at ignoring it, nothing more, nothing less. It was quite funny. It seemed that he was very good at doing exactly that, ignoring things. Even to this point, he still didn't believe that he could stand to his grandfather's ideology without feeling as though his comprehension of the world was crumbling. All Leonel knew was that he liked Aina enough to ignore even such a blatant conflict, a core ideology that left them diametrically opposed. As though this wasn't enough, the deeper and deeper Aina fell for Leonel, and the closer they became, the more this bothered her. The more she cared for Leonel, the more she couldn't stand to lose him. In her mind, Leonel's softness was exactly a thing that could make such a situation happen. It was exactly that something that could cause this radiant sun before her, this man she adored so deeply, to vanish forever and never return. Leonel smiled somewhat bitterly. Since Aina was fine, he could only let things be and allow her to vent. However, now he was pissed as well. If it wasn't for the ways of that Ray Lion, if not for this valiant heart, if not for the way of this damned dimensional verse, if everything could be peaceful, if there simply was no conflict, would his Aina have to feel such conflicting emotions all the time? Leonel's jaw set, his arms crossing over his bare chest. He looked blankly into the distance, his aura becoming heavier and heavier. The stone beneath his feet snapped and whined, but he didn't seem to notice as his gaze flickered between various degrees of fury. At that moment, the stone platform shook as another red-gold armored warrior faced Leonel. This time, when they met Leonel's gaze, it felt as though a wild beast had locked onto them. It felt as though Leonel wanted to see the whole world burn to ash. Flames that seemed reaped from the depths of purgatory erupted. Chapter 734, Meteoric Impact. The clanging of metal sounded as the Bear Rose faction members stripped down from their armor. Piece after piece clanged to the ground, resounding throughout the quiet arena. It felt as though every action taken in during this selection had a deeper meaning, as though every battle should put them at their edge of their seats. Even the audience didn't understand why this was, but it still felt like the metal pieces were crashing against their hearts rather than the stone platform. Though the Bear Rose faction member didn't say a single word, the action of being forced to take off their armor was humiliation enough. It felt as though, simply by standing there, Leonel was smearing their faces. Compared to Dune, though, this Bear Rose faction member was far calmer. By the time he tossed off his helmet, revealing the expressionless visage within, the audience had already seen his battle-worn body through and through. Though this faction member was a level beneath Hephaestus in terms of muscle definition and fast-twitch fibers, maybe even 2 or 3 levels, in fact, the strength his body was bursting with was undeniable. Even the scars that ran across him didn't detract, but rather added to this perceived strength, leaving those watching on holding their breaths. At that moment, there were many in the crowd who suddenly recognized the young man before Leonel. Quite ironically, this was a young man who had had a falling out with Hero Peak as well. But, rather than not joining any peak like Leonel had, he rather chose to join the peak of their direct competitors. Those that knew him called him Jaren the Scythe, despite the fact he didn't wield a scythe at all. Leonel stood with his arms crossed across his chest, not moving an inch as he watched Jaren take his armor off. Even though the battle had technically started already, Leonel didn't seem to care. The stones beneath his feet began to ripple, beginning to glow a faint red. The last piece of Jaren's armor fell to the ground. His palm flipped over, revealing a katana of outrageous length and with a curve just as obscene. Even with Jaren's strength, he allowed it to rest on the stone before him, but the gentle action alone caused the blade to sink. Without even a touch, the stone was split in two, plunging the 4-meter-long curved blade into its depths. Leonel Morales, is it? Leonel didn't respond, his expression remaining placid. His heartbeat grew steady as a mountain, its every thump sending a surge of blood through his body. His veins and arteries hardly swayed beneath the pressure, their sturdy walls even facilitating faster movement. Leonel seemed to subconsciously control the strength of his heart, every pump reflecting his emotions. You have quite some potential for a new white belt. However, there are some lines you can't cross no matter how much potential you have. Vice Leader Abathor can't be here to deal with you personally for the slight of taking his family's heirloom, and quite frankly can't be bothered to deal with you personally. I will be the one to send you on your way. Are you done? The platform suddenly quaked, sinking into the ground by a whole inch. The air seemed to collapse, fine ripples of space discharging in every direction. On first sight, it looked as though fine lines of black rain were falling through the arena. I'm getting really tired of this bullshit. Leonel spoke again, taking a single step forward. The quaking became more harsh. The ground groaned and whined. Are you all really so eager for me to kill you? Would it make you feel better if I put your heads on a pike? If I desecrated your corpses? If I pissed on your graves? Is that what you want? Jaren's hands trembled, his brows frowning slightly. His palms grew sweaty outside of his control, soaking the hilt of his katana through. The grip of the material became slippery. Leonel's voice seemed to rise up from an abyssal hell. The flames around him caused the air to crackle and pop, whatever moisture there had been being burned into nothingness. I asked you a question. Leonel's words hammered Jaren's heart. Jaren's lip trembled. His instincts screamed, frying his nerves. He felt as though he was facing an Oryx chief. Somehow, Leonel's body seemed to be 10 times larger than it truly was, engulfing his field of vision until he couldn't see anything else. At that moment, Jaren roared, his force erupting into a skyscraper of energy. He took a heavy step forward, pushing his fear down. He had seen too much on the battlefield. He had no intention of falling without fighting. He had his own pride. Arcs of lightning whipped around his body, his eyes lighting up with the same presence. He bolted forward, his body leaving streaks of crackling lightning in his wake. Jaren raised his sword, slashing down with a speed that was almost impossible to track. All much of the audience could see was an arch of flickering images, as though a fan of katanas was opening up in the path of his wing. At that moment, Leonel's palm flipped over, a flexible 4-meter-long spear appearing. With a flick of his wrist, the sound of metal meeting metal resounded through the ears of all in attendance. Jaren's pupils constricted. The tip of Leonel's spear balanced the edge of his blade effortlessly. In fact, he could very clearly see a chip in his long, curved katana. If, keka, bang. An explosion of fire caused Jaren to freeze. He watched as a 2-meter length of his once 4-meter-long blade flipped into the air, spinning like a wheel of silver before piercing into the stone below like a hot knife through butter. The eyes of the spearmasters in the crowd widened. Meteoric impact. Jaren looked at the half that remained of his katana, his mind completely blank. Chapter 735, Since You Want Death. It was no wonder the crowd was stunned. Meteoric impact was a tier 7 technique. Just learning it in the first place was something only blue belts with months of training could accomplish. It was one of the most powerful and devastating techniques Valiant Heart had access to, period. But to not only use it, but to use it with such a precise delay and such fine control left those who wielded spears feeling at a loss. They had all seen it clearly. The spear and katana came into contact first. They even had time to see Leonel balance the tip of his spear on the katana's blade edge. Only then did meteoric impact activate. But wasn't this technique supposed to rely on momentum, speed, and explosiveness? How could you accomplish all those things if you took a pause? Leonel walked forward, the heat on his body leaving Jaren's body a blistering red. It was as though his presence alone just might burn the latter to ash, leaving him drifting in the wind no differently from Nigmir. Bang! A scorching foot was left imprinted onto Jaren's chest as he soared out of the arena. He twitched and writhed, his situation being even worse than Dune before. Leonel raised his spear, pointing toward the remaining 10 Bear Rose members. I don't need 10 minutes. Hurry up and get up here, or else I'll come down to you. Space continued to bend and quake. Fine black lines rained down, making the knees of all those in Leonel's presence bend. Maybe the only one who seemed completely unaffected was Aina herself. But, somewhat ironically, it was because of her such a thing was happening to begin with. Leonel hadn't planned on unleashing his wrath in this way. But, at this moment, if he didn't vent, he felt like he really might implode. Bang. Leonel couldn't wait any longer. He shot off the platform, tearing a path toward the 10 Bear Rose members. Their eyes widened, never expecting that Leonel would actually choose to do such a thing. Even the elders were at a loss to deal with what was happening right now. But they were also well aware that this had been tacitly allowed. The moment Dune didn't receive a reprimand for forcefully throwing 2 white belts onto the stage was the exact moment everyone realized that this so-called selection was nothing but a free-for-all. The so-called rules were nothing more than a thin veneer, enveloping what was nothing more than chaos. The members of Bear Rose weren't left with any choice. They all shot forward, feeling the pressure Leonel placed on their shoulders. It felt as though a beast had been unleashed from its chains. The instant Leonel's feet landed on the ground, he found himself pressed by 4 attacks. But his spear pierced forward just as many times, a flow of golden light enveloping his body. His spear technique seemed slow, leaving after images in its wake. For a moment, it looked like Leonel had split into 4 people, each wielding the very same spear and sending out the very same attack. The air exploded, rings of fire raining downward and space warping. Leonel reflected their weapons with a speed and deftness that numbed the mind. Even pressed by so many high-level opponents, he seemed intent on pressing forward, rage lighting his eyes. If he could just crush them all, if there were just no obstacles left before him, no enemies to fight, no looming danger to worry about, would he still have to feel this way? Would she still have to feel this way? Leonel's spear spun in his hands, a wheel and vicious wall of fire manifesting. The participants scattered, fear evident in their eyes. The destruction Leonel was levying against Bear Rose was the likes of which they had never seen from a white belt. It was the kind of anger and pure rage that seethed from the soul. Leonel roared, bronze runes flickering to life as his irises turned a violet red. The earth beneath his feet crumbled, sinking down into a crater under the pressure of just a single step. The Bear Rose members felt as though a boulder had just smashed down on their heads from above. Was this a gravity field? How could it be so powerful? These sort of area of effect abilities shouldn't be so strong in the hands of a third-dimension existence standing on a fifth-dimensional world. Unfortunately, Leonel's speed only seemed to get faster. Illusory wings spread from his back, radiating out white and deep golds that was almost blinding to look at. With a flicker, Leonel's spear shot through a chest. Before the Bear Rose member could even react to the bloody hole that had opened up within him, Leonel had already appeared before another. Leonel's hand ripped through the air like a claw, grabbing onto the shoulder of a female Bear Rose member and pulling downward. A shocking cry left her lips as her left shoulder was shattered into meat paste. Unfortunately, whatever was left of her cry was cut short when Leonel's foot collapsed her midsection, sending whatever air she had left in her lungs jetting out like a stream. At that moment, the wheels of fire Leonel had already sent out collided with as much as 5 Bear Rose members. Their shrieks and cries sounded, their armor practically melting onto their bodies with each passing second. It was exactly then that the wheels imploded, raining down embers from above. The region was completely decimated. Leonel stood with his gaze still lit with fury. Every time he looked at the half-dead bodies of the Bear Rose members, he only got angrier. It didn't need to be this way. It didn't have to be this way. Everything about this, from start to finish, was simply infuriating. Within the stands, Magneril sat at a loss. She simply couldn't wrap her mind around what was going on. How could he have such strength? His movements almost made it seem like everyone was happily walking into his spear. Leonel looked up into the skies, his rage palpable. In one motion, he threw his spear. With a bang, it landed dead center on his platform. Since you all want death, I'll give you death. The next person to dare challenge me, I'll send to the underworld. Chapter 736. Bang. Bang. Ina felt a small gasp of air jet out from her body as her back smashed against the wall of Leonel's room. The impact was so fierce that the wall cracked, leaving a small crater that just barely fit her petite body. However, before she could catch her breath, she felt herself being enveloped, Leonel's lips suffocating her. Ina felt her clothes being ripped away, her body swaying like a boat in a storm under the whims of Leonel. A heat seared her chest, her heart boiling. Someone else might have felt uncomfortable beneath Leonel's smoldering heat, but, to her, it felt as though she was drifting on cloud nine. Her body took in the assault with open arms. Everything from Leonel's roughness, to the strength of his hands, to the coldness in his eyes made her shiver. She felt an excitement the likes of which she never had before, an excitement that even somewhat faintly surpassed all the orgasms Leonel had helped her experience until now. When Leonel dragged her away from the selection, fury still lighting his eyes, she hadn't known exactly what to expect. But when Leonel actually threw her against a wall, the small gasp that came from her mouth registered like a struggle for air in her mind, but the reality was that it came out almost like an excited squeal. It was the kind of sound that captured the hearts of men, latched on, and refused to let go, squeezing until they lost all rationality while hovering between a line of life and death. Such a small impact hardly even jarred Ina's inner organs, let alone caused her any harm. The training she put herself through made these walls they were cratering, the furniture they were smashing, and the floors they were collapsing seem like nothing more than child's play. As though a pair of wild beasts, the couple seemed to unleash their frustration onto one another. Ina's nails clawed into Leonel's back, leaving bloody streaks even his metal body couldn't defend against. She sheared through his Tier 4 defenses as though a hot knife through butter. Leonel's blood seeped into her nails, subconsciously being drawn into her body. But the result was far beyond Ina's expectations. The instant Leonel's blood clashed with her own, a deep moan left her lips, her pelvis grinding against the bulge in Leonel's boxers. Leonel's blood was like a drug pumping through her veins. It carried a scorching heat and a soothing mellow. It was a dichotomy of feelings that almost perfectly meshed with the feeling of Leonel's tongue in her mouth. In that instant, as though being burned by hot coals, Ina's curse screeched. Pain Ina had experienced for a lifetime suddenly retreated into the depths of her body, fleeing from Leonel's blood. However, Ina hardly seemed to notice. She continued to greedily absorb Leonel's blood, feeling as though the two of them were finally fusing into one. At that moment, Ina realized that she loved Leonel so much that it left a throbbing pain in her chest. Her body began to enter its real form. Her slender legs, wrapped around Leonel's waist, became longer. Her breasts, pushing against the fabric of her chest band, threatened to rip out a path for themselves even without Leonel's input. Her scars already retreated, leaving a visage so perfect behind that the energies of the world seemed to sing. Her hips became fuller, her bottom rounder, her hair longer. Leonel's mind was too calculative to not notice these changes, and he also immediately understood what was happening. His heart thrummed out of his chest, rebounding against his ribcage and sending vibrations to Ina's own. The heat in Leonel's lower belly continued to rise. His rushing blood made his cock so hard that it sprung out from the elastic bands of his boxers. Ina felt the scalding heat touch her inner thighs, her body trembling with excitement. Her amber eyes brightened into a luscious gold, and overwhelming mental dominance being exuded from her body. She pushed forward, her slender legs touching the ground as she pushed Leonel into the opposing wall. Her strength was so great that it completely collapsed. However, she didn't seem to notice as her cherry lips enveloped Leonel's, her graceful legs stepping out from her pants with an elegance that was impossible to match. The skin-tight black panties beneath completely outlined her silhouette. But Leonel only got to see the enticing sight for only a split moment before he felt that soft, small pink tongue slide into his mouth. From being just 5'7", Ina had grown to over 6'7" tile, leaving her just 3 or 4 inches shorter than Leonel. Rising just a bit on her tippy toes, she was able to taste those lips she couldn't get enough of. However, her dominance didn't last for long before she found herself being hoisted into the air again. A sturdy hand ripped her chest band away. The healthy bounce of 2 fleshly mounds was cut short as they pressed flush against Leonel's chest. The couple left devastation in their wake, a trail of destruction following after them as they somehow traveled from room to room of the segmented cube. I can't take it anymore, Leonel's hoarse growl made Ina shiver. At the moment, she was perpetually releasing a sort of mental coercion that even Leonel wasn't immune to. The instant Ina's curse was suppressed, it felt as though her soul force had become no weaker than even Leonel's own. But, rather than being tailored for computation, Ina's soul force seemed to be able to cast the mind into a state of absolute obedience, as though the whole world should call her queen. Ina's hips shifted. One hand wrapped around Leonel's neck, she used the other to slide her skin-tight panties off. With the soft sound of skin slapping against skin, Leonel felt his cock gently split the delicate folds of skin so soft his mind went blank. Ina blushed profusely. Do you have a condom? Leonel choked on air. It's LIV people, this is not a drill. Official Vampire Empress Aina art available on my Instagram right now. Awespec, can't believe I'm sharing these goodies with you all. Should have kept her to myself. Chapter 737, shit. Even after so many years of advancement, Earth only had two methods for male birth control, the condom and the vasectomy. Luckily, the latter had become quite an easy procedure and had a near 100% guarantee of reattachment later down the line, while the former had become so advanced it felt as though it wasn't there to begin with. But, unluckily, Leonel had neither of these things on him. At this point, he felt like shedding real tears. These matters weren't even close to being at the forefront of Leonel's mind. He was a lifelong virgin despite his standing in high school. And, even if he hadn't been, something like a condom was nothing more than a press of a button away. Now, though, the watch on his wrist that he had practically completely forgotten about was nothing more than scrap metal, especially after entering a fifth-dimensional world. Beyond that, there wasn't even a guarantee that a condom from a third-dimensional world would even work on the current him. For all he knew, he shot out real bullets at this point. They say that a normal third-dimensional male could already dwarf 40 kilometers an hour. Leonel didn't know if his training would affect this, but if it did, he had to assume it would be far beyond just that. As though thinking of all this wasn't depressing enough, even if Leonel wanted to choose the option of a reversible vasectomy, could he even find a skilled enough and strong enough doctor to cut into his body? As complicated as all of this was, Aina probably had even less options. All female birth control options relied on a keen understanding of their biology. Who knew how much different Aina's biology was not from when she had been in the third dimension? Fuck. Leonel stood there, his forehead leaning against Aina's own. Somehow, they had managed to crash their way all the way to kitchen. In fact, at this moment, Aina sat on the large stainless steel table at its very center, still subtly grinding against Leonel. It was very clear that the both of them wanted to go a step further, but Aina's question had doused them both with a bucket of cold water. At this point, they couldn't help but think of the situation that got them here in the first place. Even they had to admit that it wasn't exactly the healthiest of things. If it wasn't for Aina knowing that she most definitely couldn't risk having children right now, they likely would have both lost themselves to the heat of the moment. Even now, Leonel could feel Aina's fragrant juices moistening the tip of his cock. It was almost maddening. Just a single thrust and he would probably experience the greatest feeling this world had to offer. However, as his mind cooled down, he realized that this matter was deeper than just not having birth control. There was a deeper issue that neither of them seemed to want to deal with. Leonel felt Aina cup his cheek. His head was pulled up to match her gaze, his breathing hitching as he laid eyes on her flawless countenance. Leonel had never cared what Aina looked like. But to have the emotions he had for her reaffirmed by the existence of this goddess before him was almost too much to handle. It was already difficult enough for him to control himself around Aina normally, but at that moment, it felt as though all his inhibitions were being knocked down one after another. Leonel barely stopped his hips from thrusting forward, his thighs trembling as he grit his teeth. Aina's breathing became somewhat haggard. Though Leonel hadn't completely pierced through her final lines of defense, she could still feel herself opening up. It was at most half a centimeter or two, yet the feeling was already so intoxicating. Aina knew how dangerous this position was. The very entrance was among the most sensitive regions for a woman. Let alone Leonel, even she was playing with fire right now. That didn't even consider the danger of the leaking of Leonel's own fluids. Taking a deep breath and gathering up willpower he didn't know he had, Leonel pulled away. He felt as though he was about to burst, but he also knew that this was the best decision. If it was up to him, he would put a child in Aina right this very moment. It would probably be selfish of him to do so, but the same way Aina wanted to keep him safe, so did he too want to keep her safe. As powerless as he was, making her belly round and her feet swollen seemed to be the only method he could think of. Leonel was so absent-minded that he didn't notice when Aina had pushed herself off the steel table and begun to pull at his hand. He followed behind her, barely keeping track of the swaying pendulum of her waist. He almost felt that it was unfortunate her long hair obstructed so much of the view. For the first time, Leonel had a negative emotion toward the long hair he loved so much. Before Leonel could react, he found himself in Aina's room, seemingly the only one their rampage had missed. Truthfully, the two usually slept together nowadays, so this room remained relatively unused and had been that way for months already. However, at this point, it was a saving grace. Aina sat Leonel down on the edge of the bed, her next action making his eyes widen and his heart skip a beat. Aina sat on her knees between his legs, looking up at him with a somewhat nervous and bashful expression. At that moment, Leonel's cock throbbed. He hadn't thought it was possible to feel more turned on at this point, but the image of a beauty with the face of a goddess kneeling before him like this made his blood seethe. Aina's slender fingers grabbed forward, her two hands wrapping around his member with a gentleness that only made it pulse more. Then, with slow movements, Leonel caught every frame of her slightly parted cherry lips kissed the very tip. Leonel felt the greatest humiliation he had in his life right at that very moment. He didn't survive to even experience the softness of her small pink tongue. Shit. Aina was confused by the word until she suddenly wasn't. With reflexes that surpassed human understanding, she dodged out of the way. Unfortunately, the ceiling could not. Chapter 738, Why Care? Leonel took long, deep breaths. Somehow, that one shot seemed to have drained him completely. Looking up at the ceiling, he smiled bitterly. He had been partially joking when he spoke of the 40 kilometers an hour matter, but why did it look like someone had been throwing darts at the ceiling? Replaying it in his mind, Leonel realized that he had been right. It was at least a several hundred-kilometer difference, and the volume was much greater, giving it more impact. Ina, who still kneeled before Leonel, her head having dodged out of the way, suddenly giggled. Leonel choked. "What you laughing about? It's not my fault you suddenly turned into a succubus." Ina, though, only continued to giggle. She wasn't laughing at Leonel, rather, she was laughing in happiness. For some reason, these series of events made her very happy. For just a moment, she seemed to forget all of her worries. With the actions of a caring wife, Ina found a moist towel in her room and began to clean Leonel's cock with gentle strokes. This action left her at peace and also resurfaced some of her memories that made her smile deepen. The truth was that Leonel stunk slightly of sweat right now. It wasn't anything too potent, but it was the truth nonetheless. After all, the two had just been at the selection not much more than 20 or so minutes ago. Then, they probably used even more energy during their battles just now. After Leonel made his declaration, not a single other person dared to challenge him. What a joke, he had just single-handedly wiped out the more elite members of Bear Rose. Was there even a point to continuing the selection? Still, Ina didn't care very much about Leonel's slight stink, even to the point of not minding to touch her lips to it. That said, just because she didn't care didn't mean Leonel didn't. It was part of that anxiety and realizing he was too late to stop Ina's actions that made him fail to control himself. In the end, he could hardly savor the feeling before he blasted off. Leonel watched Ina work with a smile on her face, an indescribable feeling of warmth spreading through his chest. At that moment, he too realized that he loved her so much that his heart hurt. Yet, for some reason, much like Ina, he didn't say those words aloud either. Leonel pushed Ina's hand aside and scooped her up, catching her somewhat off guard. "Oof, you've gotten heavier." Ina's brows shot up. "What did you say?" Nothing, Leonel laughed. Leonel smiled. He found that Ina's every emotion seemed to have an area of effect to it. It was quite interesting, almost like she was imposing her will onto the world subconsciously. The couple entered the bathhouse and began to clean themselves off. An air of comfortable silence hung between them as they helped each other. It was as though they had already been doing this for years. "I didn't know my blood would be of such help to you," Leonel said after a while, helping Ina to shampoo her hair with his favorite apple scent. "If I had known, we could have done this long ago. How do you feel?" Ina smiled. "I feel better than I have in a long time. The curse isn't gone, but it seems too afraid to surface." Leonel nodded. "I think it might be because of my Snowy Star Owl lineage factor and my Scarlet Star Force. I already awakened my healing branch, and after my innate node recovered to its mature form, it subtly changed the characteristics of my star, light, and fire elements." Ina's brows arched in understanding. If Leonel's healing factor was combined with the destructive capability of his Scarlet Star Force, and especially the purifying characteristic of the Star Force aspects, then his blood would indeed be the bane of all poisons and curses. This was only made better by Leonel's mage core. After synergizing with his body, Leonel's passing healing factor was more than tenfold stronger than it had been in the past. "What do you think? Can my blood heal you?" Leonel asked. There was no better person to ask this question than Ina. Who better than her, with her ability to perfectly understand her body, to have the right answer? Leonel was quite prepared to be disappointed by the answer, but he was shocked by the reality. "I think so, yes. The curse has already been burnt away by more than a percentage point. Even though it's hiding, it's my body, I can easily find it. If my mind is clearer next time, shaving it down by even 5 or 10 percentage points with the same amount of blood wouldn't be an issue." Leonel grinned. This was a pleasant surprise indeed. He had thought that he would need to do far more to find a cure for Ina, when the reality was that he was the cure. Leonel blinked. Ina turned back to meet his gaze, her supple breasts in full view. They looked like perfect droplets of ambrosia, shaped by the hands of a master sculptor. Their small, pink protrusions especially still made Leonel gasp for air even now. It was a lethal combination that ruined what was an otherwise wholesome moment. Ina smiled, but didn't seem to mind Leonel's gaze. She had gotten used to it. "Your blood is very valuable," Ina continued. "I only had a small bit of it, but I felt my strength take a large leap forward." "Are you sure you want to give me so much of it?" Leonel raised his brows. "What nonsense are you saying right now? Why would I care about any of that?" Leonel shook his head, reaching a hand forward to caress Ina's cheek. Her skin had always been this soft, but without the trenches of her scars it felt endlessly supple. Ina pushed herself up to the tips of her toes, planting a gentle kiss on Leonel's lips. Chapter 739, Territorial Puppy. Leonel's hands outlined Ina's silhouette. Her figure was so much fuller that he felt as though he could lose his fingers in the softness of her flesh. By the time he grabbed handfuls of her ass, he felt his breathing had already grown heavy. Even experiencing her touch now, he had a hard time fathoming how something could feel so good, so springy, so elastic. It had just a touch of firm muscle, only to be surrounded by a supple flesh that was beyond words. "Ow!" Ina pulled back, biting Leonel's lip in acute retaliation. "If you pull any harder, you'll rip them off." Leonel laughed when he heard these words. Ina's voice had a subtle change to it after her transformation. The best way Leonel could describe it was like two silk sheets gliding against each other. Her cadence seemed to tickle at his ears, enticing him with every step. He really could barely hold back. But this time he managed to control himself. One day, when the time was right, he would taste her ripeness. And hopefully by then, the issues the two of them had yet to address would also be concluded. Neither of them seemed eager to speak on these things, but for the first time, Leonel didn't feel like he was running from it. Rather, he simply didn't know how to put what he was feeling into words, and Ina seemed to be the same way. But Leonel wasn't worried. Were all relationships nothing but smooth sailing? Even with his limited experience, Leonel didn't believe so. There would always be a push and pull, an effort both parties had to put in. Given enough time, Leonel was confident that they'd be able to take that step together, and, when that day came, he would definitely put a baby in this goddess. After all, he had to make sure everyone knew that she was his. Leonel suddenly felt a pinch at his waist. "What nasty thoughts are you thinking about?" Leonel was stunned before he burst into a fit of laughter. It seemed that Ina's senses had become almost too good after her curse retreated. It was like she could practically read his mind now. "Nothing much, just thinking of marking some territory," Leonel said with a devious smile. "Territory? I'm territory now?" Ina blinked quite adorably, however her gaze seemed to hide a dangerous light. "Of course, I have to mark you off properly. We wouldn't want someone else trying to claim you, right? How embarrassing would that be? I think it's better if we mark you off first. Not as territory, though. I think you'd be a good little puppy. I'll get you a nice leash. Wouldn't want you going around to mark other territories that weren't yours, right? How embarrassing would that be?" Ina's eyes blinked with a beautiful twinkling light. Her smile was gorgeous to an extreme. The mental pressure of her gaze was so strong that Leonel almost asked her where the leash was so he could go and get it. The time for the opening of the Valiant Heart Zone came quickly. Usually there would be a few weeks to even month buffer period to allow those who would enter time to prep and prime themselves. But this time it felt as though everything was being sped along at an accelerated pace. The chosen time for the zone's opening was the day following the selection. Since of the participants that were chosen, only a single one of them suffered injuries, it was decided that time for rest wasn't needed. What was surprising, though, was this singular injured student was none other than Radless, who had managed to claim the fourth and final spot for himself. After Leonel had taken out the Bear Rose members, the landscape had shifted. However, it definitely shouldn't have shifted enough for Radless to claim a spot. After all, there were still the remaining King of War's members, there were the Severed Heart faction members that hadn't made a move, and on top of that, there were still the other members of the Hero faction. It could be said, then, that though Leonel's action had undoubtedly helped Radless, if he hadn't had such strength of his own, he would have never come so far. Such a thing would have left Leonel feeling intrigued, if he had known about it, that is. Neither Leonel nor Ina had taken a step into the outside world for about a day now, and were simply enjoying each other's company. The matters of what was happening here wouldn't be known to them until they actually appeared. At this moment, though, many were already gathering around the Valiant Pillars. The ceremony for entry into the Valiant Heart Zone wasn't one they got to see often, so many didn't want to miss it. Beyond this, though, there were some small benefits to be gained by being near the entrance. It was said that those nearby could be blessed by the aura of the Valiant Pillars, allowing them some minor breakthroughs. Though their gains wouldn't be anywhere near as good as the youths who entered, it was at least something, right? Still, rather than being filled with an excited air, the atmosphere was quite solemn. At the center of the pillars stood a group of elders, but one singular man stood out amidst them all. This man was none other than the current head of the organization, Hutchin. Even given his age, his body rippled with vitality, his bronzed muscles shimmering beneath the rising sun. Since this man was still silent, no one dared to breathe a word. "Can't you at least let me be a lion or tiger pet or something? Why a puppy of all things? This is spousal abuse. Who's your wife?" The two voices weren't very loud, but the second one especially seemed to grip at all their hearts. Never had they heard a voice so soothing and enticing. Rather than reprimanding, many couldn't help but crane their necks to see where it had come from. But what they saw left them all at a loss. In that moment, Leonel might as well have been invisible despite the fact he held her hand. The two descended down the mountain pass, but the world seemed to revolve around just one of them despite the fact she wore a mask and her figure was hidden behind a black military uniform. Chapter 740, Ina Brazinger Leonel was speechless. How Ina was still drawing so much attention even while wearing her mask was beyond him. To Leonel, he didn't particularly care how the world saw Ina. When she chose to wear her mask out today, he hadn't said a word. After all, to the current Ina, the mask was about more than just hiding her face. She treated it like a present to be treasured, much like the necklace he had given her for her birthday. Plus, she wasn't quite used to her new face yet. Rather than having to waste her time talking and explaining things to people she didn't care about, she would rather just hide herself completely and leave her looks for the only one who mattered. To make things worse, Ina had even covered up most of her body wearing her black military uniform once again. Of course, this was because Leonel had tactlessly ripped away her Valiant Heart outfit during their battle. But one would have thought that this would make her even less conspicuous. Yet all it took was just a single word from her in range of the crowd's hearing for hundreds of pairs of eyes to land on her as though a pack of lustful wolves. It truly wasn't their fault, though. Ina's mental coercion was on a level these students, and even the elders, had never experienced before. Her every action seemed to put them into a trance. She wasn't even swaying her hips as she moved, yet her gait mesmerized them all nonetheless. Leonel's lip twitched, his eyes narrowing into a glare. It was only after his own presence solidified that many were snapped out of their daze, looking toward him with a hint of apprehension. Even at that point, though, it was hard not to wonder where this woman had come from. It was only those who recognized the blue-veined mask Ina wore that seemed to make the connection. But even then, they were greatly confused. Could a person undergo so many changes in just one night? Leonel and Ina made it to their designated location within the mountain pass. Technically, they weren't late, but it seemed that everyone was so eager to get this done that they had all come early. This even included the likes of Raelian and Hephaestus, who one would have assumed would come last. This only meant, then, that regardless of what Leonel wanted, the path of him and Ina was followed even down to the final moment. Eventually, 12 youths stood before the elders of Valiant Heart. Elder Magneril stepped forward. Clearly, it was still her duty to complete the last rites for this event. However, at this moment, she was greatly confused. You, who are you? Magneril was trying her best to keep her calm, honestly. Given the current situation, she couldn't snap and rant like she wanted to. After all, they were in the presence of the head. And although Raelian had been causing quite some stirs in recent months, there was no one who could shake his position. Even Raelian was very far from doing so. However, even if she couldn't do as she pleased, that didn't mean she wasn't inwardly seething. Of course, she recognized Ina's mask. But was she also supposed to just believe that this person was Ina just because of this? For all she knew, Leonel had had this harlot wear this mask so that he could try to sneak her in. But not only was this woman not wearing the official garb of their organization, but she was clearly not Ina. She was much taller, her demeanor seemed different, her ability felt different, and even her voice had undergone a subtle change. To Magneril, Ina's current voice sounded like someone who was trying their best to sound like her and was just missing the mark by a small tidbit. That small tidbit of difference was the reason why all these men, and even the women, couldn't take their eyes off of her. The elders looked at this situation with a frown. The selection had happened for a reason. They couldn't just allow anyone into their most valuable treasure. Of course, at this moment, things were a bit different. Whereas usually the topmost echelon of elders would be missing, they were here now. As such, those that knew of Leonel's true identity were likewise here. Looking toward one another, they saw a tinge of helplessness in their eyes. If Leonel wanted to bypass their rules and bring just a single person in, they should just allow it, right? Head Hutchin turned his gaze toward Leonel. For the current youth before him, this gaze was still heavy. In fact, Leonel seemed to notice it immediately and looked up. For the first time, Leonel and this mysterious head of Valiant Heart met face to face. But Leone felt that this man was difficult to read. I am Ina Brosinger, Ina replied softly. Toward this response, Magneril's brow only furrowed deeper. Was this harlot really still trying to fool her? Magneril looked toward Leonel, a fury hardly hidden in the depths of her eyes. Her precious disciple had fallen for this bastard, and he had actually betrayed her like this. How could she not be furious? If it was up to her, she would cut Leonel down where he stood. Leonel felt this murderous gaze too, but toward this he could only bitterly smile. This really was Ina. How else was he supposed to prove this? It was at that moment that Ina pulled her mask off. For an instant, the air seemed to come to a grinding halt. Ah, damn it. Leonel clicked his tongue. Ina rolled her eyes and ignored him as her body began to change. A looming curse energy formed into a fog around her face, obscuring the enchanting view. Her body shrunk, her military uniform downsizing along with it. Do you recognize me now, teacher? Ina spoke in her former voice. At that point, Magneril was stunned into silence. Chapter 741, To Their Knees. It's live, people. This is not a drill. Official Vampire Empress Ina art available on my Instagram right now. Seize W's time. Seize W's W. Seize W. Awespec, can't believe I'm sharing these goodies with you all. Should have kept her to myself. After finding a path to cure her curse, Ina chose not to get rid of it completely. She had complete dominance over it with her ability and could continue to use it as she had in the past to help with her training. Doing something like exploiting its effects for a moment to prove her identity was as easy as breathing, even though it put her in an uncomfortable position for a few moments. Not long later, though, she returned to her true form, the form that left her feeling the most comfortable. Like this, she felt as though she could destroy a mountain range with a step and hold the world in the palm of her hands. For a moment, that flawless countenance appeared again. Her shapely nose, the gentle slope of her jaw, her willowy brows and slender neck. It was all perfect to an extreme, but it only appeared for just a moment before she blocked it all with her mask. Maybe some of the most stunned people by this change, other than Magneril, were the likes of Balthorn, Radless, and the other freshmen. Radlis still remembered making fun of Leonel for his poor choice in women, while Balthorn very clearly remembered why it was that Leonel didn't like her very much in the first place. But now, it felt like this woman they had once poked fun of had become an untouchable goddess. Hephaestus, who stood in the line of 12 youths, raised an eyebrow. He had never thought that the girl he had picked up actually had a true appearance like this. If it hadn't been for Ina's less than optimal looks, the method they used to try to put Leonel in his place would have been very different. At this point, let alone Hephaestus, even Raelian's heart, which was usually as calm as the unmoving surface of a lake, woke up for just a moment. Hephaestus grinned a toothy grin. If they thought that it was all sunshine and roses after entering the zone, they would be sorely mistaken. Leonel, sensing Hephaestus's gaze, looked over. Leonel's eyes were placid, his demeanor completely unmoved by the toothy grin he saw. Instead, his gaze shifted down to the twin daggers by Hephaestus's waist, his lip curling with disdain. Hephaestus froze. The words Leonel spoke all those months ago about how pathetic his weapons were suddenly rang in his ears like a furiously ringing bell. Outside of his control, his face suddenly burned hot as though Leonel's gaze alone carried a fiery heat. Hephaestus remembered exactly the kind of contempt he had treated Leonel's statement with back then, only to find out that Leonel had meant every word of it. Leonel shook his head, a look of pity lighting his eyes as he looked away. But this only infuriated Hephaestus even more. "Boy, I'll make sure you pay." Leonel ignored Hephaestus's heated gaze. As far as he was concerned, let alone dealing with him, his lovely girlfriend probably didn't need any help at all to all but solo them. Leonel didn't know where Ina's limit lied at this moment, but he knew that it was most definitely not shallow. At that moment, Magnaril and the other elders finally recovered. "Little Ina, your curse, it's lifted?" Ina nodded. "My boyfriend helped me find a way." Magnaril opened her mouth to respond, but the sound of Ina's enchanting voice saying the word boyfriend seemed to shatter the budding fantasies of countless youths. That's good." Magnaril squeezed out a smile. Though it seemed forced due to her irrational hatred of Leonel, there was still a wave of genuineness found within her eyes. Clearly, she was very happy for Ina. "I guess this old bat isn't so bad after all," Leonel thought with a smile. Still, Magnaril was confused. The person that should be happiest about this lifted curse should be Ina. But why did she sound like she was speaking of just another matter? "It seems that there is indeed something weighing heavily on this young girl," Magnaril sighed. She had known that Ina was carrying a heavy weight long ago. She could only hope that Leonel could help her bear some of the burden. Magnaril nodded. "Since these matters have been settled, we can move on to important matters." Magnaril stood straight, regaining her dignified air. "These matters have been a barely hidden secret for a long while, but the elders have decided to speak of them in blunt terms. Our valiant heart is at a crossroads. We face internal enemies in the Oryx and external enemies in the Milky Way. We have sat at the top for a long while, and the beasts chewing at our scraps have become restless, wanting a larger piece of the pie." Magnaril's words were simple, but they seemed to make the blood of the crowd boil. Who would ever want things that were rightfully theirs snatched away by another? "This Valiant Heart Zone to my back represents the pride of my Valiant Heart Mountain. It is our most treasured possession and the light we use to guide the leaders of the next generation. When you enter, I hope you understand the important role you play, and I hope that you grasp every opportunity presented to you. I will not lie, the Valiant Heart Zone is not without danger. The longer a zone is forcefully held open like this as opposed to clearing it, the more variables can appear. Our Valiant Heart Zone is especially susceptible to this because it is a variant zone that reflects the future. Variant zones are meant to be the easiest and safest zones to enter. However, our Valiant Heart Zone has long since stopped being such a thing. In my heart, I wish for you all to enter as children and exit as men and women, to enter as foot soldiers and exit as generals. You are the pride of our Valiant Heart, our future." Magnaril's voice resonated through the quiet mountain pass, a heavy atmosphere only growing heavier at that moment. "Go forward and claim what is yours." The valiant pillars began to quake, an overwhelming surge of energy descending from above and crashing down toward the 12 youths. This force had every intention of forcing them to their knees. Chapter 742, to pass. Chapter 742, to pass. In the face of such overwhelming pressure, Leonel and Ina were unmoved. If before it had been difficult for Ina to climb this mountain pass, at this current instant she felt like she was walking through a field of fragrant breeze. Hand in hand, the couple glided forward, a number of the other 12 following along with them. Counting the number of individuals who took this pressure in stride, there was Hephaestus, Raelian, Sale, and 2 others that Leonel did not recognize. But, from what it seemed like, one of them was from Bare Rose and the other was from Severed Heart. Among those struggling, there was the remaining member of the former Valiant Hall, a member of Bare Rose and Severed Heart, along with Radlis. Of all these, there was just one person Leonel didn't account for, and he was the 4th individual to gain a spot of entry alongside Leonel, Ina, and Radlis. And that person was King of Ors, Seriath. Seriath seemed to be at the very center of the pack. He didn't seem to be mightily struggling, but he also didn't seem to be having an easy time either. Even to Leonel, this in-between state seemed genuine. If Seriath was faking it, he'd have to be on a completely different level entirely. However, after this thought, Leonel didn't pay any more attention to Serioth. In his opinion, he didn't have any life or death struggles with Serioth. The king of Aura's faction targeted him so that Serioth would have an easier path toward Blue Belt promotion, and they had succeeded in that regard. In retaliation, though, they had to face Leonel's wrath. They lost their prestige and their hold on the ore market in one sweep. It could be said that Leonel felt that he had dealt them a devastating enough blow. Of course, Nigmir had died at Ina's hands, but he had also clearly tried to kill her. That said, by now Leonel should know that things like logic and fairness didn't exactly work this way in the dimensional verse. With a step forward, Leonel and Ina crossed into the swirling gate first. Almost immediately, their vision blurred. Leonel squinted before his vision cleared. When he got a look around, his brows raised in surprise. He and Ina stood in a hall of massive proportion. The walls were lined with bronze statues standing at 50 meters tall, and there was a large dome of glass overhead that sparkled with rays of sunshine. The dome alone was at least 70 meters above the ground. To stand in this hall truly made one feel no different from an ant. Compared to the width and even height of the hall, the length was several times more obscene. Leonel couldn't quite see to the end of it, despite the fact there was nothing obstructing his view. Before him, there was nothing but a long road of marbled floors that extended to infinity. Every 50 or so meters, there would be another pair of outrageously tall bronze statues facing each other with backs against the wall. Somehow, each of these warriors had a different air to them and a different strength. They all wielded all sorts of different weapons, wore all sorts of different armors and gear. They even seemed to come from different races. Leonel was shocked. An oryx? Not far ahead, just two statues displaced from his current location, there was a large oryx among the statues. Leonel couldn't help but be off-put. Wasn't this supposed to be Valiant Heart's variant zone? Why was there an oryx statue here? It had to be remembered that variant zones only appeared when a world was on the brink of destruction. This particular zone had appeared thousands of years ago when Valiant Heart was about to collapse. It was only thanks to a treasure they gained from the Morales family that they were able to sustain this zone for continuous use. Technically, a variant zone allowed one to peer into the future and gain some benefits from it. Ina, for example, gained the Abyss Panther bloodline that had yet to appear on terrain. If this world was originally inhabited by the Oryx, maybe this variant zone was never Valiant Heart's to begin with. As soon as Leonel thought of this, he shook his head. Things weren't this simple for sure. This variant zone still carried the air of Valiant Heart Mountain. This was definitely their variant zone. But these statues of different races, the more Leonel observed them, the more shocked he became. These weren't different races at all. All the statues that depicted a species other than human was actually a variation on what the Oryx could become. When Leonel made this connection in his mind, his heart skipped a beat. Of the statues, about 70% of them were human. The other 30% were this other form and forms of Oryx. Was this what Magneral had meant by the longer a zone was held open, the more variables that could be introduced? If Leonel thought about it, a variant zone was meant to be a projection of the future, right? At the same time, the Oryx were in a state of hyper-evolution they were trying to take advantage of. Could this hall be reflecting not just the potential of Valiant Heart, but also a potential future where the world was ruled by the hyper-evolving Oryx? Leonel took a deep breath. It was at that moment that the others entered the hall one after another, wearily watching one another. When Radless stumbled his way in, the portal to the outside world finally closed. In that instant, all the lights of the hall dimmed. If Leonel could see a few kilometers down before, now he could barely see a half-kilometer ahead, and that was only if he squinted. The only source of light remaining seemed to be the halo of bronze hanging around the statues. It was then that the first two statues facing each other showed movement. A dense light shot out from their bodies, crashing into the marbled floors before them. They were both human, but they had eyes so cold that they still somehow felt alien. And then they spoke. Only 10 can pass. Kill. The expressions of all the youths changed. In the history of all the Valiant Zone entries, this was the first time it had ever demanded they kill one another. Chapter 743, Invisible Pillar, Chapter 743, Invisible Pillar. I feel bad saying I even have a real upload schedule and quota now. Sorry guys, thanks for sticking with me. A3 Leonel's eyes narrowed, but he didn't even have the time to process what was really going on before a certain agile shadow flickered toward his back. Since Leonel and Ina had entered first, despite the sheer size of the hall, the remaining 10 members were all following to their backs. So it wasn't surprising that they tried to take such a chance. Leonel's eyes sharpened, his palm flipping over to reveal a silver arrow as he quickly whipped backward. Sparks flew as metal clanged. Hephaestus bore down on Leonel with a toothy grin, his twin daggers having pierced toward the latter's heart. Yet Leonel was clashing with one with his reinforced arrow and had caught Hephaestus's wrist with his other hand. Feeling Hephaestus's strength personally for the first time, Leonel's gaze couldn't help but narrow. Even with his Tier 4 metal body, he would have been blown away had he not immediately reinforced himself with Four Seasons Realm Universal Force. Though this long-armed, hyper-muscular man was an annoyance, there was no doubt that he had real strength. The arms of the two men trembled, sparks continuing to fly between the arrow's body and the blade's edge. "Your knife is looking a little bit dull." "There, you sure it could even slice butter?" Leonel asked. Hephaestus's gaze flashed. It was indeed a humiliation for a dagger to be unable to cut through a mere arrow's shaft, especially since the latter wasn't designed for this kind of clash. But, at this point, there was already nothing he could do about it. The clash of Hephaestus and Leonel had suddenly taken center stage. The other youths were hesitant to do much of anything, scanning one another to avoid being attacked from the back. Aina, who had been right by Leonel, didn't raise a finger to help. Obviously, though, this wasn't because she was abandoning Leonel. It was on the outside, on the mountain pass, that others were truly panicking. The elders had never thought that there would be such a sudden and drastic change to the rules. Cold sweat matted their backs. If Leonel really died here, what would they do? It was one thing if Leonel died to the machinations of the zone, but if he died to one of their students, they were finished. For the first time, the upper echelon began to regret not divulging Leonel's identity. "Shut it down," Hutchins spoke. His voice was even and allowed no path for refusal. Without a choice, the elders could only do as they were told. Projecting the images from within the zone were functions the treasure from the Morales family allowed. In addition, this function was stupidly expensive, requiring the use of a fifth-dimensional crystal once an hour. However, it was an expense they were all willing to pay, hoping that the events of the zone would reforge their organization with a sense of pride and belonging. But watching their future generation kill each other for the sake of treasures would definitely not help them to reach their goal. In fact, it may very well have the direct opposite effect. This was something Hutchin most definitely couldn't allow. Just like that, the image that had been projected to the whole of Valiant Heart flickered out, disappearing from the sights of the viewing public. The elders could only hope that Leonel didn't die in there. And, if he did, they hoped to have some plausible deniability on their side. Hephaestus's arms pulled back as he retreated to prepare for another attack. But what he hadn't expected was for Leonel to follow him like a shadow, a blinding golden light enveloping his every action. Leonel's legs blurred, his stance shifting and his arrow vanishing. His fists left explosions in the air as they shot forward, raining toward Hephaestus. Hephaestus reacted quickly, a sneer coating his lips. An unprotected fist versus his daggers? He didn't care how poor his equipment was. Leonel was asking to be skinned alive. Unfortunately, Hephaestus soon realized that Leonel's fists were nothing but feints. No, could this even be called a feint at all? The sound of fabric being sharply pulled back sounded as Leonel's fists came to a grinding halt. There was just a slight pause before an explosion of flames rocked the air, catching Hephaestus completely off guard. The explosions completely blinded Hephaestus. He didn't even notice when Leonel had pulled out his spear, slashing downward with an undeniable momentum. Hephaestus's bestial instincts tingled with wild abandon. Deep within his heart, he felt that it was already too late. He had underestimated Leonel. He hadn't even entered his true battle form, but he already no longer had time to do that. The violent explosion of flames completely blocked his vision and even charred his skin to a painful degree. He felt as though he had suddenly met the sun. He only just managed to coat himself in a skin of force to fight back. But it was exactly then that a massive blade appeared above his head, descending with a weight of several thousand jinn. Just when Leonel was about to smash Hephaestus's head into meat paste, his own primitive instincts screamed through every cell of his body. But, unlike Hephaestus, Leonel had a calculative mind that saw through many situations before they even occurred, something like Raelian. Interfering was well within his plans. What he didn't account for, though, was just how much strength Raelian's attack carried. Any plans Leonel had of both killing Hephaestus and leaving unscathed were thrown out the window. The heavy spear in Leonel's hands vanished, and his feet smashed against the ground, sending himself shooting backward like a golden star. Bang! As though an invisible and indomitable pillar descended from the skies just as Leonel dodged backward, the space he had just been gained a perfectly uniform hole. The hole was so flawless that it seemed to have been purposely sculpted by a master artist. Even though the hole was more of an indent, and even though it was only about an inch deep, those who understood the sturdiness of the marble they stood upon all felt a cold shiver travel up their spines. In the distance, not having moved an inch, Raelian stood with his hands in his pockets, his visage expressionless. Chapter 744, Targets. Chapter 744, Targets. Leonel's mind calculated many things in a split instant. To be able to create a hold in this sort of marble was a feat in and of itself. It took strength beyond tier 8 alone. However, this was just the beginning. Creating a hole was one thing, but doing it so perfectly that no cracks were formed in its creation was a completely different matter. It showed a level of ease that made one's spine tingle. There were two last factors that would truly make one shocked. The first was the speed. Between Leonel sensing Raelian's intention and the actual execution, there was no more than a split moment. The second was the distance. Raylion had been able to complete that near-instantaneous attack from over 10 meters away and seemingly without a hint of fatigue. Everything about his actions was nonchalant and casual. Leonel took a deep breath, using the momentum of his explosive step backward to glide along the marble back to Ina's side. It was only then that he looked up and gazed toward Raylion. Without a word, he flipped his palm over. Many eyes narrowed when they saw the appearance of the small disc, thinking that Leonel was going to do something with it. After all, which of them here dared to underestimate such a high-level force crafter? Who knew what sort of gadgets he had? However, they only got more nervous when they saw Leonel's lips move, but no sound travel to them. What's his ability? Ping subject. Raylion telekinesis evolution stage. Tier 7 bronze. When Leonel heard this, his brows furrowed. What is his ability index? Ping replying to Seed, 2-star amplification stage, Leonel took in a breath. Now he understood. He had already gone through the ability index once and memorized it all. The telekinesis ability index was separated from lowest to highest: control, strength, amplification, and finally sublimation. For Raylion to be at the 2-star amplification stage, it meant that he was one sub-level away from the very peak of the amplification stage. It could be said that in terms of progression in his ability, he wasn't too far away from Leonel, and the fact he reached this level while still in the bronze grade spoke to the potential for growth he still had. This was extraordinarily rare, exceedingly so, for a person born within a fifth-dimensional world. From what Leonel understood, control was the weakest. This was the level Ina's good friend Yuri was at with her ability, at least when it was initially awakened. This level allowed one to enforce control over things outside of one's body. The next step, strength, took this a level beyond. Strength represented the ability to enforce more power with your telekinesis than your body could alone. As one might expect, the power of this level varied greatly from person to person, but usually this strength was not small. Even a petite young girl who could hardly move a 20-kilogram weight on her own might be able to shatter boulders 10 times her size after reaching this level. Then there was the third level. This was Raylion's level. At this stage, the amplification stage, one would gain a subtle and fine control over their telekinesis that allowed them to apply it directly to their body without risking harm. It was this subtle and precise control that allowed Raylion to imprint such a hole into the ground without causing even a crack to spread. It was also this control that allowed him to give form to his mental strength, making Leonel feel as though a steel pillar was falling upon him from above. Leonel's lips curled into a smile. This ability was indeed worth all the hopes the elders had pinned onto him. Leonel was even a bit jealous. It was just a shame that this Raylion had chosen to be his enemy for reasons that still made little sense to Leonel himself. This Raylion seemed to think that Leonel cared about what little authority controlling this organization would give him, when the reality was, Leonel didn't care about Valiant Heart at all. At that moment, Hephaestus slowly pulled himself up from the ground, his pupils having mutated into slits. It was clear that now he was truly serious, his gaze practically boring holes into Leonel. However, Leonel wasn't looking at him at all. Rather, from start to finish, Leonel's eyes were trained onto Raylion, who also had his eyes locked onto him. Putting his dictionary away, Leonel looked away from Raylion and back toward the bronze soldiers that were blocking their path forward. Then he looked toward the group of 10 before him and Ina again. Did they really have to kill 2? But what if in the end there was only him and Ina left? Would this damnable place ask him to kill her? How far did it want to go exactly? The best decision for Leonel would be to kill these opponents and place them within his snow globe. If he was lucky, then the zone wouldn't register them being alive and allow them to pass. However, how would he convince these people to do such a thing? The simple answer was that he couldn't. One way or another, he'd have to defeat them first. Dealing with Raylion with how flexible his ability was right now was impossible in such a chaotic battle. That likewise meant that Hephaestus was also off the board. This meant that there were 8 people he could possibly eliminate right now. The atmosphere grew heavier and heavier. The weakest among them felt cold sweat trickling down their brows, their fingers twitching. Many of them seemed to be about to make the first move out of sheer nervousness, unable to take the mental pressure that was bearing down on them. It was in that exact instant that Raylion and Leonel suddenly moved in unison. However, their targets were far outside of everyone's expectations. Bang! Bang! Leonel's eyes narrowed, slowly lowering a bow that had appeared so quickly people hardly registered that it had been there. With a crash, the 2 bronze projections shattered into motes of light that surged toward the 2. Leonel and Raylion both reached out a hand, snatching their rewards out of the air. Chapter 745, Resemblance. Chapter 745, Resemblance. It's live, people. This is not a drill. Official Vampire Empress Ina art available on my Instagram right now. Niance. Awespec, can't believe I'm sharing these goodies with you all. Should have kept her to myself. The bronze lights slowly coalesced, forming in a transparent orb. It looked no different from a polished crystal ball except for the faint light it gave off. Leonel rolled the ball between his fingers, a curious light in his eyes. As though sensing something, his hand suddenly squeezed into a fist, shattering the orbs of light and causing a mysterious energy to surge into his body. The moment Leonel felt this energy, his eyes narrowed. Now that Leonel had learned his lesson, he no longer used Soul Force, at least in its normal form. Whenever he deployed his internal sight or used his magic, it was now all controlled by his dream force. Over time, he came to realize that this did more than just give him a basal boost to his abilities. There were some more interesting and insightful tidbits as well. For example, when Leonel used his internal sight now, he felt that he was more sensitive. It wasn't just that his range had grown explosively, but he felt like his attention to detail was far greater. If he used his internal sight to smell, Leonel felt that he was even better than most beasts at this point, and that was just one instance. So, when Leonel observed the changes to his body now, his attention to detail was far greater. He could see his blood moving through his veins and arteries. He could see nerve signals firing within his nervous system. He could even see the perforations in his bone leading to his marrow. As a result, the moment the energy entered his body, Leonel almost instantly understood what it did. It was identical to the energy he received from the puppet master. Though in far lesser quantity and quality, this energy was able to open up the path of bottlenecks that lay before him. Albeit to a very small extent, he felt the bottleneck to his Tier 5 metal body loosen just a small nudge, a nudge he might not have even noticed before. Leonel nodded to himself. So it's like this. There were many eyes trained onto Leonel, but this made sense. If they had to choose a person to display any sort of greed over, it would definitely be him. After all, the legend of Raelian had been firmly implanted into their minds for years already, but Leonel didn't pay them any mind as he turned to Ina. It's good stuff, though it won't be very helpful for now. It's like the puppet master energy. Ina nodded, understanding without Leonel needing to explain further. Force that loosened one's future path as opposed to directly upgrading one's strength was the most sought after. Though Leonel hadn't bothered to ask the dictionary about it, this sort of force was extraordinarily rare and could only usually be found after killing variant invalids. This fact alone should prove the level of rarity assigned to this force, a force named Life's Breath. It was the rawest and truest form of life elemental force, and the fact that it was appearing in the variant zone of a fifth-dimensional bronze organization just went to show that this place had evolved far beyond what even Valiant Heart knew it to be. Ignoring everyone else, Ina and Leonel walked forward together. Realizing that this hall would likely be an endless road of battle, Ina brought out her battle axe, her light steps making it seem that this Brazinger family heirloom had the weight of a feather when in reality, it was likely far heavier than even Leonel's heavy domain spear. Before the group could react to the movement of the couple, they had already taken down the next two guardians and had already moved on. It feels good, Ina said softly after crushing the orb and allowing the force to enter her. You can't just casually say that kind of stuff now, Leonel said seriously. Someone might take it the wrong way. Ina turned and gave Leonel a glare, but all she found was a man trying his best to stop his lips from twitching. Ina's current voice was really too seductive. Anything she said could easily be taken out of context. Yet simultaneously, she had a presence no one dared to blaspheme. It was an eerie combination that could drive a man wild. Luckily for Leonel, he didn't mind looting his own girlfriend, even if she did have the presence of an empress. The one thing Leonel would never feel is inferior. He had always pursued Ina with his head held high. If she was an empress, he would be an emperor. Plus, someone had to put a baby in the empress, right? Of course it should be him. At that moment, the others seemed to have recovered, presenting a new problem to the group. With only 2 guardians appearing each time, but there being 12 of them, how exactly would they decide who battled? The logical choice would be that since practically everyone aside from Radlis and Seriath had come in pairs of 2, they should allow a rotation of 6 with each pair getting a shot. But this sort of logical and fair route, would it really be accepted? Leonel had thought of it long ago, but he already knew it would be rejected by Raelian and Hephaestus, so why would he waste his breath? As for majority rule, that only worked on the weak and those who thought of themselves as weak. And, obviously, Raelian and Hephaestus wouldn't think of themselves in this way. As expected, when Leonel and Ina made it to the line of the third pair of guardians, a sharp wind pierced toward their backs. The couple simultaneously each took a step to the side, separating from each other by a measure as an arrow soared between their shoulders and splintered the forehead of a guardian in 2. Leonel sent a casual look back to find a young man with features he seemed to recognize grabbing an orb out of the air. However, though Leonel recognized his features, he didn't recognize the man himself. Family member, cousin, most likely sibling, Balthorn. Leonel's mind completed the circuit in a split moment and realized that this person must be an elder brother of Balthorn's. And, from the looks of it, he was a member of Bear Rose. For some reason, though he was clearly the vice leader, the leader, a petite young woman only tall enough to reach his shoulder, seemed to differ to him. In fact, this Bear Rose leader was among those struggling against the mountain pass pressure. Leonel couldn't help but be intrigued by this dynamic. Chapter 746, Glass Dome. Chapter 746, Glass Dome. The arrow that had soared by Leonel and Ina suddenly rose back up and shot back, landing in Balthorn's elder brother's palm as though it had always been there. Telekinesis? No, this is a bit different from that. The control was specifically on the arrow tip. There's no reason for that unless what he can control is limited to metal and metal alone. Thinking back to Balthorn and her control over those massive and heavy steel balls, Leonel came to a realization. It was either that these siblings just so happened to awaken similar abilities, or this was related to the lineage factor of their family. It had to be remembered that the awakening of abilities was completely random. It was a gift given by the universe and technically gave those with weak backgrounds a chance to rise up. As such, there was no shortage of individuals from powerful families who awoke abilities that were completely useless. In fact, Leonel had fought his fair share of battles where the losing party didn't use their ability even when a loss was imminent. It's clear that in that situation, it wouldn't be a matter of hiding one's trump card, but rather a case where this trump card was useless. The most common abilities were low-level boosts to one's physical attributes like strength or speed or eyesight or maybe hearing. Not all abilities had all the fancy bells and whistles Sail's ability did, and most weren't as useful as Leonel's despite not having a tangible form. From Leonel's deduction, Balthorn was likely born with a useless ability, which was why she didn't use it even when her life was on the line against the Titan Hyena. As for her brother, well, his control over their lineage factor was clearly much greater and had a much greater range, but only time would tell if his ability was useless. Or rather, it would if Leonel hadn't already used the dictionary to check everyone's ability and knew for a fact that his ability was indeed useless. But his sharpened eyesight most definitely helped with his archery. At that moment, the second guardian fell. But this one was taken by Raelian, who had still not shattered his first orb. The tension in the group seemed to reach another level. No one seemed eager to allow Leonel and Ina to continue leading the group, but no one wanted to stand too close to each other either. Unfortunately, in such a tense atmosphere, one couldn't possibly expect peace to last for long, and that it didn't. It didn't even take much time at all. When the group reached the fourth pair of guardians, hell erupted. The moment they appeared, the leader of Severed Heart, a man with an expression that seemed carved out of the purest ice cold, took action swiftly, a spear of lightning appearing before him and tearing a path toward the guardian. However, at that same instant, Sail seemed to want to make a move as well. Her wrist manifested several swirling petals. But, instead of becoming her melee weapons like last time, she seemed to have evolved them to become capable projectiles. The path of the lightning spear and seemingly dainty petals crashed, resulting in an explosion that ended up not injuring even a hair on the guardians. At that same instant, Balthorn's elder brother moved again, but his action was impeded by Hephaestus, who also seemed to want in. But Hephaestus didn't have any long-ranged attacks, so he directly deflected the Bear Rose Vice Leader's arrows before grabbing it out of the air. Clearly not willing to let such a thing slide, Balthorn's brother let loose a rain of arrows, not giving Hephaestus a chance in the slightest. In an instant, though only 4 were fighting, it essentially placed 8 in a deadlock. Though the petite girl by Balthorn's brother hadn't moved yet, one would think that she wasn't as simple as she looked, especially since Raelian had yet to take action. At the same time, Severed Heart's vice leader was glaring daggers at Sail's companion, seemingly only waiting for an opportunity to tear him to shreds. Leonel watched all of this with a helpless expression, while Sereth and Radlis didn't seem amped to take action. Seeing Leonel's gaze from across the sparking lights of the battlefield, Radlis put 2 thumbs up, raising them to the sides of his pale face as he looked from Ina to Leonel and back again. Even though Ina was masked, he still couldn't help but click his tongue. This woman was truly too pristine. Leonel was left speechless by this Radlis once again. If it was anyone else ogling Ina like this, he'd probably send a few arrows their way. But this Radlis always seemed to be covered in a thin layer of fog. Leonel couldn't tell if he was serious or not. Up to this point, none of Radlis's actions seemed to add up. Leonel shook his head and chose to calmly observe the battle. Considering how long this corridor was, he was under no illusions that this would end anytime soon. They might spend weeks, even months in this place. If they had to fight it out like this every time, it would take even longer. So, Leonel was under no illusions that he had to save everyone. These people were aware of the dangers, and they were still fighting. He wasn't their babysitter. If some got eliminated early here, it would be better for the atmosphere of the group. The best he could do for them was if one was close to dying, he would just throw them into a snow globe to give them a chance. That was the best his kindness could give them right now. Leonel's eyes began to wander. Even though his senses remained trained on the battlefield in case anything untoward could happen, he found that this hall was far more fascinating than he gave it credit for. Leonel's pupils suddenly constricted. The glass dome above them had originally been flooded with sunlight. But, the moment the hall went dark, only illuminating a small light around the bronze statues, the sunlight had also disappeared. But now, with the sun gone, Leonel was suddenly able to see subtle patterns that the bright lights had obscured before. Those patterns? Leonel flipped over a palm, bringing out a familiar ring. But what he hadn't expected was that the moment he did, he vanished, leaving just 11 youths behind. Chapter 747. What the? Chapter 747. What the? Ina's eyes widened. Her hand subconsciously reached out to grab at Leonel. But, by the time she had reacted and moved, her palm could only touch at empty air. Her brows creased beneath her mask, confusion coloring her face. There was nothing that Leonel kept from Ina. On the days they spent together, they meandered through conversation that usually lasted hours at a time. It could be said that the only thing Leonel had never told Ina were the words his coach had spoken on that day. This was all to say that Ina had long since been aware of the existence of the ring and had just seen Leonel pull it out while no one was paying attention. Knowing this, though still worried about Leonel's safety, it wasn't to the point that Ina was plunged into a well of despair. After she took a deep breath, practically hypnotizing herself into believing that Leonel would be fine, she looked up, her eyes several shades colder than they were just a moment ago. If she had to face the 10 who remained alone and without a partner, that was fine too. In her heart, though, she couldn't shed a last stubborn and sinking feeling. However, this just filled her with the will to vent, and she definitely wouldn't be as merciful as Leonel. As Ina was panicking, one could only imagine what Leonel was feeling. Fuck, send me back. Leonel's roar bellowed into a wide expanse of sky. Worry for himself? He never felt it. But the idea of leaving Ina behind in that cesspool of human angst and ambition made his heart feel as though it was being lit on fire. General? Leonel's head snapped in the direction of the voice only to realize that he was seated on a steed in the middle of a 1,000-strong army. His roar that shook the skies seemed to have awakened them all, however. The words Leonel spoke make the dreary atmosphere even worse. Even the general knew that this was a losing battle. Why should they even bother to fight? Shouldn't they just lay down their arms and give up now? Leonel's rage had yet to dissipate. At first, he really didn't have the mind to care who was calling out to him, or if he was even being called out to at all. He had never thought the simple act of taking out the ring would result in this. To make matters worse, it was now stuck on his finger, and he couldn't even take it off if he wanted. However, Leonel soon realized that he had to calm down. No amount of roaring or rage was going to make this ring magically pop off, nor did this world seem prepared to listen to him. It was only after Leonel reached this infuriating conclusion that he finally decided to look around. The army he stood within was indeed 1,000 strong. However, there wasn't a single unifying identity to them in the slightest. In fact, they looked like nothing more than a group of ruffians. If they were holding hoes and plows, Leonel could easily mistake them for farmers rather than the warriors they were supposed to be. Beyond that, the horses they rode, if they could be called that at all, looked as though they had been starved for several weeks. They had discolored patches of skin, their ribs were visible through their dull coats, and their legs seemed several measures too thin. Was this supposed to be a cavalry? Weren't they better off on foot? Leonel had hardly finished this thought when his internal sight swept over the men once more. It was only then that he realized that beneath their cobbled-together armor was sunken skin, malnutrition, and a vulnerability so keen they could hardly withstand the heft of their own weapons. What the hell is this, General? Leonel looked over to the source of the voice, only to find out that this person was indeed talking to him. He seemed to be a young man, no older than Leonel himself. He had a nervous look hidden within his blue eyes, but his hands gripped at his sword so hard his veins threatened to burst. Leonel could see an almost pleading look in the eyes of this young man. Whereas the others only had fear, this young man had a small bit of hope. Gazing around once more, Leonel realized that of the army, only this young man stood almost level to him. Though he was a half-step back as a sign of respect, he was nearly shoulder to shoulder with Leonel. Right-hand man? Lieutenant, maybe? Leonel's brows furrowed. Before he could truly understand, a rumbling began to sound in the distance. Though they were several kilometers away, they still seemed capable of making the ground quake. Their presence alone plunged Leonel's army into a deeper bout of despair. Though they were so far away, with the improvement of his internal sight, Leonel could easily see them. What he saw, though, made him sigh. Compared to their army, this one was leagues above. Though they didn't have high-class and shimmering armor, their weapons were well kept, their steeds were well fed, and their bodies bolstered a strong health that rippled through their muscles. As though that wasn't enough, their numbers were double their own. I need to get out of this place as quickly as possible. At that moment, Leonel's spear appeared with a flip of his palm as he jumped down from his horse. This sort of steed would only hinder him, not to mention the fact he hated riding horses. "Did you hear me?" Leonel's sudden roar shook the warriors to his back again. "If this is the kind of heart you want to show, that kind of spineless, cowering, effeminate garbage, just send me back. I want no part of it. But if you want to be men, if you want to defend your lands and protect your women and children, then raise your weapons." Leonel's roar echoed through the valley. On either side of them, tall walls of rock stood. There wasn't a single place to go but forwards or backwards. However, backward is where their homes lay. It was where those they loved and cherished rested. Going backwards was not an option. The gaze of the blue-eyed youth shimmered. "Forward!" Leonel roared, charging ahead, his body wrapped in golden light. If one looked upon the valley from above, it would feel as though one was watching a blazing laser of gold tear a path forward. It felt as though Leonel could cross hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. His speed was undeniable, but his momentum was even higher. What are you all waiting for? Charge! The blue-eyed youth rose his weapon into the air, pointing it forward and kicking the side of his horse. The army surged forward like a tide. They had poor coordination and their formation was faulty, but, at the very least, a fire burned in their eyes. Leonel's back was alike a fuel that lit their bellies. As for Leonel himself, though, he was inwardly shaking his head, wondering how he had gotten himself into this mess. As amped up as the soldiers following behind Leonel were, he himself just wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible, hoping that this would send him out. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful Leonel felt that he was now, he really wasn't confident in taking down 2,000 warriors at the same time, especially since they were all in the fourth dimension. The only reason Leonel shot ahead on his own like this wasn't because he could do it alone, it was because he was the only one strong enough to disrupt this army's formation before they reached his men. If he didn't, this well-trained army would run through his like a knife through butter. Leonel shook his head. Is this another zone? Why would it teleport me here? What the hell does it have to do with the ring? Leonel really couldn't fathom just what was happening. However, he had also never been in a zone that could be continuously reopened for the sake of training future generations. That said, the zone should still fundamentally follow its original purpose, right? A variant zone was supposed to be a zone that allowed those who entered to benefit from things in the future. It appeared when a world was on the brink of collapse in order to give it a chance. Plus, this time, rather than coming in as himself, Leonel seemed to have been loaded in as some sort of pre-designed character. This wasn't how it had been before at all. However, what did this have to do with that ring? And what was maybe even more mind-boggling was how Senior Lu got his hands on this ring to begin with. Leonel had to be very cautious with investigating Senior Lu's background. After all, why would he be making such inquiries if there wasn't anything suspicious going on? But he hadn't been able to catch anyone snooping around after his disappearance. That made Leonel conclude just one thing. Maybe Senior Lu really had only stumbled into some luck, only to end up benefiting Leonel in the end? But was this even a benefit? Leonel didn't even want to be here. Damn it. Scan this place. How the hell do I get out of here? By now, Leonel was just a kilometer from the charging army, his annoyance becoming more and more palpable. Ping subdimensional zone detected, Valiant Heart subdimensional zone grade, quasi-silver clear requirements, Valiant Heart side quest, Valiant Heart side quest, Valiant Heart hidden quest, Valiant Heart ping seed is warned to be wary of Valiant Heart. Leonel almost tripped over and fell. What the fuck was this? Chapter 748, Sorrow. Chapter 748, Sorrow. Leonel didn't have time to make sense of what he was hearing. He subconsciously felt that even if he had all the time in the world, it still wouldn't matter. Somewhere deep inside, he subconsciously felt that his father was playing another practical joke on him. But how could his dad possibly know that he would stumble into such a ring and be teleported to this place? Senior Lu was too insignificant of a character to be predicted by anyone, and maybe this was simply what some called fate. Practical joke or not, though, all Leonel knew was that the dictionary had lost its usefulness in this situation. He could only hope that he could finish things quickly, or that the time dilation here bordered on excessive. He couldn't afford to be here for as long as he had been in the Camelot zone. Leonel's figure flickered, his 4-meter-long wind spear following in a stream behind his strike. The opposing army seemed stunned that a single man had led the charge all on his own. And, in fact, Leonel's supposed right-hand man was also beginning to panic. Though he had wanted Leonel to be fired up and lead the army well, this was a bit too much, no? However, it was already too late to call him back. The blue-eyed youth hesitated. Trying to call Leonel back now would dampen the momentum of the army by a considerable bit, but, at the same time, wouldn't Leonel's death be even worse? Gritting his teeth, the eye lieutenant made a decision. However, just as he opened his mouth to speak, the situation abruptly changed once again. Illusory wings spread to Leonel's back. As though the golden image of a heavenly rock, his speed increased explosively. In one instant, he was still 100 kilometers from the opposing army. In the next, he had appeared above their general, his spear jetting out like a meteor. The opposing general couldn't even react before a spear had split through his brows. The battlefield fell into silence for just a moment. But that was quickly ended by an explosion of fire that lit the air aflame. The opposing general's head combusted until all that was left was ash. Leonel landed on the general's still-running steed, his steps unexpectedly light. His motion to kick the opposing general off before landing was so seamless that the horse didn't even seem to realize that its owner had already been slaughtered. Leonel raised his head up to the sky and roared, billowing flames jetting out from his mouth as though to signal his victory. His army was stunned for a moment before they erupted. Their blood boiling to the absolute limit, they saw nothing but red. Their own roars echoed through the valley, their charge suddenly gaining organization and purpose. It was then that a slaughter was released. The battle ended not even an hour later. With Leonel leading the charge and taking on much of the pressure, they managed to survive. However, there was only so far motivation could get an army. Despite the victory, Leonel lost at least 50% of his men, leaving barely 500 remaining. And, though he expected the result to be like this, he was still very much in this world with no sign of getting out. Sighing deeply, Leonel shook his head. Gather the scattered horses, don't let them run far. Those that are able-bodied will become our new war horses. Those that are too injured to be of use will be slaughtered and used for food. Other than this, take spoils as you please. This army was clearly lacking in food and equipment. Though this was a hard-fought battle and they had lost many, it ironically guaranteed that everyone would gain a large upgrade in this regard. Using the carriages the opposing army had brought along, they began to organize their loot. However, this was undertaken only after they dealt with their dead, giving each man a proper burial. Even though Leonel wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible, he couldn't help but feel the weight of these deaths. Ever since he had entered the Mayan zone, Leonel had never been able to separate the lives from a zone to those in real life. To him, whether the past, future, or present, these were all people. He couldn't help but feel that maybe he had been too rash. Maybe he should have thought of a different plan, a different approach that would have ended in more surviving. Logic told him that, with the army already in the valley and the enemies charging forth, there was no other course of action to be taken. But emotions seemed to rage through his heart. He was supposedly intelligent, right? Why hadn't he even tried to think of anything else? And the truth was that he knew the answer to this. He knew exactly why he threw the lives of these men away without caring to look for another way. It was Ina. He was so worried about his own loved one that he neglected to care about the fact that these men had their own girlfriends, their own wives, their own children and mothers and fathers, friends and grandparents, dreams and aspirations. Leonel clenched his fists, his jaw steeling. When they all finally returned to the small town they all called home, it hit Leonel like a ton of bricks. Walls of women and children stood anxiously at the gates. They flooded the outer town limits, many of them camping and even more staying completely awake, unable to sleep until they laid eyes on their lovers, their husbands, their fathers. When they saw the army return in victory, a cheer that shook the town resounded. The walls quaked and the ground trembled. However, when the number they expected to return was reduced by half, the wails and cries were just as resounding. This sweeping sorrow, flooding the town like a monsoon, crashed through Leonel's heart in waves. Chapter 749, Small Home. Chapter 749, Small Home. The men and women of this town had all been prepared to die. The threat they faced was too great and they were simply too weak. They knew that they should be happy simply for the sake of surviving. They should be grateful, thanking their lucky stars that they could see another day. However, how could pain be washed away by logic? General? The blue-eyed youth always stood silently by Leonel's side. Seeing him blankly staring at the pain and grief before him, he couldn't help but check up on him. Leonel absent-mindedly responded, his gaze never shifting. There was a little girl over there, no more than 7 years old, clutching the blood-stained scabbard her father had left home with. Not far from her, there was a woman. She had a young and youthful face. Though she wasn't extraordinarily beautiful, she was very pretty, maybe even the prettiest within this small, malnourished town. Yet tears streamed down her face endlessly, her sobs echoing as she grasped onto a necklace that hung from her neck with both hands. With every quiver her body made in her fit of sorrow, her dress shifted in the wind, making the baby bump she sported all the more obvious. On another side, there was an elderly couple. The old woman with deep gray hair trembled in her husband's arms, her tears getting lost in the folds of her wrinkles. The eyes of the two were already murky with age, but they clutched their son's leather armor between the two of them, their fragile bodies seemingly ready to be blown over by the wind. Leonel's senses were too sharp. He didn't miss a single story of grief, a single cry of pain, not a single tear, not a single quiver. It was all seared into his mind and stored in a place he would never forget, leaving a mark he could never ignore. The blue-eyed youth sighed again. The pain they experienced would have been far worse if not for you, General. Leonel didn't respond. Was that the metric he should be using? Especially when just hours ago he didn't even spare the lives and deaths of these people a single thought? Once again, logic seemed to tell him one matter, while his heart pulled him toward another. Leonel wanted to roar into the skies, but he knew that even if he did, he wouldn't be able to vent his rage in the slightest. Suddenly, Leonel felt a tight grip on his wrist. He looked down to find that his blue-eyed, right-hand man had grabbed onto him. Come on, General. I can't let you wallow away in another bar all night after saving our asses. I'll take you to meet my girl. You haven't met her yet, right? Right? The blue-eyed youth beamed. Leonel forced a smile and allowed himself to be pulled along. He didn't know what he should be doing in this world, but he knew that wallowing in self-pity wasn't it. Plus, the youth continued, our esteemed general can't be the only one without a proper home to be greeted by, right? How embarrassing would that be? The blue-eyed youth's laughter seemed to want to fill Leonel's soul with light and hope. The two entered the town, traveling through its streets. Leonel noticed the shabby roads, the half-broken homes, the filth, and the poverty. It seemed that whether they camped out at the town's entrance or not, the living conditions of these people truly wasn't that much better. In fact, they might have been better off living in nature. However, what Leonel did notice was a large building at the center of the town. Compared to everywhere else, it was almost like a heaven, unblemished by the trash of this world. He couldn't help but wonder just what it was. Soon, though, the blue-eyed youth led Leonel to a modest little home of stone and wood. It's nothing much, but I managed to secure it with our military salary. That sum you lent me, this is what it went into. The two entered the small home, only to hear a sudden cry. Roland! A blur of blue leapt into the blue-eyed youth's arms. When this blur cleared, it became obvious that it was a petite youth lady who was about the same age as the two leaders of the town's army. Seeing her, Leonel realized that there was a hidden flower of this town. It seemed that Roland was quite a lucky man. At the same time, Leonel felt relieved to finally know this young man's name. With how familiar they apparently were with one another, it would have been too embarrassing if Leonel had to ask. Elise, come. Roland beamed. This is our general and my very best friend. Leonel smiled in greeting. Ah, my manners. Elise politely curtsied, her dress spreading outward that a blooming flower. I was just getting preparations for dinner finished. In just about half an hour, everything should be finished. There's more than enough for a +1. With those words done, as though a little bundle of energy, Elise skipped off to the kitchen under Roland's delighted laughter. Leonel suddenly felt a great peace observing this small home. Though he still felt like a third-party observer to this world, he couldn't help but think of how nice it would be if he and Ina could have such a life. If she never had to go through such trauma as a child, if she never lost her mother, if her father never disappeared, would they be able to be together like this? In a home they called their own, cooking side by side, laughing and joking with one another without a care in the world? He truly wanted this. But he also knew how important revenge for her mother was to Ina. He knew that it gripped her and consumed her every waking moment. Maybe such a peaceful life they were never destined for. An hour later, as the trio was exchanging banter over a warm dinner, a heavy, almost obnoxious knocking came from the door. What was more shocking, though, was that this person didn't wait for the door to be answered. Rather, it was very soon broken from its hinges. Chapter 750, yes. Chapter 750, yes. The house was very small to begin with. It only had a single room, a single bathroom, and the dining room, living space, and kitchen could all be considered to be one cobbled-together homogeneous zone. This was all to say that the trio had a very clear line of sight to the door, and it was even more to say that it wouldn't have taken any of them more than 5 seconds to reach and open it. Could there really be anything so important that it couldn't wait 5 seconds? Leonel frowned. The moment the door crashed down, a large figure stomped in. No, maybe it was more accurate to say that this person looked quite large because of the heavy and somewhat flowery armor they wore, though their massive belly wasn't helping. Leonel had seen his fair share of warriors to this point, and there were some who could have large bellies and still be explosive athletes and powerful soldiers. Leonel's own teammates were among them. His offensive linemen were essentially his bodyguards, and in terms of strength, at least before the metamorphosis, Leonel couldn't match up to a half of them. However, Leonel could immediately tell that this person was most definitely not a warrior of any kind. The armor they wore seemed to be lined with force arts that gave his frail body the capability to move around and even exhibit the strength he just had to break down the door. This alone made it impressive, but this alone didn't make this person worthy of fear. And yet, the instant this individual appeared, Roland and Elise shot up from their seats, saluting seriously. Even after several moments, they didn't dare to raise their heads. The fat armored maid scanned the small home with a clear disdain painting across the narrowed slits of his eyes. From the beginning, he didn't even care to check that everyone was showing him his due respect. After all, he already expected it. Was there even a need to question? His lordship Healy's has demanded the presence of the general. He questions why it is that an hour has passed since your return, yet there has still been no formal report sent to his lordship's manor. It was only after speaking out words that seemed squeezed from the mouth of a weasel that the fat armored man turned to the dining room table. At first, he nodded in satisfaction when he saw that Roland and Elise still had their heads lowered in a deep bow. But his face froze when he realized the Leonel was still sitting at his seat, his gaze scanning him up and down as though observing something inconsequential. At that moment, Leonel stood. It seems that I will have to come back a later time. Thank you for your hospitality. The fat, armored man trembled with rage, but when Leonel took a step toward him, he suddenly felt like a towering giant. Roland's expression changed. Though his head was still lowered, he had known Leonel all his life. That tone of his voice made it obvious that he was angry. He wouldn't go and do something foolish, right? Roland's expression changed. He wanted to call out, but if he did so, he might turn whatever wrath would be aimed toward Leonel, toward him and his wife as well. Roland hesitated. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth. Raising his head before he received an okay from the fat, armored man, he stepped forward and grabbed Leonel's arm seriously. Leonel was stunned. When he looked back and into Roland's eyes, he couldn't help but shiver. That look. He hadn't seen it in a long time. It was different from the reliance and trust Leonel had experienced that day after he saved the freshman. No, it was a look of willingness to walk through the fires of hell together, a look Leonel had only seen from the few brothers he trusted the most in this life. Don't, Roland said firmly. Leonel stayed silent for a long while. It was at the moment Roland thought that he had gotten through to him that Leonel suddenly lashed out, punching Roland squarely in the jaw and sending him sprawling to the floor. Elise's small shriek sounded as she watched her husband tumble to the ground. Leonel fixed his sleeve as though washing Roland's dirty hands away and walked up to the fat, armored brute. Hurry up, Leonel barked. You! Before the fat man could say anything more, Leonel was already standing less than a step from him. It felt at that moment that thought Leonel was only a head taller. He might as well have been 10. It was like a mountain was weighing down on him from above. Fearing for his life, the fat man could only turn back, a sinister light flashing in his eyes. It was almost as though he could already see the image of Leonel's demise. It wasn't long before the small home fell into an eerie quiet. Elise scrambled to her husband's side, tears falling uncontrollably down her delicate cheeks. Why did he do this? Elise entered a state of half-hysteria. The mixture of fear and seeing her love hurt like this left her not knowing how to react or feel. Elise was quite a naive and pure young woman. She didn't seem to understand the danger of war, or she at least chose to be relentlessly optimistic about it. Why else would she be waiting with dinner prepared for Roland while practically everyone else felt that the town was finished? Yet, because Roland told her his best friend, the general, would most definitely succeed, she believed his word and even began to almost deify Leonel as well. But now, Roland sighed deeply, wiping the blood from his lip. Don't blame him, he did this for our sake. A flash of determination lit Roland's gaze. He reached out and grabbed his wife's hand. Elise, are you willing to be with me in life and in death? Elise froze when she heard these words, but soon her tears came spilling forward even faster than before. She buried herself in her husband's arms, but her words were surprisingly clear and firm. Yes,